Chapter 1, You Are Not Jerry. Hello everyone. Welcome to my... Let's see. I guess it would be 6th fanfiction I wrote, not including one's hots and quite a lot of stuff I wouldn't dare to call decent fanfiction back from when I was learning. It is however the first time I publish anything on fanfiction. Were you ever in situation when one idea invaded your mind and refused to leave until you wrote it down? That's the case with this story. What to expect? Comedy, adventure, humor, friendship, maybe some romance, trolling, scheming, dragons acting mysterious just for fun, multiple case T-lines, cheese, and lots of dove's. For now, rating is T. In my opinion a few curses are nothing for teenagers these days. Enjoy. Edit, now with edits made by Deathlord92. That's it. The first time I get a chance, I'm going to beat up that sack of maggot shit I call a friend. Oh, sure, no one is perfect, Ted was aware of that. He himself wasn't great friend material, at least according to others, though it was beyond him why so few could stand a sarcastic gamer with a knack for scheming. Sarcasm is just a type of humor and scheming wasn't aimed at his buddies, usually. But Jerry? No, you don't want to have that kind of person as your friend. Let me paint you a picture. You invite all your brothers for a party. What does Jerry do? He comes in the middle of a party, no matter if he was invited or not, already drunk and advancing towards the legendary realm of ultimate intoxication. He immediately proceeds to flirt with every girl in sight, right after he's devoured all of the best snacks that is. Few minutes later he starts a fight because of someone thinking too loudly or something like that. Just before or after that he throws up either at someone or at your rug. The series of disasters continues for hours and ends in one of three ways. First ending, someone has had enough and knocks the asshole unconscious. Second ending, Jerry does that himself with a great deal of booze. Third ending, Jerry loudly demands of you to drive him home, since you are the host. You usually obey, since the only thing worse than driving anywhere with a drunk Jerry in the backseat is him trying to reach sobriety in your house, hence why third option is best. I suppose now you more or less understand what kind of a guy Jerry is, even if I skipped how he behaves while sober, not that it's much of an improvement. However, when he is sober, he is also great at convincing others, which brings us to current situation. Ted hated camping. He was a city person, a gamer. As for mountains, they were nice, but only on pictures. So Jerry, being the terrible person he was, combined two and, by winning a bet, made him go with him to camp in the mountains. Apparently Jerry was one of those people who thought that the only reason others don't like things they do is because they didn't have enough of the stuff. And that raises a question. What does Jerry do after making a camp? No, surprisingly he doesn't get drunk. At least it seems like that. There was no way to confirm, since he disappeared. Idiot left a note on his sleeping bag from which Ted learned that he went to check out some cool caves nearby. Now, don't get me wrong, Jerry was a plague to this world. Ted honestly wouldn't care if he had, for example, broken his leg, except for the part in which Jerry would demand extensive medical attention from him. The problem? If that was the last time anyone saw Jerry, who do you think would be blamed? Ted wasn't a bad person, really. If it was anyone else, he would without any hesitation go for a search. In the end he did that for Jerry too, though for a moment he considered strangling him as soon as he found him. The thing is, he just knew Jerry would be fine. It doesn't matter what kind of mess the bastard stepped in the end every time he will be more or less fine, either due to his luck or because someone reluctantly helped him. In other words, Jerry was a proof karma doesn't exist. And here we are. Ted, with a flashlight in hand, was marching through the first cave he found. In the other hand he held a bit of chalk, just in case he found crossroads. Unfortunately, he didn't have any weapon. It was unlikely he would find anything really dangerous in this area, but it would come in handy in a meeting with a mutated killer raccoon, or whatever attacks campers these days. Jerry? Ted asked, sweeping the cave in search of his annoying friend, colleague, companion, associate. Yes, let's go with that. Jerry, grumbled our protagonist and chuckled. Yeah, while it is still creepy, Gary is so much scarier. Come on, man, I know you are somewhere. I swear, if I'll find you sitting in a corner with an empty bottle, I'll smash it on your he. God damn it. He stopped at the last possible moment. One more step and he would find himself in a freefall. There was a pit in the floor of the cave, as if someone made it for a single purpose of making Ted fall to his death. Someone out there is out for my blood. He muttered, crouching in front of the hole. It wasn't too big to jump over it, but big enough to make it risky. What are the chances Jerry went in this particular cave and jumped over the gap instead of falling in, like he almost did? Ted nodded and stood up, turned around and Wait, what was that? He narrowed his eyes. There was some sort of weak blue light deep in the pit, barely noticeable due to distance. He pointed a flashlight into the hollow, but it wasn't strong enough to light it all the way. That's one deep hole, said Ted and immediately face-palmed. Why was I born with mind so corrupted I make innuendos without even trying? Let's take a break for a moment. Personally, I, mystical storyteller, prefer that you learn something from stories, no matter the genre. There are so many things I could tell you about, from proper techniques of spelunking to quantum physics and a possibility of warping between dimensions. Fortunately for you, I realize the best lesson is the one you learn at the expense of someone else. This particular lesson is the same one you could learn by reading the first chapter of Alice in Wonderland. Never ever lean over a large pit if you are not sure how trusty is the ground under your feet. Crack. Children, don't do that at home. Have you ever tried to swim while partially paralyzed? Ted just did. Not that he had much of a choice, mind you. Blarg. That was a terrible first attempt. In theory, Ted should be grateful that there apparently was a lake at the very bottom of the pit. The fall took several seconds, so water was the only reason he was still alive. He would be grateful, if not for one little detail, temperature. Ice. Ice, oh god, why? After several seconds of desperate swinging of all his limbs in a very cold liquid, an action that definitely didn't deserve to be called swimming, Ted finally managed to grab an edge of massive rock and with unexpected difficulty pulled himself out of the lake. He lied there for a long while, breathing heavily. I hate water. Ted took a few more moments to gather some strength and raised his head. He blinked a few times, but all he saw was a great deal of nothing. Wonderful. I might be blind as well at this point, it's too dark. I'm not diving into that pond for my flashlight. Ted attempted to stand up. Attempted was a key word here. He immediately lost his balance and tipped over, landing on his back and smashing his head on the hard ground. For some reason, while it was still unpleasant, it was much less painful than one would expect. Greetings, Pain, my old pal, he groaned. He frowned. Did he suffer some injury? Most likely. His arms for example felt really weird. Maybe not broken weird, but definitely not a good kind of weird. His bigger concern was an apparent loss of agility. He managed to stand on all fours and he could still crawl, but even that felt strange, as if he wasn't just moving, but also trying to pull something heavy. He looked behind to check it, but... Why? Why can't I turn my head so far? Terrified at the prospect of spine damage, Ted ceased to move. He stood still like that for almost a minute and then slowly lied down. No, that doesn't make sense. If anything, a damaged spine would immobilize him, not give Ted more dexterity. But if that's not the reason, then what is? Then, suddenly, it dawned on him. That fall must have messed with my labyrinth. That's why he felt now so clumsy and disoriented. Oh god, I hope it's temporary. Hold on. Is that? Yes, it was. There was a silent, rhythmic sound, echoing somewhere from the darkness. Footsteps. Jerry. Is that you? Fjall blinked. What kind of name is Jerry? He shook his head. He will ponder the stupidity of some parents after he finds and evicts the guy who apparently already claimed the cave for himself. It took too long for him to find it. He's not going back into that rain, as long as it wasn't something too challenging, that is. Even his Nordic might has limits. Roof over your head isn't a good consolation prize for becoming Telvanni's guinea pig. He shuddered and tightened his grip on the battle axe. Oh Talos, Telvanni. One meeting was enough, he will never try to steal from those psychos again. Then again, they live in the east, right? No danger of meeting one here. Alright, enough of this. He was a barbarian and he solves all his problems in the same way, by hitting them a lot on the head. The warrior took one more calming breath and, aware that he can't sneak up on his target due to his torch, sprinted in the only direction the cave led to in hope of ending the fight before the enemy even knew what was happening. Nord turned a corner and frowned. There was a big, dark object right at the edge of the underground lake. He took one more step onward and the light of the torch reflected on the shiny surface. Suddenly, the thing shifted and Fjall realized it was alive. Alive and much bigger than him, which was never a good sign, especially in a setting like this. The creature slowly turned around and the man fully realized just how much he angered Akadosh by robbing and killing that priest last week. Is that you, Jerry? I can't see well, you dropped your torch. Dude, no one uses those anymore. Fjall was no fool, despite what some may say about Nord barbarians. He knew what he could and couldn't do. He was also aware that, if some criteria were met, you shouldn't clash with a foe. Suddenly finding your pants filled with feces was definitely one of them. You are not Jerry. Fjall did the only thing he could do in this sort of situation, turned around and, quickly increasing a distance between himself and the danger, yes, that sounds much better than escaping, gotta remember that for later, shouted the only word that was going through his mind. Dragon. What a weird man. Ted blinked a few times, looking at the place where but a few seconds ago stood a stranger in armor of all things. Probably some LA Arper. Quite realistic armor though, I'll have to ask him later where did he get it. Helmet, not so much. It was clear he was going for a Viking barbarian, but he forgot the horns. It wasn't a Viking if there weren't any horns. Ted nodded sagely. And who in the world LARPs all on their own in caves? Oh well, at least he was kind enough to leave his stick behind. Ted approached the torch, still haunted by an indescribable feeling of wrongness. Once he did get there he reached out, with, his Nope. Error 427. A problem caused the program Ted to stop working correctly. Shiagaroth will close the program and notify you if a solution is available. A/N. So, what do you think? The proper story hasn't started yet, but that's mostly because originally it was intended as a 1,000 words long prologue. How it ended up twice as long, I have no idea. I woke up in the morning and it was just there, taunting me. Taunt was a success, now I'm searching for a new laptop. Fjall is the same criminal Larius Vero, Legion champion at Moonmoth Fort, wants us to punish in the name of justice. You know, the guy that waits in the entrance to HLA Ode and warns you of bandits, only to demand money if you mention murderous outlaws. No, he won't play any major role. I just like to use already existing, but underdeveloped characters instead of making OCS just for the sake of a single encounter. I simply find it more interesting to add more depth to what is already there, expect it to be a regular thing. I guess you can already notice where am I going with this FIC, a slightly manipulative dragon companion for Nerevarine. The best thing in Skyrim put in the best game. Sorry, but that's my opinion, in games it's the plot that I value the most and both Skyrim and Oblivion can't hold a candle next to the storyline of Morrowind. Alright, I've wrote enough. I myself dislike long author notes at the end, I read, and suddenly I'm attacked by the end of the chapter, even though there was supposed to be more text. Until next time, which should be soon, I pretty much already have second chapter ready. Chapter 2, Flying for Derps, What to Avoid. I must say, writing this story is surprisingly effortless, considering writer's block that tormented me before I started. Before we start, let's give an answers to my reviewers so far. Empire 1003, then I hope I will give Morrowind justice, so that you can see it from the best side. Uncle Bourbon, hopefully I'll keep up with quality. Thank you. Guest, I realize some may prefer it, but personally I like the lack of restrictions in how much I can reveal while writing. By writing in Ted's POV I would have to at least give up some jokes, which doesn't really sit well with me. I like my option to joke about anything anytime. There might be of course moments when I switch to first POV for the sake of building up tension, but most of the time I'll write in third. That's just part of my style. I would like to thank people who already favorite, followed, or even viewed the story, even though we haven't even gotten to the true beginning of the plot. Thanks for putting up with me. I know my grammar can be hideous, English isn't my first language. Also, thank you for not burning me at stake for not stating that Elder Scrolls doesn't belong to me. In all honesty, why so many people write those disclaimers? It's not like this site, which by the way is called fanfiction, commands you to add them. That being said, enjoy. Alright, there's no arguing that a mental breakdown is a terrible thing to experience. However, sometimes, if you pick the correct person in the right circumstances and, well, if you are a bit of a jerk, it can be quite amusing to watch. Just like in this case. Screamed Ted, staring at his wing. He continued, looking at the other wing. Ted chased his own tail for a few seconds. Oh, God, where's Junior? He screeched, taking a peek at his crotch. This action was followed by an attempt at reaching there with what was left of his hand, 3 fingers attached to his wing. Of course, due to his new anatomy, this kind of movement was impossible. No, no, no. Suddenly, in the weak light of the torch, he spotted a big wooden crate a bit to the left. Ted jumped and collided with it, crate smashing him between the legs. Arg. Alright, it hurt less than it should, but it did hurt, so Junior is still there, probably under the scales. Oh God, why? At this point Ted attempted to curl up in a fetal position, but discovered he couldn't do even that. After this failure he slumped to the ground and closed his eyes. This is a dream, this is a dream, this is... Wait, can you even feel pain while asleep? He stiffened, trying to recall what he knew about biology. Hold on, yes, I remember, it can happen, but it's very unlikely. Well, turning into a dragon is even more unlikely, so it must be that. Oh, who am I kidding, my dreams are never so realistic. Ted bonked his head on a rock. That leaves, hallucinations, a coma, and Loki being real. The next few minutes were spent on pondering in a relative silence, interrupted occasionally by his growls. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Ted opened eyes, raised his head and sighed deeply. Well, he began. Perhaps it will make more sense if I will say it out loud. I'm either in a coma or I finally went crazy from all this shit I had to deal with because of Jerry. Wouldn't surprise me, really. I'm not even going to entertain the idea that I'm both sane and conscious. He smiled. Either way, this must be my happy place. Where I'm a dragon. That, actually sounds legit. Dragons are at the very top of the list of fantasy creatures I like. And if this is indeed my mind, then I can do whatever I want. If I'm physically in some hospital, then I might as well have some fun with lucid dreaming. Jerry is a jerk, but he would call an ambulance if something serious happened to me. He took a look at his surroundings. The cave was round, with only one way out, which was cloaked in darkness. Except for the area near said exit, the place was filled with water. There was no hole in the ceiling, not that he expected to see one here, as the pit was part of the real world, not his fantasy. To his left and right stood some crates. Ted crawled to one of them and looked inside. It was filled with bottles. He wasn't sure in this faint light, but it looked like wine. Yep, theory confirmed, that's my happy place. My favorite kind of booze. And then terrible realization hit him. How am I supposed to drink it? Fuck. My subconscious is a dick. Gives me 2 great things that can't be enjoyed at the same time. He shrugged. Oh well. I can take a drink when conscious, but I can't fly on my own then, right? Yes, that's what I should do now. First some flight, then I'll find some figment of my imagination, preferably one with an appearance of Jerry, and roast it, just because I can. Man, I really hate that guy. Ted braced himself. To the surface, please. Silence. Sure. One time I have a dream that I know is a dream and I still can't fully control it. I'll ask for the last time, Outlander scum. Why? Were you in the cave? Fjall winced. That man sure had no patience. It was official, the divines had cursed him. He managed to escape the wrath of the dragon, only to run into the outlaw that owned the place just outside the entrance, leaving little place for excuses. He couldn't even hide, there were no places to do so in this foida, just a long, empty road between 2 small mountain chains. And the worst thing about the enemy? He was a Dunmer. One that disarmed him in 5 seconds, knocked him out, and tied him up. The only reason his old man wouldn't disinherit him for that was because he had already thrown him out for banditry. I told you already, I only searched for a place where I could wait out the rain, he said. The best lies are those that have some truth to them. And you accidentally picked the cave in which my friends made their stash. Snarled the elf. Keep talking, Ashface. 1 more minute and I'm out of here. Don't act so suspicious, pointy ears. Half of the caves in this province is filled with bandits. I was trying to find one that isn't. He hesitated for a moment. Should he mention it? Well, it would make him look like a fool, but it will probably give him some time. By the way. He started. I didn't know you dark elves still had some dragons around. It was clear, even with the helmet on, that he completely surprised his captor. Dragons? What are you talking about? There are no. He stopped for a second, blinked and burst into laugh. By Vivek, you Nords sure traded brains for bronze. Those are called cliff racers. Are they worth anything on the black market? Yes, keep talking, I'm almost done. This question only caused more laugh. No, idiot. One cliff racer is already one too many in this world. Then why do you keep one in your cave? What? Fjall shrugged as much as could wild-eyed. You think I jumped out of there like that for no reason at all? I turned the corner and boom, dragon. The Dunmer's palm met his helmet. In the meantime Fjall almost finished cutting the ropes on his back with his dagger. I can't believe your stupid species managed to force ours to join your little empire. The elf sighed. To be scared of a cliff racer. If there was one, that is. They just don't land outside of their nests. Look, the only thing they do is fly down and try to scratch your face off or bomb you from above just to spite you, and sometimes they steal your sweet roll, flying bastards. A cliff racer not only landing, but also crawling into the cave? Please, if you lie, at least put some effort into this. You had some reason, didn't you? What are you hiding? Hey, so it's the Elder Scrolls. I'm sorry, am I interrupting something? Heads of both outlaws turned so fast in direction of the entrance to the cave it almost broke their necks. It was a lucky thing that Dunmer had a helmet on or else he would have lost his jaw after it dropped. Dremule lock. Or, as you jurors say, hello. If you were to look into a dictionary, you would find a picture of Ted's present expression right under shit-eating grin. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need some pointers. Which way is the nearest Sassoon? I mean, village. For a second Dragon's smile tensed, but almost immediately it returned to his default smirk. I always wanted to set one on fire without any bad consequences. Fjall, since it wasn't his first contact with the beast, shook off the surprise first and, not caring much for either town, gladly answered. We're halfway between Hlaod and Sedanin. The first one is a bit bigger. Also, Dunmers make up more population, so that's another plus. Suddenly life came back into the other outlaw. With shaking hands he pulled out a blade and pointed it towards the new opponent. Stay back. I won't hesitate to fight you. Dragon only smiled. I'm sure you won't, Faliel again strange expression, just as brief as the last one. But the question is your blade faster than my tongue? Can it impact me faster than my words can impact you? The beast took a step and another. Mare tried to keep distance, but he tripped and landed on the ground, with his weapon falling just out of reach. Before he could pick it up, the enemy closed the gap. Let's see how fireproof you Dunmers really are. Dragon took a deep breath, while his victim lied there petrified with fear. Fjall, who by this time managed to free himself, decided to not wait and see if he will be the second victim, so he ran off as fast as possible. The killer opened his jaw. Yul. Torshul. And then, poor Mare died a terrible, but mercifully quick DEA. Oh wait, no, he didn't. He got only slightly sprayed with dragon saliva. This turn of events seemed to surprise both of them. Alright, that's just stupid. First I'm speaking in Dovahzul when I don't want to and now, even though I'm a freaking dragon in the world of Elder Scrolls inside my head, I can't shout a bandit to death. What's next? The Empire actually wins the civil war instead of the true sons of Skyrim. Ted closed his eyes and shook his head. Something was wrong. Sure, subconsciousness can sometimes be an evil bastard, but if it wanted to torture him, it wouldn't put him in one of his favorite fantasy scenarios in the first place. He opened eyes. Hold on. Where's the elf? Jab. Arg. Shouted Ted and jumped to the side. The bandit was again in possession of his sword, which he already used with some success. There was a shallow cut on his side. There was even some blood leaking out, though not much. Blood. His blood. Suddenly, for some reason, Ted was overwhelmed by a very bad thought. What if, by some cruel joke of the fate, it was real? Die, monster. Another cut, this time on his flank. Deeper, too. Red flags were raised inside his mind, even though both wounds were far from lethal. Panic was in full control. No. Ted turned away from the prey that suddenly became the hunter and attempted to escape. It was of course not possible. There was a reason why a dragon hit with a dragon rend could not escape from the dragonborn. Dragons don't run, period. Once grounded, they crawl. No, it won't work, the bandit is faster on foot. I'll have to fly away. Ted had no idea how to, but he had to take to the air at any cost. With no other option, he unfurled his wings. Unbalanced, he ended up with his chin hitting the ground, but still he gave one powerful flap with what used to be his arms. Despite all logic, it was enough to lift him a little bit. Inside his head, Ted's sanity had flipped the table and left. The first flap was quickly followed by the second, which got him out of Dunmer's range, and a third, this time only because it was better than letting the gravity do its job. Ted's irrational fear of death at Elf's hands gave way to bewilderment at his current position, which soon turned to fear once more, as he realized he had no idea what to do besides flapping, which was getting him higher than he wished to be, considering his rediscovered belief in reality of what was happening to him. He already was higher than the mountains making up the canyon. He was sure it wasn't the correct word, but do you think he cared at the moment about linguistic correctness? And then, as if the situation wasn't bad enough for our hero, a strong gust of wind came from the north, tilting slightly the drake in the air. Screeched Ted, half gliding and half falling in the direction of the sea, leaving the Foyda in the process. Around 300 meters below, the Dunmer scratched his head, still surprised about how suddenly he went from dying to scaring off a dragon. With 2 pokes of the sword, no less. No wonder they went extinct. Wahahaha. This is even better than I expected. And I expected him to eat his own intestines or get killed by a mud crab. Oh, what I wouldn't give to see the look on Akadosh's face right now, if he had a face, that is. Which he doesn't. Haskell, bring the drinks, bring the dancers. We need to celebrate this. Akadosh not having a face, I mean. Don't invite Clovicus, though. He keeps stealing my umbrellas. As you wish, my lord. Every time he saw dragon landing on the ground in the game, it always looked a bit rough, maybe even painful. And that was the proper landing. Not crash landing. Well, it could have been much worse. Instead of slamming into the ground at full speed, he had managed to pull off gliding in the last 2 seconds of fall, and then hit not the ground, but a shallow bay, taking his second forced bath this day. It still hurt though. That leads us to a grumpy Ted sitting in the water, with only his head above the surface due to his new, longer neck. I'm done, he proclaimed to several frogs and a slaughterfish, which apparently decided that biting through dragon scales was its new life goal. I'm so done. I'm pretty sure I'm not a masochist at heart, but that means all of this is real. Which I refuse to believe in. I'm not drunk enough to deal with this kind of bullshit. He sighed. I must find a place to nap, maybe that would help. Not in the open though. Ted scanned his surroundings and, for once, fate had shown him mercy. The dragon dragged himself onto the shore and crawled over to the round structure he remembered very well from the third installment of Elder Scrolls. So, a Dunmer tomb. The wood in the door is rotten, so it's most likely forgotten by everyone. He mumbled to himself and shrugged. Don't ask how it worked with dragon body. It's much bigger than it seemed back then, but it still will be a pain to get inside. Let's just hope I won't stumble upon some necromancer. With no way to open the small lock, he decided to simply headbutt the entrance, tearing the door off its hinges at the cost of small headache. Plenty of cobwebs confirmed his earlier guess. The staircase leading deeper into the tomb was wide enough for 3 or 4 people, but for him it was going to be challenging. The entrance itself caused the most problems. He put the head inside casually, but his wings simply refused to cooperate. Ted grunted, took a few steps back and rushed onward. He did it. He obliterated the jam and gained some new bruises, but he did it. Sadly, that also meant he was going too fast to stop himself and fell down the stairs. With his vision wavering from way too many hits to the head in the last few hours, he searched the room for any danger. It was your typical long hall with small altars and urns under the walls, very common in tombs of Vardenfell. There was a door at the other end, most likely leading to the rest of the crypt, but Ted was honestly no longer giving a single fuck. The lack of enemies in the room was good enough for him. He lied at the center of the hall and, due to some new instinct, moved his long tail so that the tip was near his head when he went to sleep. In a few moments he was already in the realm of dreams. The stubborn slaughterfish was still gnawing at his scales. While the protagonist of our story was entering the embrace of sleep, another hero was slowly leaving it, unaware of the role she was going to play in the future of this land. They've taken you from the Imperial City's prison, first by carriage and now by boat. To the east, to Morrowind. Fear not, for I am watchful. You have been chosen. Many fall, but 2 remain. A/N. Alright, this note is a long one. Let's start with some little curiosities. As a matter of fact, there is a cave roughly half between Hlaod and Sedanin. It's a bandit hideout called Zainsapilu. We forcefully closed their business as a part of building a Hlala stronghold. Besides storage area, in which you can find mostly beverages, and bandits' quarters, it contains a slave den, but no underground lakes. You can either assume it's the same cave, but with added lake and before bandits moved in, or that the place isn't canon at all, though it is close to the one I mentioned. The tomb itself actually is 100% canon, but this note is already long enough, so I'll talk about it in the next chapter. As for unknown Dunmer bandit, well, he might appear later and actually get a name, but unless that happens, he is unimportant enough to leave him nameless. He most likely will reappear, if only so Ted can get some sweet revenge once he figures out the controls. Noob. Yep, Ted actually supports the Stormcloaks. Deal with it. Opposing an entire empire fits him much better than killing rebels in the name of unity. Also, most good FICs I found had Dragonborn siding against Ulfric. Gotta balance things out. Also, I may or may not prefer them myself. And the Nerevarine. It's going to be a she, that's for sure. Just think of this awkwardness when a female Nerevarine meets his, her, their ex, Almalexia, priceless. Besides that, nothing is set in stone. I'm still coming up with the story and I haven't even decided on race, but the idea of Khajiit/Argonian Nerevarine is tempting, especially the first one. Since those are 2 races Dunmer despise the most, it makes a room for a lot of interesting situations. Being saved by the one you hate. Hey. Have any thoughts you want to share? Some ideas how to improve the fanfic? Any advice? If so, you know where post review button is. Until next chapter, which, by the way, will be called Divine Intervention. It will be published most likely next weekend. Usually I don't have an access to the computer on work days. Chapter 3, Divine Intervention. Reviews time. Guessed, so far there simply wasn't a moment good enough to insert Ted's description from his own point of view. Originally it was in this chapter, but I decided to cut it into 2 and it landed in the second half, so it will be in next chapter. Koal, why, thank you. I appreciate it. Good to know I'm doing something right. Now, here comes the 3rd chapter. As I said, it was longer, but I decided to cut it right here and give the second part tomorrow. Please, deal with this forceful and a bit unoriginal exposition in the middle. I just didn't want for Ted to either doubt in everything that surrounds him or stumble blindly, not knowing at all what to do. Few things are as wonderful as looking at something beautiful, which you expected to never see again. Our hero would certainly appreciate it even more, if it didn't happen to be the sun, blinding her eyes after few months of imprisonment. Here's where you get off. Head down to the dock and they will show you to the census and excise office. Said the Reguard soldier to her right. The prisoner, still a bit drowsy, did as he said, as soon as she stopped staring at a massive flea standing across the cove. It was even bigger than a 2-story building at the other end of small dock. Where in the world they had taken me? You've finally arrived. Her attention focused on another soldier, this time an Imperial, who walked up to her once she left the ship. He seemed a bit abashed. The reason for that quickly became obvious. Though, I'm afraid that there were some complications. Some of our records were recently lost and as such you'll be required to fill in some paperwork. Name, jobs, that sort of thing. I'm called Azira and. No. The one you need to talk to is Sokusia Sergala. Just go through that door. I'm sure you will fit right in. Guard stood there for a second and chuckled, confusing her. What is so funny? I couldn't keep a straight face. Go, don't keep them waiting. Azira shrugged and entered the office. Right across the room stood the most sacred object in the world of bureaucracy, the desk. There was so much paperwork on it she barely noticed an older Breton behind it. He was furiously searching for something, however in all likelihood it would be easier to cut a slice out of some Oblivion plane and bring it to Tamriel than to find one specific document in this pile. I'm sorry. Are you Mr. Urgala? She asked. The official, who up to this point hadn't noticed her arrival, yelped and dropped a stack of papers. For a second she thought he was going to explode, but the look of fury immediately changed into delight. Finally. The man bent down and picked up a single page from the ground. There it is. What a relief, Duke Dren would have my head if I were to lose it. Oh, I'm sorry, did you say something? He added, finally noticing the caveat. Are you Socucius Urgala? A guard told me I needed to fill some documents. Fill some. Ah, I remember now. Sorry to bother you, but it's a necessary formality, we need to store data of anyone arriving to Vardenfell. Yours unfortunately was somehow lost, but I recall them mentioning your release. Azira flinched. Vardenfell? As in, Morrowind? Wait, release. Yes. Now, normally I wouldn't mind answering an avalanche of questions, but as you can see I'm very busy today. Captain Gravius also needs to speak with you and he will explain the details. Now, let's fill those documents. Breton grabbed a blank form, but hesitated while in the middle of giving it her. You can read and write, yes. Of course. Azira spat, taking the form. The nerve of some people, asking me that just because of my race. She scanned the sheet. Name. Azira, race. Caveat, birth sign. Apprentice, but why would they need her birth sign? Questions about education and job history were more complicated and then came criminal history. Caveat cringed. It wasn't her fault, it honestly wasn't, but... Mr. Urgala? I'm going to need one more page. Ted was dreaming. He was sure of it. Everything was blurry and, while he remembered falling asleep, he didn't recall waking up, he just, stood there. So it was a dream. Then again, just a few moments ago he was convinced everything was a hallucination, so nothing was certain anymore. Perhaps he was a dream as well? There's also this feeling of tranquility. You know what I'm talking about, right? That moment of perfect stillness, when no worry disrupts your peace. That alone usually happens in dreams and definitely not when you are a dragon for some reason. The setting was strange. He was suspended in midair above what appeared to be the island of Vardenfell. It seems familiar. Ah, yes. That's how Meridia spoke to the dragonborn in Skyrim. Battle with Umaril took place in the heaven as well, just like the vision of Pelinal. Welcome, Kier. I must say, I am surprised to see you here. Ted immediately turned around and blinked a few times at the sight of another Deva, also standing among the clouds. He saw that dragon somewhere before, he was sure of it, even though he looked much different from those in Skyrim, not to mention bigger. Proportions were completely off, his neck, snout and limbs were longer, giving him an appearance similar to Periite. Also, he was gold. Who are you? The other dragon only smiled. I am your father. That joke is so old it grew a beard. This sentence seemed to surprise Bigger Drake. Joke? I do not jest. You are my son, even if I didn't create you personally. Both your soul and body were made with my aura. Were made? This is getting creepy. It is even more creepy, because it all might be real. Alright, time out. Who are you? The dragon unfurled his wings and stood on his legs. Now Ted felt even smaller, as if he already wasn't in comparison to his companion. Anyone else asking me that question would see what I do with those who dare to ridicule me. However, since you have come into existence only recently, I know your ignorance is sincere. I am Akatosh, father of all Devahi and god of time. Ted surprisingly wasn't impressed. Perhaps it was caused by this overwhelming sensation of calm. Perhaps he had ran out of fucks to give. Possibly both. Of course, the avatar of Akatosh, the divine father of dragons. That's why he looked familiar. There is a god in my dream. Nothing strange here, moving along. Now, my son, I know you must be confused, but we must hurry. My connection to your dreaming self, which is already an unexpected achievement, will not allow us for a long talk. I have only enough time to tell you the most important things. Wait, what do you mean unexpected? Akatosh scowled. Do not interrupt me like that, youngling. I will not tolerate it. As for your question, it's unexpected since dragons scarcely truly sleep. When my children rest, they rarely let themselves to completely lose their consciousness in order to avoid any treachery. Because of this, I could not communicate with them by dreams, even if it didn't take so much power. This caused an obvious question. Then why did you bother to contact me? When Jigalag stole a part of my essence during creation of Mundus, I knew one day it would be used in some way. I started to think his change made him forget about it, since he never acted on it, but finally Sheogorath made his move. He did the exact same thing I would do if I could, given the condition of Dov, used it to create new dragon. You. Ted, despite all of this info dump, found one thing strange. I thought deadra had no power of creating life. Good to know his geek priorities were still in order. They don't. It baffles me how he achieved that. Young one, know this, Madstar's actions are unpredictable. I do not know what he has planned for you or if he even planned anything, but you must be careful. Do not accept anything at face value, my son. Be wary of all who try to approach you. Including you, there are only 5 still living dragons. One is lost in time, the second imprisoned in oblivion, the third trapped underground, and the fourth separated himself from the rest of the world on the Monavan in order to await the return of the first one. Only you remain truly free. Do not risk your freedom or life for insignificant causes. Too many of my children already died that way. It was a good thing Ted's bullshit meter was already broken. Why do you care? You said it yourself, you didn't make me. I care for all my children, created by me or not. You may exist because of Sheogorath, but it doesn't change the fact your very essence was made with my own. The avatar of Akadosh looked to the sky. We do not have much time. Listen well. I had not asked you of your name, because I know you don't have one. Your presence is weak. It will stay that way until you give your Thursday direction. The knowledge of Duvahzul is natural to all Duvahi, but without a name you can't unlock its full potential. Choose your name wisely, for it will affect your entire life. Words and names are important, remember that. The clouds around them started getting denser, enveloping both dragons. Ted could barely see the outline of God of Time. Our meeting is over. I spent all of my strength. The rest is up to you, my son. I wish you good luck. Wait. What am I supposed to do now? Akadosh chuckled. His avatar already disappeared in the mist. That is entirely up to you now. Though, if I may say so, when you wake up, I advise you to dodge. It is a painful wake-up call, being hit with a hammer in the face. Ray-a-arg. Somewhere in the depths of oblivion, a certain Daedric prince threw a bottle of brandy at the floor. Why didn't you dodge? Ted jumped backwards. It felt as if his brain tried to escape from his skull in every possible way, but it would be even worse if it wasn't for his scales. Perhaps it would only end with a bruise. That is, a bruise for him and brutal death for whoever was responsible. As it turns out, it would be a bit hard to achieve. Can't kill what is already dead. I thought that skeletons were supposed to be the weakest. Stated Ted while dodging a second swipe. With how small this room was, he didn't have much options and ways of defending himself, not to mention his lack of experience. Ah, screw it! Shouted Dragon, bending his neck. Headbutting once more saved the day, scattering the enemy into hundreds of pieces. Hey! So they can dish out some punishment, but can't take it. Right, not scare him, gotta remember that. I need to think. Ted walked over to the open door leading deeper into the tomb, definitely opened by a skeleton. He had no desire to explore. First, this time it actually would mean taking a huge risk, and second, this dungeon wasn't exactly dragon-friendly, but he couldn't leave it open while he got lost in thoughts. He ended up using the biggest thing in the hall to block the passage, himself. With the door secured by at least few hundred kilograms of a lizard, Ted finally sighed in relief and started to wonder about his situation. Alright. I'm back in a so-called starting point. I can either continue telling myself it's all a dream of sort, or give in and accept I ended up in a game. Which is bullshit. It's not some second-rate fanfic. He hesitated. Oh god, any god at all, even Daedric princes. If you hear me, don't let it be a fanfic. With how things were going, I'm sure I would be lynched. That, or I would suddenly end up shipped with someone for no reason whatsoever, which would be even worse. He shook his head. Bah. It doesn't matter. I guess for now I'll have to assume it is real, just in case it is, so I won't die because of overconfidence. It will take much more than a fictional god giving me a half-assed explanation and a small cut to convince me. That reminds me. Ted lifted his wing and examined the place of his injury, but all he found was a bit of dried blood and a small scratch underneath. The same applied to the other cut on his flank and bruises from his struggle with the door. Quick healing? Don't mind if I do. I guess many dragons would drop dead without it, it's not like they can bind up their wounds. That aside, I wonder how the folks back home will react. For a moment Ted entertained the idea of people making a big search for him. PFF, yet. It's not like there was someone who would be terribly sad at his disappearance. It takes a special kind of social desperation to make a friend with the likes of Jerry. Well, at least if that's real I finally got rid of the asshole once and for all. Good luck crossing the interdimensional barrier, Jerry. Oh gods, deadra. Hide your children. Guards, guards. Hey, wait. God damn it, I heard some assholes don't trust black people, but this is ridiculous. Now, let's see. If I'm really here, then most likely that dream was a real vision too. That talk actually explains some things, which normal dreams don't do. So, I have a dragon god of time on my side, simply because he thinks I'm his son. But Isandre, all he can really do is twiddle his little claws and hope for the best for me, so he's pretty much useless. Also, by some miracle, Sheogorath broke the laws of this universe and created someone new. Out of nowhere, understanding hit Ted like a dodgeball in an echoing gymnasium. Sheogorath didn't create someone new, Ted had already existed before. He made a dragon body, but couldn't make soul, so instead he took mine and did, whatever a god does to make soul draconic and voila. That's it, Sheo, you are no longer the best prince. Azura, rejoice. That clears up how and who. I would ask why, but that's pointless when it comes to Sheogorath. All that's left is where and when. I have no idea about either, except it's a southwestern Vardenfell and probably not 4th era. Otherwise I would be breathing smoke and swimming in lava. With those important questions more or less answered, Ted was left with the biggest one. What the hell am I supposed to do now? A/N. As always, let's begin with the setting. The tomb in which our protagonist found refuge is called Samari's ancestral tomb. Since there is no one by that name in the game, it is very likely no one uses it anymore. It contains up to 5 undead, some ingredients, scrolls, potion and a really good ring. It is exactly northwest of Sidanin, a few steps away from the sea. It is of no importance besides that. Now, I know Divine/Daedra vision is nothing new, but why change it if it works so well, especially in this situation? Akadosh is the only character with the sole exception of Sheogorath who could give him good advice not asking for anything in return. It simply had to be done, simple as that. Yes, Azira is a bit underwhelming at the moment, maybe even boring. That's kinda the point, from zero to hero and all that. I would like to point out she's not going to join Thieves Guild, in fact she prefers to avoid risk, which will bite her in the ass multiple times, if you consider what kind of mission she has ahead of her. How do you understand it? It's up to you. Next time, Ted learns how to fly without endangering himself every 3 seconds, eats his first meal in Morrowind and meets the future Nerevarine, for a moment. Expect the 4th chapter tomorrow. Chapter 4, You've got a cliff racer on your face. Edit, now with edits made by my great beta reader, Deathlord 92. Such a short time between 2 chapters and yet I have a new review. How nice. Guessed, true, Morrowind deserves more spotlight. I deeply regret the fact there's no conflict between factions in Oblivion and Skyrim, which allows you to see almost everything the game has when it comes to quests in one playthrough. If I'll ever get to writing a story with Ted in Skyrim after I'm done with Morrowind and Oblivion, I'll be very annoyed if the last story will get the most recognition. Let's get started. No, I do not know why were you sent here and your sentence was cancelled, however His Majesty Emperor Uriel Septim VII was the one who you can thank for this. He personally requested your release. As a captain of the Legion, I need nothing else. Azira's jaw dropped. It's not often that your life sentence is pardoned by the supreme ruler of Tamriel. How in the world? Why would he care? If he found out I was innocent, why would he release me here and not in Cyrodiil? What I do know however is that there is a package that came with you. According to my orders, your sole condition of royal pardon is to deliver it. Ah, here comes the catch. I don't know the details, but it obviously can't be easy if he picked up someone disposable for the task. As much as it hurt her pride to admit it, that's exactly what she was, disposable. She had no real skill besides some affinity for magic, but that was mostly thanks to her birth sign and her own curiosity about the local bookstore in her hometown, since she had no real education besides basic alchemy. Thankfully, the delivery job in her opinion required only 2 healthy legs and the expository dump could wait a few chapters. Who has to get it? A man named Caius Cosadas. All I know about him is that he lives in Balmora. You can either travel there by foot with the aid of signposts or take a silt strider. Take a what now? Captain Gravius sighed. Silt strider. It's a giant flea. Locals use it for travel. They ride on bugs. Yes. They ride on bugs. It's official. Sheogorath was responsible for the creation of either this land or those people. Here's the package. As part of my orders you are also going to receive money for most immediate expenses. After removing the tax it amounts to 87 drakes. Drakes. Oh, sorry. I meant septims. For some reason locals can't stand that name. They started calling imperial currency drakes since there's the imperial dragon on one side. Is there anything else? Only one thing, are there any places of interest in this town? Not really. Sidonin is a small, quiet place. The only other building of any importance is Aril's trade house. Ah, alright. Thank you, sir. I'll be on my way. And just like that, Azira left the office with only a set of poor quality clothes, but free as a bird, or as free as someone with only 87 septims to their name can be. What to do, what to do? It won't keep me fed for very long. The silt strider will reduce my resources even more, I'm certainly not going to risk getting mugged on the road. I have to earn more money and then take care of that task. I suppose I don't have much say in this. The sooner I do it, the better. Azira nodded and walked towards Aril's trade house, standing out among other buildings for being the only one with the exception of Census and Excise office and the lighthouse that had more than one story. But first, breakfast. I'm starving. A name is important, that's true. Even if I were to ignore what Akadosh said, I can't just meet someone and go hi, I'm Ted. It doesn't fit a flying death machine. Except I'm not exactly a death machine yet, or flying. But what had Akadosh meant by saying my name will affect my life? He also mentioned I needed to direct my Thursday Let's see. First we have Aldu in. Destroy Devour Master. Fitting. Then there's Par Thursday Nax, Ambition Overlord Cruelty. Yeah, doesn't make sense, he's anything but that. How do I know what all of that means? I looked up those names once, but I certainly had not learned them. Ted looked up, as if directing his next words to the sky despite his underground location. Sheogorath. I blame you for all of this. You better hope we will never meet face to face, Daedric Prince or not. It was then that his stomach decided to remind the world of its existence. Ted winced. All right. That much he could understand. This handsome drake needs some grub. Ted made his decision and crawled over to the stairs, architectural constructions designed for humanoids' use. It was going to be a wearisome experience. After many curses in multiple languages, the human-turned dragon finally squeezed through the entrance, this time without any damage. Ted immediately shut his jaws. What the hell? I wanted to say that in English. Whatever he wanted to speak next was quickly forgotten, right ahead was a coast and only now Ted realized the only thing he knew about his new body was the proper name of the species. In a few seconds he arrived at the edge and looked upon the unnaturally undisturbed surface of the sea. His reflection stared back. He wasn't a revered dragon and that in itself was a relief, those were as ugly as dragons can get, even if you include Nerevarine. His golden scales and pale underbelly left no doubt about his species. So, an elder dragon, hey? That puts me in the middle of the hierarchy, I think. Unless we take this purple splotch as a reason to count me as a unique type. Indeed, scales above his green, glowing eyes were not golden, brown, or anything in between, but purple of all possible colors, which clashed terribly with the rest of his body. This discoloration covered the top of his head and horns. It kind of looked as if someone poured out a bit of paint on him. The dragon decided to ignore this oddity for the time being and instead turned around, hoping to spot something edible in his surroundings. Food was closer than he expected. Hello there. He said with a smile, observing a fish which foolishly tried to bite off his tail, even after so many hours. Slaughterfishes were known for their stubbornness, but not for intelligence. Now, how to cook you? Started Ted, but then stopped. Ugh, I don't have a way to do that. I suppose eating things raw will have to do until I find dragon-sized cooking equipment. He shrugged. Come to daddy. With those words Ted teared most of the fish away from his tail. Stubborn monstrosity refused to let go and ended up severed in two, tossed it into the air and let it fall into his open mouth. Sad part? He was still hungry. Eating is going to be problematic, thought Ted. Fishing won't do and there aren't that many big creatures in Vardenfell. Goors, Alits, bigger Quama. I think that's it. Even worse, I won't catch anything as long as I'm grounded. Ted sighed. I'm going to regret this, he thought, unfurling his wings. Ted was, without any doubt, the most pathetic dragon of all times. Getting a lift? No problem. Gliding? Easy. Turning? It was tricky, but eventually our hero figured out his tail served some purpose during flight. Landing? Gods, landing. No, 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 no. Thud. It doesn't matter how hard he tried, he always ended up kissing the ground. Also, as if his lack of skill wasn't terrible enough, for some unknown reason, powerful gusts of wind sooner or later disturbed his fragile balance in midair. In all honesty, it was to be expected, with so few trees in this land it was a miracle the air currents were gentle enough to fly at all. All right. Ted said to himself. One last time. I must remember to not fly too high. With one strong flap he was back in the sky. Dragon tilted his wings slightly, increasing his altitude. Once he found himself high enough, he relaxed and glided towards the mountains. From his previous flights he knew that, if he were flying in the opposite direction, he would see a lighthouse in the distance. It was probably the one in Sidanin. He decided against turning his head, this kind of movement would end badly. It was still beyond him how exactly was a massive lizard capable of flight, but he decided it was pointless to wonder about that, more likely than not the answer was magic. Flying wasn't about how much energy he put into flapping or about finding a good air current. It was about the position of the body. Even the smallest change of posture could alter his speed and direction, so precision was necessary. Slowly, but surely, Ted was learning what movements he couldn't afford. Good advice, if you ever find yourself turned into a dragon, never attempt to tuck in one wing while keeping the other fully open. That makes you spin out of control, if you are lucky. If you aren't lucky, well, let's just say you will look extremely stupid. Dragons are an amusing sight when they are flying backwards. Ted successfully reached the ridge of the mountain range and passed it. That, however, was as far as he was going to get in this flight. From the opposite side raised a cliff racer, which apparently came up with the same idea. Flying lizard crushed into Tamrielic version of pterodactyl. Normally it would end badly only for the latter, just like only the cyclist ends up in the hospital after a collision with the car. Unfortunately, the cliff racer hit Ted right in the snout. It's eating my face. While Ted gained some new, draconic instincts with his new body, he still had many that belonged to the humans. Attempting to remove with hands whatever stick to his face was sadly one of them. His subconscious move pulled his wings close to the torso. The proper name for this action is called diving. Which is not a good maneuver to do when the ground isn't that far. Thud. The only creature more miserable than Ted at this precise moment was Cliff Racer, now splattered on the rocks, and an Alit, which a few seconds earlier decided the future point of impact was a great place for a nap. At least now Ted knew just what to eat. I deeply regret my life choices. Howled Ted, withholding an urge to puke. At first he was hesitant to feast upon the thing. He was used to meat that in the last days spent more time in the freezer than breathing. Even preparing the food would be challenging, but he had to eat it raw. Convincing himself he was unlikely to find KFC out there and that he should fill his stomach at any price took him longer than the consumption itself. As soon as he tasted blood, everything went red. Now though, when he came to his senses and noticed how badly he mutilated the corpse, he almost threw up his entire meal. For Christ's sake, the entire head was missing. Skull and all. He wasn't sure whether he should be thankful or horrified about the primal part taking control for the time of his feeding. Ugh. At least I'm not so hungry anymore. Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't. Damn it. I think I'm going to be sick. With no other option left, Ted decided to take it easy and give his guts time to calm down. Distraction, distraction. Where is a distraction when you need one? Ah, got it. I must pick a name, and my main objective. According to Akadosh they should be connected. But why? Does the name somehow empower certain traits or skills? I guess so. It sure fits Alduin to have master in the name. And now, when I think about it, Parthunax was said to be cruel and ambitious before he felt remorse and decided to change his ways. Wasn't easy for him to do so too. Even Dernevir's name fits perfectly. Yes, there must be a connection. Looks like I need to find some purpose. Dragon I may be, but it's not going to be something about domination or destruction, thank you very much. I'll leave it to Malag Bal and Marons Dagon. But what else could a dragon do? Let's try different approach. My objective will affect my name will affect my Thursdayum. What kind of Thursdayum do I want? An answer to that question was simple enough. I want to have a great choice of shouts. I don't need mastery in any of them, just a wide selection. That's why the last Dragonborn wins in the end, that and because they have a shit ton of healing potions. Well, maybe it would be nice to have a bit more advantage at more hilarious shouts. I'm not going to give up good old fuss Aroda. There, that's my preferences. If this is what I would like to do with my Thursdayum, what kind of career should I choose? Fuck it, I don't know. No dragon would like to have no field of expertise. Ted frowned. He had trouble picking what to eat for breakfast each morning and now he had to pick the purpose of his life. Fun. Just like that, it dawned on him. His frown slowly turned upside down. Yes, that makes sense. In fact, this is perfect. Who said the name has to describe everything, if it can simply reflect the most important talent? A dragon that learns many shouts just for the sake of variety and curiosity. Yep, that's me. Now all I need to do is find 3 words that fit the best. I've got nothing. Oh well. I'm sure something will come up. I speak Dovahzul even when I don't mean to and Mr. Let's give my children a permit to enslave anything they wish to said the understanding of dragon language is natural to all of them. With his long mental monologue over, Ted decided it was about time to find a good place to rest. He wasn't planning on returning to the tomb, he wasn't a masochist. I'll need some decent altitude to spot something suitable. If I won't, I'll have to fly all the way to one of those big mountains to the north. muttered Ted to himself, taking to the air and soaring south. 5 minutes later the grumpy dragon decided he must take the longer trip. In this area there simply wasn't any cave not placed right next to the road, and more likely than not most of them were filled with thugs. Of course, just my luck. G. Ted froze, at least as much as it was possible while flying. What the hell? It sounds as if it's coming from. A green blur flied past him, almost startling him into making a maneuver that would surely end with him on the ground in a cracked skull. The dragon followed the falling object with his eyes. It was, no doubt about it, a wizard. Thud. Ouch. That must have hurt. It was then that Ted realized what the presence of this particular wizard meant for him. He appears only when a Nerevarine approaches the place of his impact. There's a hero nearby. Ted squinted his eyes and smiled. Indeed, there was a small dot right next to the gory mess which a few seconds earlier was Tarail, the inventor of the scroll of Icarian flight. He couldn't be sure due to distance, but it seemed the mighty future hero of Morrowind, unlike himself, could not keep their lunch after such gruesome sight. Can't really blame them. This is going to be interesting. I suppose this kind of entertainment will have to do without TV around, thought Ted while descending. Blood. So much blood. Oh, and vomit too. All Azira wanted to do was go to the swamp and gather some ingredients. She wasn't very good at alchemy, but she knew a thing or two. One way or another, she had to get rid of all those mushrooms she picked up. She hated mushrooms and mushrooms hated her, such is fate of those cursed with an allergy to the spores. But no, it wasn't enough for the divines to mock her with sneezing, she also had to end up covered in blood because it started raining mare. It got worse. Something very heavy hit the ground behind her. The Kajiat turned around and almost died on the spot from shock alone. Sup? Beautiful weather, isn't it? Except for the Bosmer wizards. I could do without those. Whatever the living legend said, it definitely wasn't in any language known to Ted. In fact, he would go as far as to claim he took a quick peek at the chest just to make sure he guessed right, spoke the same language unfortunate wizard did, Screamish. Next part was a bit of a surprise to Dragon, then Nerevarine pointed a shaking finger in his direction and, still screaming, shot a small lightning at his snout. It stung a bit, but did nothing else. At this sight, the Kajiat's screams got even louder. Can you please stop all this noise? Asked Ted. I don't have ears and yet you still make me wish I could tear them off. In response, the savior of land lifted her arms above her head and ran away into the swamp, still screeching like a banshee. Soon she disappeared in the bushes. Ted blinked. Nah. This can't be the Nerevarine. This whole land would be screwed. And with those words Ted took to the sky. Dragon. There are dragons in Morrowind. Azira was making her way through the swamp as if it was a straight road of highest quality. I thought they were a fairy tale. She jumped into a small pond on her way, too scared to waste time on walking around. Even Argonians would be impressed by her speed in the unfriendly environment. Why? She tripped and ended up with a mouthful of sand. After shakily standing up, Azira noticed there was a cold mass lying behind her. Another corpse. What's wrong with this place? Ground rushed towards her head and everything went dark. A/N. Ah, Tarail, nothing screams the end of the world as much as wizards falling from the sky. People who played Morrowind and turned left instead of right on the first crossroad surely know his location, but just in case we have readers less prone to wandering or booing games that have over 10 years, this unfortunate soul can be met in the swamp north of tutorial town of Sedanin. There's nothing interesting about him besides the spectacular way he smacks into the ground, scrolls of Icarian flight and famous pointy Colovian fur helm, known also as Nipple Hat. As you can see, Azira just found the body of Processus Vitellius, thus starting the quest Death of a Taxman. Also, notice Azira didn't rob the office like most of us did as part of the tutorial. I mean, seriously, what kind of person would give the guards reason to put them behind the bars right in the middle of acquiring an official pardon? Please, don't answer Kajiat, that's racist. I think in the next chapters I'll focus more on Azira and develop her character. There's simply not much going on with Ted at the moment, the phase of stumbling around comes to an end, however it's still not time for him to interact with other characters. Perhaps I'll change it, I have an idea, but we will see. Chapter 5, Baptism of Fire. Sorry about the long wait. First there were Christmas, at the end were university exams, kinda still are, but shhh. Don't question my life choices if you get profit from them, and in between I was learning how to draw manga. I'm afraid I have the problem of Leonardo da Vinci, many interests and quite a lot of talent, but as a result I hardly get anything done on time and can't focus on one thing for long. Looks like writing on Jadol just isn't my thing. Oh well. Another news, now I have a beta reader valiantly protecting the quality of this fanfiction. Big thanks to Deathlord92. All chapters except for the previous one are already edited. And now it's reviews time. Guessed, oh ho, not quite. That would be once two worlds will collide and Ted and Azira will have a true conversation. But yes, story is getting more complicated. This chapter is the last part of the warm-up, after that Nerevarine will truly begin her adventure with her arrival to Balmora. The nerd who likes Digimon, first of all, thanks for not 1, not 2, but 3 reviews. Now for all your concerns, starting from the beginning. Thank you, I appreciate your compliment. Yeah, I know, I'm bad with the usage of they, my biggest problem right next to tenses. Hopefully with my new beta reader aiding me that will no longer be a problem. Yes, the player will be a mage, although her path of advancement will be different from the one in the game, a bit more, let's say dramatic and unexpected. Nerevarine, the word is Nerevarine. Basically, Nerevarine is a reincarnation of ancient Dunmer warrior and saint, Lord Nerevar Indoril. Just like the protagonist of Skyrim is the Dragonborn and the one in Oblivion is the hero of Kvatch, the player character in Morrowind is called Nerevarine. For now that's all you need to know about the subject, it will be explained in the story in detail. Alright, thanks, I'll keep in mind Morrowind's fauna needs more explanations, it is quite different from the rest of the Tamriel. As for the holiday specials, well, that's not really my thing. I believe a holiday special should be just that, special. Unless I have a really good idea, I won't write such chapters. Besides, it's way too early for those, the story is just beginning and I never was a fan of big-time jumps. With that said, dig in. The stench of rotting flesh was the first thing that greeted Azira after reclaiming consciousness. As sad as it sounds, it wasn't the worst way she's ever woke up. She changed her mind as soon as she noticed a dead body right next to her and recalled just how she ended up here. This time her silent panic attack was very short, since it appeared she wasn't in any immediate danger. Bloody dragons, muttered Kajiat. I really hope it's just those mushrooms I found. Vardenfell is strange enough. After she managed to convince herself that the dragon was a hallucination, she tried the same for the part about the falling mage, but she still had some of his blood on her, as Ira focused her attention on the dead man. He was an imperial, probably in his 40s. The set of clothes he wore was of better quality than hers, but they had become worthless due to amount of blood covering them. As Ira wasn't a healer, but she did figured out a deep wound in his chest wasn't caused by a wildlife. This man was murdered, probably just a few days earlier, judging by the stink. She took a deep breath through her mouth and walked over to the corpse to search through his pockets. She might have been a bit unaccustomed to this kind of thing, one of the perks of living in Kvatch for many years, but someone who was poor their entire life learns to accept someone else's loss as their gain. That's just how the world works. Surprisingly enough, the supposed victim of a bandit still had money with them. And not just a few coins, but 200 septims. As Ira frowned. It wasn't a robbery, that much was clear. The identity of the man had not remained unknown for long. In another pocket she found a tax record of Sidonin with the name of an official, Processus Vitellius. A taxman, she thought. Few professions were despised as much as this one. As Ira wondered if anyone even knew he disappeared. To keep, or not to keep, that is the question. As Ira, just like most people, liked the concept of a nice number of septims falling into her hands without any strings attached. That, however, was the problem, she knew dead money rarely came up without any complications. If she were to keep the collected taxes, with her luck it would surely come up later in the future to bite her in the ass. Were 200 septims worth it? No, she decided once she entered the village. They weren't. Not after she just got out of prison. Captain Gravius. Started as Ira entering the office. The legionary looked at her above the stack of papers he was filling. Yes? I believe I explained everything there was to explain few hours ago. Is there something else? Kind of. You see, I was just collecting ingredients for a potion in the swamps, and I found the body of a taxman. He still had his documents. Gravius frowned, but he had shown no surprise at her words. I pretty much expected this to happen, no one saw a trace of him for the last 2 days. Legionary shook his head. I'll have to send some of my men for the body. Where exactly should they search? It's not well hidden, to be honest. An edge of a bigger island, right next to a boulder. Very well. Speak about this to Socucius Urgula, his superior. You already met him. I see. Thank you. As Ira left through the second door and entered the main building of the office. Thanks to her amazing determination and ability to ignore anything unimportant to her current main objective, she managed to pass through the unguarded room full of shiny things without taking anything. To be honest, it was a torture. It's one thing for a Kajiat to do so once, but to return later and find all those things still in place, without anyone even checking if everything is in the right place. That's just cruel. As it turns out, Urgala's pile of paperwork had not decreased in her absence. In fact, it might have even grown a bit. She knocked on the frame of the door to avoid startling him as much as the first time, but the result was similar. What is it? Just came in to inform you I found your taxman. Someone stabbed him and left the body in the swamp. Official immediately calmed down, which, however, didn't mean he was happy. I see. I shouldn't really be surprised. Me and Thavor of Idrino were the only ones in the town who liked him, not to mention his job made him a target for any outlaws in the area. After he went missing, it was clear something terrible had happened. Muttered Urgala and gave Azira a serious look. So, Vitellius was killed and robbed in the swamps. Not exactly. He was indeed killed there, because I hadn't noticed any trails of dragging, but he still had the collected taxes. Azira pulled out a small pouch and placed it on the desk. Much to her annoyance, he seemed flabbergasted. Was it really so strange, the sight of a Kajiat returning money to the authorities? He wasn't robbed? Strange. Oh. That was the reason of his expression. Never mind, Urgala was a good guy in her book. Perhaps she was a bit oversensitive. If it wasn't the work of bandits, then it must have been someone from the town. There's a murderer on the loose. Official took the pouch and put it away in one of the drawers of the desk. You know, miss. Azira. Nice or not, he definitely had a problem with remembering names. Yes, Miss Azira. I have a proposition for you. The death of Processus, due to him being a government employee, will be surely soon examined by Cellus Gravius and his men, but I'm afraid they will never find the murderer. You see, locals don't like legionaries. Uniform makes them reluctant to share rumors. You, on the other hand, are someone with no duties and known loyalties. Just another traveler. You want me to conduct an investigation. Wow, just wow. Prisoner in the morning, investigator in the evening. Looks like the gods had finally gotten around to making up for years of bad luck. Indeed. Processus was a friend of mine. I really shouldn't do this, since it's not exactly legal. Urgala's eyes wandered over to the soldier standing next to the door. He definitely had a lot of experience in guard duty, not every newbie can sleep and stand straight at attention at the same time. But no one is going to find out if Processus' last payment, which he was about to receive today, would become a reward for the person who finds his murderer. He surely wouldn't mind. I'll also add a little bonus from my own pocket. You don't have to apprehend the criminal, just find out proof and deliver it to Captain Gravius. What do you say? Azira considered the pros and cons. The only thing she was likely to lose was time, but, despite her eagerness to deliver the package to Balmora in reasonable time, she wasn't in too much of a hurry. There was also the possibility of danger, but all of Morrowind was dangerous for a lone Cagiate, so nothing new there. The potential gain far exceeded the risks. I suppose I can at least try. We have a deal. Splendid. Perhaps you should talk to Princess's girlfriend first. She lives in the lighthouse. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must return to my work. Her talk with Thavra Vidrino was a somber one. The Dunmer woman was already worried because of Princess's long absence. It was a shame Azira hadn't included the loss of a relatively good mood among the cons before she made the deal. It took her at least a half hour to calm Thavra down. I just don't understand why anyone would hurt him. He was the calmest person I ever knew. Thavra also had the tendency to stray from the subject. I have no doubt. Did he have any enemies? Was he arguing with anyone recently? Enemies? The townspeople didn't like him, but it never got more serious than the usual aversion of imperial representatives. And yes, he was arguing with some people a few days ago. It was normal, it always happened when he came to gather taxes. Fargoth and that Argonian, fine mouth, kept telling the taxes were too high. Foreign Gillith even had audacity to claim that Princesses was scheming off the top for himself. Uncouth brute. Azira realized Vidrino wasn't going to be of any more help, not in this state. Perhaps what she learned would be enough. She had had enough of her shrill voice, too. Interesting. I'll look into this. I believe you should rest, Miss Vidrino. You were of great help. Not. Turns out Thavra actually had something useful for her. Shame she decided to say so at the very end. Oh, one more thing. Please, if you find it, can you bring me back his ring? I gave it to him a few months ago and he had always worn it since. At least I would have something to remember him by. Of course. Azira left the lighthouse. There was no ring on the body, she realized. She was sure of it. It appears the murderer did steal something. But why, if not for a profit? That gave her a clue, not a great one, but it was good enough. Still, not much to go on. Hold on, hadn't she found a tax record on the body? Azira pulled out the list. Princesses Vitellius. Sidonian census in Excise office. Aril, 450 drakes, paid. Duren Thyrelas, 200 drakes, paid. Eldafire, 130 drakes. Erin Lenim, 78 drakes, paid. Fargoth, 111 drakes. Finemouth, 54 drakes. Foreign Gillith, 225 drakes. Indral Rathryan, 127 drakes, paid. Terroris Grivane, 98 drakes paid. Thavra Vidrino, 134 drakes, paid. Vajunius Nukius, 87 drakes. Hey. So the people who had been arguing with the taxman still hadn't paid their taxes. Foreign Gillith's debt was much bigger than the others. Azira had an idea of who she should talk to next. Crito, I'm not a scholar. I'm a batlemage. I don't analyze things, I burn them. Bah. I don't care, Granius. You are the only one in the group who reads them books. So tell me, is this thingy worth anything? How should I know? Just take it to the city and check prices, the vendor's prices. Moron. I must know how much is it worth. If it's rare, it might get us a great deal of gold. If you don't know, then I'll have to take it to a collector. All of them would say it was worthless, even if it was not, because either they didn't know or because they didn't want to pay too much. That's how collectors buy things. Ted just shook his head. Bandits. Bloody idiots. After a short flight, our hero managed to find a good place to call a temporary home, a big mountain close to Balmora, but not too close. Yes, it was the same mountain over Fort Moonmoth. The one with more ruins on the top. He couldn't remember the name, but it was definitely something that sounded like a cat choking on a mouse. Aldmer cities had such odd names. The place was perfect. Close enough to civilization for him, but not too close for civilization to him. If there's one thing Parthunax was right about, it was that dragons like mountains. There's just something special about looking at the world from the very top, laughing at all insignificant dots called NPCs. There were only two things Ted disliked about the location. There was an already mentioned imperial fort at the bottom of the mountain and a smuggler den in the ruins. Legionaries weren't a problem. How often did guards look up in search of enemies? Almost never, that's why those damned cliff racers were so common. Smugglers, on the other hand. If he could, he would collapse the entry to the underground, thus saving potential travelers from bandits and slightly increasing an average IQ level of citizens of Morrowind. Sadly, such feat was still impossible to him, not to mention this place was important to Nerevarine's quest. If Falling Wizard's presence was any indicator, it was this particular year that the Nerevar Reborn arrived to Vardenfell, even if that Cagiate wasn't the hero himself. The point is, how stupid must a bandit be to not notice a giant lizard hanging in the air right above you? No, I told you many times already. Riemann Cyrodiil isn't the greatest hero of Tamriel. Face it, Crito, Gaiden Shinji is overrated. Arg. I can't believe I have to work with such idiots. Granius, if you will open any of your fancy books about combat, you will find Shinji's name on one of the first 20 pages. So? Most books for some strange reason aren't even that long. Okay, now they argue about great heroes. That's enough. Rarg. Exclaimed Ted, slamming into the ground in front of the smugglers. Both Imperials gave him their full attention. You are both wrong. The greatest hero of all times is Pelinal Whitestrake. For the love of whatever god you believe in, he was a time-traveling robot who was sent to the Merithic era to deep six an evil sorcerer demigod. You cannot become more awesome than that. Both mortals took up defensive positions. But Riemann created an empire. So? Empires rise and fall. Which empire do we have? The third? Fourth? I lost count. Shinji built an arena in the Imperial City. His accomplishment stands strong and proud to this day. Don't make me laugh. The very fact you stand here today and argue with me instead of working in the mines of Cyrodiil for the elves is a result of Pelinal's fight. There's only one thing more epic than his battle against Umaril. Both bandits looked at each other with eyes filled with curiosity. What would that be? Asked the chief, Kruto. The story in which Pelinal, Riemann and Shinji used the Elder Scrolls to travel through the ages to the time of Plain Meld in order to kick Malag's ass. And that's how fanfiction was created in Tamriel, thought Ted with a smile. Now he only needed to make it a reality. Rarg! Exclaimed Ted, slamming into the ground in front of the smugglers. Both Imperials gave him their full attention. Dragon! Kill it! Oh come on! An older Imperial, Granius, threw a small fireball at his chest. To be honest, Ted didn't even flinch. There wasn't much mana behind that spell, touching a heated pan in his human form was more painful. Bandit 1 uses the fireball, Dragon weathers the blow, stated calmly the future winner of the confrontation. The other bandit smacked his companion on the head. Idiot! It's a dragon, they're not afraid of fire. Granius started to shake so badly he almost lost his cuirass, which was a great achievement in itself. I'm out of here. Come back here, coward! Screamed Kruto after the battle mage, who was already jumping into the relatively safe depths of Arnhand. The bandit chief glared at the dragon troll. I hope you ate a tasty meal, dragon. It was your last. Tonight, you will be the meal to my band. Geez, are you even sure you are an Imperial? You sound just like a Nord or maybe even an Orc. It's all lies. My dad was an Imperial merchant. Ray. Yep, definitely an Orc, thought Ted, getting his head out of the reach of the man's axe. Sadly, Kruto was in a state in which he no longer cared where his weapon would strike, as long as it would be the enemy. What transpired after that caused a great shame and discomfort to Ted every time he recalled this event in the future. For a second time he saw the world through the red glasses of murder and, well, let's just say it was going to be painful to get rid of the bandit's cuirass once Ted would have to go to the toilet. This is the place. Foreign's house. Perhaps house was a generous term. The shack was losing terribly against weather and time. It was strange that someone with such poor living conditions had to pay taxes exceeding 200 septims. Aril, the richest person in town, had to pay only twice as much. She knocked. Come in, it's open. The inside wasn't much better than the outside. A hammock, small table, and some sacks with food could be found. No real floor, just well-trodden soil. Add the poorly dressed, annoyed Dunmer in the middle of it all and the picture is complete. Who are you? I haven't seen you before. Fortunately Azira came up with a good excuse before entering. It was also time to channel her inner Khajiit speak. She had no idea why most of her kind spoke in third person, and in her opinion it always made them sound foolish, but now it would be helpful. This one is Azira, a friend of Thavra of Idrino. Thavra asked Azira to help her search for Processus Vitellius. Azira was told you two have spoken recently. Do you know where he is? His look of slight annoyance, which, now that she thinks about it, was a default expression for most Dunmer, yielded to perplexity and then to a sneer. Foreign crossed his arms. I think you already know the answer to that question, Khajiit. Ask openly or not at all. Am I really so easy to read? Well, here goes nothing. Do you know anything about his death? You're damn right I did that fetcher in, and a good thing too. Proclaimed Foreign with pride. Azira just gaped. Is he for real? That thief was overcharging us all on our taxes and keeping the difference for himself. Ask anyone and they will confirm that bastard was showing off his wealth every time he could, just to mock us. All those from the office are the same. Are you mad? Azira completely neglected further acting. You killed a man just because he was a prick. I killed him because he was a prick, and a thief. I had no doubts of what I wanted to do when he took an evening stroll through the swamp. I had no need for his ill-begotten gold, so I left it with him. Answered Foreign without remorse, although the smirk was now gone from his face. And what about Thavra? She cried a river when I told her what happened. This managed to make Gilith win CE. She wasn't to blame in all of this. Muttered Dunmer, finally appearing slightly regretful. I knew it would cause her pain, but the opportunity was too great. Believe me, in the end he would make her miserable anyway. Foreign pulled out something from his pocket. I have his ring, I think she gave it to him. I didn't know how, but I knew I had to somehow give it back to her, I couldn't just leave it on the body. She deserves to at least have it back. His face hardened and he squinted his eyes. Azira took a step back. So, how many people are you going to tell it? Just Vidrino, or perhaps also the guards? Azira took a deep breath and smiled broadly. Not at all. I completely understand. I see. Nope. He didn't fell for it. It's interesting how fast a single object can advance to the very top of the list of most important things in your life. For some it's a pet. Most of the time, it's a very special person. Others have a worthless piece of paper upon which their idol wrote their signature. As for Foreign and Azira, at this specific moment said object happened to lie on the nearby table. The latter wanted to get away from it and former to stick it into his guest's body. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm sure you wouldn't enjoy being stabbed with a sharp fork either. Azira definitely didn't. The Khajiit yelped and took a step back, holding her bleeding left hand. The Dunmer decided to not give her a chance of retaliation and lunged towards her. There was only one thing she could do being cornered like this. As soon as her palms rested on Foreign's face, he screamed like your average character in a horror movie and fell to the floor due to incredible pain. The skin was peeling off his face, revealing muscles beneath, which already started to fuse with the skull, while the eyeballs. Oh, wait, that's Quirrell, not Foreign. Really? Fire bite spell? Just, really? Foreign asked. Even with Azira's hands still covering his face she was sure he only raised one eyebrow and nothing besides that has changed. He even still had the freaking eyebrows to raise, for God's sake. How? This was always enough in bar fights. Questioned Azira, trying to hold onto her courage. This wouldn't be easy, the only close distance destruction spell she ever bothered to learn was a dud. You do realize we Dunmers have a strong resistance to fire, right? Comes with living on a volcanic island and getting your race blessed by tribunal. Deadra shit. Then I guess it's time for my other bar fight trick. Out came the claws and then shit hit the fan. It is a miserable experience for most sentient beings, to come to their senses surrounded by blood and human body parts. It can only get worse on one condition, if the missing parts are in your stomach. Oh god. Looks like they're going to leave it soon enough. Disgusting sounds of organic nature. We shall skip the inner monologue inside Ted's head. At this point it consisted mostly of the word no repeated over and over again. Honestly, that's perfectly normal. In Ted's opinion, some things just shouldn't be done, no matter if it's in real life, a game, or even a dream. Dropping a sex bomb on your own mother. Introducing an 8-year-old to drugs. Eating someone, in a nonsensical way, at least. So, whether a hallucination or reality, what just happened was a solid blow to our protagonist's psyche. Still, once he was done vomiting human meat, he still could at least find some solace in the fact it wasn't his conscious decision. That sadly only meant he now had to be wary of losing himself in battle. So far Ted ended up in 3 fights. In the first one he panicked as soon as he received a paper cut and fled. In the second he kept a cool head, and ended the battle with it, but only because his opponent was a one-hit skeleton, and they didn't really pose much danger, as long as it's a world made by Bethesda and not Toby Fox. In the last fight, he tore apart his enemy and ate most of his body in a primal rage. As you can see, his track record wasn't good. Would the same happen next time he was forced to defend himself? Mind you, he had no intention of starting a fight he couldn't finish or for a stupid reason. No, an attempt to create fanfiction in Tamriel was a really good reason. Shut up. After all, some things are just bound to make people fight you, screaming you are a Christian in front of ISIS terrorists, walking into a bad neighborhood at 3 in the morning, having an ugly face. Being a dragon of all things is also on that list. Someone was going to attack him sooner or later. For now he could only pray this butchering was a one-time thing. Finally, Ted was able to calm himself down. The gross aftertaste of vomit was still present though. A trip to the river to take a drink was in order. Ugh. That was officially the most disgusting experience of my whole life. Concluded Ted. As an afterthought he added, looks like the descriptions were right. Human meat does taste like sweeter beef. Oh no, why have I said that? Here comes a second wave. Thud. In all honesty, once Ted saw what exactly he spitted out, he was actually wishing it was a bandit's head for example. Instead, in the puddle of vomit, lied a small cube-shaped metal object, now slightly bended and sizzling from stomach acid of the only creature that could eat a manhole and still digest his armor. The dragon's eyes widened in realization at what exactly he had damaged. Oh no. There, at his feet, lied an object that once was known as the Dmer puzzle box of Arnhand. I fucked up the main quest. A/N. Here it is, the 5th chapter. Personally, I think it lacks something. Perhaps Azira is not very lively written. I could take more time with this, but you guys already waited long enough. Don't worry, the next chapter shouldn't take a lot of time, I already have over 10k words, yeah, that's one big chapter, I'll most likely split it into 2. I noticed that almost every chapter is at least slightly longer than the previous and the same goes for 6th. I guess that's a good sign. As you see, the Death of a Taxman quest is pretty much completed. Not much was changed from game version besides the conversations. Also, in the game Foreign Gilith fights us only with bare fists, but damn, on the first level he is surprisingly dangerous, kept knocking me down and dealing a lot of damage when I couldn't defend myself. It appears Azira is your typical lawful good character, at least for now. There's a chaotic streak in her, that's for sure, but I decided it would be realistic for her to keep low profile and don't take risks with breaking the law. Won't stay that way for very long, I find lawful good boring. Ted went and made a mess again, this time possibly one with grave consequences. As for bandits, in the game the Batlemage is the one that stands watch in front of the entrance to the ruins of Arnhand, the first big dungeon most of us explores in the game, right next to the Dmer bridge the players use to get there. Krito is the leader of bandits, he is the only person in the same room in which we find the Dmer puzzle box for the main quest. Well, I guess that would be enough lore for this chapter, there wasn't much this time. The next chapter is special, Azira arrives to Balmora, first big city we see in Morrowind, meets Caius Cosadas and the best case T-line in the history of the Elder Scrolls truly begins, kind of. It's not yet time for her to gather intel on the big bad. Chapter 6, that Khajiit is a spy. And here we are, in the 6th chapter, by the way, as of right now all chapters were edited by Deathlord 92, so it's time to celebrate, bring your cheese people. Originally it was going to be longer, but when it reached 10k words, I decided it's too long and cut it in half. Good thing I did so, the other half is still growing. I just can't find a good place to finish. Guessed, oh yes, it was. Now Ted cannot simply sit back and watch even if he wanted to, because if something goes wrong, it will be his fault. LE gasp. The nerd who likes Digimon, as far as I know, the Dmer puzzle box from the main quest of Morrowind is just like the ones you can find in Skyrim, we never see it in action in-game, so its function is unknown. Yep, I do like characters with chaotic good alignment. She must be good, that's kind of necessary for this fanfic, but let's not forget Khajiits go wherever they want. In here claws are very strong, just like you wouldn't want to fight with a tiger in real life, you wouldn't want to pick a fist fight with catfolk. Yes, do buy Morrowind. The game will annoy you many times with some strange mechanics, stupid leveling system and ordinators attacking simply because they don't like your helmet, but all of that only increases your satisfaction when you do beat it. And no, you can't do that in 5 minutes. The video used that as a clickbait. You see, remember that falling wizard? He had scrolls of Icarian flight, which temporarily increased acrobatic skill by few hundreds, allowing you to jump across all of Vardenfell, if you wished to. The thing is, it won't protect from fall damage, so unless you cast a special spell, which is unlikely you will know on first level, you are done for. Another difficulty in Morrowind is that you can actually fail main KST line, either by selling quest items or killing wrong people. The main goal however can be reached even if you bypass the KST line. Don't worry, I kept it vague, you only need to gather 2 items from certain dungeons, go to the final boss and use them in specific way along with potions to counteract the effect of items damaging your health over time. So, not really a matter of 5 minutes. Guessed, I'm not discouraged. In fact, I have done several chapters in advance, just in case I'll hit a writer's block so that I can keep up with the schedule. I'm also not doing bad when it comes to views, even if I wish I had more followers, favorites, and reviews. Short hiatus was caused by me having a lot on my plate and not by a lack of interest in writing. This chapter is mostly an exposition. Sorry, Morrowind players, but we need to teach those Skyrim why exactly Morrowind is superior and factions are a large part of this. And then we can finally bring them back to the light side of the game force, where they do know what Enwa means. So here it is. Balmora. It's pretty much exactly what she expected from Dunmer City, to be honest. A house can say a lot about the people living inside. Azira wasn't an architect, but just looking at those buildings made her understand local mindset. There were no excessive decorations, but at the same time those sturdy constructs held a certain elegance to them. People of Balmora cared about the proper appearance, but they valued stability over beauty, something that distinguished them from their distant cousins, Altmers. Whatever. They might as well be the same for her, both races were full of assholes with pointy ears. Hey, kitty, if ya heat now what is good for ya will. What I was saying. Thud. Needless to say, the first impression was terrible. At least he was drunk enough to only mumble something and pass out. She was too tired to care anymore though. Sure, she got her freedom back, gained the money Urgala promised her, 500 septims, so she was set for quite a long time if she were to control her expenses, as well as receive 2 bottles of standard healing potions from Thavor of Idrino for Taxman's ring, but everything else was just too much. First there was a falling mage, then a dragon, then a dead body, which led to investigation and almost to another dead body, this time either hers or that of the murderer. In the end Foreign Gillith was fine, covered in scratches and cuts so terrible the captain asked her if she was secretly a werewolf, but barely. He may have had a sharp fork, but in the end it proved inferior to claws. That's why you shouldn't challenge Khasiats in boxing, kiddos. Azira won at the cost of a shallow wound on her arm, which should heal soon enough. Still, when during the struggle she punctured his throat, she almost died of fright, thinking she killed the guy and was about to end up in prison with life sentence. And then came the travel by Siltstrider or, as Azira called it, a big flea. The cost wasn't a problem, price was just small enough to not be outrageous, 50 septims, she was still sure she got scammed, her rather lavish dinner costed only 12, it's not often you celebrate being pardoned and getting out of prison. Not that she cared, with 535 septims in her pocket. It was fast too, it brought her to Balmora in just 3 hours, which on foot would take her much longer, possibly an entire day, if she didn't get lost, that is, note to self, buy a map. She couldn't even complain about the quality of the trip, despite the incredible speed, the shell of massive flea wasn't rocking too much and the caravaner was nice, not just by Dunmer standards, but also imperial. Nah. It was just weird. Do you know how one controls the Siltstrider? By poking its brain with a rod. No, seriously, that's how it's done. The shell of Siltstrider is carved so that it forms seats for driver and passengers, some space for luggage and in the front there is a hole leading straight to Beast's brain. Darvemhlaren assured her there's no pain involved, but still. It was getting dark already and, judging by the dark clouds over her head, she was about to get drenched. She didn't know how long it would take her to find this Chaos Cosadas. Back at Aril's trade house in Sidonina Scout told her to ask at South Wall Corner Club, since they knew the most about such things. Now however, looking at dark streets and changing weather, she decided the search can wait until morning. Right now this Khasiat had to find some grub and bed for the night. 10 minutes later she was already resting in her room in Lucky Lockup, a tavern conveniently located just next to the Siltstrider platform. As she was slowly falling asleep, with her head on an actual pillow for the first time in months, she couldn't help but wonder what awaits her in the near future. Should she even stay in Morrowind? Of all the provinces of the Empire it was the most hostile to her kind. Her small coin purse, now full of gold and resting safely under the pillow, would be enough to get her to mainland, no doubt about it. But what then? Return to Kvatch, where everyone remembers her as a thief or a beggar at best. That is, if her small delivery is truly her only condition of freedom. Knowing the mechanics of the Empire. Needless to say, even with all excitement of this day it took poor Khasiat some time to fall asleep. Ted was making art. Alright, that might be too generous. A few lines made in the ash substituting for earth on this mountain with strokes of the wing weren't truly worthy of such term and the subject didn't strictly fit into boundaries of classic or even modern art. Be that as it may, the former human put all of his brain power, new instincts, and creativity into this single task, so we might as well call it that. What task was it? Finding a name for himself. 3 words in Dovahzul that would describe him and determine the limits of his power until the end of his life. Because if this adventure was indeed real, chances of becoming human again were at 0. Akadosh was right, Dovahzul became natural for him. If he spoke to himself, from time to time he caught himself replacing English words with the language of dragons. It wasn't conscious however, once he said a term that didn't have a direct translation and was struck with a minor headache, since his more human part of the brain couldn't understand it and the dragon one did. That proved to be a nuisance, mortals and Dova were truly nothing alike. At first it also was hard to translate words he deemed fitting to describe himself, only after a while he found out it was about the lack of focus rather than a lot of it. Dovahzul was a river that wasn't going to just flow in the way he ordered, it was about changing the situation, so that it would flow in desired direction simply because it was for the best. If that makes any sense. In the end he came up with 2 full names and 2 words that needed a noun as the third. Ted looked at 2 first names. Kel Lean Balog. Kel Tavunjanyik. He wasn't particularly happy with them. ElderScroll, World, Guardian. Sounds nice, but too serious. And the other one, ElderScroll, Story, Traveler, that's just a mouthful. Ted looked at the beginning of the third name. It looked very promising. Rodheim. Word forging, exactly what I have in mind. But what about the third word? Ah, it's one of the times he wished he could still reach his head with his limbs. He can't even scratch his head. Perhaps in, Master. Nah, too proud. Crow, Mage, is nice, but not really fitting and it's terrible as last word. Sonon is too long, even though I do like singing and music. Mindall, Schemer, is also too much and it would make everyone with knowledge of Dovahzul think I'm some sort of evil mastermind. Or worse, politician. Similar problem would be with Rathiamufiak, word forging troll is a bit on the nose. Ugh. If I won't find a good word, one close to Schemer, but not malicious, of the right length as well, I'll have to go with Rathiamcall, word forging champion. Still too damn proud. Ted sighed. He really liked the sound of it, Rathiam. If only he had found a fitting word. The dragon shrugged and decided to leave this problem to the future Ted. For now he decided to sit back and relax in the rays of rising sun. As we mentioned, our hero was a city guy and he definitely wasn't an early bird. As a result, he never bothered to wake up before dawn only to see world's biggest bulb in light in the urban landscape. Here it was different. Last night he did fell asleep, but, at the same time he kinda didn't. He was aware of his surroundings all the time, so one could say he was awake, however his mind was resting, not thinking about anything, just, observing. Ignoring everything as long as nothing of importance was nearby. As soon as one of the bandits tried to leave somewhere around 2 in the morning, he immediately snapped head in his direction, making an outlaw yelp and jump back into the depths of the ruins. He woke up an hour before dawn, fully rested and a bit confused. Freaking transformation probably messed up his sleep cycle. Also, other bad news, a lot of this was exactly like Akadosh described, which was making his last line of defense from mental breakdown, coma theory, even weaker. Of course he still had his priorities in order. Before he indulged in geek activities, he had to take care of the triple S, shave, shit, shower. Well, now until further notice it was just 2. He didn't as well have to do third this time. There was a nice rain in the evening, and that's great. The closest natural water reservoirs were the Ode River and Lake Amaya, and both were way too close to civilization. After a short ethical and philosophical debate with himself he decided taking care of the second need pigeon style was a bit rude, even for him, so he just found in some forgotten corner in the mountains and did his business, after which he returned to the temporary nest. He planned to repeat it in the very same place for a long time just so that one day someone will give the place an amusing name. That sort of goal says a lot about Ted. All things considered, the sunrise was nice, almost worthy of a painting. Would be better without chunks of human meat in the picture, though. That reminds him, he should do something about it. Leaving such a mess felt wrong. Hummed Ted. Perhaps I should figure out fuss sooner rather than later. Legionaries of Moonmoth Fort, I hope you have umbrellas. Ted weather broadcast foretells a short, but intense rain of gore. Oh, wait, first I'd have to move it to the other side of that bridge right here. I forgot there's a small caldera between the mountain and the fort. Damn it, nice phrase was totally wasted. Whatever, those chunks must disappear. Hey. So it wasn't a dream. At first, when Azira woke up in comfy bed instead of stinking cell, she couldn't believe how fortunate she was. Perhaps the gods were indeed making up for 2 decades of bad luck after all. Her first day in Morrowind might have been challenging, but also profitable. So far she had no regrets. After that small moment of weakness yesterday, today she woke up full of energy and determination to see it through. After a moderate breakfast, moderate, as moderate as a third meal since leaving imprisonment can be, she decided to take care of her only task so that she can peacefully figure out her next objective. From the innkeeper, who had a name so intricate she hadn't even bothered to try to remember it, she learned that the South Wall Corner Club was in Labor Town, the poor district of Balmora. And so she headed there immediately. She already knew she wasn't welcomed here. Almost everywhere she looked Dunmers glowered at her in suspicion. To think that recently she thought Kvatch was bad. Was all of Morrowind like that? Her sensitive ears caught several terms she already learned to recognize as Dunmer insults and one particular word, Outlander. Oh joy, these people were so xenophobic there was probably an entire branch of academic study just about it. Fortunately for her, that was typical only for the commercial district. The city of Balmora, as she would later learn, was divided into 3 districts: High Town, situated on a hill to the northwestern part of the city, Commercial District, which was directly connected to it, and finally Labor Town, which was separated from the Commercial District by the Ode River, perfectly dividing the city into 2 halves. The west half was an original, old settlement and as a result most of the Dunmer lived there. The eastern part sprung up very recently, in the last 13 years, to be exact. That number isn't accidental and it repeats all across Vardenfell, however we will explain it later on. Since there was no more place for new buildings in the Commercial District in High Town, Labor Town was inhabited mostly by new settlers, both mainland Dunmers and other races. Thanks to that, Azira could finally relax after crossing one of the several bridges over Ode, even though she entered the part of the city in which without any doubt crime was a much bigger problem than in the western half. After a few turns she finally found herself in front of the South Wall Corner Club. As the name suggests, the place was right next to the south wall of the city. The building's condition wasn't good, even by standards of this half of Balmora. It was also shoddy, yes, a big letter is justified. The whole place was definitely one of those taverns where illegal operations took place often, maybe even on a daily basis, since the other taverns she noticed in Balmora actually looked respectable. Right next to the door was your typical Dunmer banner, which was basically a piece of cloth with the name written in Didrik, or was it Dunmeri? The point is, she couldn't read this weird language, it wasn't Tamrielic. She couldn't even tell for sure where one should begin reading. Luckily, someone came up with a smart idea of adding a picture for the illiterate and those miserable souls, who ended up in Morrowind without the knowledge of whatever sorry excuse for a written language the locals used. Someone else came up with an even better idea and just added South Wall Corner Club and Tamrilik under the original text. Upon entry Azira started to cough from how much smoke was in the air. It was a specific smell, not that of normal fire, but rather drugs. She blurted out. Go downstairs and ask Bakala Clausius. The guild doesn't deal with those things, it's his side business. It appears that the only person in sight, a middle-aged Nord woman in a brown robe, took her word as a question. She wasn't in the proper bar yet. To her left were stairs to private rooms and in front began a corridor leading to lower levels. That's not what I'm here for. I'm searching for someone and I was told some people here could give me directions. Anyone important? As long as it's not a special case, that kind of info is free of charge. His name is Caius Cosadas. That's all I know besides that he lives in the city. Nord frowned. Cosadas. I heard that name before. Ah, yes. Boss and Clausius both know the man. I don't know what his connection with Sugar Lips Habasi is, but I'm sure the publican provides him with skooma. Ask either one of them, maybe one of them knows where he lives. All right, thanks, answered Azira and headed downstairs. The bar was surprisingly quiet and calm for such a shady place. No hostile, racist thugs and no druggies in sight. Sure, there were several suspicious figures in cloaks and light armor, but that's given. Azira started to believe that the place had a lot of regulars. This scent is unfamiliar. And that scout leaning on the counter must be Habasi. She was dressed in. Well, it was some form of armor, but one she had never seen in Cyrodiil. It definitely wasn't made of metal, rather some sort of shell. Something local most likely. The fellow Khajiit had light brown fur mixed with white, a quite common coloration, much like her brown stripes. Another similarity, she was a Suthayrat too, a common breed of Khajiit alike and built to races of man, but with cat-like feet, which differs them from the other most common breed, Cathay. A new face is amongst us. One with fur too. Interesting. Say, what is your name? I'm Azira. Habasi. Say, this one happened to hear some of your talk with Soddled. You searching for someone? Hey. Her hearing was magnificent even for a Khajiit. Yes. Do you know where Caius Cosadas lives? Habasi's eyes widened and her lips twisted into small smirk. You are one of Caius' associates. Fohohoho. Habasi sees. Stated Habasi, but not elaborating on this comment despite Azira's questioning look. In that case guess Habasi can help you. He lives in the northeastern part of Labor Town. Turn right after leaving the corner club through the front door, walk forward to the very end, turn left and walk some more. He lives in the last house on that street, and has only one floor. Thank you, really. I can't imagine how long it would take me to find it. No problem. When you meet him, tell him I might call in a favor in the near future. Things are getting heated in Balmora. Oh okay. Goodbye. This one believes see you soon fits better. So until next time, sister. Habasi seemed happy to see another of her kind, wondered Azira on her way out. She's probably from some Khajiit community. Maybe even elsewhere. Elsewhere. To Azira that name meant nothing. She was born and raised in Cyrodiil. There weren't many Khajiit in Kvatch and because of that she never even picked up that distinctive speech pattern. As stupid as that sounds, she thought of herself as an imperial with fur. That doesn't change the fact that she always felt some kind of regret for her lack of knowledge about the origin of her own race. Whenever a subject of warm southern sands came up in any talk, she went silent. Most would mistake it for being reminiscent, but it was simply shame. The way Habasi acted towards her simply because she was a Khajiit as well made her feel that way too. Here we are, talking about past, while our not very heroic heroine already found the house. Knock, knock. For a second there was no answer. After a moment, a muffled click was heard from the other side and the door half opened to reveal a bald man in his 50s. For someone in his age he was quite muscular, which was easy to notice due to the lack of a shirt. Seriously, a six-pack, he wore simple brown pants and shoes. And he was looking at her suspiciously. I do not know you. Who are you? Are you here with some sort of leaflet? I do not care about those, get lost. Geez. No, I have a package for you. Caius Cosadas, right. A message? Fine, come in, but no sudden moves. I don't like strangers in my house. Who does? The interior of the house was messy and cramped, as expected of a poor skooma addict. There was only one room. A few chests, a small bench, a tiny table and one chair next to it, a bedside table, and a bed were the only furniture. There were a few sacks piled in the corner. Several empty bottles were scattered all over the place. A drug addict and a drunkie. She was going places. Also, was it a moon sugar on the table? Before we begin, close the door. She did. I meant close and lock. Ugh, for God's sake. That's better. Now. You said you have a package for me. Azira pulled a small bundle out of the pocket in her pants and handed it over to the Imperial wordlessly. The drunkard took the package and removed the wrapping on the top. She couldn't see what was inside and Cosadas was keeping one eye on her the whole time, so she just decided to leave it alone. From how the package felt it most likely contained clothes. Why the Emperor would need her to deliver a bundle of clothes to some drunkard was beyond her. The Imperial pulled an envelope from the package and put the rest on his bed. Azira raised an eyebrow, it had a big, very complicated wax seal that resembled the Imperial dragon. Receiver nodded. Everything looks legitimate. He mumbled, and then added in warmer tone, can you turn around so that I can read it without witnesses? All is in order, but I'd rather stay cautious. Can't I just go? I was only told to deliver the package. No, not until I read it. Azira huffed and turned around. Now all she could see was a wall. The man sure took his sweet time with that letter. After at least 15 minutes of looking at nothing in particular, filled with occasional rustle of paper, he graciously allowed her to face him again. Interesting indeed. So. Your name's Azira, correct? A Khajiit with no trade and of unknown parentage. She flinched. The letter. It said something about her? Gods, what had she stepped into? Why yes. Akatosh, please, don't let it be one of those kill the messenger messages. I have a proposition for you. One that is, if I may say so, quite hard to refuse, given the situation. This letter says the Emperor wants me to make you a novice in the blades. And just like that, Azira's poor brain was overloaded. And that means following my orders. The question is, are you ready for so much responsibility? Azira's reply came without any thinking. Wait. Kosada's palm met his face. The recruits these days. Listen. I know that's a lot to take in, but that's just the way things are. The Emperor himself pointed you out to join our ranks. But I am no fighter. I don't know anything, I'm just a nobody. Which is one of the reasons you will fit in nicely. Those blades in shining armor that guard the Emperor? That's just our order's official face. Blades are spies first and foremost. People that don't stand out. Nobodies. Azira started to shudder. I don't know. I've never. I just. Calm down. Said Kosada's implacating voice. Here, take a seat. Khajiit collapsed on the only chair in the house. The pupils of her eyes were so big her green irises were almost gone. Stop it, really. You are in no danger. Take a deep breath. We have time. I'm good. Mostly. Ask away then. Her first question was obvious. Why specifically me? You simply met certain criteria. Some of them are obvious, like the lack of attachments. I'm afraid anything besides that in the subject is classified for now. Kosada sat on his bed. Anything else? Just what would this job entail? We are the Emperor's eyes and ears in the provinces. We watch his enemies, seek weaknesses, make reports and, if an order comes, we strike. Imperial smiled. Our job also involves nice payments and an early retirement, if you are into those things. That wasn't really a proposition, wasn't it? Afraid not. Now, before you are told anything else, I must receive a confirmation. Are you ready to follow the orders I give in the name and for the glory of the Emperor? Azira, now more or less calm, but still a bit depressed at how little control she had over her life, sighed. I guess I might as well agree just to make things simple. Yes. I'll follow your orders. Good. Welcome to the service, novice Azira. You're now one of the blades, the silent protectors of the Empire. Now, I realize you are new not only to this kind of job, but also this land, so I won't rush you. Here, take this. You will need it for minor expenses. Azira weighted the coin purse her new superior handed her. On her face bloomed a shy smile. You call 200 septims something for minor expenses. You are new and you look it. At this stage you need a lot of money just to get started. With 200 septims you will be able to acquire a weapon, armor, maybe learn some spell. It will also make it easier to establish your cover identity. What kind of cover identity you have in mind? Kais shrugged. Why ask me? It's your choice, no one else knows your skills as well as you do. Pick something that you would be fine with being your real, main job, since that's what you will pretend it to be. If I can make suggestion, don't claim to be a warrior. No one will believe. Azira wanted to be at least a little angry at him for that jab, but sadly he was right. The only things going for her in close quarters fight were her claws. I may know my strengths, but you are the one who knows Morrowind. What are my job options? You can work as a freelancer, making money in many different ways, but I wouldn't recommend that. That job gives no stability. My advice is to join one of the factions. There's a lot of them, so all you need to do is find one you like. It will also give you more connections, which is handy in our trade. Sounds nice. She nodded slowly. Please, list the most important factions. First, there's the only legal military organization in Morrowind, the Legion. I don't need to explain its workings to you, you definitely know all about it. That work doesn't give you much freedom, it will also make many locals mistrustful towards you, so I wouldn't join them if I were you. The Legion's nearest outpost is in Fort Moonmoth southeast of the city, but from what I heard only General Darius at Fort Darius in Nissus far to the north is looking for new soldiers. Azira frowned. Ugh, no. I've seen enough uniforms from inside of the cell to last me for life. Second, there are legal organizations. The drawbacks are obvious, but it would give you friends in many places and no one would believe you have not one, but two secret jobs. There are two important factions of this kind, the Thieves Guild and Kaminatong. Kaminatong is an ancient syndicate ruling Morrowind's underworld for as long as anyone can remember. They are hostile towards the Empire and other races, and even Dunmers, if they are not from Morrowind, can't join them, so forget about it. Here, in Balmora, they have a tavern all to themselves, the Council Club, right next to the Siltstrider platform. Stay away from that place if you value your life. Caius took a deep breath. If you do want to do some stealing, join the Thieves Guild. The Morrowind chapter of the organization is very young and they struggle for survival. Kaminatong is much more brutal and they are not going to share. Still, if you don't mind making yourself a target for thugs, ask for Habasi Sweet Lips at South Wall Corner Club. She is the leader of Balmora branch. Wait, what? Azira blinked a few times. She knew there was something strange about the Corner Club, but Thieves Guild? Habasi? She leads the thieves? Hold on, I just remembered, when I was there today and asked about where you live, she also told me to tell you she might call in a favor soon. She also said things are heating up in the city. Kosadas frowned and stroked his chin. So it's even worse than I thought. Kamina and the guild are about to openly trade blows. Bad sign for newcomers. Kamina takes care of all illegal activities from smuggling to killing and they are very able-bodied. The guild on the other hand only steals, so not many of its members are good fighters. Anyway, where were we? Ah, right, the factions. Next are the religious organizations, the Tribunal Temple and Imperial Cult. You most likely know the mainstream religion of the Empire, so I'll just add that their headquarters are in Ebonheart. The temple serves the three god kings of Morrowind, Almalexia, Suthasil, and Vivec, and they operate from the temple canton of the city of Vivec. In theory you could join either, but the presence of an outlander and a Caitiate in the first one would gather attention. The Thieves Guild isn't the only imperial faction that started to establish itself after the late King Lethan opened Vardenfell to imperial exploration 13 years ago. Two other guilds also gathered supporters. The Fighters Guild in Balmora is led by Edie's Fire-Eye. I don't know much about her. Ronise Ithris is in charge of the Mages Guild and for the most part she's alright, if a bit vindictive. Finally, there are the Great Houses. If they were to ever unite in one cause, they would be able to change all of Morrowind, but they are too busy fighting with each other. There are, in theory, 5 houses: Redoran, Hlalu, Telvanni, Druz, and Indoril. In practice, Indoril is pretty much part of the temple and Druz has no territory on Vardenfell, so you can ignore those. Redoran is a house of warriors, they are the strongest in terms of raw power and the most united, but they lack imagination and don't like the Empire. Their seat of power is in Elderun and that's where all of the councillors live. Hlalu are landowners and merchants, their power is the coin. They support the Empire and are most willing to offer a membership to an outlander. This city is the heart of their operations, but none of the councillors actually live in Balmora, they have their own plantations and villas. Telvanni focus on magic and are the Mages Guild's greatest rivals. At the moment they are the weakest of all of the houses because of their hostility towards all that is imperial. The councillors, who are in most cases thousands of years old, live in towers scattered across the east coast of the island, while the political power is focused in Sadrith Mora, a great distance away from here. For this reason, and for their reluctance to recruit outlanders, they wouldn't be the best choice. Obviously it's not possible to join more than one house. Caius frowned. I think I'm forgetting someone. Right, Morag Tong. It's the local guild of assassins, often used by great houses against each other. Unlike the Dark Brotherhood, their faction is legal and all members abide a strict code of honor. Which doesn't change the fact that they are all cold-blooded killers, right? Added Azira. Not a chance would she join them. Call them whatever you think they are, some of them are all right. I don't know how to join them or where the headquarters are stationed at. If my sources are right, finding them is in fact one of the conditions of joining. That would be all important factions. There are also Ashlanders, tribals that move their camps from time to time and have a very detached culture, but they are of no importance. No idea how to join them, no idea why someone would want to. Azira didn't have to think long about it, the choice seemed obvious. I have no desire to bother with politics, I never even killed a person, I'm not religious and I lack nerves to fight monsters or steal. With my birth sign magic comes naturally to me, so I guess I'll join the Mages Guild. If that's all, I'll be going now. Azira stood up, but Kosadas halted her with a gesture. Almost all. With you joining the Blades you can ask your fellow agents for equipment or advice as a gift for your initiation, they might be also willing to train you if you make it worth their while. Here in Balmora, you can find Rithleen, Tyre Malin, and Nine Toes. Warrior Rithleen lives 2 houses south, upstairs. Tyre Malin is a healer and he lives in the same building, but downstairs. Nine Toes also lives close, turn right when you leave my house and then left on the next crossroad. It will be the second house to your left. If you will be going to Elderun, Caldera or Sidanin, talk with me, there are agents there too. Make sure to tell them that a new friend joined the circle, so that they know I sent you. Also, a little advice here, he smiled teasingly. Buy some better clothes, those prison rags won't get you into the guild, novice. I'll keep that in mind, oh great spy master. Answered Azira, silently thankful her fur would mask the blush of embarrassment. She went for the door. Oh, one more thing. Don't rush here for new orders as soon as you join the guild, do some work. Visiting me too often might make someone suspicious. See you next time, novice. After leaving the house Azira realized in just how ridiculous the situation she ended up was and barely held back a laugh. Her, a homeless Caitiate, a secret agent of the Emperor. Old Uriel Septim 7 must be getting desperate for new spies. A/N. So, the economy in the world of Elder Scrolls is a massive middle finger to every economist in history. That's a fact. Armors and weapons don't make any sense, they are just too cheap, with the possible exception of Daedric ones, which are so expensive no merchant in the game can pay full price, not even ridiculously rich cheap merchants, Mudcrab and Creeper, but that might actually be taking it to the opposite extreme. Even with the tools we have today it takes a lot of effort and time to make an armor. Even if we assume there was a big competition amongst the blacksmith and ore was cheap, which it definitely wouldn't be, not with Great House Hlalu controlling the mining, the cannon prices are still too low to make it all work. And thus I decided to came up with an economy for Morrowind myself for the sake of this fanfiction, I'm such a geek. I believe the prices of many products will be still too small, but I decided to pick a safe middle ground between canon and realism. The other stupid thing about the canon are beast races. In Arena and Daggerfall Caitiates and Argonians were, different or didn't existed at all. Seriously, Caitiates were just humans/elves with tails. In future games it is explained that Caitiates can grow up to be in different forms depending on the phases of moons in which they were born or something like that. Then again, those human and elven Caitiates are just absent in all games since Morrowind, just like other races. In SO it was fixed to some extent, but how canon is SO anyway? In the end I just said fuck it, time to make something up. I already mentioned 2 types of Caitiate. Suthayraft and Cathay are, in this version of Tamriel, the most common types met outside of elsewhere. Suthayrat is the type you see in the game, due to the shape and toughness of their feet they can't and don't need to wear boots of any kind. The other type has feet like humans and as such needs to wear footwear, Oblivion and Skyrim Caitiates. In Morrowind Caitiate player also can't wear some helmets, I decided to ignore that completely. Their heads look human enough to me to give them option to wear full helmet. With that said, let's take a look at the story. Ted is searching for a good name and, if you are curious, I do already know how to name him. He doesn't do much for now, like I said, being a lone dragon gives him no chance to interact with the world in a way that doesn't involve fighting. There might be something in the next chapter, we will see. Also, with Thu'um puzzle box not only damaged, but also not in its proper place, he is burdened with responsibility of handing it over personally to the Nerevarine. As Ira arrested Foreign instead of killing him, which was the only option of enforcing justice in the game, since I'm taking a bit more realistic approach to the world of Elder Scrolls, I might as well have him knocked out instead of dead. She also joined the Blades. I bet Skyrim players feel a bit lost, since they know them only as distrustful dragon hunters. I decided to give her some time to prepare herself mentally and physically before the first mission, instead of being thrown into challenging task right off the bat. Seems logical to me. To those who think she took it in way too easily, just wait for the next chapter. Speaking of the next chapter, Azira will take a closer look at Balmora and befriend some people, one of them in a strange, brutal way. See you soon and don't forget to make some comments, I need them as the fuel for the hype train. Chapter 7, The Tutorial Town of Balmora. Welcome to the 7th chapter. Sorry about the crappy beginning. As I said last time, it was originally a part of the previous chapter, so there's hardly any proper introduction. Yeah, I was simply too lazy to fix that. Lunar Loon, well written? Maybe. Well planned out? Not really. Sure, I have several files in Liquid Story Binder dedicated to Azira's and Ted's backstory, skills, inventory, and disposition towards factions and one massive file about the economy of Morrowind, but the plot itself isn't really well planned out. I know the general direction in which I move things, but for the most part I simply let things flow on their own. If a character was given a lot of, well, character, one doesn't have to wonder what actions they will take in a situation, you just know. So all it really takes to write a story with such characters is to make up circumstances in which they make desired choices. I sure didn't plan at first to spare Foreign, but at one point I just knew outright killing him would clash with Azira's approach to things. I love it when my characters gain so much life I can't just do anything I want with them. It's your Uncle Bourbon, and the prize for the shorts review goes to you. Still, thanks. Guest, I played Morrowind after playing Skyrim, now imagine how I felt with Real slow movement and stupid combat system. Still finished the game without mods, but ever since then I always had at least 2 mods for these problems. With that said, enjoy. There's some action, but don't expect too much, most of the chapter is filled with exposition and world building. Shouting got old really fast. At first Ted was just screaming the most famous word in Duvhazul, with little success. After that he tried to take advice given in-game by Dragon Sensei Parthunax and meditate on the meaning of the word. Alright, said our protagonist after several minutes of pondering the usage of force. Pushing, crushing, hitting, breaking, smashing, and Jediing your way out of trouble. To be a dragon is to be a force, no, the force. If I won't do this now, I will never succeed. The dragon faced the remains of the bandit. They were starting to stink. Ted closed his eyes and braced himself. When he opened his jaws, the entire world seemed to slow down and take a breath along with him. This world is just a dream of a god, and a dream can be changed with your will. Fuzz. In the most holy part of the biggest city of Vardenfell, a certain being opened his eyes. For a second the perfect balance of the god place shifted, bringing his mind back to the mortal realm. As much as it was possible, that is. He frowned. He didn't feel that since the day in which the forests of Cyrodiil were banished from the reality itself. This time it was still much weaker and yet Thursday amused by a godlike being. That is unexpected. He attempted to return to his previous state to find the source of disturbance, but as soon as he did he was hit with another wave. And another. And another. Curious. Locked. Oh well. Looks like Rithleen isn't home. Azira shrugged and went downstairs to knock on Tyre Malin's entrance. Enter. She heard from inside. She did as asked and the first thing she saw was an Altmer in a robe leaning against the wall. He was frowning. The first thing she felt, on the other hand, was the blade of the sword on her throat. She gulped and froze. We've seen you going to Kosada's house, said someone hidden behind the door, some woman. Who are you and why did you meet with him? Azira started sweating. She hoped her guess was right. I'm Azira. A new friend joined the circle. The sword left her throat and a Reguard woman walked into her field of view. She was wearing a strange suit of armor, as exotic as the one Habasi had, but different. Bulkier, among other things. See, Rithleen? I told you everything was alright, after all she hadn't even carried any weapons, and trying to overpower Chaos in close quarters would be a suicide, said Altmer, probably Tyre Malin. In our line of work, you can't be too cautious. Answered Reguard and she smiled. I'll go get my gift, she added and left, closing the door behind herself. Sorry about that, novice. Most of the time she is easy to get along with, but she doesn't mess around if Chaos is in danger, apologized the blade. Azira smiled. No problem, I understand. Now that pleasantries are behind us, let's get to the point, said Tyre Malin, approaching the chest in the corner and opening it. I have a few things that could be of use to a beginner, but I must know what your specialty is. No point giving you something that will be useless to you. I'll go join Mage's Guild after I'm done with shopping, so anything in that field would be great. Ah, a fellow spellcaster? Then, as my gift, I'll offer to teach you one spell, give you several cheap potions, or Journeyman's Alembic. Take a pick. Azira pondered her choice. She could always buy some potions, but Alembic and new spells were gifts that kept on giving. What spells are you teaching? She asked. I teach spells from 4 out of 7 schools of magic. Mainly alteration and mysticism, but I have also one spell from illusion and restoration. From alteration, I offer weight modifiers and shields. From mysticism, I have spells that dispel, reflect or absorb magic. The other 2 spells are Calm Creature and Resist Common Disease, both of which are self-explanatory. I think I'll take Alembic after all. Absorption spells sound nice, but with Alembic I can brew my own potions. Here you go then, Tyre Malin was about to give her the apparatus, but then he realized something. Hold on, you don't have a bag or anything. Give me a second, I think I had an old backpack somewhere. At this moment Rithleen returned with a big bundle. Alright newbie, I see you are about as well armored as a rat, so I have some armor for you. If you are more for sneaking than fighting, you can sell it. Steel cuirass and helmet would fetch you a nice sum of gold. Azira gaped. Steel cuirass and helmet? She was no merchant, but even average combat equipment was worth quite a lot. It takes some time to make a breastplate, even from the best blacksmith. Really? Really? I was using it when I began, but I decided to give up some of that protection for agility and bought myself bone mold armor. So that's what this material is. Believe me, soon you're going to wish you bought a full suit of armor. I sure did when Chaos sent me on my first mission. Let me tell you, deadra are a pain in the ass. Suddenly Azira felt a lot less optimistic about her future. Nine Toes gave her moon sugar. He gave her freaking moon sugar. She almost gouged out his eyes for such offense, but Argonian insisted that he didn't mean anything by it and that one agent at least pretending to be an addict is already too much. He was right about it being worth a lot. Aravir the trader ended up crying with joy that he finally could restock his private supply. He also kissed her in excitement, for which he earned a slap to the face, so she forgave him. With money from Chaos and Sidonin she had almost 1,000 septims, something she couldn't even dream about back in Kvatch. And that's not including what would she get for armor if she were to sell it. The reason she didn't do it was the same for which despite so much gold in her backpack she felt endangered, a feeling that her very first task for Kosadas might prove too challenging and cost her life. She slowly started to realize that adventurers earned a lot of gold, but saved little, since most of it went into increasing the chances of survival in their next quest. With her resources reaching an all-time high, she bought a full set of expensive clothing. She wasn't one for dressing up nicely, she learned there are more important things than the quality of one's clothes, but a well-dressed wizard was going to be treated much better than a skilled one. Sad, but true. She also bought a much cheaper set for traveling. Together it cost her almost 300 septims. Then again, she picked a shop in High Town. Outfitted like that, in the most expensive robes she could buy without putting her survival fund at risk, she entered the building of the Mages Guild. The first two guild members she met were wearing even more expensive dresses. Fuck. No, I'm afraid I cannot advance you in the rank just yet, Apprentice Galbidur. You have skills, I don't doubt that, but you still need to do more duties for the guild, stated a Dunmer woman in a bored voice. Azira had a feeling it wasn't the first time she had a talk like this one. Ronese, I believe you don't understand. I need that advancement. If Ashira advances before me. The other elf, a Bosmer in the most stunning robes Azira ever saw, had such an annoying voice that Kajiat was surprised Skumakat had not heard the breaking glass all the way in the Shivering Isles. Mad god or not, he would surely strike her down on the spot for such noise. First, don't address me by name, we aren't friends. It's Wizard Athris or Guild Steward. As for Ashira, know that I too used to make bets like the one the two of you did and I understand how they work. I'll judge your actions and skills, nothing else. If you fail to advance before her, it will be because she was more useful to the guild. We're finished here. The Bosmer snorted and disappeared behind the corner of the corridor. The other woman looked at Azira. Welcome. Sorry about that, some members sadly don't seem to understand how the advancement works. I'm Ronese Athris, wizard in the Mages Guild and steward of this guild hall. How can I help? Good morning. My name's Azira. I wish to join the Mages Guild. Athris took a moment to take a good look at her and nodded. Since the guild's reputation most likely won't suffer by accepting someone of your standing, I will enlist you as soon as you pass the entrance exam. Azira nodded, calm on the outside, but already nervous on the inside. What exam? However, before I'll let you join, I must make sure you understand the expectations and purpose of our organization. We are the ones responsible for providing magic services to the public. We teach spells, sell potions, scrolls and magical items, offer magical transportation, search for new applications of magic, and handle any magic-related work government or third parties hires us for. All members have a discount for each other's services. As a new member, you will receive tasks from specific mages. Once you prove yourself, you will have the option to switch to a long-time position, such as guild guide, enchanter, or teacher. In order to advance, you must show commitment in your work and in some cases prove your skills by passing exams, namely when advancing to apprentice, journeyman, magician, wizard, or master wizard. Know that damaging the guild's good name, working against the interests of the guild, or committing a serious crime against other members will get you expelled and it can only be pardoned by the Archmage. Do you agree to those terms? Azira just nodded. She wasn't sure she would manage to keep her voice even. In that case follow me. We will perform an exam downstairs, in the main hall. There's not enough place here. As they were slowly descending into the basement of the building, our heroine's mind was descending into panic. She could cast some spells and brew potions, but that's all. No solid knowledge, no proper education. She knew how to bend fingers and what phrases to think to send a bolt of lightning into someone's face, but the theory behind it was unknown to her. She could already see it, a long, massive table and behind it a row of old wizards, all looking at her intently and searching for any mistakes. So you can imagine her surprise when at the bottom of the stairs she found herself in quite cozy and a little bit messy room. There were some bookstands and bench to her left, while to the right she saw a tiny lecture hall, if a small space sheltered from the rest of the room with paper walls could be called that. Further in was a similarly screened area with beds for the guild members and on the opposite side a few desks. At the opposite wall was an entrance to the small room with some complicated runes on the floor. There was even some pretty plant growing in the center. Several mages were reading something at the bench, but no one reacted to their entrance. Well, cast your spells. Azira blinked. Was she really so deep in thoughts she missed something vital? I'm sorry, did you said something? Guild steward sighed. I asked you to cast your spells. As far as I know there's only one meaning to that sentence, stated Ronese Athris coldly, clearly not liking it when others paid no attention to what she said. She pointed to her right. If your repertoire includes destruction spells, aim them at that cracked wall over there, we reinforced it for such purposes. Show spells from at least 3 different schools and 1 extra. And please, don't set anything on fire. Spells? She had to cast spells. That she could do. Alright. Here comes the first one. As Ira extended all fingers and with a flick of the wrist she cast her oldest spell, Spark. That's one. Continue. Not changing the position of her fingers, she extended her arm in front of her and cast her second spell, Fire Bite, coating her hand in a cloak of flames. She learned it mostly so that she could easily make a campfire. To her disappointment it wasn't as effective as she expected, but at least it was useful in a fight. That's 2 spells from Destruction School. Now something from others. Now only the pointing finger and the middle one were extended. What Azira didn't know was that while those particular gestures during the spell casting were helping stabilize the flow of mana, it was unnecessary unless conducting really advanced spells, though it wasn't detrimental in any way with simple ones. After a short mental command, she was enveloped in a blue light. Ah, that's Restoration. One of the spells in Balina's series, correct. Yes, Balina's Soothing Balm. 4 small cuts. Carry on. As Ira extended all fingers except for the thumb end, after a barely noticeable sheen covered her body, her coloration started to match that of surroundings behind her. A great spell if someone you would rather not meet was searching for you. One of the chameleon spells, Illusion School. That makes 4 spells and 3 schools. Welcome to the guild. As Ira frowned. That's what they were calling an exam? Though, truth be told, if she asked for 6 spells, as Ira would be in trouble. Not that I oppose, but... wasn't this a bit easy? Athris sighed. It was. Sadly, the one in charge of establishing the rules of the entrance exam was a new archmage of the Morrowind branch of the guild, Trebonius Artorius. And that's relatively well done work when it comes to him. As you can guess, his assistant's task ever since then was making sure the most important documents were already filled and introduced to him as just a formality you need to sign. There are freeloaders everywhere you look. Yep, this sure is a part of the Empire, thought Azira with a smile. You have the rank of associate now. I don't have duties for someone of the lowest rank. Ask Ajira about it, she surely has some small tasks. Once you've finished several, and learned more spells, you can ask me about the advancement. Apprentice Dren. An older Dunmer wizard, who up until now was lost in the book at one of the desks, lifted his head. Please, give our new member a tour. I must return to my duties, someone at Council Manor wanted to speak with me. Once I'll return, I'll prepare your paperwork, associate. Goodbye. After that Athris left the room. Dren shook his head. Typical. Now she believes herself too good to do some introductions. Is it really so bad? Bad? It's not terrible, but she's getting on everyone's nerves. She simply wants respect. The problem is, she doesn't deserve it. All she does is bullying mages from outside of the guild, both Telvanni and independent ones. It will end badly, I just know it. The wizard sighed. Oh, but that's not really my problem. I'm Moraine Dren, apprentice. I sell spells from the 4 schools of magic and train in efficient use of 3. Name's Azira. There's a difference between teaching spells and training in magic. Of course there is. By selling spells I mean selling books augmented with magical potential. If you are talented, you will learn a spell after reading it once, but not everyone is brilliant. Some need to take their time and continue reading even after the original teaching spell dissolves or even ask someone to show them what is it all about. Anyway, come, I'll introduce you to others. The first person they met was surprisingly an orc woman. She was searching for something on the bookcase. That right there is Sharngia Musgob, our resident researcher and necromancer. She immediately stood upright and turned around with dangerous fire in her eyes. I am not a necromancer. Stop saying that, it's not funny. Oh, you know I don't mean anything by that. Yes, but not everyone knows you. Someone might get a wrong idea and away I go, taken by ordinators. Ordinators? I'm sorry, I'm new to Vardenfell. Who are ordinators? Sharngia Musgob smiled bitterly. Holy enforcers of the will of the gods and protectors of the tribunal temple. If you ask their priests, that is. And if you question anyone else, they will tell you they are a band of thugs who break the legs of anyone who earns their ire, added an old Altmer woman with white hair tied in a bun, who sat nearby in a chair. I'm Esterdelin. I teach and sell spell books as well. I'm sorry, my hearing isn't so good anymore, what is your name? It's Azira. She was slowly getting tired of repeating her name so many times in one day. The local religion holds an armed force? How is this legal? It's all in the armistice, explained the orc. It was signed back when the empire was still expanding. Tiber Septim and Vivek met in person and, to ensure peace, they came up with terms on which Morrowind would become an imperial province. The empire got a figurehead king chosen by the emperor, reduction of Morrowind's military force, law to run mining operations, monopoly of magical services for our guild and, most importantly, the Numidium, with which Septim walked all over the Somerset Isles. The armistice gave Dunmers many rights protecting their culture, great houses were given a lot of political power, slavery remained legal, the temple is free to persecute religious dissidents and Morrowind became the only province in which necromancy is illegal. Kajiat's ears moved. Wow, I dodged an arrow back in the exam. You sure would know, Sharn. Shut up, Moraine. Look, I must finish this assignment for tomorrow, can you bother someone else? The Dunmer shrugged. Fine. Come on, Azira, there are 2 more people I would like you to meet. After that they entered a small room in the back. In one corner was a big platform covered in runes. In the opposite end was a desk covered in the alchemic ingredients. There were 2 mages here, a Breton next to the platform and a Kajiat behind a desk, who right now was grating something in the pestle. Over there stands Mas Alanie Marion, our lovely guild guide. She can teleport you to any other guild hall, as long as you can pay a modest fee. The mage rolled her eyes. Seriously, Moraine, stop hitting on me. Just because you are the only man in this building doesn't make you a big deal. The other Kajiat chuckled and stood up. This one is Ajira, Guild Alchemist. It is nice to know another one of my kind will live under the same roof. Welcome to the guild, sister. Azira smiled. I'm Azira. It's the second time this day I was called that by a fellow Khajiit. Are all Khajiits close to each other in Vardenfell? Azira's fur bristled. The heroine looked in confusion at such reaction. Please, friend, I know it's a lot to ask for, but if we talk with each other, can you avoid speaking like that? It always disturbs me greatly when a Khajiit talks like not Khajiit. And yes, Khajiits of Balmora, Palladiad and Vivek are close to each other. I started Azira, but quickly corrected herself, seeing Azira's twitching tail. This one will try, but no promises. Azira is from Cyrodiil, not elsewhere. Well, I believe my job here is done, stated Dren. I doubt you would want to meet that brat Gallbeater for anything not related to enchanting. Oh, one more thing, as a guild member you can sleep in one of the beds and use one of the chests to store your stuff. You can get a key from Athris once she returns. See you later. Azira wasted no time engaging Azira in another talk. So, if Azira just joined the guild, Athris surely told you to ask Azira for some duties. She did. You have something for me. It's not a hard task, but one that takes time and requires to take a small trip. Azira is preparing 2 reports on local flora and their alchemic uses. Athris allowed Azira to assign duties that would help her finish this task. And there's a rather big problem. Azira has an allergy for mushrooms. Azira shifted uncomfortably. So does Azira. Oh. The other mage frowned. That is troublesome. Azira knows how terrible the allergy is, but Azira assures you that if you take that burden, it will be a great boon to your advancement. This one will also add 4 minor health potions as a payment. Please, don't make Azira do that herself. Alright. It's not the first time I've. Sorry, Azira has done that. What mushrooms do you need? First, Luminous Rasula. Short and smelly toadstool, it's brown on the top. Next is another toadstool, Violet Corpinus. It has a long stem and actually glows in the dark. Bungalorsbane and Hyphophagia both are brown and grow on trees, the second one is smoother and its color is slightly lighter. Unlike Bungalorsbane it is also not poisonous. Azira patted her pockets, but realized she didn't bought any kind of paper. Can you write it down? I don't have a pen and paper on me. Sure, here, take Azira's original assignment. Everything is there. Azira handed her a small note. You can find all mushrooms on the Bitter Coast. When you leave the city by the south gate, follow the Ode River until you see a wooden bridge. Don't cross the bridge, just go west over the hills and you are there. Then Azira guesses she'll go there soon, maybe even today. Say, you know people around, who should this one ask about destruction spellbooks? Asked Azira. All this Khajiit talk was wearing her down. Athris knows the best spells, but her services are for upper ranks only. Moraine sells some destruction spellbooks, but if my memory is right his spells only increase the weakness to a spell, not deal actual damage. For that go to the Altmer, Esterdelin. Thanks. Azira will be going now. Until next time, sister. In the end Azira bought 2 spellbooks from an old Altmer, Poison, which was a distance spell of average strength, and Poisonous Touch, which was even stronger, but limited in the range. Spellbooks sure were expensive, they were, next to armor, amongst the most demanding things to make. Scribes had to work hard entire day just to make a single, small book. And that's just the cheap ones, without those fancy letters. An enchantment, which made it easier to learn a spell, also was costly, the more advanced the spell, the bigger the price. In other words, don't act so surprised at the fact she now only had a little bit over 200 septims. Still, a good investment in her lifespan, few enemies are resistant to poisoning spells. At the moment, our heroine was bracing the hills Azira told her about. And damn, they were steep. Think 45 degrees steep, on both sides. Of course, that's when she stumbled, just as she was almost in the swamps of Bitter Coast. Son of a. Splash. There. Now she indeed was in the swamps of Bitter Coast. With the exception of this single accident, which thankfully dirted only her traveling clothes, and fur, can't forget about that, it takes a lot of effort to get rid of mud in one's fur, her trip up until then was undisturbed. A small, worm thingy, that's what she decided to call it, couldn't really count as a disturbance. The disgusting pest jumped at her just south of the city and the Khajiit heroically squashed the vermin under her foot, thus giving her contribution to public safety. Finding shrooms was easy, they were everywhere, that's what both her eyes and nose told her. What her senses failed to inform her about was much more important than some spores in the air. Well, what do we have here? A Khajiit all on their own. I'm so dead. Not even few meters away from her stood 2 very different people. One was a nervous, skinny, and poorly dressed Khajiit. The other. Don't you know that in this land a Khajiit going around on their own is asking to become a slave? You sure don't look like you can take care of yourself. Not even armor or a weapon to protect yourself. A male Dunmer, outfitted with iron cuirass, greaves, and boots. Double crap. I left my armor in the backpack. Don't act so surprised, would you put on armor just for a mushrooming? It would be risky for me to travel with 2 slaves at once. Too dangerous. Thank gods. Though. I only just left HLAO'd. If you were to, let's say, faint, it would be my duty as a citizen to bring you somewhere away from the dangerous wilderness. Where you could wait at my return from my little trip with Rubina. Gods, I hate you. Azira decided to not give the Dunmer the advantage of first move. With a wave of her hand she sent a green ball of magic right into his gut, making him gasp and take a step back. Judging by the sudden change in the coloration of his skin, the spell was a success, which in itself was amazing. She only opened both spellbooks back at the guild just to use the enchantment, she hadn't done any reading. And yet the Dunmer started holding his stomach as if any moment now some kind of a parasite would jump out of it. That was disturbing. Disturbing and kind of awesome. Sadly, once her enemy stood up straight with gritted teeth, she realized the spell wasn't meant to beat someone on its own, but rather distract the enemy. An opportunity wasted, I suppose. You will pay for that. The Dunmer pulled out a short iron sword. Judging by the grey shine, it was enchanted, as if she wasn't already done for. Azira's eye twitched. Before this day ends, you will know the true meaning of PA. Arg. This time he was shocked with her spark. You really talk too much, commented Azira in a voice that almost convinced her she wasn't actually dying of fright. She knew very well that spark was useful only for scaring away rats. I changed my mind. I'll just kill you. This time, instead of talking even more, he snarled and ran towards her. Azira, not encumbered by armor, dodged the first and second strikes, if just barely. The Dunmer however had no intention of playing fair and, instead of continuing an attack with his sword like any proper swordsman would, he punched her in the face with his empty hand when she tried to get around him. Azira landed on the ground with a bleeding nose. Ahehat. Chuckled the Khajiit, no longer hiding her panic. I'm going to die. Can't we just talk about it? Do I look like someone who wants to? Asked the Dunmer with a grin. I don't know. My life is flashing in front of my eyes and it covers everything. A joker, hey? Good for you. You will really need some laugh in the void. The slaver lifted his sword. That's when Azira decided to play dirty herself and tossed a handful of sand in his eyes. Ray-a-a-ic. You bastard. The Khajiit got on all fours and jumped with her claws extended. Armor is a good protection, but it won't save your ass if it doesn't cover your throat in this sort of situation. For the slaver Relam Aranith, it didn't. Azira, whose entire life's combat experience ended at giving others burns or kicking men in the crotch, was looking in dread as the Dunmer choked on his own blood, while more of it was pouring out his armor, on the ground in her hands, still lodged in his throttle. She jumped back and saw as, no longer supported by her grip, the dying body fell. The fall was slow, as if a great tree was giving in to the power of time. When it hit the ground, only the lifeless eyes of the man she murdered looked back at her, the soul that used to hide behind them was already on the way to Aetherius. It was one thing to prepare for a day in which she would have to kill in self-defense, and completely another to do the deed. I'm a murderer, was all that Azira was thinking. Right now, it didn't matter that he wanted to enslave her and then kill her. It didn't matter he was the one who started it or that he most likely had done something like that many times before. Just this one fact. I killed him. A frightened sobbing was what brought her out of her slumber, full of dreaded thoughts. Once the other Khajiit, now cowering on the ground, noticed Azira looking at her, she yelped and curled up on the ground, not caring about the presence of mud. Sira, do not hurt Rubina. Cried the miserable Khajiit. What? You killed bad master, but do not kill Rubina. Rubina good slave, Rubina useful. Rubina will serve, Rubina will. Stop, just stop. Azira had no words for this. You are, free, yes. So. She yelped when the other Khajiit had crawled over to her and hugged her feet. No. Rubina is a slave, Rubina must have a master. A slave without a master is just, dead. At first Azira thought Rubina was broken beyond repair if she said such things, however she realized there was some truth to her words. Slaves had nothing. If left alone in the wild, they were doomed to perish. The young mage gulped. She could do one of the two things. Her first option was to tell her she was on her own, and wish her good luck. The only other choice was to ask her to follow, but follow where? Rubina, was it? Do you have any family, friends? Rubina had a family, in elsewhere. Haven't seen them in a long time. Of course, it would be too easy. First, please stand up. The request was hastily fulfilled. Is there anyone in Morrowind who helps slaves? Rubina heard there was someone. Twin lamps. They fight masters and free slaves. My master was often angry about them. Kept saying they were stealing all workers and giving them all to the Argonian mission in Ebonheart and they were sending everyone home. Azira frowned, trying to remember what little she was told by the scout back in Sedanin. Note to self, I really need to buy a map. It's west of Vivec, right? Vivec, the capital. Well, not really, she was pretty sure the true capital of Morrowind was on mainland, but here, in Vardenfell, the city of Vivec was the biggest. The most important part? It would require a lot of walking to get there. He mentioned some town. Was there some sort of travel services where you two came from? Once it became clear to her she couldn't just leave the other Khajiit on her own, she valued being able to sleep at night, thank you very much, and decided having her around would just burden her. It was obvious she could only dump the problem on someone else. Someone who had time, money, and guts to do what she couldn't. At least that's what she kept telling herself. The truth is, just a few days ago, she was a lot like this slave. She would help her because she wished someone had helped her back then with no strings attached. There are ships and boats. Rubina doesn't know if there were any to Ebonheart. Let's go check it then, concluded Azira, but stopped half-step. But first. Help me throw the body into this pond over there so that no one will find him, after we remove the armor that is. Also, do you have an allergy for mushrooms? You have no idea how boring it is to be a peaceful dragon. If this is how bored Alduin felt in the Merithic era before the Dragon War, no wonder he decided to liven things up. Seriously, dragons had very few activities. Hunting, fighting, flying, half-sleeping. That's it. There was no TV, no computer, no books, not even just another person to talk with, since mortals would just run away screaming. He had no intention to fly to Skyrim just to meet Parthunax, he wasn't that desperate. It's not like he could fly to some settlement and enter a tavern. Once he got rid of the bloody mess with several uses of fuss, which, by the way, got old really fast when there were no urns and NPCs to send said urns it, he spent a short while Fang-Earling. After he managed to calm down, he decided to take a flight. Nothing else to do. I think I'm getting better at it, thought Ted while increasing his altitude so much he could see a big chunk of southern Vardenfell just by looking down. The sight was truly marvelous, if a bit somber. At least a half of southern Vardenfell was covered by ash, which Sakostrunma, Red Mountain, generated over the centuries. Right under him began Malag Amor, an area so unhospitable that Sauron would mistake it for his mortar. Even with how far Ted could see in his position, he could barely notice the eastern edge of this cursed land and the small city of Malag March. To the north was an even more ominous sight, the ashlands and Red Mountain itself. Even now, when weather in the visible part of the province was just perfect, there was a grim, dark red cloud hanging over the greatest volcano of Tamriel. A cloud that wasn't exactly natural. Storms carried the ashes cursed by the devil himself, so that one day he can invade the very minds of the people of this land. Ted subconsciously squinted his eyes, and in relief he noticed the fortress of Ghost Gate and the magical ghost fence were still standing tall, warding off the seat of power of the terrible Dagathur. From his elevated position, he could also see Balmora, the second biggest city in Vardenfell. The city of trade, from which Westgash started. Those citizens who would look up at this moment probably would assume he was some sort of a bird or a cliff racer, if they would notice him at all. That's how high he was flying. To the west stretched the bitter coast, a long streak of dark green swamp, interrupted only in one place by grey mountains. The mountains that were his place of origin in this world. Somewhere under those trees were the villages of Narmak, Hlaod, and Sidonin, mostly hidden from his sight. The dark green of bitter coast yielded to the lighter shade of the Ascadian Isles somewhere around the capital of the district. This place was a proof that Vardenfell wasn't a land of just fire and ash. The beautiful Lake Amaya surrounded by fertile lands became a heart of the island. Across the Isles, cities and towns of Saran, Palladiad, Ebonheart and, most importantly, Vivec stood proud. Even at this distance Ted still could see all 9 cantons of the massive metropolis. There was however one tiny detail that made him frown. Vivec was the only city in Tamriel that had a freaking moon hanging over its border. A moon that, once God Vivec will lose his power, will fall and start a reaction that will break this land forever. Forget Dagathur and his twisted armies of abominations, this was a Majora's Mask all over again. But even worse because there would be no Link to save the day. It was then that Ted realized he wouldn't be able to just sit back and watch as almost the entire province dies. Just like he wouldn't be able to ignore the Oblivion Crisis, the floating island of Umbra, Thalmir's rise to power and civil war in Skyrim. Not with knowledge how many people would die, how many would suffer. Not with how much he knows about what is going to happen. I don't have to act, stated the dragon, lowering his altitude so that he was almost grazing the tips of mountains of Malag Amor. I really don't have to, since in the end the mortal kind as a whole will be alright. But I want to. I don't want to see this land on fire, I don't want Martin to die, I don't want Ulfric to start the war just because he believes he's responsible for the fall of the Imperial City. I just can't ignore all of that. I'll change what is going to happen. That's my duty, my purpose. Suddenly his eyes widened, not at the orange clouds that were coming in his direction, but at sudden realization. Och. Guide. That's what I'll be. Not a schemer or a leader, just a guide. To those who listen to a word-forging dragon. To those who can change the history. A guide of heroes. Being a dragon I can't intervene in subtle ways by myself, but they can. Ted smiled, even as the flying conditions were getting worse with every second. The name. He finally found his new name. I don't know much about Eternal Champion of Arena, so I'm useless for him, or her, if it's even the time of Imperial Simulacrum. The same goes for the apprentice and, what was their name again? Soul of Conflict, yes. And fuck the agent with his new medium, I'm not getting close to something that erases people from the history. Hero of Dawnstar, even if it's his time, which I doubt, did just fine on their own. Not to mention their task wasn't so important, just like that of, PFFF, Master Tunnel Rat. I still can't believe they named him that. And that the final boss in that silly game was a prison warden. Vestige and Cyrus lived long before the Empire of Septims appeared in Morrowind, so there's no need to worry about them. That leaves only the most important trio, the Nerevarine, the hero of Kvatch, and the last Dragonborn. Ted landed atop of some ancient Dwemer tower. Everywhere he looked he saw ash or lava. Not that he could see far, mind you, by now the ash storm was in full swing. He decided to wait it out. Yes. It's not yet the time of the last Dragonborn, since not all of Vardenfell looks like that. In fact, I believe the story of the Nerevarine is about to begin, possibly very soon, if the presence of the Dwemer puzzle box means anything. Furthermore, I already changed the story, even if not on purpose. There's no way I can put that item back where the player would find it in the game, even the front entrance is tiny, not to mention it's a freaking rotating door made of Dwemer metal, I won't pass them just by hitting them with my head. Ugh, it means I'll have to watch it all the time to make sure I don't miss the Nerevarine. Ted sighed and immediately started to cough, since some of the ash found its way into his mouth. Damned ash. I don't know what it is protecting my eyes from it, but it sure doesn't help with the visibility. Hello? Is someone there? Help. Ted turned his head in the direction from which voice came. There was someone walking through the storm at the bottom of the tower. Hello? Yes, I'm from Erebenimsoon, but I promise, I have no ill intentions. I'm a bit lost, do you know which way to go to the coast? Where are you? Erebenimsoon. Not the kind of people I would like to meet. Then again, I'm not the kind of creature anyone would like to meet. We are in. Damn, what was the name of those ruins again? I'm sure there were only one Dwemer ruins in the area. I don't remember the name, but it's the Dwemer ruins to the west from your camp. As for me, I'm on the top. The figure stopped, surprised both at his words and how well he heard them despite the storm, as if the speaker was right next to him, even though that wasn't the case. On the top of what? The tower, of course. The man looked up and froze. Ted smiled, presenting his sharp teeth to the world. Greetings. I am Rafiamak, the dragon of Red Mountain. And you? The Dunmer fainted. A/N. Those of you who have at least 6 points in perception in your special skill set surely noticed that 7 schools of magic were mentioned and that might have triggered some readers that I hope to push away by Thu'um, a human turned dragon into Morrowind. As most of you know, there are 5 schools in the last game. In Morrowind there are 6. Mysticism disappeared somewhere between Oblivion and Skyrim. I bet Sheogorath had tried modding and ended up breaking the save. I, being a person that treats common sense as an optional ability, decided to apply scientific categorization to laws of magic, and in the end I deemed it necessary that enchanting, which clearly requires some knowledge of the arcane, should also count as a school of magic, even if it doesn't have spells you can use outside of enchanting table. If giving an object magical properties is not a field of magic, then I don't know what is. The other difference from the game are ranks of Azira and Galbidur. Do you know that, according to game files, Brady Bosmer already is a journeyman, which makes their bet illogical. That's not all. Azira, who can give quests that will count into official guild duties, has the lowest rank, apprentice. I don't know about you, but to me that sounds like terrible organization. So here instead both Azira and Galbidur have a rank of associate, which is just below journeyman. And one more bit of knowledge for those who for the first time see the term Skumakat, it's one of the names Khajiit of Elsewhere have for Sheogorath, the other being Sheogorath. Why Azira knows the term if she rarely met other Khajiits? Because if you have heard it once, you will remember, for you aren't going to forget something so ridiculous. Why Skumakat? Because according to Khajiits nothing is madder than a cat on Skuma. If there are other things you do not understand, but you want to learn in a way that won't spoil too much, ask away. My response, even if delayed, will be safe to read. Let's talk of the plot now. Azira joined Mage's Guild, some of you saw that coming. She will do many quests for them and will stay in their ranks, for some time. Nope, that's totally not a foreshadowing, Scout's honor. She also met Rubina, easily one of the most miserable Khajiits in the history of the series. In the game, you could talk to her master Rulam Aranith if you were to enter Kaminatong's hideout in Hlaod. The guy would offer you to escort his slave Rubina to a man in Balmora. If you were to try talking with her on the way, you would learn she was too scared to speak anything at all. For a good reason, if you were to deliver her and not interfere, the man would kill her, so that he can get the real treasure, sacks of moon sugar Aranith forced her to swallow. So yeah, even with older graphics and absolutely no gore, Morrowind can be more brutal than Skyrim. Fortunately, the solution presented in the fanfic is possible in the game as well. On another note, how do you like Ted's new name? Personally, I love it. It both makes sense and sounds nice. We're slowly getting to the point in which two heroes meet again. Until next time. Favorite, follow, leave a review. Chapter 8, Meeting the Locals. 8th chapter served to you all by Moy. Guest, actually, and while literally means an invader. Dunmers, being xenophobic, racist tosspots, use that word sometimes even if insulting some outlander isn't their priority. Also, do us all a favor and not mention that politician ever again, he already got way more recognition than the likes of him deserve. If he was also a religious fanatic, he would pretty much become incarnation of everything I hate about modern world. The nerd who likes Digimon, she sure did. Who would leave behind an enchanted weapon in such situation? Yes, magic from Morrowind, while not perfect, was definitely more diverse than that in future games. Get used to Ted claiming to be someone he isn't just for laugh, he's gonna do that a lot. He has some virtues, but honesty isn't one of them. Lunar Loon, and I thank you for being such a supposed reader. There's no author in the world that wouldn't like to have such readers. Naruto Shpardo Uzumaki, thanks. Pretty soon Azira and Ted will meet again and both stories will almost fuse. This chapter will be relatively calm, to make up for a lot of action in the next 2 chapters. Also, it's shorter, it was cut in half again, since I have no intention of making chapters over 10k words long. Have fun. For one short moment, Azira felt like she was back home, in Cyrodiil. Ebonheart was a bona fide imperial town, Dunmers had nothing to do with its creation. Built right after the old King Lethen opened Vardenfell to exploration, it quickly became the main seat of power for Duke Dren, the Grand Council, Imperial Legion and Imperial Cult. From this place, the Empire controlled the entire island, both by their military and diplomats. Speaking of diplomats, there were also 2 organizations that represented the interests of neighboring provinces, Skyrim Mission and Argonian Mission, the second of which was the one Azira had entered few minutes ago. Truly, what you did cannot be measured in gold, but please, accept this modest payment from our emergency budget, stated I'm Kelia, a mage in charge of the mission. Normally, I would refuse being paid for helping someone and getting away from slavers, but lately I found herself badly in need of money, so I won't complain. I'm slowly starting to think it's my sense of value that is messed up, not others, if even he calls it a modest sum, thought Azira. She pocketed the 400 septims, which, added to the 200 drakes she had when leaving Balmora and reduced by double charge for a boat ride, gave her 550 septims, pretty good. You deserve it. It's also a relief that the slaver, who was both a Kaminatong thug and Skuma smuggler, is dead. Oh, yes. On the way to Ebonheart, Rubina mentioned her former master forced her to swallow a sack worth of packed moon sugar. Once Rubina arrived to Balmora, a commoner, Vorar Hellas, would slaughter her, so that he could take the drugs from her stomach. True story. The boatman almost dropped his oar when he heard that. We need everyone we can get against this battle with slavery. I heard the slavery is legal thanks to armistice, said Azira. And yet so was the ban of exploration of Vardenfell until the king changed the law. Doesn't that mean the current king can abolish slavery? Not quite. Lethen managed to remove this part from armistice because he managed to get an approval from the Grand Council. House Dren, which owns a lot of land in mainland Morrowind, was against the exploration, and so was House Indoril, which, being pretty much part of the temple, owned Vardenfell back then. The Hlaalu always do what the Empire wants, so it was a matter of convincing the Riddaran and Telvanni councillors that they would benefit from this, which they did. I'm Kelia's side. Then I assume the Great Houses actually like that part of armistice. It is a much bigger problem. The Driz are obviously against the abolition of slavery, that's the foundation of their plantations. The Telvanni also rely on slaves, so they won't help. The Hlaalu, while supportive of the Empire, also gain many profits from this. The Riddaran and Indoril have mixed feelings about it, they both like traditions, but at the same time they know it's their rivals that gain the most from it. Either way, even if 2 houses fully supported the abolition, it still wouldn't be enough. Azira nodded sadly. She slowly started to feel that her new job, searching for weaknesses of the enemies of the Empire, actually might help people that truly need aid. At the cost of giving Emperor even more power, but after all there are no perfect solutions. Well, I guess I'll be going. It's late now and I still need to rent a room at the inn. She turned around to leave, but the Argonian placed a hand on her shoulder. Wait. There's something else I wanted to say. What is it? She asked, turning around. Kilaya smiled. There's a certain group that is always looking for new friends. Money isn't exactly involved in this line of business, it's more about connections and doing what is right. You freed a slave and brought her into safety of our mission even though there was no guarantee you would get anything in exchange for the costs you had to pay and risks you had taken. It would just feel wrong to do otherwise. Which is why I'm willing to invite you into our group. I do not mean the mission either. The twin lamps. You are awfully trusty for a member of a semi-legal organization. For all you know I might actually be a spy for Kaminatong. The Argonian snorted. They would never accept a Kajiat into their ranks, even if it meant the difference between their success and failure. They treat us as resources, not even tools. Also, I can't explain it, but there's something about you that makes me think you are the kind of person that can actually face impossible odds and emerge victorious. And for some reason I find it easy to trust you. I believe I know why exactly you helped Rubina. Really? Why? You helped for the same reason I helped the first slave I freed. You saw yourself in her. Azira remained silent. It will never stop, you know. If anything, your desire to help will only get stronger, we're just like that. Every time you see the face of slave with broken spirit, you will be reminded that it could have been you. Then you will remember those you already helped. And in the end, you will realize that you actually can do something about it. If you ever meet someone who seems friendly towards our cause. Started Kilaya. The old Argonian, at least his voice gave that impression, she never could tell the age of lizard folk, turned her around and led her to the door. Ask them, have you seen the twin lamps? If their answer is they guide the path to freedom, know you have found one of your new friends. Farewell to you, Azira the mage. I hope we will meet again. Why yet? See you soon. The first contact with the camp of Arabenamsoon tribe was quite tense. The Arabenamsoon aren't friendly even at the best of times. Ever since the previous Ashkan died, the tribe became very hostile to outsiders. Bulith Pal, the new leader, was a brute and murderer. Since he came to power, the camp's main source of income were raids and banditry. All of that Rathi Amok, already knew from the game, so he had shown no surprise when at his approach many warriors pulled out weapons. Even though it was clear they were nervous from meeting a completely new adversary, they were still willing to fight. Dram. Peace. I have no ill intentions. As if we're going to believe that, beast. Spoke warrior of great stature. He was a leader, a full set of bone mold armor and the fact everyone else was getting out of his way made it clear. I may not care about that weakling Hanamu, but I'll not tolerate attacks at any of my mare. Hanamu? But that means. Ted looked at his legs. So, I'm holding a future Ashkan in my claws. Oh joy, that will help my reputation so much. I assure you he's fine. He just. Suddenly Ted realized he couldn't say fainted, the Dunmer was already labeled as weak in his tribe. I saw him being knocked out in a fight with the 2 clan fears. I ate said clan fears and decided to spare your companion. Bulith Pal sneered. Your lies won't save you, monster. The Ashkan pulled out an axe and Ted was triggered. I hate those who use fake righteousness as an excuse. Fuzz. And that's why your Ashkan got cut with his own axe, finished Ted in a squeaky voice. He started to fear Manarai, the wise woman of Arabenamsoon. The amount of attention she paid to him was unsettling. The other tribesmen kept their distance to show some respect, but it was clear they did so only half-heartedly. Ted still couldn't believe he got away with shouting at Bulith Pal. Aha. Really, that's all. I believe you. The dragon would have raised an eyebrow. If he had them. You do? I mean, it's possible you would, it's true after all, but I'm surprised you have chosen to believe my rod instead of that of your leader. Bulith Pal wouldn't know how to put on a helmet if it wasn't repeatedly told to him for all of his childhood. That's what happens when a mother accidentally drops her baby on the ground. Fortunately for you, he respects strength, so when you proved your words alone are stronger than his actions, you earn some respect and safety from his fellow warriors, for now. As for young Hanamu, he's fine, too fine for someone who was attacked by lesser deadra. It's clear you lied to save his face. Some would find it shameful, but I respect that. I find no fault in your actions, Thunder Lizard. Please, do not call me that. It makes me think of New Vegas and how I'll be never able to see it again. My name's Rathi Amok. I'm sorry, but I find it hard to say it, Thunder Lizard. She's totally doing this just to annoy me, decided Ted. She can say Arabenamsoon just fine. Since there are matters I wish to speak with you about, I would like to invite you to my yurt. Sadly, you are too big to fit in, so we will have to pick another place to make sure no one will listen. Hey. Do you have something in mind? Tomorrow, just like every week, I will leave the camp and travel to the coast to gather ingredients for my potions. I'll head first north and then east, between 2 mountains. That's where we will meet, since no one will be able to eavesdrop without us noticing. That is fine with me. Now I must be going, it takes some time to find a good spot to rest for the night when you are this big. No offense, but I wouldn't trust your Ashkan with my life. That only shows you are not foolish. Goodbye. Without another word, Ted flapped his wings and headed towards ruins at which he met the future Ashkan. It was the safest spot around, no one would reach him there except for some very stubborn Telvanni, but what are the chances of meeting one in the middle of nowhere? The wise woman of Arabenamsoon wants to talk about something she doesn't want others to find out, with me, the only person she has met so far that can overpower Bulith Pal. The dragon smirked. I think I know what it is about. I have a hunch that young Hanamu will get his chance to shine sooner rather than later. Azira, with an open mouth, looked at the massive construct she was passing. That's not what I had imagined when I was told Vivek City stood in the sea. The Dunmer boatman chuckled. Impressive, isn't it? One of the wonders of the world. I bet even Imperial City is smaller, though I was never there to check it. It's not. Then again, Imperial City was built on land. Azira decided to not mention she only saw the capital of the empire once and from the outside, when she was dragged to its prison. Vivek was truly the strangest city she ever saw. It wasn't a terrain filled with buildings, oh no, that's too boring. This place had shown just how divided Dunmers really were. It was normal that there were rich, poor, and middle districts, but when there are 9 districts, many of them created just because political parties wanted to have a part all of their own, then you know your nation has a problem. Also, the word district doesn't really fit there. It means a fragment of a city without any clear borders. Vivek was built of cantons, massive pyramid-shaped buildings that could accommodate thousands of inhabitants. Most cantons had 4 tiers, underworks, canal works, waste works, and plaza, going from the bottom to top. As mentioned, there was 9 of them. Azira's final destination was the northernmost canton, the Foreign Quarter. It was originally the only district in which outlanders were allowed, hence the name. Directly from there, you could only get by with bridges to Redoran Canton. West of there was the Hlalu, and east, the arena. Despite the name, it wasn't just a place of battles, both for honor and profit, since it also held many small businesses. East of the arena stood the Telvanni district. The 2 cantons to the south were named after the 2 Dunmer saints, Saint Dylan and Saint Olm, that's where the poor citizens of the city lived. Even further south was the Temple Canton, devoted entirely to the most popular faith in Morrowind. Finally, at the very end, was the canton that was the reason for city's name, the palace, the abode of the mortal form of the god hero Vivek. And, if all of that wasn't enough, there was a massive object fixed in the air next to the temple. What is the story behind the big hanging rock? That hanging rock, as you put it, is called Bar Dau. It's a moon Sheogorath chucked at the city when it was being built. What? The Dunmer shrugged. It's all written down in the Pilgrim's Path. Sheogorath claimed Vivek was built in the mockery of the heavens and convinced Bar Dau to hurl itself at the temple. The god Vivek stopped it mid-flight. Ever since, it remained there, as a reminder of what would happen if it wasn't for our savior. Now it serves as a citadel for ordinators. The boat stopped next to the flimsy stairs at the side of the Temple Canton. Here's our final stop. I swim only between Ebonheart and Temple Canton, ask gondoliers if you don't want to walk to the Foreign Quarter. Should be cheap, that kind of trip takes only a few minutes. Alright, thanks, I'll be. Eek. Out of nowhere a hand emerged from the water and grabbed her ankle. The boatman looked in boredom as a head raised above the surface, only to receive a kick from Azira and disappear again along with the hand. What was that? Layman Raymond Viralas, I believe. It was amusing the first 2 times, but not anymore. Suddenly a Dunmer landed on the catwalk in front of the Kajiat, Kajiat and a catwalk, I'm so clever, alright, I'm shutting up, breathing heavily. Another failure? Asked the boatman. Actually, I finally did it. Sorry about that miss, I didn't see you from underwater. Azira scratched her head. Just. What was it all about? The Dunmer slowly stood up. He was a ginger, that alone was strange amongst his race. The other oddity was how happy he was. Most Dunmers frown even when they don't want to, and yet this one was smiling broadly even though he was just kicked in the head. He was wearing a cheap, but nice, long robe. His white, well, mostly white, clothing and title gave her a good clue to who he was. You are in the temple, correct? Not exactly. I'm just a layman right now. While it may be a rank, it basically means I'm still proving myself by doing the pilgrimages of the 7 graces. So, not quite a priest yet. Azira walked up to him and removed a string of seaweed he had failed to notice from his shoulder. Oh, thank you, Outlander. Would be mighty embarrassing if I were to speak with Archcanon with that on me, even if I did just visit the Shrine of Courtesy. Seriously? The friendliest Dunmer I've met so far and he still uses that annoying term? Azira walked up the stairs, slightly peeved at this. So, what's your name? It's not exactly common to see a Kajiat in this canton. Are you here to join the temple? Asked Viralas, removing the outer layer of his robe and squeezing the water out of it. I'm Azira. I'm just passing by. I wanted to take a walk instead of paying gondoliers. First time in Vivek and I guess I have to get used to walking a lot. I have a feeling I'll be doing a lot of it in the future. First time in the city? In that case, allow me to give you a small tour of this particular canton. I've spent a lot of time around here in the last week. Had some trouble with one of the shrines. It was the second time he mentioned those, so Azira decided to ask. What shrines? The shrines of 7 graces. You know, graces? Honesty, loyalty, laughter, kindness. No, wait, that's not it. Humility, daring, generosity, courtesy, justice, valor and pride. Yes, those. They are all reminders of the times when Vivek taught his people very important lessons. By visiting the fields of Kumu, the temple in Nissus, Koal Cave and Here he shuddered. Ghost Fence, I've passed humility, justice, valor and pride. The last 3 shrines are here, in this city. I've decided to pass courtesy first, as it was the last true challenge. Wasn't easy, but I finally did it. Okay. Right now they were walking towards a small tablet standing in the southwest corner of the temple. Oh yes, it was a great task indeed. I had to enter the maze under the palace and find a way to the very center, where I'd allow myself to drown in the holy water so that I can meet a Dremora at the very end and give it a sword. This religion doesn't make any sense. For many days, I tried to find my way to the center, all for nothing. Sooner or later, the water in the maze would rise and flush me into the sea, which represents unavoidable death. But today, Shivi guided me to the very center and I was victorious. Hey, Viralas. shouted one of the bypassing priests. Do you know you could have just entered the third level of the maze and then head for the center? Layman froze and for once his gentle smile disappeared. And it's now that you decided to mention that. Ugh. The nearby group of priests chuckled, just like Azira. Doesn't matter. I overcame the maze of life and completed this part of the pilgrimage. And here's one of the last 2 shrines I've yet to visit. The small tablet she noticed from before was now in front of them. It was filled with Dunmeri gibberish, so she couldn't read it. What does it say? I don't know how to read Dunmeri. Azira decided to risk adding some fuel to the fire of faith. The young priest in training proved to be amusing so far. Its title is To Stop the Moon. It speaks the story behind Bartiau. You know it? He asked, excited, clearly wishing he could praise Vivek's name some more. The boatman told me on the way. Oh. His sad look said it all. He perked up almost immediately, though. Anyway, in order to receive a blessing of the shrine, one has to offer a potion of rising force. I happen to have 2 of them, since I've taken one to avoid being flushed this time. Except I forgot to drink it on my way out, when the level of water increased. Want to try it? I've heard it's a wonderful blessing. No, thanks. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Raymond Viralis knelt in front of the tablet, placed a potion in front of him, and started to pray in silence. After several seconds, Azira decided it simply wasn't worth it and she should leave the man so he can worship his god in peace. She didn't even make 10 steps before a shout broke the silence. This is amazing. She turned around, but Raymond was nowhere to be found. She looked up and opened her mouth in shock. The young priest was levitating in the air and doing swimming motions, as if he was still in the water. This is epic. And Pa said it would be boring to be a priest. If one were, for some reason, to take a walk across the Azura's coast somewhere around the 8 in the morning, they would encounter a bizarre sight, an Ashlander woman talking to a dragon of all things. I so called it. So. You want me to cry the Ashkondolith Pal and his 3 Gulakons, Ahaz, Ranabi and Ashuah? Yes. As long as cry means kill. It does. One thing makes me wonder though. You are a wise woman of Arabenham soon, your main task is to aid Ashkon in leading the tribe. Why do you want him gone? Ted of course knew very well the reasons, but he had to play along. He might get away with showing some knowledge, but not all of it. The possibility of Didrik Prince's learning something from what he had already said so far was already too big. He must be more careful in what he tells and what he merely thinks. Aiding Ashkon with my wisdom is my mission indeed, but it's not possible when he is a fool and violent killer. Bulith Pal twisted this tribe into nothing more than a group of bandits. If I will allow this to continue, a false god will send ordinators, or the Outlander ruler will attack with his legions. However, as long as our current Ashkon and his 3 supporters are alive, Hanamu, the only peaceful Gulakon will never become the new leader. Even if they all die, he might not be willing to accept responsibility. We need something special. Like the help of the Thunder Lizard. Ted snorted. For the last time, it's... I know. There's a legend however that tells of your arrival. The dragon froze. Legend. Please, don't let it be a prophecy. The prophecy says. Damn it. That in the age of miracles, a great Thunder Lizard, whose voice can tear the sky asunder, will arrive, bring prosperity to the people of Arabenham soon, share his wisdom with our Ashkon, and give our people a great gift. That's it. It was, surprisingly clear as far as prophecies go. Yes. Perhaps it is a real prophecy. Perhaps not. But you fit. Arabenham soon under Ilith Pal strayed from the way of our ancestors, but it's not easy to remove old beliefs. If the 4 troublemakers were to disappear and both me and you were to say Hanamu should lead, they will listen. That also means I'll have to give Hanamu some important lessons. Easy enough, I know exactly what to say. Now it raises the question of payment. Manurai crossed her arms. I do not know what a being such as yourself would want in exchange, but know that whatever it would be you would be also regarded as a friend to Arabenham soon and will be seen as a hero and trusted spirit. You would always be welcome to join us at the campfire. Sounds nice, I like to celebrate from time to time, and I do know what exactly I want. It would also fit with the last part of the legend. Oh, I'm such a genius. Really? Do tell. The legend says that I will give your people a great gift. How about a champion to your people? How about the Nerevarine? Manarai's eyes widened. You know of the foretold hero that will unite this land and defeat all its foes. I do. I am a son of Bormahu, time itself. I see past, present and sometimes even the future. If Ted's bullshit meter wasn't broken, it would be overloaded right now. The time of the Nerevarine is near, I know this. But the task ahead of them. Their prophecy is a great challenge. 4 tribes will call him the Nerevarine, 3 houses will call him the Hordator. Just that part alone is hard to fulfill. I wish to lessen that burden. I'll find the Nerevarine and when I do, Hanamu will name him, or her, call, a champion of your tribe, without any more trials and tasks. This will be my gift and payment at the same time. The wise woman gave him a long stare. Ted managed to show no emotion, even though he was slightly nervous about her answer. You asked for a lot, Thunder Lizard. But so did I. All 4 warriors are strong and fighting them won't be easy. If you will win, then I will trust that the person you will give to us as the Nerevarine will be indeed worthy of such honor. Then we have an agreement. Now, how should I go about defeating Ashkon and his supporters? If I attack him openly in the camp, he might choose a coward's way out and order his warriors to attack me. The tribe would no longer respect me if I were to kill many of them. Not to mention I would end up as a dragon jerky. Whether it's Nords or Dunmers, it's never good if the entire population attacks you with God mode disabled. That can be solved in 2 ways. 1, you will attack him when he is away from the camp, which is often. 2, you will challenge him in the presence of many. The first option gives you more options in which way you can attack and dispatch of him, but the second one will win over the people of Arabenham soon if you should succeed. I see. I'll have to think about it. I won't keep you any longer from gathering the ingredients, wise woman of Arabenham soon. With a flap of his wings, Ted lifted into the air. Prisonnier. That's the closest thing we dragons have to a goodbye. Farewell, Thunder Lizard. Until our next meeting. Manurai left for the coast and Ted flew north, towards the Gracelands. Today he decided to hunt down some Kagouti, hunt down being used here in quite broad sense, yes, he intended to land on one, shut up. To be honest he was glad he had to eat only once a day, but what a portion that was. Furthermore, he was never truly hungry, he suspected dragons were a lot like T-Rexes in that regard, as in they could stuff themselves with meat and then go on without food for days. Looks like I'll be fixing Arabenham soon's problems in place of the Nerevarine. That's fine. If only I didn't have to kill several strong fighters. They might prove troublesome. Let's see. If I remember correctly, Ranabi is a noob that goes down in one hit if you put enough strength into it. It gets messy only if you allow him to cast spells. The others are tougher. The one with shiny, enchanted armor is strong, but mostly because of said items. The Ashkan and his bodyguard are really tough and they are always together, so I would have to fight both at the same time. Of course, if I were to get a jump on them or fight dirty, I would easily win. You can't beat something that is always out of your reach. I would have to learn some shout first though, can't kill them with fuss alone. Fire breath is iconic, but not the best choice against Dunmers. That leaves only frost breath. No, wait, I have a better idea. Ma Salinier Marion smirked at the Khajiit that just teleported in front of her. She was floating. Shrine of Daring. Shrine of Daring. Friend Azira, you're back. Said Ajira from behind her desk. She looked very relieved. When you didn't come back from the swamp, Ajira started to think something terrible had happened. Are you alright? Azira nodded. Yes, I am, sorry about the first person. But something terrible did indeed happen. Azira got jumped by an overeager slaver. Azira chuckled at Ajira's terrified look. Don't worry, this one doesn't think he's going to enslave anyone ever again. Mostly because he's dead. Then Azira had to ride a boat to Ebonheart so that she could drop a freed slave at the Argonian mission. By the way, Ajira owes Azira 40 septims just for teleportation from the guild hall in Vivek. The alchemist nodded sadly. Ajira thinks it's reasonable. Does Azira have the mushrooms? The protagonist pulled a small sack from her backpack and placed it on the desk. Both she and Ajira immediately sneezed. If Ajira will say those are wrong shrooms, Azira will never refer to herself in third person. No, they are correct. Thank you. Here, take these my friend. With those words, Ajira gave her 4 healing potions. They are not very effective and the taste is terrible, but Ajira is still learning. Should be good for minor wounds. Handy in travels, yes. I'm sure soon they will be of great use to Azira, stated seriously Azira, slowly realizing that it was about time she visited Caius Cosadas, the spy master. The suspense was killing her every time she thought about her unknown mission. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad and she's just worrying about nothing. Either way, she had to find out just so she could focus on a specific danger, not some mysterious threat. Say, is there a mage in any guild hall that sells really good destruction spells? Malvin Romori at the Vivek branch said she had some really good ones, but her services are for those of at least conjurer rank. Ajira started pondering. There are 2 wizards that have destruction spellbooks in Caldera, but Ajira thinks you should go to Aldirun instead. There's a really good Argonian mage there, he sells many strong spells. But before you go, are you interested in more work? Oh, I'm not going there yet, there are still some things I have to take care of in the city. What work are we talking about? Ajira smiled. Ajira and Galbidur made a bet about who will first reach the rank of journeyman. While the winner will get some money, what Ajira really wants is just to beat Galbidur, said Ajira in a quiet voice, to make sure other mages wouldn't hear. Yes, this one heard something about the bet. Ajira does what she can to advance, this report about mushrooms is one of her biggest chances. But it never hurts to slow down your rivals, yes? So Ajira has a small job for Azira, not an official one, no, a tiny task for a fellow Khajiit. A tiny task for a fellow Khajiit, thought Azira. She smirked. So it's about stealing. Soon Galbidur will come down there to talk with Moraine Dren about something. In the meantime, Azira will go upstairs to Galbidur's workplace and swap her soul gem with the fake one Ajira has. Will you help, friend? Azira frowned slightly. Doesn't it count as serious theft? I might be expelled. Only if Azira is caught by Galbidur herself. Everyone else here dislikes her, so they would ignore Azira. And Galbidur won't catch Azira, because she will be here, talking with Dren. There's such a thing as the Khajiit Code. Basically, it claims that Khajiit should go wherever they please and take whatever they want that isn't bolted to the floor as long as no one sees. Azira broke the Khajiit Code way too many times in the last few days, the biggest example being that damned unguarded room full of shinies back at the Census and Excise office in Sidanin. It was time to make up for it. I'm in. Good. Here's the fake soul gem. And remember, it's all about Galbidur thinking nothing is wrong until the gem goes boom when she tries to enchant something with it. So please, Ajira knows it's a lot to ask, but don't steal anything else. Azira can keep the real soul gem as payment. Oh well, the Khajiit Code can wait one more day. Fine. Let's get started. A/N. Looks like both Azira and Ted are making more friends. Twin lamps, wise women, random priests. Speaking of random priests, if you are trying to pinpoint where was he in Morrowind, don't bother. I know that I said I don't like making up characters, however I realized it could be useful in showing more case T-lines. Azira is not going to be in more than 3 factions at once, at least for the sake of realism, which means I wouldn't be able to show any interesting quests from other groups. Besides, let's be honest, if the Nerevarine wouldn't show up to do all those quests, someone else would. They will remain supporting characters and will appear only from time to time, so don't worry about dividing the plot. It was possible to join twin lamps in the game. Kind of. They were never listed in your factions even if you did, and there were hardly any quests. I still don't know how much will Azira interact with them, but as you can see she's at least friendly. Also, Azira's quest with replacing the soul gem doesn't count into official guild business. In the game you could advance in rank if you were to did it, but not here, Azira is not getting any points for that. It appears that Ted is making a speedrun, sneaky cheater. The quest he is about to do is a part of the main case T-line. In other words, he's making the way for the Nerevarine ahead of the time. Well, that's all for now. In the next chapter, we will see how goes a fight with Irabenum soon. Azira will receive her first mission from Caius Cosadas, and those of you who read this far without buying the game will be introduced to the main antagonist. Chapter 9, Killing the Locals. Here we are, in the 9th chapter. It appears I have already a nice group of readers that always comment, that makes me really happy. The nerd who likes Digimon, well, let's find out, shall we? Guessed, believe it or not, it is. There are worse names, trust me on that. There's a cave called Milk. It even happens to be connected to a quest for Redderin House. Long story short, local lord went mad from grief and started to attack travelers, while the cave itself was his base of operations. The quest was called the Mad Lord of Milk. I don't know what the developers were taking when they were making the game, but I want some of that too. XD. Maron's Dragon Bro, no power in the world can change my update rate. Floods, wildfires and the wrath of demons shall not affect me. My university and parents, sure, but nothing else. XD. Lunar Loon, tedious job can't kill my muse will kill the, Ted, ES job with a minigun. The only danger is that something will entertain me much more than writing itself, but no worries, my reserve laptop can't keep up with gaming world, it's my stolen original laptop that was the source of entertainment. Research, yes, I do it. I like to think I know a lot about lore, but I trust collective knowledge of USPWiki much more. For this chapter for example I searched for info about Hasfat and Tabilis, Caius Cosadas, Fighters Guild, the Sleepers Awake quest, Irabenum Soon Nerevarine quest, Irabenum Soon Warriors, the War of the First Council book, Blade Trainers and Spells Vendors. It's your Uncle Bourbon, if your next review will be even shorter, I won't bother to respond. Just saying. Please, don't answer with okay. Get ready. Azira receives her first mission and makes preparations, while Ted/Rafiamak confronts Olaf Pal. Hopefully it will live up to your expectations. After succeeding in swapping the 2 soul gems, Azira told her she had no more work for today and to check tomorrow or the day after. For the soul gem, being of lesser kind, Azira got 85 septims from Aravir, and for the iron boots scavenged from the slaver she got 160. Finally, she decided to speak to her new superior, since the blessing had worn off and she was no longer a spectacle wherever she went, the moment could be better, she was at the time hanging upside down, but she was used to divines making fun of her. Since she was wearing her simple traveling clothes, no one paid much attention to her on the way. Despite this, our heroine constantly had a feeling of being followed. Since on the walk from the Hall of Mages Guild to Caius' house she noticed no followers, she decided it was just her paranoia at work. She knocked on the door, which opened almost immediately. Come in. Don't forget to close the door. After doing what she was told, the Kajiat faced Caius, who happened to stand in the middle of the room, just like most of the time she first met him. Absolutely nothing about the place was different. If she didn't know better, she would think he was standing here all this time, just waiting for her to report. You weren't followed. If I were to notice someone trailing me, do you think I'd be even here? True. Since you are here, I assume you are ready for your first mission. Azira smiled weakly. I don't think I'd ever be truly ready for this, but I might as well start it now. I feel a bit more confident than before. Oh, don't worry. I'm guessing the other blades told you something about how they began. Was that a small smile? Don't worry. Unlike you, the other blades in Balmora were already experienced when they were recruited, so their orders were more demanding. You will have an easy start. I hope so. Hope so? You truly lifted my spirits. That's enough of small talk. Novice, attention. Azira straightened up. Geez, now he is a drill sergeant. We will start with simple information gathering. The area of interests are 2 secret cults, the Nerevarine cult and the 6th house cult. Have you heard about either of those before, novice? No, sir. That was just a small joke, don't shout so much, we're spies, not soldiers. Azira relaxed and glared daggers at the amused Cosadas. As long as you remember who your superior is and act with some respect, you don't have to be tense all of the time when talking with me. Feel free to ask questions, within reason. I want to make sure we understand each other. Is that clear? It is. I have a question then, what are those cults? Some deadra worshippers. No. I already gathered some information from my sources, but it's not exactly satisfying. Your task is to find a better intel. In this city's branch of Fighters Guild works a man named Hasfat Antabilis. He trains people in athletics, blocking, and hand-to-hand combat, but that's not important to you. What does matter is his hobby, history. He might know what we need. How should I act? It's not the first time I need to consult an expert. We have a simple system for that. If we want to learn something from an informant, we must do them a favor. Hasfat doesn't owe us anything, so when you ask him about the 2 cults, be prepared to do something in exchange for info. Unless he will demand something outrageous, which I doubt, I expect you to take care of it on your own. I'm not going to hold your hand all the way. Azira nodded slowly. So, I must ask about the Nerevarine and the 6th house cults, do him a favor and come back. Pretty much. That reminds me something. Here, take these books. He pointed at 2 tomes on the table. Azira glanced at the covers. Guide to Vardenfell and The War of the First Council. Make sure to read them in your free time. The first one is a gift from our agent in Sidanid, Scout alone. The other is from me. You can hardly be a part of history if you do not understand it in the first place. Will do. If that's all, I'll be. Wait, I just remembered. You mentioned there's a Blade agent in ElderScroll. Correct. You're going there soon. Yes, I was told mages in that branch sold nice destruction spellbooks. In that case, meet with Gildan, our spy in the Nerevarine district. If you will stand on the staircase leading to the local temple and face east, it will be the first house to your left. Don't forget to tell her our password for new members. I'll remember. Goodbye, Spy Master. Good luck, novice. Hopefully you won't need it. That wasn't so bad, decided Azira on her way out. She took a good look at her surroundings, however the street was as empty as when she arrived. She put on the hood of her coat and went in the direction of the river. Looks like this whole mission won't be actually dangerous. I doubt a historian can give some hard task. Suddenly, someone blocked her path and Azira, surprised, took a step back. It was a poorly dressed Dunmer. He seemed distant. He was looking at her and yet it seemed as if he wasn't even quite there. In his right hand, he held a torch, even though it was noon. He looked relaxed, even lost in thoughts, and yet the young mage had a feeling she would be more confident if he held a sword, as long as he wouldn't look at her like that. Over his arm, Azira noticed a figure in bone mold armor, who was looking at the two of them with attention. She noticed people like him before on the streets and assumed those were city guards. She returned her gaze to the Dunmer in front of her. See, can I help you? For some reason the absent look of that mare was scaring her. At the lonely hour of midnight, I fly, when stars are weeping. Beneath the echo of souls, my spirit sleeping. Azira took another step back. Never in her life had she been so creeped out by a single sentence. What? It is the hour of awakening. He comes forth in his glory, and his people shall rejoice, and his enemies shall scatter like dust. Get away from me, madman. For a second, the Dunmer stood there in silence. The guard placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and headed in their direction. My starkest madness seeming is divinest sense, said stranger in the end. Come. Grasp the chain and prove you're sane. What's going on here? Asked the guard, warily eyeing the Dunmer. I don't know, he just walked up and started to speak like that. You must leave. Distant look in stranger's eyes diminished and for once he seemed to actually notice the Cagiate. There was a shadow of a frown on his face. Leave while you still can. For when Lord Dagoth shall come from the Red Mountain to cleanse this land, all outlander taints in his holy land shall perish. And finally, to Azira's relief, the man left. The Cagiate and the guard followed him with their eyes, until he stopped at the edge of the river and remained there, unmoving. What was that? Asked finally Azira, hoping the local knew more. As it turns out, he did. That was a sleeper. There aren't many of them, but just the presence of one is disturbing. She frowned. What do you mean by sleeper? The guard sighed. He wasn't always like that. I knew the guy. Nerevarine Radaris was a commoner, a normal miner. One night he left his house and started walking the streets with the torch and continued to do so even when it burned out and the day came. He has been around ever since. The only reason he's alive is because the concerned priests from the temple feed him by force, since he doesn't even eat on his own anymore. He also never sleeps, or maybe I should say he always sleeps. People like him are called sleepers. And just when I thought this couldn't get creepier, thought Azira with terror. How is this possible? Is this some sort of a curse? That's what the priests say. And they can't even do anything to help. Ordinators in Vivec once tried to take one of them to the Ministry of Truth so that priesthood could try to heal them, but they just died on the spot, without any known reason. They aren't dangerous, at least they haven't been so far, they are just absent. So, our policy is to keep an eye on them, but not attack unless they turn hostile. The guard looked her straight in the eyes, or that's how it looked, no way to tell for sure with a full helmet. Sleepers in Balmora have never spoken to anyone before, though I heard those in different cities sometimes did. Always a warning to outlanders and an invitation to Dunmers. Invitation to what? Azira was almost too scared to ask. That was deadra level of dread right there. You are new in this land, aren't you? He did mention Dagoth, and if that name doesn't explain everything to you, then you must be. My third day in Vardenfell. You've picked a bad time to come here, Cagiate. Well, I guess you should know some things. Dagoth was once a mayor, mortal, and a friend to the tribunal, who at the time were mortal too. He betrayed them however, and, just like all Malexia, Suthasil, and Vivec transcended into godhood by their good actions, he obtained dark powers by his act of evil. Now he is the enemy, the devil under the Red Mountain. From there, he poisons the sky with his ash storms, kills people and livestock with the blight and taunts those of weaker will with his false visions. The sleepers are his prophets and the dreamers, more violent and barbaric servants, are his hounds. Finally, his corpus beasts. Bodies of those with corpus are twisted beyond recognition and they lose mind in the process. Be careful, Cagiate. Bandits are no longer the worst thing you can meet in the wild. And with those words he left, as if his single purpose in life was giving Azira nightmare fuel. No number of septims could lift Azira's spirits after her talk with the guard. Even the money she got from selling the slaver's iron cuirass, she decided to keep the boots, greaves, and short enchanted sword, which amounted to 300 septims, couldn't keep her from worrying about the fact she was living on the island that was a hunting grounds of an evil incarnate. With almost 900 coins in her backpack, Azira bought a number of items that would be necessary in the life of an adventurer mage, a very detailed map of Vardenfell, a tinderbox, a pen, a bottle of ink, an empty book for a journal, lockpicks, and probes. It appears that our Avir truly had everything she could ask for, some chalk. And rope. You can never have too much rope. After buying said essentials, our heroine entered the building of Fighters Guild, which happened to be right next to that of Mages Guild, as it often is with those two organizations in many cities. Right after entering and turning left she found herself in a tiny hall with staircases leading for higher and lower levels. There were two people nearby, both sitting on the crates in the corner. One being a Reguard man in common clothes, the other petite Breton woman in a set of, some sort of light armor, making it the third type she had not recognized since her arrival to Vardenfell. She really had to learn more about the local culture. Welcome, adventurer. greeted her Reguard. As Ira smiled, at last, someone looked at her and the first thing they thought was adventurer. Maybe, given enough time, she will even convince herself she is one. Looking for an equalizer? Something to give you an edge against a superior opponent? When you need to do a lot of damage in a hurry, my poisoned blades are both trusty and not too expensive. I have a blade of my own, it even has an enchantment, noticed Azira, pointing at the scabbard at her side. Really? Can I see it? I like to compare the craftsmanship of my own weapons with others. Sure. Azira pulled out the sword and handed it to him. An iron shard blade? Not bad. Frost enchantment is a good choice, as long as you do not plan to fight Nords. The blade itself is pretty well made, although it could have been better. Really nice weapon, for an iron one that is. As long as you know how to handle it, you can deal a lot of damage with this. Have you paid a lot for this? Not a single septim. A certain thug decided a single caveat in the middle of nowhere would be an easy target. The Reguards grinned. Now that is the kind of person I like. Azira gave him a little smile. While she was now more or less at peace with what happened yesterday, she still wasn't willing to go around and talk casually about killing people. If it's not the blade you need, perhaps are you here for armor or training? Or maybe you are in the guild and are searching for some work. If that's so, ask Edie's upstairs. I'm looking for a trainer. I was told there's one that teaches athletics, blocking, and hand-to-hand combat at the same time. Azira decided earlier that it would gather less attention if she were to ask about her informer as if she didn't know his name. You're looking for Hasfat Antabeles. Go downstairs. At the end of the corridor is a training room. That's where he usually is at this time. Thanks. See you later, I have a feeling we will make some trading from time to time. So, you are with Caius. Very well then, I assume you know the rules. I'll help you if you will help me. Hasfat Antabeles, the Imperial Drill Master, was a man of short stature, but with enough muscles to make up for it in battle. Unlike most of the warriors, however, he had a spark of great scholarly knowledge visible in his eye. The massive book about the history of the Riemann dynasty was a good clue as well. What kind of help do you require? As a historian, I'm interested in the relics of ancient civilizations. The Dmurs are of particular importance to me, since their achievements still remain mostly unknown. Recently, I learned of the existence of a certain object. I'm very curious about this. Dmur puzzle box, as my source calls it. I wish to study it and you will deliver it to me. Azira nodded calmly, although she was already getting worried. Things like that couldn't possibly be easy to obtain. Where is it? In the ruins, nearby. Getting there and back again shouldn't take you much time. They're called Armhand. Don't look at me like that. All Dmur ruins have strange names. Anyway, the box itself should be a cube the size of a fist, maybe a little bigger. One side is covered in circular symbols and the others with lined marks. It's made of dwarven metal, like almost all artifacts of the Dmur. Is there anything I should know about the ruins? Deeper levels may contain some Dmur constructs, be very careful with those. I doubt you will have to get so deep though. According to the text I found, such items should be in a chamber close to the entrance, some sort of security protocol, so that it could be easily accessed. Oh, one more thing. Some of the legionaries at Moonmoth Fort warned me there might be a band of smugglers or bandits in the area. I doubt they are in the ruins itself, that would be stupid even for bandits given the dangers of Dmur cities. It would take a stupidity of an orc berserker to live in such a place. Nonetheless, keep your guard up. Lovely. Are you alright? Your eye is twitching. With a sigh Azira collapsed on her bed in Balmora's Mages Guild, tired, but at least with some hope about the incoming mission. After her talk with Antabeles, she used the guild's teleportation network to travel to Aldirun. Terrible place. All she saw in her brief visit was an ash storm, which made the simple task of finding Gildan very difficult. Normally it would take a 2-minute walk to her house, but the search was just annoying when sand found its way into your ears, eyes, and nose. At least she got something out of this. A fellow blade taught her how to cast Far Silence, the perfect spell if she had to face a mage. It would take away the ability to cast spells only for 10 seconds, but she figured it was enough time. Gildan seemed shocked when she got the spell right at her 6th try. Azira had no idea what was so strange about it, the spell seemed simple enough to her. Argonian Himla had a great selection of spellbooks, just like Azira told her. At first, she thought she could afford only 2 of them and there wouldn't be much gold left. However, she had the smart idea of selling him books from which she learned poison and poisonous touch. While they were no longer so valuable with used up enchantments, she still gained 400 septims from that. She bought Greater Shock Ball and Sleep, which with the fee for a return to Balmora lowered her fortune to 460 septims, but it was worth it. With those 2 spells she could tire out and hurt her enemies from a distance, making them vulnerable in melee. It didn't hurt that she heard the Dmur constructs were weak to shock. She sighed and pulled out both books from her backpack and opened them. After the short rush of knowledge came to a stop, she put them away with the intention of reading them in the morning. While so far she was very lucky and managed to learn every spell just with the enchantment, these 2 seemed more complicated and she would rather not take any chances. That left her with 2 other books to read before sleep, Guide to Vardenfell and The War of the First Council. The choice seemed obvious to her. She stretched and sank deeper into the quilt as the words of an ancient historian told her the epic story of kings and gods. Nah, just kidding, it was boring enough to serve as a lullaby. The War of the First Council was a first-age religious conflict between the secular houses Dmur and Dagoth and the orthodox Dunmer houses Indoril, Redoran, Druz, Hlalu, and Telvanni. The First Council was the first pan-Dunmer governing body, which collapsed over disputes about sorceries and enchantments practiced by the Dmur and declared profane by the other houses. The secular houses, less numerous, but politically and magically more advanced, and aided by the Nord and Orc clans drawn by promise of land and booty, initially campaigned with great success in the north of Morrowind, and occupied much of the land now comprising Redoran, Vardenfell, and Telvanni district. Azira looked in exasperation at the book. Caius has some rather poor taste in literature. The orthodox houses, widely dispersed and poorly organized, suffered defeat after defeat until Nerevar was made general of all house troops and levies. Nerevar secured the aid of nomad barbarian tribesmen, and contrived to force a major battle at the secular stronghold of Red Mountain on Varden Fell. Khajiit yawned. Gods, this bed is so soft. The secular forces were outmaneuvered and defeated with the help of Ashlander scouts, and the survivors forced to take refuge in the Dwemer stronghold at Red Mountain. Azira yawned again. I guess I can finish it tomorrow. After a brief siege, treason permitted Nerevar and his troops to enter the stronghold, where the secular leaders. The time has come. Ted. No, Rothiamok. He should get in the proper mindset. Thinking like a mortal is not going to help in this clash. It was 6 in the morning, right after the sunrise, when one of the scouts of the tribe came running from the south. A few minutes later, Ashkan and 2 of his followers left the camp, probably to squeeze money out of some unfortunate wanderer. Rothiamok, who at the time was silently observing the location from nearby mountain, smirked and took to the sky. I would recognize the armor anywhere, that's Olaf Pal. That means the Dunmer in normal clothes is his bodyguard. The third must be Ranaby, he wears the robe of a mage. 3 out of 4 thugs that need to be put down. That would make things so much easier, but it won't be too easy. All 3 are good at fighting and 3 high-level characters were enough to kill a dragon in Skyrim. The shout should even the odds, I'm really glad I picked it. The dragon pulled his wings into his sides, initiating a dive with a mad smile on his face. I love this attack. Why didn't they include it in the game? Incoming. A Haas shout was the only warning Olaf Pal received, but it was enough. At the last possible moment he threw himself behind a nearby rock. Instead of arrows, however, it was a giant lizard that hit the ground in his former position. Ashkan growled. The massive beast humiliated him in the middle of his own camp. Ever since then, he was looking forward to fighting the monster, on his own terms, that is. Facing him in a duel was a bad idea, even if he were to ignore his enemy's unknown magical technique, it was clear who could overpower whom. As a result, up until now, Ashkan was forced to stay his blade and wait until the opportunity presented itself to attack him in group, when no one was there to witness it, lest he would lose his honor. No. How could I've missed? It appears that the spirits of the ancestors favor me today. Kill the beast. He ordered. The lizard faced them and took a deep breath. Olaf Pal instantly recognized the action and braced himself, placing his feet far apart to resist the wave of energy. You won't get me twice with the same attack, Eswit. A layer of ice covered his body and Olaf Pal realized with terror that the enemy wasn't a one-trick doer. Judging by a yelp behind him, Ranaby also got caught in the blast, however Ahaz managed to jump to the side. This was followed by his charge with his enchanted axe, however it wasn't meant for the Ashkan to witness the fight, despite being literally frozen in place he slowly tilted backwards and fell. Olaf Pal put his entire strength into breaking from the effects of the vile sorcery. Once he managed to do so, the first thing he saw was a collapsing Ahaz, with a big chunk of his left arm missing. Ashkan scowled, roared in fury and rushed at the monster. His axe, the war axe of the Arabenum soon, with ease cut through the scales of his enemy, just like any weapon made of malachite should. The thunder lizard growled and, not paying any attention to the danger, attempted to bite off the Dunmer's head. With a quick dodge, he found himself near the beast's throat and he took a swing, which the dragon sadly managed to avoid. The enemy looked at him with bloodshot eyes, snarled A&D. Turned left? Where are you going? I'm not finished with. Arg. That fetcher. That damned fetcher slammed him with his tail. Olaf Pal stood up and ran to aid Ranaby, who had just started to bombard the lizard with every single spell he knew. The beast hissed in pain and took to the air, quickly leaving the Ashkan's reach. He wasn't complaining, he used that moment to cast vitality, slightly increasing his adrenaline, so that he could ignore more pain. The spellcaster rushed to Ahaz's side and shook him. He's unconscious, what should we do? Leave him. He won't survive with a wound like that anyway. Better cast some spells on yourself before it returns. The lizard suddenly appeared above the mountain range. Ranaby sent several weak fireballs in his direction, but it failed to stop the dragon. The claws found their target and the wizard cried as he was lifted into the air. Olaf Pal watched hopelessly as the monster flied higher and dropped his companion. The Ashkan gnashed his teeth as the body hit the ground. Stop killing my men already and face me, coward. Rothiamok leered at the screaming Dunmer far beneath him. Fortunately, this time he managed to stay in control of his senses during the battle, although for a second he slipped. He couldn't afford fighting like an animal, not with these warriors. Killing 2 supporters was easy enough, both physically and emotionally. They might have been strong, but he was even stronger and the first Dunmer forgot that, simply trying to overwhelm him, which proved to be his great mistake. Ranaby was annoying. The stronger spells hurt him, but not wounded. He decided that attacking 2 elves at the same time was stupid, so he ended up using the advantage of flight to remove him from the equation before the last enemy could take action. Had he faced them on the very first day, he would have perished without a doubt. Not only had he lacked any skills back then, he also wasn't ready mentally. Now, however, it was a different story. He might not be a master of combat, hell, probably any other dragon would kick his ass, but he understood his strengths and weaknesses. He had to fight, because there was no other option. Even if he spared Olaf Pal today, he would have to kill someone in defense sooner or later. He already did kill someone in defense. Not to mention the Ashkan was doomed to die anyway, if not because of him, then because of Nerevarine. Rothiamok focused on his last opponent. Let's end this. The dragon dived and the Dunmer froze, waiting for a moment to strike. Ted was now flying more or less on his level, just above the ground, with the intention of grabbing him the same way he captured Ranaby. He closed the distance, reached out with his back legs. The plan was sound. It's a shame he had done it once already, and the Dunmer expected it. Rothiamok roared when the glass axe hit him in the foot with maximal force. He lost his balance and slammed into the ground a few meters away from the warrior. That was stupid of me, thought Ted in a daze. Suddenly there was the sensation of a pressure on his back, quickly approaching the head. His eyes widened in panic. He's on me. No. Not the finishing attack. With the armed Ashkan so close to his neck, Ted came up with only one way of defense. It wasn't complicated. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't impressive. It wasn't even a true defense. But it could work. He just rolled over on his back. Crack. And so ends the story of Olaf Pal. A/N. I just can't freaking write fluent fight scenes. Arg. Before I'll get to plot discussion, let me point out Gildan gave us absolutely nothing in game when you asked her for help, just like 2 other blades that weren't mentioned in the story so far. Instead they were recommending you people who could be useful. Gildan would recommend Wayne. In other words, the guy Azirarid talked with at Fighters Guild. Agent from Caldera would tell you to check out LaRose Yvain in the same town, she's selling a lot of useful spells, so it's actually a really good advice. The last guy, who lives in the middle of nowhere, would recommend, wait for it, Galbidur. Yeah, the brat from the guild, one of the most annoying characters in the game. I have a feeling Azira will give her some serious thrashing at one point just because I'd love to see this. Sure, she has some nice scrolls, but seriously, at this point you probably already met her on your own. Also, the fight with Benamsoon warriors in the game was much simpler than what Ted did, since he was a dragon he couldn't just walk into a tent and best each of them in a one-on-one combat. So. Now we all know what is the purpose of Dwemer Puzzle Box. Het. Sorry to disappoint you, Skyrim players, that's just a simple fetching job. Well, if diving into a Dwemer ruin and fighting bandits when you are on the first level counts as a simple job, that is. The sleepers awake. Normally you would have to first finish the quest for Antabolis before they appeared, but I decided I might show them already. More confusing? Yes. More frightening? Definitely. And that's the point. Both Skyrim and Oblivion failed to creep me out just by putting a strange dude in the middle of the city, but not Morrowind. Somehow that old game managed to do what newer ones couldn't even with better graphics. Ted defeated Olaf Pal and 2 of his companions, leaving only one man standing in the way of pacification of Benamsoon. Ted is overpowered and useless at the same time. Sure, he managed to learn 1 word of power by meditating an entire day, but when it comes to the fight itself he topples over faster than Myrmilnir. The thing about guides is that usually they aren't best at fighting, and at least for now Ted is no exception. Being a dragon gave him a victory, but that's all he has going for him. Furthermore, there's still 1 more person he has to beat, and chances are this time he will have to actually play by the rules. No dropping your enemies from the sky, no freezing your opponent, no crushing hugs. Winning this way is not going to be easy for him. The next chapter. The next chapter. Prepare yourself. This is going to be Azira's and Rothiamok's greatest challenge so far. Either will they both show the world what they are made of, or die trying. Chapter 10, Epic Quest for Epic Loot. Wow, it's 10 chapters already? Not bad. No skills, only hacks. I certainly do not mind long reviews, that's for sure. XD sure, Dwemers deserve more, and they kinda do get more. They played quite an important role in Dagatha's schemes. At one point developers even planned to have a quest in Morrowind that, while still focused on fetching, would be much more interesting than what Antabolis asked for. The player was supposed to steal the schematics of Numidium, artificial god machine of Dwemer, from the citadels of Red Mountain. Sadly, it was cut out of the final game, though there are still codes left in the game. Why does Bethesda always cut out the best content? And no, Ted isn't going to become so overpowered anytime soon. He prefers to rely on cunning rather than brute strength. For many chapters he won't even bother to learn more than 1 word for most shouts. Maron's Dragon bro, I know how that feels, both the urge to play after reading a good fanfiction and, sadly, also the inability of playing. Don't worry though, unless your PC doesn't have 2 GB of RAM, you should be fine as long as you don't use graphics mods. Since Morrowind is 14 years old, most computers will run it without much problems. All of that is pointless though if Uni steals our entire time, whether we want to play or write. Here we go. Ashuer frowned. For a second he thought he heard a distant roar, but after few seconds of silence he shrugged and returned to polishing his enchanted armor. For a moment, everything was silent. That actually made the greatest warrior of Benamsoon pause. There was no sound, as if the entire camp out of nowhere decided to hold their breath. And then the very earth under Ashuer's feet shook. The Dunmer grabbed his trusty sword and rushed outside. That lizard, Roth something, was right in front of him, looking down with squinted eyes and bared teeth. The warrior silently cursed the fact that he didn't have his mountain spirit armor on. The beast looked hostile. Fortunately, he misread the signs. Kind of. Ashuer, roared the monster. I have learned of your misdeeds. You dare to call yourself a warrior when you are willing to hurt defenseless and weak. Those like you are the reason other tribes look down upon yours. Anger flared within the Dunmer's heart at those insults. At this point, the roaring dragon had gathered a crowd of tribesmen, who looked at him with either resentment or strange, expressionless faces. The warrior made a mental note to have some serious talk with the last group. Now, however, he had to protect his honor. How dare you to say that about me, the most powerful of all Benamsoon? Your lies will cost you your life. I challenge you to battle to the death. Refuse and you will forever be seen as a coward. The dragon smiled deviously. You can't challenge me, little mortal. You can't, because I challenge you. We will settle this on the crossroads north of the camp at noon. Prepare yourself, for I do not intend to lose. Ashuer harumphed and returned to his yurt. Rothiamok continued to look at the place in which the warrior stood before, however his scowl slowly changed into grin. Manarai, the wise woman of Benamsoon, walked up to him. Are you certain you can beat him, Thunder Lizard? He is a powerful opponent. No. But I can't wait to find out. The dragon looked at her. I have a request, wise woman. There's something that we need to convince Hanamu to accept the responsibility of leading the tribe. 3 objects of power, 3 symbols that would let his Z soar. I obviously cannot bring them myself, not with limbs like these. Rothiamok moved slightly his massive wings. I'm afraid you will have to bring them instead. I hope they aren't too far. No. Go south, and you will soon understand what items I was talking about. Please, hurry. We need to have them before my battle with Ashuerhens. Even Azira's parents wouldn't recognize her right now. That is, if they knew her at all in the first place. Her legs were covered by iron greaves, which proved to give solid protection. Making a hole for her tail was a last-minute feature she came up with. Fortunately most cheap armors, like this one, had pelt in place of metal when it came to this particular area, so she could take care of it herself. Her torso was protected by steel cuirass and on her head was a matching helmet. The armor was quite heavy, however, it wasn't as bad as she expected. Whoever made the last part clearly didn't have a caveat in mind. There was a space for her ears, but only just enough. The rest of her body was clothed in her set of traveling clothes and at her hip rested a scabbard with an enchanted iron sword. To put it short, she felt dangerous. She liked it. What she didn't like was the sun. Her armor got even more annoying after it was warmed by its rays. Fortunately, if the directions provided by Hasfat and Tabilis were correct, she didn't have to worry about it for much longer. She already passed a crossroad, and to her right stood the Imperial Fort. She could see the big Dwemer bridge at the top of the hill she was currently climbing. Wow, those dwarves sure could build well. A few thousands of years and it's still standing. The outside of the Dwemer ruins was in a much poor condition. While the entrance itself was well preserved, the surrounding pipes and two towers were in bad shape. One of them even partially collapsed near the roof, showing some of the interior, though most of it was still hidden in shadow. Azira had a feeling she wasn't alone. A big splotch of dried blood in front of the entrance clued her in. This mission keeps getting better and better. The Cagiat looked around. From what she was told about this particular type of the door, the revolving one, was opened by a lever near the entry. Soon she noticed it on a nearby pipe and pulled. With a screech the door started to open. She walked inside. There wasn't much to see at first. Just a long, broad ledge with a big cavern opening to her left, some crates near the entry and a pipe on the wall. It was kind of a letdown. The door closed behind her on its own. What was that? Azira froze. Of course, there would be bandits, why wouldn't there be any? The Cagiat quickly casted the only disguising spell in her repertoire, shadow form. To her relief, it worked, her body shimmered and changed color to fit the surroundings just before a Nord entered from the opposing end. Judging by his lack of armor, they weren't actually a bandit, but still a shady character. A smuggler, yes, that must be it. Strange. I thought I heard the door open. Oh, thank you divines. It was dark enough for her to remain unnoticed even only with her rather weak spell. The Nord shook his head and sat on the edge, looking at the cave below. Azira frowned. Could have been worse, but it's still not too good. How much longer would her disguise remain? 20 seconds, maybe less? She had to take the smuggler down now, when she could still surprise him. She took a silent step towards the man. A second. Third. Several more. She was now halfway. Another step. One more. Clang. The Nord jumped to his feet at the sound of her cuirass connecting with Greaves and Azira cursed. With the element of surprise gone, she sprinted over to the criminal just as he turned around. Before he had a chance to draw his weapon, she kicked him in the nuts. The Nord leaned forward and, too focused on total atomic annihilation occurring in crotch area, he failed to defend himself when the Cagiat grabbed his shoulders and pushed with all of her strength, sending him over the edge. Thud. Azira looked with an open mouth at what was left of the Nord smuggler at the bottom of the cave. Did I really do all of that? I never thought I could be so awesome. Christus. Oh no. Another smuggler appeared in her field of view, this time an Imperial. He immediately looked up to where his ally used to sit and spotted her. Intruder. You will die where you stand. Screamed the man, and he ran to the other end of the cavern, where a primitive set of stairs made of boulders started and led all the way to the ledge. Azira breathed in and out. Just take aim and fire. That's all. Azira extended all her fingers and pointed at the incoming Imperial, sending a greater shock ball in his direction. There was no way for him to dodge, since it was aimed at his feet and it was a spell with area effect. The Imperial fell on his knees screaming in pain, clearly not used to magical damage. Azira wasted no time and ran down the stairs while at the same time pulling out her sword. Without any hesitation, she raised it above her head and slashed. And again. And again. And again. When the body of the man joined his friend at the bottom of the cave, Azira could only look at herself covered in blood. Third, she thought with strange calmness. That's the third man I have killed. After few seconds of thoughtfulness, she put the blade back into the scabbard, not bothering to clean it. Chances were it would be only dirted once more soon enough. Once she reached the end of the stairs, she found herself with a dilemma. There were not 2, not 3, not even 4, but 5 possible paths for her to take. 3 doors were under the ledge and 1 more on higher level, to the left. She could also go down the corridor right next to the stairs, further away from the exit. Antabalise said the puzzle box was probably near the entrance, but there were 2 problems with that. 1, it was probably near the entrance. 2, she didn't know what stood for near when it came to Dwemer ruins. In the end, she decided to try as close to the entrance as possible, with the higher door. Jumping from one rock to another she reached the middle platform, grasped the handle of the door, and peeked in. The room was small, with some sort of machinery in the middle. There were shelves in 2 corners and a table in the third. Most of the space was taken by several barrels and crates. Also, on one of them was sitting a man. He was an Imperial in the age of 50. He was ahead of his companions when it came to defense, since unlike them he actually wore a cuirass, and an iron one at that. As Azira tensed, there was no chance he missed her. And yet, he seemed oddly unresponsive. Hello. Said Azira, surprised at the lack of reaction. If you want to kill me, outsider, just do so. Better you than the dragon. Azira once again allowed any potential nearby fly to visit her mouth. Dragon. He saw it. It was real. D-dragon. Yes. He appeared 3 days ago on this mountain when it was my shift on the bridge, stated somberly smuggler. He shrugged off my spell as if it was nothing, so I escaped down there. I haven't left the room ever since. The other men didn't believe me, but at night, one of them tried to escape. All for nothing, the beast was guarding the exit. Ever since then, we have been stuck. Well, at least now the rest don't think I went senile. 3 days ago. The day I saw a dragon myself. Could this be the same one? The dragon is no longer on the mountain. I'm not going to risk my life just to find out if you are honest, grunted the old man. I'm not lying. I did manage to get in here, right? I wouldn't if he was still out there. This caused his glassy look to suddenly sharpen. You are right. There's no chance you would manage to get past it unnoticed, so you must be saying the truth. A broad smile appeared on his face and he jumped to his feet. Azira took a step back, unnerved by the sudden mood swing. There's no time to waste. The way may be open right now, but who knows if he'll return. I'm leaving right now, when it's still possible. Azira blinked as the Imperial passed her. Won't your boss get angry? No worries, the dragon ate my boss. Thanks for the news, adventurer. And he was gone, just like that. Azira scratched her head. This land doesn't make any sense. Dragons, giant fleas, hanging moon, friendly thugs. The Kajiat decided that, since there was only one entrance to the room, it was the perfect situation to do some looting. She placed a big crate right next to the door to alert her to any new enemy and started to look for a small cube. And any shiny things worthy her time. Who said she couldn't have some additional profits? The dragon and Dunmer eyed each other with contempt. It was clear that one of them would die on this day, even if the battle wasn't actually officially to the death. The other tribesmen sat on the nearby hills. Some of them wanted to see how the strange beast would get owned. Others were hoping the huge predator would be the one to tear his ambitious enemy apart. Between the two combatants stood Hanamu. Being the only other Gulakan in the camp at this moment meant he was to serve a role of an arbiter. Mind you, the only thing an arbiter does in the duels of Ashlanders is declare the beginning of a fight, mark its end and, from time to time, drag away the winner from the mutilated body of a loser. Are you both ready? Ashua said nothing, giving a silent confirmation. There's something I wish to say first, requested Rafiamak. Hanamu nodded to show his permission. The dragon looked at his enemy and loudly, so that the others would hear as well, he said his part, you are the last of the war-loving Ere Benham soon. I have confronted your former Ashkan, Bulith Pal, and forced him to leave this tribe and to never return. He fought, but in the end, he and his two companions had to accept my ultimatum. Once I beat you, peace and prosperity shall return to the tribe and a new, wise Ashkan will be chosen to lead it. We live in the age of miracles and one is about to happen today. Brace yourself, Ashua, for now you will face the son of Bormahu, Rafiamak, dragon of Red Mountain, which your tribe calls Thunder Lizard. Now, when everything was said and done, Hanamu nodded once more and took a deep breath. Begin. Nothing. No cube in sight. Antabalise was wrong, she had to go deeper. Azira sighed. Although more searching meant more loot, it also meant more danger. She had already filled half of her backpack with metal, coins, tubes, bowls, mugs, pitchers, goblets. She was so going to drink from one of them for the rest of her life, she was sure of it. She also packed a strange device, which was small but heavy. At first, she wanted to take it Mercog too, but quickly changed her mind when she attempted to lift it. From non-Merlut she had some red powder, which more likely than not was an alchemic ingredient of some kind. With the room emptied in the way only Acacia truly is capable of, Azira left the chamber to continue her search. After walking down the stairs she faced a row of 3 doors. I guess the one to the right is closest to the entrance. After passing through, she discovered it led not to a room, but a corridor. To the right was another door and to her left, crossroads. She decided to try her luck with the potential chamber first. Too late occurred to her that if there's one thing she couldn't afford to trust, it's her luck. As soon as she put her hand on the handle, she was electrocuted and fell to her knees. Arg. The door opened from the inside. Guys, I told you, no one enters my room without. Hey? Oh, that's rich, a little burglar got caught on my simple trap. Out of nowhere, the tip of a Dwemer spear pressed against her nose. Azira froze. What to do, what to do? Let's see. Is there any reason for me to not kill you on the spot? Got it. Spears are deadly when piercing, but useless otherwise. I guess not. Too bad for why. Azira thwacked the tip of the spear aside with a fast movement of her hand and closed the distance. The Imperial woman never stood a chance in such setting, especially with her lack of armor and other weapons. The Kajiat grabbed the body of the smuggler and leaned her against the door to block them, doing her best to ignore the blood at her hands. That makes it 4. It was another room, this time with a pillar in the middle and machine in the back. A short search revealed the puzzle box wasn't there either. Her loot slightly increased in value, especially in Dwemer coins. Just as Azira decided that another strange device was too heavy to steal, something collapsed on the floor behind her. Knowing there was only one possibility, she whirled around and hit with a spark another smuggler, who was just stepping over the dead body of his comrade. He groaned, but ignored the pain and charged her with a short sword in hand. Azira pulled out her own. She was disarmed in 3 seconds. Stupid cat. You think everyone here's deaf? Asked the Nord, pointing at her face with his blade. He thrusted, she dodged. He planned for her dodging too. Azira grasped her ear. There was now her blood on her fingers too. I will tear off your skin. The mage rolled aside and cast poison at point blank. The Nord hesitated and for a second, withheld his pursuit of a new rug when a wave of nausea hit him. Azira, not feeling confident enough to attack the bear of a man with her claws alone, ran out of the room. The smuggler stood up straight, roared at the disappearance of his enemy, and jumped out of the door to pursue her. Except that the Kajiat, instead of trying to escape, picked up the spear from the fallen enemy, hid herself behind a jam, and ambushed him from behind. For a second, the thug stood there, looking at the spear poking out of his chest, while Azira, terrified by the fact he was still standing, let go of the weapon and took a few steps back. No. No, you can't be still alive, you bastard. Shouted Azira at him, scared to death. His only response was to slowly turn around and make a step in her direction. The blood was spilling from his mouth, but eyes were focused on her. As Ira started to shake and cold dread immobilized her. She started to struggle only once two massive hands tightened around her throat and lifted her in the air. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. She clawed at the arms, but with no success. In the middle of her darkening vision were two eyes, filled with murderous intent. Soon that was all she could see. So, it was them that she attacked. An already dead Nord fell on the floor, followed by a Kajiat who 1 second earlier jabbed his eyes with her long claws. Ted was having trouble. Despite wearing almost a full set of armor, which was also enchanted, mind you, the Dunmer proved to be a difficult target. He was always moving, never stopping for more than 1 second. The bastard must have realized Ted's main attack while on the ground was a powerful bite, so he made sure he could always move away. A single hit from his steel sword was too weak to truly hurt the dragon, but a dozen of them posed a certain risk. So far, with the exception of a few scratches, the warrior was fine, while Ted was slowly getting tired of this game. The protagonist earned another jab to the snout, and decided enough was enough. With a flap of his wings, Rothiamok moved just enough to be out of range of Ashuah. What is this? Do you forfeit the duel? Asked the Dunmer with amusement in his voice. You are indeed a strong warrior, Ashuah. You recognized what is my most powerful attack on the ground and did everything to avoid it. I honestly applaud you for that, said the dragon calmly. Do not think however you have the upper hand. Until now, I have been merely judging your mole, strength, and reflexes. A proper clash begins now. Rothiamok landed with a heavy thud and immediately attacked. Just as he expected, Ashuah jumped aside to avoid what he expected to be a bite. Instead of moving his neck away from the warrior, however, he did the total opposite and rammed him with the side of the head. Once the Dunmer was on the ground, the dragon breathed in. The Irabenamsoon tribesmen gasped and some even started to demand cancelling the match over Rothiamok's treachery. However, Hanamu, who had his own reasons to resent his fellow Gulakan, decided to ignore this for now. Besides, instead of attacking, the dragon merely watched with a cruel grin as the warrior was doing his best to free himself from a layer of ice. Once he managed to do that, Ashuah just sent his opponent venomous glare. What's the matter? You were toying around with me before, it's only fair I get to do the same. The Dunmer screamed at his enemy's arrogance, not aware that while Ted indeed was finding it hard to find a way to hurt him a few seconds ago, a short break allowed him to take his time with preparing a strategy. It was then that Rothiamok realized that when on the ground, he simply couldn't get close enough to the agile fighter. The solution was simple, he just had to make the enemy come to him. Ted stood up on his legs, his serpentine neck far out of Ashuah's reach, but with his belly exposed. The Dunmer noticed an obvious weakness and charged. He fell for it. Now's my chance. Rothiamok dropped his wings to the sides, making it impossible to jump aside, and tilted his body onwards, making his intentions clear. The Dunmer stopped for a fraction of a second, and, with wide eyes, turned around to do his best to escape. He almost did. If only he had recognized the dragon's plan a bit sooner. A falling dragon slammed into Ashuah's back like a locomotive, denting his armor and sending the warrior flying. All spectators fell silent, now absolutely certain what will be the outcome of the clash, for the Irabenamsoon combatant dropped his sword during collision and didn't even attempt to rise. Rothiamok leisurely approached his enemy. The events of the next few seconds remained in the memory of the Irabenamsons until the end of time. The dragon opened his jaw wide, ready to take a good grip on the mare. Send me a postcard from Messer. Ever since that day, the enemies of the Ashlanders would hear in their fights one more battle cry. It was I'm gonna send you sky high. As Ira was getting sick. That last smuggler was problematic, but except for him, all of the enemies were dropping like flies. Was it always so easy to end someone's life? Did she have a talent for this? It was a scary possibility. She could only hope her newfound skill was simply a result of being fed up with people trying to kill her. By the time she recovered from shock, her ear stopped bleeding, so she decided to just cast her only healing spell instead of drinking a potion. After reclaiming her blade, searching two dead smugglers for any valuables, and taking a spear with herself, she decided it was easier to use than a sword. No fencing skills necessary. She followed the corridor, turned left, and opened another door. She was back in the first cave. This place is just stupid. She turned around and went down the unexplored corridor. After several minutes of walking she decided the whole place was a small maze. To be honest, she was getting antsy. The fact there were no longer any enemies in sight unnerved her and she started to worry she was deep enough to encounter more constructs. You will die. A smuggler. What a relief. The Imperial woman was a terrible fighter. Her only weapon were throwing stars. Needless to say, in the end, the spells proved to be more dangerous and Azira was victorious once more. This is getting ridiculous, she said to herself while walking towards a door at the end of a very long corridor. I've never fought seriously in my life and yet I'm taking down this crime den all on my own. True, they are all scattered and fight me one at a time, but come on, either Nocturnal is on my side today or anyone can be a smuggler nowadays. The door opened and two men entered. Azira grimaced. Obviously, that happens when I get too cocky. One was a Reguard and the other a Breton. Both were holding daggers and seemed quite surprised. At this point, the poor Kajiat was so fed up with everything she doubted she could even muster any objection against killing them. What? An intruder? Here! Shouted the second. Strange. We were guarding this side, there were two men in the main cave and at least two people guarded the other side. Said Reguard. How did you get this far? Others are already dead, even that massive Nord, informed Azira. You're lying, nobody would get past him. Answered the Breton. But, if you didn't, then how do you know of him? Two men exchanged worried glances and rushed at her. Azira cast sleep at the Reguard, slowing him down slightly, which caused Breton to close the distance faster than him. Azira, instead of making a predictive move of thrusting her spear at him, dropped her weapon, grabbed his wrist and used fire bite. Azira punched the man in the stomach and slashed with her claws across his chest, only to be hit by the other one on the head. Fortunately, her steel helmet saved her from instantaneous death. Azira pointed with her hand at the Reguard and cast the strongest of her destruction spells, Greater Shock Ball. Sadly, she forgot it had an area effect. All three screamed when an electric charge coursed through them and they collapsed. To Azira's annoyance, the spell puffed up her fur, revealing its greatest drawback for Khajiit mages. The Reguard, being in the best condition of all three combatants, shook off the effects first and grabbed both of her hands, making it impossible for her to cast spells. The next course of action seemed obvious to her. She bonked the enemy with her head. She had a helmet, he didn't, the result was obvious. Azira sent an angry glare at the Breton, and let me tell you, there's a good reason why this specific look is called the Eye of Fear. If the smuggler ever doubted her ability to best all other sentries so far, he had none anymore. No, wait. I give up, I give up. He tossed his dagger aside and lifted his hands above his head. Don't kill me, please. I have a wife and children to feed. Azira looked at him skeptically. The man happened to be one of the unfortunate few, or lucky, if you look from the Dunmer viewpoint, whose face would scare away even cliff racers. No, you don't. Yes, but one day I might want to have them. She truly had enough of the ever-present stupidity. Get lost. The Breton smiled in relief. Thank you, thank you. He turned around, ran through the door, and turned right, disappearing from her sight. Azira sighed, packed the weapons of her enemies, picked up her spear, and walked into the next corridor. To her right were stairs and ahead one more room. She nodded. Hopefully it would be the correct one. Her backpack was almost full at this point. Hanamu, step closer. I have many important things to tell you. The last Gulakan of Arabenham soon approached the legendary Thunder Lizard, who with ease dispatched of the strongest warrior of the tribe. Now, when they all gathered around the big campfire to feast in this evening hour, the magical beast promised to give them a great lesson. Next to him stood the wise woman, who shockingly was smiling, something young Ashlander never saw in her case. As strange as it looked, he moved his gaze to the guardian spirit of Arabenham soon. For many years, this tribe was suffering. It lacked a leader worthy of his title. Bulithpal decided to build your prosperity on the suffering of others. In the end, it would only bring Oblon, an end to your people. The world is out there, standing in front of the yurt of Arabenham soon. You can either invite it on your own rules or wait until it forces its way in. But that is a worry for another day. For now, we must rejoice. Only one problem must be still solved today, a choice of the new Ashkan. I spoke with the wise woman and we both agree that it is your destiny. Hanamu lowered his head. That is a great honor you give me, Thunder Lizard, but I'm afraid I'm not skilled enough to be an Ashkan. The wise beast smiled. Right now you aren't. That's why I'm going to teach you how to be a good Ashkan. Manarai, bring the first artifact. The wise woman pulled an amulet out of a small bundle she held. Hanamu, son of Aranamu, do you recognize this object? Asked Rafi-Amak. I do. It is the Sanatkil's heart of fire that belonged to Ahaz. It is a symbol, and symbols have power. This amulet represents the fire burning in the hearts of all Arabenham soon. Courage isn't about not being scared, it's about facing your opponent even if you are scared. Remember this and you will never fail to fill your men with the hope of victory. Take the amulet as the only Gulakan of the tribe. Ashlander did as he was asked, while Manarai picked up another item. Hanamu, son of Aranamu, do you recognize this object? Asked again the magical being. Yes. It's the robe of Erardan the Wise that belonged to Ranabi. That, too, is a symbol. This robe represents the wisdom of a leader and your ancestors. True wisdom comes not with age or magic, but with the ability to tell right from wrong. You know this distinction and so you are wise. Everything else you need to know you will learn like every other Ashkan did, from your elders, from your wise women, from your ancestors, but most importantly from your heart. Take the robe as the only Gulakan of the tribe. He once again accepted a gift and Manarai pulled out the last item. All present tribals held their breath. Hanamu, son of Aranamu, do you recognize this object? Asked Thunder Lizard for the third time. How could I not? It is a war axe of my father, which Ulithpal took after his death as a sign of leadership. Then you already know what this symbol means. The war axe of Aranamu, the war axe of Arabenham soon, it shows the strength of the tribe. For a long time, it was misused. Now you have a chance, no, a duty, to fix the wrongs and protect the weak. A single mare can't do much, but Arabenham soon is not just a single mare. As long as he remains faithful to his brothers and sisters, a leader wields not just his own power, but also that of all his kin, both alive and from the afterlife. Hanamu, son of Aranamu, take the axe of your father and become the Ashkan this tribe needs. Slowly, as if he couldn't believe it was happening, young Ashlander took the axe. Tribals called out in the language of their ancestors, Dunmeri, that outside of special occasions wasn't any more used even by the wise women. That, however, was such occasion. Hanamu, you are our Ashkan from now on, said Manarai, giving him a small bow. Asan Hari Khan. Everyone repeated those words after her and, since it concluded the official part of the feast, everyone shifted their attention to the campfire, upon which they were preparing meat. Thunder Lizard, we have a tradition in our tribe. If we invite a guest to our feast, they have the honor of singing the first song, which is one of their choice. Ted blinked. A song? I don't really know any fitting songs. Please, Thunder Lizard, added Hanamu. I am sure someone as wise as you knows at least one. Very well. There's one song, the song of our savior, the one that comes in his clothes. The one I intended to introduce to your tribe when their time comes. The one you call the Nerevarine. Just like that, he again had full attention of the tribe once more. He cleared his throat. Now, it's been a long while since I last sang, so don't judge me if it isn't so great, not to mention the song was only meant to be accompanied with music. Either way, here it is. The dragon took a deep breath. It's a damn shame there's no orchestra playing the game's theme in the background right now. He started. Morrowind calls to me. Begs me to abandon fears. Come by fate and wipe away our tears. His people wait for that day. And I am still afraid. I count days in my grief. Then you will arrive here. With great care, you hold my hand. Giving me the strength to survive. And you look somewhere far, whispering. My people are scared. Houses cry, curses sign. Tribunals hidden lie. Morrowind calls to me. And I'm no longer afraid. For I know, when it's me and you, I can make our dreams come true. Our dreams will come true. There was a short silence once he was done. You were right, Thunder Lizard, said Manrai finally. It does sound as if it should be only sang with proper music. Either that or singing just isn't your talent. Why was everyone always saying that? There was no cube. More coins, some books, other more junk, but not a single damned cube. Azira felt like murdering someone, preferably Hasfat and Tabilis. Furthermore, her chances of finding it decreased with every chamber she searched for, leaving less possible places for hiding. After leaving the room and climbing the stairs, she found herself again in the main cave. Now there was only one passage left to check, the door in the middle. Azira approached it slowly and pulled out a probe. She wasn't going to risk a second electrocution. In the few seconds, she confirmed there was no trap in the door and entered. To her disappointment, it was another corridor. She walked over to the opposite end and checked another gate with the probe. This one was clear, too. She silently opened the door and sneaked inside. It was a small room with 4 columns and 3 desks in the middle. 2 more corridors led away from there, one to the right and one ahead. She stopped. There were 3 people standing in the first corridor, fortunately with their backs turned to her. 3 men, a Nord, an Imperial, and a Breton. The first had an axe, the second a bow, and the third was probably a spellcaster since she noticed no weapon on him. Snowy Granius is still sitting in the storage? Asked the Breton. Yes. He was there for the last 3 days, answered the Imperial. Kinda makes me wonder where he takes care of his private business, added the Nord. The 2 others looked at him. What? I can't be the only one thinking about it. Unlike us, he doesn't have a convenient lava lake to shit into. A drop of sweat ran down her forehead. One average enemy she could face. If she had a good plan to quickly dispatch of 1 or they were incompetent she could even risk fighting 2. But 3? No, that was too much. Time to retreat, maybe hire someone to accompany her. Yes, that would work, a promise of loot and a good payment up front. Alright, now she only had 2. Clang. Why? Intruder. Don't let her escape. I'll drink mead from your skull. Azira yelped and jumped behind a desk to avoid an arrow. She peeked to check the situation and almost immediately had to hide again, this time from a fireball, but in that short moment, she noticed that the Nord was charging at her from her right side, cutting off her escape route to the surface. She couldn't fight either, not with such numbers, and the 2 other smugglers remained in that corridor, so. She ran towards the other corridor, as far away from the Nord as possible. Another fireball exploded behind her, making her gasp, the tip of her tail was now on fire. But that wasn't the worst part. It was a dead end. Kind of. Instead of a wall there was a small lake of lava. There was nowhere to run, except maybe a causeway hanging over the deadly fluid. It would be a long jump, but she had no choice. She dropped her spear. All or nothing. She jumped. She soared. She grabbed an edge. A smile. She would get away. Pain. Agonic pain that almost made her let go of her only chance of survival. With great difficulty, she pulled herself up onto the ledge. A fireball zipped over her head. She had to escape. She tried to stand up, but the pain in her leg intensified. She fell. Irbrun, I can't jump that far. You don't have to, Lior got a hit. Now it's just a matter of time. Come on, people. We must check up on others, she couldn't get this far without taking some of them down. Steps, slowly dying down. Silence. Azira, with unspoken suffering, found enough strength to crawl deeper into the abandoned corridor, out of sight. Once there, she reached with her hand first to her tail to put out fire and then to her left knee. Thank gods, it was fine. The arrow hit slightly above. She pulled it out. The tip was covered in a green fluid. Her breathing quickened. She threw the arrow away and removed her backpack. With a shaking hand, she reached inside, but had a problem finding the correct object. She started searching more desperately. She knocked over the backpack, spilling the treasures all over the place, but her eyes were only on several glass vials. She uncorked one and drank the content, not minding the bitter taste. She grabbed a second and a third. 4th one followed, but she was barely conscious. She dropped the 5th one before she could lift it to her lips, her arms going numb. I really need to buy some potions, was her last thought. Her world went dark. A/N. Should I change rating to M yet? In my opinion violence is nothing special for teenagers these days and battles described here don't really make me flinch. Some blood in a story is not going to trigger me. In the game, there were 12 smugglers. 1 outside, 3 in the first cell, 2 in small rooms, 3 in the corridors and 3 in the area with lava. Ted obliterated the boss and a Batlemage left without a fight, so that left Azira with 10 opponents. To make up for it these last 3 enemies received an upgrade. It's a damn shame her luck failed her at the very end, now she's going to die in the depths of Armed Hand. Either way it was all for nothing, Puzzle Box was no longer in the ruins. Ted, you had one job. Just one. And you still blew it by role-playing as a dragon sage in the wrong part of Vardenfell. Asan Harry Khan, according to the unofficial, fan-made Dunmeri language, it means we have an Ash Khan. Notice that Ashlanders usually don't refer to themselves with their most popular name, that's what settled Dunmers call them. Tribes most of the time refer to themselves as Velathai, people of Prophet Veleth, who brought them to Resdane, or Morrowind, as we prefer to call it, other names for the province, depending on the era, Ardmareth, Velith and Dunmareth. As for the song, I was searching for some really nice lyrics to Morrowind's theme, but sadly English side of the fandom failed terribly, shame on you. Surprisingly, it was Polish community that had supplied a pretty good text. The song in this chapter is a rough translation of Greedo's version. You can find the covers of the original on YouTube, if you are interested. They're quite well cinched and by several different people too. I prefer the version of Pan and Nat. Speaking of failing. Looks like I'm about to fail in bringing a chapter next weekend. Sorry, but in this semester I started learning Japanese on uni, I have even less free time than I used to. There's a chance I'll finish on time, but don't hold your breath. To cheer you up, know that in the next chapter will be a long-awaited meeting. Until next time. Chapter 11, Escape from Armhand. Chapter number 11. Sorry for one more week of waiting, my beta needed more time. By the way, this story had already passed 2,000 views milestone and jumped to the top 10 fanfics with Nerevarine in all 3 rankings, followers, favorites, and reviews. Thanks a lot guys, that puts a smile on my face. Pyatersha L, well, looks like you are about to see her reaction to Rothi Amok, since the time has finally come. Guessed, I simply write how I would progress if I found myself with their skills in their situations, that is assuming I wouldn't make a fool of myself even more. As for the sentences, I am quite proud of those too. The first one sort of came up on its own without much thinking, it just felt right. As for the second, I realized the possible outcome of a Khajiit mage casting such spell long time ago, but only then I had an excuse to use it. Murren's Dragon Bro, the best joke is the one you don't expect. It works even if the joke itself is overused. Even I didn't know what was about to happen until it did happened. XD so I didn't do such a bad job at the descriptions of fighting, good to know. Don't say sorry for big reviews, I love those. No skills only hacks, Nat, the helmet bash only knocked him out. And sorry for the delay, but I have little control over this. I have to share the computer, which usually means I have no access at all until the weekend. If you want to help, track down the thief that stole my own and gently ask him to give it back. Smiley face, let's get started, shall we? I'll do as Murren's Dragon Bro suggested and just warn you this chapter contains a brutal execution and other acts of violence everyone likes to read about. This must be what Malag Bal's victims felt like when he was done with them. Except they also had sore asses. As Ira returned to the world of the living, but pain, while no longer as terrible as it was before, still accompanied her. Everything was slightly blurred. As Ira groaned and suddenly felt a rising bile in her throat. She turned her head left and threw up. The vomit was green. Khajiit moaned a second time, lied down, and blacked out again. And you missed again. Too slow. As Ira smirked. Her companion, while not exactly a novice, still had a lot to learn. I'm not too slow, my friend. You are just too fast. The mayor sighed and set his weapon aside. Let's be honest here. I'll never become as great with the spear as you are. Some in my tribe even say you already must have held it when you jumped out of the womb. She frowned. Don't be like that, Alendro Sol. I had decades of training, you were only practicing it for a year. She grinned again and lifted her spear to point at him. Come on, let's try again. I still have a few minutes before I must meet the Dwemer. Those strange people again? Why? She shrugged. Say whatever you want, but they are really nice if you don't point at everything in their cities and ask how it works. Also, they make great artifacts, they are better than any wise woman or Telvanni when it comes to that. She got into the stance. Now, prepare yourself. Ugh. What an odd dream. She was alive. Barely, but alive. Downing 1 standard and 3 minor potions of healing, while not the best countermeasure against the poisoning, that would be a spell or antidote, allowed her to survive toxins. Her leg hurt as if sanguine had thrown a party inside her bones and she still felt like not all of her internal organs were in the proper place, but she was going to live. If I'll get out of this alive, the first thing I'll buy will be an antidote, thought Azira grimly, pulling herself to her feet, foot, she avoided putting pressure on her hurt leg, and using a wall as support. Khajiit somberly looked at the mess she made, both scattered loot and a puddle of vomit. She sighed. Here I am, stuck in the ruins with smugglers. Probably each of them would be problematic on their own and they expect me now. It's over. Suddenly a realization struck. No, they don't. They know I was poisoned and yet they didn't bother to even check if I'm dead. They are sure I'm already gone. A devious, evil plan appeared in Azira's head. Mephala would be proud. Perfect. She can't win in direct fight. Escape was possible, but unlikely, there was only one path to exit and more likely than not one of them already guarded it. However, since they believed the danger was gone, they might have scattered across the dungeon, which would allow her to attack them one at a time. Either way she must apprehend the situation not like a fighter, but like rogue. Strike by surprise. First order of business, check the wound. The arrow was of poor quality and it wasn't shot with too great a force. Even better, her greaves absorbed most of the damage, which prevented the projectile from burrowing too deep into her leg. Certainly could have been much worse. Just to make sure, Azira cast Balina's soothing bomb several times, after that the only sign of injury was a scab. Second problem, the backpack. During her search for puzzle box she found a lot of mermaid objects. She also liberated those weapons of her enemies that were small enough to fit in. The entirety of it weighted her down a lot. First, she set aside iron saber, various Dwemer utensils and the strange device. Her expensive robe was placed on the pile as well, just like the book she found in the ruins. She also did something unforgivable and decided to leave behind all her coins, both Dwemer ones and septims. Some Khajiit gods were surely going to be furious, but at least this way there was nothing to make a noise in her pockets. One dagger was set aside, the other she put in her pocket under the greaves. Now that she thought about them, she left them too, since both times she was detected during sneaking was because they made a noise. Then came the rations she bought all the way in Ebonheart, and as Ira realized eating them should have been her first objective, she didn't know how long was she stuck down there, but it was enough to make her very hungry. Her 2 lockpicks, probe, and the last healing potion, a standard one, fortunately, not minor, ended up in her other pocket, just like throwing stars. She was as ready as she was going to be. I can't believe it! Shouted Irbran Gerbatha. He and Bado Verenews just entered Heaven's Gallery, the deepest part of the ruins, where they encountered the intruder few hours before. 5 people dead, 1 knocked out, and 2 just disappeared. Who in oblivion was that cat? You think he's from, what was their name? Moral Thong? Asked his dumber companion. The Nord carried a long metal beam which they were going to use to bypass the lava lake and loot the body. It's Morag Tong, idiot. I don't think so. As far as I know, no one in the band angered any house members. Then again, they might have been searching for the boss, I don't know that much about him. The beam brushed against his shoulder when Muscle for Brains moved it into more comfortable position. Watch where you swing that thing. Speaking of the Kajiat, I think it was a she. I'm not sure thought, with all that fur and in armor it could have been a male. Irbran walked down the stairs and stopped when Lake appeared in his sight. Something was amiss about the picture. Suddenly he realized and his eyes widened, the spear, the Dmer spear intruder dropped before his attempt at escape, was gone. Bado. Lior hadn't picked up that spear, right? He asked the Nord over his shoulder just before the enemy struck. The Kajiat jumped from the ceiling and the beam fell from the hands of a dead man, a spear lodged near his neck. The burly Nord collapsed like many before him. Where? How? Breton looked up in bewilderment. That's when he realized the enemy somehow must have gotten to the upper level of the gallery. I'm starting to like this weapon. He looked back at the Kajiat and went red in the face. How dare she just walk in like that and wipe the entire team out? He brought his hands up. I'll burn you alive. The Kajiat dived behind one of the desks, barely avoiding his greater fireball. The Breton gritted his teeth. I won't let her get away. Without word, he casted 3 spells on himself to boost his powers. Just as he finished the third one, an enemy left the cover and sent a ball of lightning in his direction. He dived to the ground. He might have cast Reflect on himself, but those spells were never a perfect defense. His dodge however was part of her plan. The shock ball was followed by another spell, one which Gerbatha couldn't avoid at the moment. It struck him, and bounced back, hitting the Kajiat. She opened the mouth, but no yelp was heard. He couldn't believe his luck. Of all spells, she picked the one that, if reflected, would leave her defenseless. For a second they were looking at each other, he with amusement and she with confusion combined with terror. The moment passed very soon and the invader ran away, soundlessly screaming. Gerbatha sent 2 fireballs after her, but the cat got lucky and avoided both, jumping into the side tunnel. He smirked. I could finish her off right now, wouldn't be too hard with her magic stunted. He muttered and his smile disappeared. Then again, she killed a lot of our guys. Magic might not be her only weapon. It's better to overwhelm her with numbers. Welp, there goes my plan, thought Azira somberly as she watched from behind the corner the spellcaster leaving the room. Now he's going to return with more people that want me dead. Just great. Let's think. He will return with the archer, that much is obvious. They mentioned 1 smuggler was knocked out, so that might be 1 enemy more. So, I will have to deal with 3 enemies, assuming I haven't missed someone on the way here. The mage already saw my surprise attack, so jumping to the higher level from one of the desks is not going to work again. In other way, she was completely fucked. Unless... Yes, that might give me a fighting chance. But if I want to do it, I need to start right away, it takes some time and the main chamber isn't too far. Alright. The proper finger alignment was a triangle, if my memory serves me right. Ahem, so she can speak again. Good. I'm sorry, my friend. Looks like I have to break my promise. This is a bad idea, Gerbatha, stated Ideen Talas or, as the mage called him, the wimp of the group. I don't even have my dagger, only a club. I know nothing about using those. You know nothing about using daggers as well. Laughed Coyerteen Lior, the ranger of the band and one of the few competent people in the ruins. Now, after the unexpected visitor, he was in fact one of only the 2 competent people around. Also, it's not that hard, you swing it and hit the enemy with the bigger end. The Heavens Gallery is just behind the door, get ready. Don't underestimate that cat, she already killed too many of us. Still, to think my poisoned arrows would fail. Looks like she had an antidote. You might be right, Irbran, she's well prepared. How about this, Ideen will rush at her and we will pelt her with arrows and spells. The archer prepared an arrow. So that I will be caught in the crossfire. Not a chance. Shut up, both of you. The mage casted a few protection spells on himself, shield, reflect, and resist magica, and pushed the replaceable member of the group towards the door. Why do I always have to lead the charge? Grumbled the other Breton before kicking the door open and stopping. What is she doing? The wizard glanced at the intruder over his ally's shoulder and froze. The Kajiat had her thumbs and forefingers connected into a triangle in front of her face. She was whispering something. The disturbing part? Despite the numbers of her enemies she was smirking. Gerbatha's eyes widened. Stop her. He bellowed while preparing to cast a spell. Don't let her. They failed to react on time, though. With a hum of magic, a navy blue portal opened between 2 parties and out of it stepped an undead being. There are many types of abominations walking in the tombs of Tamriel. Some are weak, some are strong, all are repulsive. This one, however, while definitely not the strongest, was the most disgusting of them all. The moment the monstrosity entered the plane of the living, a terrible stench of rotting flesh hit smugglers. Chances are it wouldn't be the last thing to hit them in this battle. Bone walkers, as they were known in Morrowind, had a nasty habit of casting spells that lowered strength and endurance, not to mention the high probability of being infected with the brown rot disease. As if that wasn't bad enough, the bastards were very resistant to frost, lightning, and poison damage. Also, they had a temper so terrible they were the main reason for which most people thought all undead hated the living with passion. Bonewalker, attack the archer. The abomination roared, somehow, don't ask how does it work without head, and shambled towards the group. Both Bretons yelped and jumped aside, while the target raised his bow and shot the enemy, which was about as effective as throwing a pebble at it. As mentioned, poison is useless against this monster and the arrows were hardly the best weapon against undead, since they drop, completely, dead only if the body itself is falling apart. A few sticks stuck in their bodies had dealt pretty much no damage at all. The ranger must have realized this, since he screamed like a little girl and rushed to escape. The Bonewalker walked past the two men to his sides to pursue its prey, at the same time casting spells that would wear the Imperial down and allow the monster to catch up to him. Yes. Cheered the Kajiat. Now come back here and keep the mage busy. The undead completely ignored her and disappeared from sight to continue the chase. She gaped after him. You've got to be kidding me. Charge. Commanded Gerbatha to his companion. When at first the other Breton failed to respond, he glared at him and that did the trick. The useless thug rushed at the intruder with a club raised high. The Kajiat managed to react on time, not that it was too hard with this enemy, and blocked the swing with her spear. Sadly, she also dodged the fireball the mage sent in her direction. Hey. I said no erg. The fighter leaned forward and grasped his stomach after the cat grabbed his wrist, clearly casting some spell by touch. You will die. Another fireball was sent towards the cat, this time aimed at the feet to make it much harder to avoid. To his surprise, even that wasn't good enough, she forcefully turned his weakened ally around and, holding him by the arms, positioned him between the two of them. While he still dealt some damage, judging by the loud yelp, it was clear from an agonizing scream that Talus took most of it. This tactic clearly appealed to the adventurer. Instead of tossing the badly burned smuggler aside, she held him up with her singed palms and charged at the spellcaster. Since the distance wasn't great in the first place, he barely had the time for another fireball before the body was tossed at him and he fell to the floor. Now his clothes were also on fire. The Breton started rolling on the ground to put out the flame. By the time he was safe from burning to death, he found himself threatened by much less painful, but also harder to avoid death. The Kajiat stood above him with her spear raised. She was standing too close to cast his favorite spell, but not close enough to use touch-based magic. He wouldn't even manage to stand up before she was to make a move. Since she hadn't yet killed him, she clearly wanted something. Given the situation, he decided to play along, for now. 2 questions, bastard. Answer them, and if I like answers I'll only knock you out instead of killing. He eyed the tip of the spear, at the same time searching for something behind his back. Ask away then. Come on, I'm sure it fell somewhere there. How many of you are still left? After you passed through the ruins? Only those I brought with myself here, he grumbled. His own curiosity decided to reveal itself. You walked in and destroyed everything that tried to stop you. Who in the oblivion are you? Some kind of assassin. I'm the one who asks you questions while holding a spear pointed at your throat. Where's the Dwemer puzzle box? Dwemer puzzle box? Yes, the damned puzzle box. The thing I had to cut my way inside for. It's a cube made of Dwemer metal. At last, his hand found the object he searched for. Here's your puzzle box. And with that shout he dived to the side. He failed to entirely avoid the attack. The spear cut the skin on his cheek, but that was all right. He paid her back with the club smashing into her shin with all of his might. Yarg. The shriek of the crippled Kajiat was like a music to his ears. The woman fell to the floor, being in too much pain to remain standing, not to mention continue to fight, while he slowly rose, the club in hand. At last, the cursed cat was about to answer for her slaughter, for even though he didn't care about them as long as he survived, with most of the smugglers dead and some just gone, the group was going to fall apart either way, meant he had to search for a new band. That meant a loss of money, and that was unforgivable. Had it been a woman of another race, he would find another way for her to make up for most of his loss, but a filthy Kajiat was just going to die. Now then. Hold still, so that I don't have to tire myself too much. He said to the cat, even though she was probably in too much pain to even understand him. Hard to tell, with the way she was squirming on the ground. He lifted the club. Or not, it's up to you. That would mean more pain for you before your death, either way is fine. And that's when 2 rotting hands grasped his arms. Great, I broke a leg and a nail, observed Azira with a frown, while holding her paw, damaged by her fall. With her healthy foot, she kicked the downed man in the stomach in retaliation. Perhaps downed wasn't the best word to use here. He was clearly doing some stretching recently, after all he was stretched all over the place, the floor, walls, even a little bit of the ceiling. Quite gruesome, but hardly unexpected. That's what happens when a more powerful version of a zombie jumps an unarmored opponent. One could be immobilized by pain, the other couldn't. Azira sighed in relief. If the Bonewalker returned, it clearly meant the archer was at least as much dead as the mage. Undead were very stubborn and threw out when it comes to such things. When it comes to all things, in fact. She wasn't proud of her ability to cast this spell, even though back in Cyrodiil it wasn't illegal, merely frowned upon. It was however a memento from one of the darker moments of her life. She still remembered how she was approached by a seemingly young wizard in a dark robe when she was in the middle of her favorite pastime, reading books in the bookstore of her friend. How she was introduced to a group of kids of varied ages, all sharing a trait of being born with a greater magica pool and more natural talent than other people. And other things she would rather not remember. Most people involved were dead, some less fortunate wished they were only dead, others were just arrested. Several kids avoided any direct consequences, like her older friend. She again ended up on the streets, nothing new, while he made a total turnaround and become an acolyte in the temple of Akadosh in Kvatch. In this short time period, she learned only one necromantic spell from her teacher, but that was already more than most kids of her age did. Back then, when she succeeded for the first time, she wet herself when a mutilated mass of flesh rose in front of her and attempted to kill everyone but her. Good old times indeed. At least it returned when I really needed some help, murmured the Kajiat while reaching out for her last healing potion before gulping it down. She cringed at the taste. Ajira was right, healing potions might be useful, but taste worse than a raw rat meat. She knew what she was saying, she truly did. She watched as her leg slowly changed from a leg-shaped object into a proper, if very swollen, limb. She touched the shin with a forefinger and hissed, while there was no longer constant pain, a little bit of pressure resulted in definitely more than just a tickle. With a sigh, she started casting Balina's soothing balm and continued to do so until she ran out of magicka. Even then her leg was far from healed, she managed to stand up, but it still hurt and she was slightly limping. At least it's all over, assuming the bastard was speaking the truth, which is likely. Unless someone from unexplored part moved into the part already explored by me, completely ignoring all dead bodies on the floor, I should be safe. She sighed in relief and picked up her spear. She leaned on it. I guess now I just need to search the rest of the ruins and I can return to Balmora. It's about time. She decided to first check the area behind the lava lake and retrieve her full equipment. As Ira was in no shape to get there by jumping like she did it the first time, even walking was unpleasant, she had no desire to try running to take a leap over a pit of liquid death, but the dead Nord smuggler delivered a perfect footbridge. As it turns out, the corridor ended with a small observatory, in which a massive telescope took up most of the space. There was another Dmer tube in the room, but that was it. She packed scattered items into the backpack and placed the coins back in her pocket. Finally, she no longer felt like a traitor to her own race. With this corner of the ruins explored, she left the lava lake behind and went down the only unchecked corridor left in Arnhem. It was warm in there. Part of the floor gave way to a catwalk beneath which she noticed, surprise, more lava. After a few meters, it was once more replaced by normal ground, just as she entered a symmetrical room. Opposite of the entrance was a rusty door, next to which were two walls, dividing the place into 3 sections, with the middle one containing nothing besides said gate. The other 2 had something resembling a well in the middle of them. The left part had a few chests and the other one 2 cupboards. Searching all of the containers gave her even more loot. At this point carrying all of this was killing her back, but again, no puzzle box. I swear, if by the end of it all I won't find it. She growled when facing the door. Taught by experience, she first checked with a probe if it was trapped. Since the result was negative, she just pushed them and, when that failed, pulled. She frowned and removed a lockpick from her pocket. She looked into the keyhole to see how complicated was the mechanism. Mother of Talos. Needless to say, it was very complicated. Frankly, she didn't even know where to begin, except that she had to put a repurposed hair clip inside. Well, I should at least try, even if it's not exactly my forte. She inserted the first lockpick into the keyhole, and let go of it with a yelp when the lock sucked the tool inside. Were she even half a second too late, she would be without a finger. With wide eyes, she gaped at the lock, which at the moment was making strange, mechanical noises. After a few seconds, something clicked and a little bit of silvery powder poured out of the keyhole. She blinked a few times. What an oblivion. As Ira with disbelief placed another lockpick inside the keyhole. The pinch of powder at her feet slightly increased in size. The Kajiat looked between the keyhole and the disappointing result of her attempt at opening the lock. At last a terrible realization struck her. She failed. It wasn't bandits or Dmer automatons that stopped her, no. It was a damned door. Both of her lockpicks were broken even though despite what the common folks think the thieves often go through life with only a handful of those, since they simply never break, why would they? Well, they certainly would need a lot more of them if said thieves happened to encounter this particular, ancient lock. Even a greatest locksmith of modern age would cry of joy if he managed to make anything half as good as this. The door wasn't just resistant to the usage of lockpicks, it was outright shredding them. She banged her head on the metal surface, not even caring about the slight pain it caused. Why? Gods, why are you doing this to me? With a heavy heart, as Ira returned to the main chamber, where, by the way, she found a pile of things she assumed used to be a certain archer. She had an amazing loot, but with her main objective unfulfilled, this entire adventure couldn't be classified as a success. How was she going to explain it to Antabolis? Door ate my lockpicks. Perhaps he would understand. If not, then she would have to ask people at the Southern Wall Corner Club for help and as a result owe them a favor. A den of thieves surely had someone capable of opening a lock like that, right? Right. So much killing and so much resources wasted and I'm still most likely going to fail. This is just so unfair. The door to the outside opened on its own as soon as she stepped in front of them. She squinted her eyes, the light of the sun blinded her for a few seconds. Once she got used to it, she slowly walked towards the Dmer bridge. The weight of her spoils was heavier than anything. Also, just how long was she stuck underground? The sun appeared to be approaching the horizon, which meant she either spent only a few hours down there, very unlikely, or it was an entire day, with her lying on the very bottom of the ruins with poison in her veins for most of that time. I'll ask in the city. A sudden sound broke the silence. It was hard to place it. It was as if someone was dragging something really heavy on the ground. She couldn't find a better way to name it. She looked around in caution, fully aware that this might have been her only warning before something jumped her. Despite her efforts, she saw nothing out of place. She shrugged and made another several steps towards the bridge. The sound repeated and Azira immediately twirled around, searching for the source. It was futile this time as well. I know you are here. Come out. Are you scared? For a moment, there was no reaction. After a few seconds however an answer came via deep, resonating voice. Scared? Little cause, there are very few things in this world that can scare me. You are certainly not one of them. She looked in the direction of an old, crumbling Dmer tower. There was no one in sight. But after a few seconds she noticed 2 small lights in the shadow of the partly collapsed chamber on the top. They were shining in the dark for a moment, disappeared for an instant, and then appeared again. It was a blink. Those were eyes. As Iris suddenly felt a lot less confident, the perspective might be tricking her, but the distance between them seemed much bigger than that of an ordinary person. The sound from before made a reappearance and the head of the speaker was revealed to the world. I just can't take it anymore, was Azira's only thought at the sight of a serpentine body. Sup? Her mind was running faster than ever before. Fleeing would be useless, he would easily catch up. Hiding was out of question, no place to hide except the ruins, and then she would die of starvation. And the thought of fighting that thing was so absurd it almost made her break into a hysterical laugh. In the end she sighed, defeated. There really was no way out, was it? Just make it quick and kill me already, she said with her head hung low. In silence, she awaited her death. What? Why would I do that? Your death doesn't benefit me in any way. The answer stumped her. What's going on? A beast that doesn't eat people? Now that I think about it, you look familiar. Have we met before? He remembered. Of course, he remembered, it wasn't so long ago, but, why would he bother to remember? Why is he here? Was he, tracking me? The frightened Kajiat looked up at the dragon. He seemed oddly interested. This must be how that mage felt when I was interrogating him. Divines truly have a sick sense of humor. Why yes. Into the swamp. The dragon bared its teeth in a terrific, twisted parody of a smile. Oh yes, now I remember. The falling Faliel Crow incident. A truly rare atmospheric phenomenon, won't you agree? He almost hit me on the way down. She had no answer to that. Was he, toying with her? Say. What were you doing in the ruins? I'm aware there was a group of smugglers in there, but from what I know they were all human. How do you fit in the picture? No, wait. I will guess. I like training my prophetic abilities. Prophetic abilities? You are, an adventurer, yes. She nodded. It wasn't surprising the giant monster figured that out, her gear and a big sack full of loot right next to her were kind of a dead giveaway. If the speaker belonged to any other race, she would answer with one does not need to be a prophet to guess that. I see your adventure was quite successful. Ah, but I also can sense a certain, deficiency. There was something else you were searching for and you clearly didn't get it. I take it back, that thing really was a seer. Well then, I have a pretty good idea what it was, although it's possible I'm wrong, your typical Costid isn't a very reliable source of information. They tell only what might be, not what must be. Since you are standing here alive, I assume all smugglers are gone. She nodded again. Although the dragon seemed peaceful at the moment and unlikely to attack her, she was not going to test that by speaking more than it was absolutely necessary. Prusa. She was more than a little startled by the sudden exclamation, but he seemed to be smiling, so it was probably a good thing. With those Lyra gone, I no longer have to worry about a group of Kendov, soldiers, coming here to cleanse the place due to the pests attacking the travelers. I planned to keep them trapped inside, but this is so much better. I don't have to outlast them in who would survive longer without food and water contest. You have my thanks, cause. Why you redouble welcome. I guess that makes me somewhat indebted to you, even if not much. I think I know exactly how to repay you. Let's come back to the previous topic. You were searching for a specific object in those ruins and as far as I know there's only one unique thing about Arnhand. Azira's eyes slowly widened. Could it be? She tried her best to not rise her hopes too much. But if it even knows the name of the ruins. Were you questing for Edmure puzzle box? He does know. Yes. Yes, I did. She cried out, for a second forgetting about the very real danger of being eaten alive. There's still a chance I can get it. The dragon chuckled. As I thought. In that case, come closer. That short request immediately reminded her exactly how much was at stake here and now. For a second she hesitated, but in the end, she slowly approached the tower, ready to run back into the ruins as soon as the being turned hostile. Are you ready? Catch. Something fell from the tower and Azira barely caught it before it could shatter on the rocks. It was made from metal, dwarven metal. It was covered in circles and lines. It was a cube. Some of it was also slightly melted, for some reason. She stared, barely holding back the smile, because she knew openly celebrating right now would result in the divines once more pissing on her parade, most likely in the form of a fire breath. There you have it. Sorry if it's a bit damaged, I accidentally swallowed it along with the bandit holding it in my stomach. Acid is really potent. What? How can you accidentally swallow an entire bandit? Thanks to the important gift, Azira was now much less afraid of the legendary beast, even though it just admitted to eating people. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, that's nothing. You most likely wouldn't even need my help in the first place if I hadn't attacked those people. Still, let's assume we're even now. My new nest is secured and you have what you came for. The dragon laid his head on what would be recognized for most animals as lap. Well then, go. I'm sure you have many things to do, the lives of Hor are so short. Please, keep my presence to yourself. I would rather avoid an angry mob. I will. Besides, who would believe me? She asked with a small smile. The dragon answered in kind. Surprisingly it wasn't as menacing as it used to be. Exactly. Being a member of a supposedly extinct race has some merits, even if there's not much of them. Now, I believe our business here is concluded. She bowed. A little bit of courtesy wouldn't hurt. Thank you again and goodbye. She turned around and headed for the bridge. You are limping. They got you good, didn't they? Asked the dragon despite the fact they already said their farewells. Nothing I can't deal with, she answered without stopping. On your own, perhaps. But the way to Galsfikro, I'm sorry, Balmora, takes some time and you have quite a baggage. You mortals must be careful about such things, don't tire yourself like that. You clearly don't know how to properly loot. She stopped at that and turned around, a bit surprised by the fact he cared and offended at his choice of words. Excuse me? I know perfectly well how to loot, the proof is on my back. The dragon chuckled. No, what you did is called plundering. There's a difference. Looting is plundering without collecting trash that weighs more than it is worth. My advice is to hide it somewhere, go to the healers in that nearby fort, and return when your foot isn't almost twice the size of the other one. Not to mention I heard that what you are doing isn't exactly legal, and if I'm right, the Dwemer cities are considered an imperial property by the Empire. Azira blinked and realized the idea wasn't so bad. What he mentioned was also very likely, otherwise the Dmer ruins would be all plundered a long time ago. I guess. She approached a big pipe next to the entrance to the ruins and placed the sack behind it. She stared suspiciously at the dragon. You aren't going to steal it, are you? Believe me, if you had anything I desired, I would have already taken it by force. My species is like that. He laughed and Azira realized she should be a little more careful around the drake even if he was quite friendly. Treasures of mortal races are of no value to me since I can't use them and exchanging them for something else is not possible for me. That's the downside of being a dragon. So, I have no interests in your findings. His eyes suddenly widened and he smirked. Unless, of course, they happen to include alcohol. Because then you are right to be worried. That sentence was so unexpected, the Khajiit was once again forced to do a quick reality check. You mean? You are a dragon that likes drinking. Who doesn't? Even minions of Dagathor like to knock themselves out silly from time to time. You know, they have their own drink, Dagath brandy. Remember, young adventurer, this important truth. Suddenly the dragon was deadly serious. The change was startling. Everything ends. Money, fame, beauty. But even in the darkest hour of your life, when you are alone and down on your luck. She waited breathlessly for a word of wisdom from the ancient creature. You can still find consolation in overeating and strong alcohol. She just frowned, turned around and marched towards the bridge. You know what, get me a big, nice bottle of wine and I'll owe you a favor, Vunjanyik. I know many things and I'm pretty good in battle as well, you surely will find me useful to have around. If I'm in the area, I almost always stay here during the day, it's safer to fly and hunt during the night. She ignored him. At this point Azira pretty much figured out what kind of being the dragon was and there clearly was nothing mystical about him. He was just a strong, big lizard with terrible jokes. Alright then, I see you are in a hurry, get well soon. I have a feeling we will meet again, Malkaz. I've had enough weirdness for a single day. I know where to go for my next dose, though. Nailed it. Ted cheered silently when the Khajiit disappeared from sight. My wisdom and power impressed the Nerevarine. Still, it's a little troubling that this awkward, shy fuzzball has to become the ultimate badass and savior of this land. There's a lot of work ahead of me. Let's think. I can't just walk up and say I'm going to follow her everywhere, I'm not Lydia. Then how? Well, I guess it can't be helped. I will have to slowly gain her trust and show I am the real deal. A few more prophecies and unexpected encounters should do the trick. The next course of action is obvious, I just have to wait until she goes for her next errand. I can't assist her in Vivek though, and in many other places, now that I think about this. No dungeon crawling for me. However, it will be difficult, but it might be possible. After all, the ancient Nords were able to create shouts that dragons couldn't came up with, right? There's room for one more, I'm certain. I can only hope it will work if I focus for long enough. Suddenly, he realized something extremely important. Damn it. I forgot to ask her if she knows Katia Managan. A/N. That's not the only thing you forgot, you trolling fart face. You didn't ask about her name and said yours. Looks like the body is not the only human thing you lost, since manners are gone as well. What's this, Azira knows necromancy. This cat sure is full of surprises, just when you think you have her figured out, she suddenly does something like that. By the way, this meeting of Rafi Amak and Azira was the idea that made me create this story, that in a lack of a true companion in original Morrowind was making the main quest quite lonely, truly made us feel we were on our own. I've been thinking for a while how to write it and I think I did a good job, showing that Ted can be both stupid and clever in a single conversation, while Azira can quickly shift from shy and meek to I no longer even care, so don't cross me. Now that it's published, I actually have to think hard on what to do next. We are getting close to the point in which all quests in Balmora are done and after that the others are all over the map. So yeah, the deeper levels of Arntan shall remain unexplored at least for now. I might be wrong, since I didn't start a new game in Morrowind just to check things and use Bizvague, but I'm pretty sure the door that stopped Azira had a difficulty of 100. In other words, that's the hardest type of lock you can encounter in the game. I think that would be all for now. Until next time. Chapter 12, that's why you should avoid brandy. And so we reached the 12th chapter. Sorry for being late, my fault. Lunar Loon, always and forever. Suntar, really? Hey. I was worried that Azira, being less crazy of the two and more generic, would be more boring to the readers. Accursius, of course the dragons wouldn't tell their names to everyone. Ted however didn't reveal his name because he simply forgot, just like he forgot to ask about hers. Yes, prophecies are often cryptic, our protagonist will definitely use it more than just a few times to bullshit his way out of problems. The problem with Dunmer tombs isn't just the size of the entrance, but also the size of the corridors. The dragon might enter, but it will be far from comfortable and gods have mercy on him if he discovers that the tunnel he's crawling through is a dead end, while the walls are too close to turn around. Can dragon get drunk? I don't know either, but Ted sure is gonna do his best to find out. MK0008, I wish I could say it was my joke, but sadly I only shamelessly stole it from Simon the Sorcerer 3D. That game, much like the other titles in the series, had a great humor, but sadly that's the only good thing about this particular one. Murren's Dragon Bro, that wasn't me, that was my inner sense. XD. Brace yourself people, the train reached Exposition Town and the population is you. Turns out healing magic and fast working potions aren't the best way to heal a wound. Apparently, a bottle of disgusting, but potent medicine, a blessing from a shrine, and several hours of sleep are a much better option. Azira was ready to agree with it by the time she left Fort Moonmoth in the morning. The services of the Imperial cult weren't free, but definitely very cheap. Priests took pride in the fact the only money they asked for was the cost of ingredients, not giving them any profit. Or at least that's what Nolantius Cagelis claimed, but the guy seemed honest enough, as often is the case with people whose skin is more wrinkled than a walnut. Dragon Mountain was surprisingly devoid of any dragons this morning. Yes, that's what she was going to call it from this point onward, much easier to remember than Armtand Hill. The lizard was gone, most likely on a flight. Azira was perfectly fine with it, he seemed to spread madness and confusion every time he appeared. His introduction involved a flying Breton, for Mara's sake. She was here only for the sack of loot, which was fortunately untouched. On the way to the city, Azira was pondering about the same subject she did the last evening, the dragon, of course. Just because she would rather avoid it entirely didn't mean she wasn't curious. She even asked that Cageles about this species since she was pretty sure it had something to do with religion. Her memory was working well, apparently, all dragons, or at least the ones in Tamriel, it wasn't clear how similar they were to those in Akhavur, were sons of Akatosh, making them essentially demigods, which is why the ancient Nords were serving them, until the flying lizards ate one cow too many without asking and got all killed off. It's fine to have a natural armor, wings, and ability to breath fire, but your race is still going to become an extinct one sooner or later if there are no females, which was the case. For some reason Alduin had only sons. So, the time god might be sexist. That would certainly explain a lot about both the culture of empire and her life. That, however, only made her question from the previous day remained a mystery. By all logic, he should have been found centuries ago. Then again, she knew nothing about his past, he only mentioned his nest was new, so he clearly just moved here. There are still many places that weren't introduced to civilization and up until several years ago almost the entirety of Vardenfell was like that, since the temple was very stubborn about not allowing for the growth of the settlements. That increased the chances of him remaining in the shadows for so long. All of that doesn't change the fact I met him twice, accidentally. Or so he claims. This is suspicious. One meeting, sure, that's possible. But two? That's when a cold, ominous revelation struck her and made the memory of a slightly insane, strange dragon seem much more maleficent and once again made her feel cautious of him. And by cautious, I mean terrified. Her fur bristled. He must be following me on purpose. No wonder the Emperor declared Aldmer ruins a property of the crown. If Azira wasn't an adventurer and as a result had massive expenses, she would be set for the rest of her life. No joking. True, she didn't get much money in the ruins, only around 50 septims, but when she dropped the sack of loot in front of Aravir and 10 mugs fell out of it, the other Khajiit stated he most likely won't be able to afford even half of the content. Azira's loot of Dmur origin was as follows, mentioned 10 mugs, 4 bowls, 5 small goblets, 4 big goblets, 3 tubes, 2 pitchers, 1 strange, heavy device of unknown purpose, a little bit of raw Dmur metal, and 50 coins. Now get this, mugs and small goblets were of the lowest value and yet each of them was worth 10 septims. In case you don't know, that would keep Azira's tummy full for entire day, more if spent wisely. And before you ask, yes, that was a price after taking into account the fact so much Dmur items would lower their price when sold at once and that risks were high due to the fact trading Dmur artifacts was technically illegal. Not that Aravir cared, Khajiits have wonderful ability to completely ignore the laws they don't like. The other objects were of following value in septims, 20, 30, 40, no idea, no wonder, that thing would most likely interest only an expert, 40 and, wait for it, 50. Yes, each of the Dmur coins was worth as much as 5 bowls or mugs. And she had 50 of them. I'll spare you math and just inform you that all of this could be sold for 3,100 septims, with coins responsible for most of the profit. Wah? That was the only thing she thought when Aravir said the estimated value. Of course, this one can't buy this much, it's just too much for Aravir, you understand, added trader. This one can only pay 600 for everything except the device and coins. Deal, uttered Azira semi-consciously, still shocked at the fact she suddenly advanced from average adventurer to rich adventurer. Suddenly a certain memory hit her and she barely held her laugh. Trash that weighs more than is worth, hey? A shame he's not present. I have more loot not related to Dmur, but I assume you already spent what you could. This one indeed doesn't have much gold left. I'm afraid friend Azira will need to ask other traders, as much as it pains Aravir to say so. Trading with you is a pleasure, as long as no slapping is involved. Azira smirked. Then I guess I will have to give you a warning every time I'm about to sell you your favorite treat. It's official, Azira was filthy rich. Aravir wasn't the only merchant that found himself without much gold left. Wayne, the smith at the Fighters Guild she met last time, was impressed by how much weapons she gained since then. At his question about the origin of 2 steel daggers, 2 iron sabers, dozen throwing stars, 1 long bow and 12 poisoned arrows she only said that lately she was facing a lot of people that wanted her dead. Surprisingly, that only made him friendlier. She also gained 550 septims from selling these items. Furthermore, she was certain it wasn't the end of her profits for this day, since she intended to get rid of her heavy armor and buy something light that doesn't make noise in the worst possible moment. That would most likely make her budget of over 1,600 septims drop back to much less ridiculous level, but she was perfectly fine with this. For now, though, she faced the door to the training room in the basement of the guild hall, ready to either get the information she needed or strangle Antabalise if he tried to somehow weasel his way out of this. The drill master was this time the only person in the room, standing in the middle and reading something, just like the last time. Hey? Oh, it's you. He put his book aside. I assume you have what I asked for. Yes. If you will tell me it's the wrong cube, know that someone will die in this building today. I had to cut my way through 10 smugglers to get it. Azira handed him the Dmur puzzle box. The Imperial examined the item. Looks like nobody will have to face the gods this day, this is indeed what I needed. Slightly damaged, but that's nothing major. He pressed something on the cube and it emitted a low sound. Fascinating. The inscriptions suggest the cube is actually a key to some ancient, unique Dmur door. He looked up. Alright then, do you have paper? It will be for the best if you will write everything down, smaller risk of miscommunication. Yes, give me a second. Azira placed her backpack on the ground and took out a bottle of ink, a pen, and a single page. Ready when you are. Alright then. Let's start with the Nerevarine. I'm afraid that with this subject I can't help you much, unlike with the other one. It simply has less to do with solid facts than with unclear prophecies. First you must know who was Nerevarine. Are you familiar with that name? Azira racked her brain for answer. It seems familiar. Oh, I know, it was in a war of the First Council. He was a Dunmer general, correct? Hordator, if you want to be specific, that's how houses call their military leaders. But yes, you are surprisingly well aware of history. Not bad. Caius often says he's fed up with heroes. They arrive to this land to tame it, not knowing their part in the grand scheme of things, not aware how their destiny is created by historical process, at least according to him. Sometimes Caius sends them to me, hoping they will learn. Poor Caius, so many disappointments. It is good to know you are different. If you didn't do so already, read on Morrowind, the Imperial Province. Who hates who, where's trouble brewing? That's where the opportunity lies for an outlander like you. The Khajiit decided not to tell him that was the only book she read in the last year. Anyway, let's come back to the topic at hand. As you already know, Nerevar of House Indoril was the only person in history that ever managed to unite 4 biggest tribes and 4 great houses of Vardenfell under a single banner. He did so in order to defeat the Dwemer, who at the time forged an alliance with House Dagoth. Nerevar did the impossible and stopped much more advanced dwarves from expanding beyond the region of Red Mountain. Finally, thanks to the betrayal of Vorin Dagoth, he infiltrated the main stronghold of Dwemer King, defeated him, and left his ally to guard the citadel. When he returned with his 3 generals, leader of the House Dagoth betrayed him instead, and in a battle that ensued Nerevar Indoril received a deadly wound and soon died. The temple that was created shortly after those incidents named him saint, and that's where history ends. There's more, though. Ashlanders claim that the 3 generals, who were no one else but the future gods of Tribunal, actually killed the Nerevar. They believe this hero will be reborn to kill the traitors, unite the Dunmer against outlander invaders, build a great wall, and make Morrowind great again. Or something equally ridiculous. Anyway, both the temple and the Empire outlawed the cult, hence I don't know much about it. Tell Caius that Sharn Giaramazgob at the Mages Guild would know more. Sharn? The one who keeps telling everyone that she's not a necromancer. The same one. Now, as for the 6th house cult, it's quite simple, if vague. The infamous 6th house is simply an extinct House Dagoth. Their clan stead was called Kogarun. Due to Vorin Dagoth's betrayal, it was discredited and was completely dissolved after the Battle of Red Mountain, with the survivors joining other houses. According to the temple, Dagoth who is supposedly Vorin Dagoth resurrected and twisted by evil magic, and his ash vampires are the last remnants of the house. Back in its days it had a complex, dangerous hierarchy, with killing your superiors by treachery as the traditional way of advancement. Now, the beliefs of cult of this house are obviously not widely known due to its obscure nature, however just from the name alone we can make a good guess that it treats Dagoth as the god and the other leaders of the house as his godlike kin. The cultists are hostile towards the Empire and all outlanders, although they seem less likely to seek conflict with fellow Dunmer that came from outside of the province. It also appears that the presence of sleepers is caused by the cult or possibly Dagoth himself. I think that pretty much covers the subject. Azira nodded, finishing the report. About time, her hand was getting sore. So that's all. Yes. If you want to learn more, you will be hard-pressed to talk with a member of either cult, since both hate outlanders and stay away from the public. Your best chance would be searching for books on the subject. I know of the following titles: Saint Nerevar, Nerevar Moon and Star, and The Real Nerevar. Also, as I mentioned, you can ask Sharn Giaramazgob. For some reason, she studied the local superstitions in her free time. Well, to each their own, I suppose. The Khajiit put her report into her pocket and put on her backpack. In that case, I'll go and tell Caius what I've learned. Thanks for the help, Mr. Entabalis. The Imperial waved his hand. Hasfat is fine. Make sure to visit again if you wish to ask about something else. Also, I might have something for you if you return. I think this Dwemer puzzle box could be of use to you later once I fully examine it. Azira was about to take her leave, but then another thought struck her, and, when she thought about it, Entabalis seemed as the perfect person to ask. Actually, I have another question, though it's completely unrelated to previous subjects. I wish to ask what you, as a historian, know about the role of dragons in ancient history. Drill Sergeant raised one brow. Dragons? Why would you be interested in them of all things? She smiled innocently. Azira, being of petite build, actually was capable of pulling that off. Most of her kind would just look mischievous if they tried. No particular reason. I just spoke recently with a priest about Akadosh and dragons came up. I wanted to hear it from a scholar. It is kind of true, except it was Akadosh that came up, not the other way around. It seemed Entabalis bought it. Ah, I see. It's not exactly my field of expertise, but in my opinion a historian should always know at least basics about every time period, no matter which one is their favorite. Dragons. Now that is indeed an old subject and as such there aren't many written sources on it. Pretty much the entire knowledge on this species comes from legends, excavations of burial sites, and rare works of greybeards, an old order of monks who spend their lives in seclusion, studying the language of the dragons. Isn't it a little silly, dedicating the life to learn the language which is no longer in use? Perhaps, but that is definitely not the case with this particular one. You see, this Thu'um, if I pronounce it correctly, is special. Words from that language have power. Dragons were considered the sons of God of time and, whether it is true or not, they could slightly alter the world just by speaking. The greybeards believe the correct use of this power leads to enlightenment, since it comes from the divines. Wait. The dragon was using some foreign words from time to time. Were those? Anyway, Skyrim under the rule of dragons was a harsh place, much worse than under the Nords. They were proud, strong, and solved most problems by brute force. How is that different from most Nord males? Their culture was simplistic. A first meeting of 2 dragons usually ended in devastating battle, in the future most of the time the loser was showing respect for the winner. They themselves built nothing, but Nords under their leadership raised many strongholds. Most of them contained a chamber called the Hall of Stories, or Legends, I'm not sure, and even more often word walls, which were covered with short texts in their language. So, their impact wasn't really so big. Of course it was big. Many words from Thu'um are used even today with slight alterations. The most prominent example is word Oblivion. The dragons, who had to battle with deadra in the Merithic era, had much better understanding on the subject than the first Nords from Atmora. Furthermore, Dragon's tyranny in the end allowed them to harness Thu'um for themselves. That played a part even during the War of First Council, when they aided Dwemer with this power. It also was important in the creation of the Empire itself. Tiber Septim before his rise to power was simply learning Thu'um, which later made it much easier for him to conquer Tamriel. If the Greybeards are right, then it might have even been the reason for which he ascended to godhood, and if that isn't a world-changing event, then I don't know what is. The actions of dragons affect us to this very day. Antabali's sighed. It is quite sad, you know? A great source of knowledge extinguished forever by a bunch of barbarians with axes. Thanks to their special connection to time itself, they were looking at the history from a unique perspective. Not like humans, who see it as a linear path, or like gods, for whom there's no past and future, only an infinite present. Their viewpoint was something in between. We will never learn the secrets of the dragons, because they are gone forever. Rediscovering the inventions of the Dwemer is actually easier than those of dragons, believe it or not, but there's still one last dwarf left in the world, suffering from a terrible disease in the depths of Tel Fyr and half mad from the pain, but when he is lucid, he's more than willing to share his knowledge. I spoke to him once. What a terrible fate. Still, he's alive, and that's much better than what happened to the dragons. Azira blinked, which, as she noticed, was starting to become a trend since she arrived to Morrowind. The Dwemers aren't actually completely gone? Hey. You learn something new every day. She decided it was about time she finished her first mission, even if Antabali's did the impossible and gave an interesting history lesson. Thank you for sharing this with me, Hasfat. I believe I should go. I was keeping Kosadas waiting long enough as it is. I wish you good luck in your future endeavors, my friend. Farewell. So this is what you have learned from Antabali's? Asked Caius Kosadas, looking over her report. I trust he didn't work you too hard for it. No worry. I only had to risk my life and sanity several times and kill a bunch of armed smugglers in their lair. I see. So the mission was average. Wow, he's good with sarcasm. Either that, or soon I'm going to die in this line of job. In the meantime, Caius put the report aside. I've glanced over the notes. Hasfat gave us enough intel about the history behind both cults, but sadly he hardly said anything new about the Nerevarine cult. We will follow his suggestions. Hop over to the Mages Guild and question Sharn Gra Musgob. My fellow blades mentioned you joined this guild, so your arrival won't seem strange to anyone. Again, if she needs a favor, do it. Simple enough. She smiled grimly. Another mission of low importance? Not that she really minded, those usually are easier. As you wish, Spy Master. I'll return when I get what we need. Nine Toes was having a bad day. And I do not mean nothing seems to go right kind of bad, it was more like I might get arrested and sent to prison for several years. All because he was in the rich part of the city this morning. He needed some backup, there was no way for him to get out of this without help. Fortunately, a perfect candidate was just walking next to his house when he was about to enter. Oi, friend. He called. The Khajiit's ears moved and she looked at him. Yes, you. There's something we need to talk about. It didn't felt entirely right to ask a fellow blade for help, a new recruit at that, but he was kind of out of options. The Argonian opened the door and invited her inside. She raised a brow, but entered. Hello, Air. Azira. Right. I hate to do so, but I must ask you for help. The ground is kind of burning under my feet, if I can say so. The Khajiit frowned. What kind of help? If you mean fighting. It's not that. Listen, I need someone to clear my name. Today I was snooping in the rich town and I got mixed up in this mess with the Hlalo Manor. She looked confused. What mess? It was his turn to feel surprised. You don't know? I thought the entire city knew at this point. A noble of House Hlalo, Ralan Hlalo, was found in his home lying in the pool of blood. And guess who just happened to be nearby, doing some work for Caius? Azira groaned. Are you serious, Nine Toes? I wish I wasn't. The house is already investigating the situation, they sent some new Reguard member to search for murderer. She already talked with me and it doesn't look good. I obviously couldn't tell her why I was there and people saw me. So now she sees you as the main suspect. Great. He smiled weakly. Not quite. There were two more people, but unlike me they weren't recognized. The first one, a Dunmer, left the manor completely calm, so other people haven't even noticed him. The other. That guy caused a lot of ruckus. No surprise, that's normal when a Khajiit jumps from a balcony and runs as if he was chased by the Marans Dagon himself. A Khajiit and a Dunmer. She stopped for a moment. If I'll try to take a closer look, won't that make me a suspect too due to my race? Don't worry about that. It was a male Khajiit and Sudian, the investigator, knows that much, he assured her. Then I guess I'll help you, Caius would probably expect it from me. Any ideas where should I look? None, sadly. I was kinda hoping you would know where to look. I heard Khajiits are close to each other in this city. Yes, but... A spark of inspiration appeared in her eyes. Nine Toes smiled, her kind was always so easy to read. No, wait, I think I know who to ask. Just one more thing, what Dunmer should I look for? He was a bit young. Red hair. He was wearing bone mold armor and had an axe on his back. Azira smiled and patted his arm. Don't worry, Nine Toes. I'll find the true murderer and clear your name. But promise me this. She became very serious. Don't try to give me more moon sugar as a reward when it's all over. That I can promise. I think I can came up with something better given enough time. Azira knew only 3 other Khajiits in Balmora. Aravir the traitor, Ajira the mage, and Habasi the thief. She was already aware that the latter two knew each other and that there were some sorts of meetings of those of her kind. In other words, Habasi more likely than not knew the suspect. She was already approaching the Southern Wall Corner Club. She actually felt quite confident about the task. Paradoxically, the traumatic events in Arnhem helped her to get more confidence. Now she knew she could handle her own problems when things went pear-shaped. Besides, it wasn't her first investigation. She only hoped this time no one will die as well. After entering the building and walking down the stairs to the main room, as Ira decided her sixth sense was getting better, there were two Khajiits sitting by the bar. One was Habasi. The other, covered in the same kind of armor as his superior, had his face planted on the counter and was groaning weakly. Next to him was sitting a disgruntled Bosmer. Stupid. Why did you run? He berated his companion. Now everyone thinks we did it. Shut up, Arathor. Growled Habasi and then looked at Azira. I'm sorry, friend, but whatever it is that you want to speak of must wait, we have a small crisis on our hands right now. Actually, I believe it's that crisis that I want to talk about. He's the one people saw running away from Hlalo Manor, right? A burly, bald Imperial, who up until now was standing silently near the opposite wall, glared at her with suspicion. You are asking some highly undesirable questions right now, outsider. Habasi shook her head. Don't worry, Tapius. Habasi knows important people around here and she doubts Azira here has any intention of making situation worse. The young mage blinked a few times. Again. Time to start a counter for this. Since when am I one of the important people? The thief leader smirked. This one doesn't know about you, but when one takes down a smuggling den all by themselves, Habasi believes they certainly are important. Azira's jaw dropped. She knows? Oh, don't look at Habasi like that. We are the thieves. When a closest group of wannabe criminals ends up eating the dirt, we know it. She took a bottle from the counter and gulped down what was left in it. Mostly because Dar Shanji over here had to visit the ruins to get some Tumor device. A certain Renridge from HLAO joined Kamina and we lost a shipment. Our wet ear said you really made a mess. Congratulations, although in our line of business it's not exactly something to be proud of. Thieves Guild is known for getting the goods without even alerting the target, not to mention killing. The Bosmer smacked his fist on the counter. Not anymore, Habasi. The guards already know the brandy we stole is gone from the manor and that Khajiit thieves are always our guild members if they don't work alone. It's only a matter of time before someone tracks Dar Shanji and. Can you both please stop talking about me as if I wasn't here? Muttered the depressed Khajiit and looked at Azira. He had green eyes and almost black fur with dark grey stripes. His left ear was pretty much completely gone. Yes, I'm the one who was at the manor. I was tasked with obtaining an incredibly rare and valuable vintage brandy, the kind of alcohol that is reserved only for the richest nobles and kings. Our customer said Relan Hlalo had one bottle. The problem is, when I finally got inside, I found the owner's body in the living room. So, I grabbed the vintage and escaped as fast as I could. I see. That means it's the Dunmer that was responsible. The confused thieves looked at Azira and she elaborated. Nine Toes, the other suspect that asked me for help, mentioned that a Dunmer left the manor just before you made a scene. The blade sent them a knowing look. Someone kills a noble shortly before a thief enters the manor to steal a bottle of a very rare kind of brandy. Now, why does it sound suspicious to me? Habasi, unsurprisingly, was the first one to catch on. She growled. Damn it. We've been set up. Dar Shanji frowned. Kaminatong. They requested the vintage and then killed the noble so that I would become the first suspect. Now all those people who say that we are the lesser of the two evils will have to shut their mouth. His look of determination disappeared. But how are we going to deal with it? We have no proof. We have a chance, stated Habasi. We must find the real murderer and prove his connections to Kaminatong. This way it will backfire on them and their reputation will be slandered even more. She faced the adventurer. Is your friend willing to help, Azira? Certainly. He himself is in danger if the case won't be solved. Very well. Find him and together pay a visit to the investigator, she's probably in the council manor. Explain a situation to her. I heard that Sudian is understanding, though she's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Do we know who we are looking for, friend? The Dunmer has red hair. He had bone mold armor and an axe when he was leaving the manor. Habasi grinned. Good news, this one knows of him. Then Elan Velis, he's officially a smith. Bad news, you will most likely have to enter the council club itself, the main headquarters of Kaminatong, to find him. Tapius, you will accompany them. You are the only one here with serious fighting skills and your group needs to look tough if we want to force Kamina to submit. The Imperial only nodded. The Bosmer only got more suspicious. Just what is your angle? No one would help our guild out of the goodness of their heart. The mage snorted. I certainly wouldn't help without some payment if it weren't for a fact that I must point out the scapegoat anyway. Otherwise my friend Nine Toes might end up in prison. To be honest, Azira herself wasn't sure why she accepted the fellow Blade's request. Sure, he was an ally, but not exactly a friend. Out of everyone she met so far in Morrowind, only Ajira could be called that, maybe KS too, if she wasn't so dependent on him. Then again, if she did that for him, he sure would consider her a friend and only gods know how many friends she needed right now just to survive another month. It's not going to be enough, you know, said Azira to Habasi. Bringing some muscle will only make them more stubborn. They won't yield on their own territory. That's why we need to convince the investigator. If she will believe Velis is responsible, she will accompany you to the council club with some guards just in case he resists, and Kamina won't risk agitating the Hlalo, they pretty much own Kamina. Make no mistake, Sudian isn't important enough to order everyone around, but since she was picked to solve the case, the guards will obey her when it comes to this. We simply do not have enough influence on our own. Azira nodded. I guess I'll get going. Wish me luck. When Caius Cosadas first explained her the local government and the houses, Azira created in her head pictures of a member of each of them. Redaran nobles would be massive and strong, with some scars. Telvanni were your typical mages, but, you know, weirder. Necromancy, long beards, living in massive towers, maybe an occasional skull instead of a hat. As for Hlalu, filthy rich, fat, sly and prideful bureaucrats. Turns out she was wrong at least when it comes to them. Reguard Sudian certainly wasn't prideful or rich, if one were to judge just by the way she spoke or her clothes. She wasn't fat, in fact she would be quite the hooker, excuse my Cyrodiilic, if it weren't for her pug-like face. As for the sly part. Yes, she definitely wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. I'm sorry, but I really don't see any connection. Azira took a small break to calm herself down. The woman knew as much about the politics and the workings of the underworld as average cow. It was strange someone like her managed to advance twice amongst Hlalu just in 1 month of her career. Miss Sudian, it is an open secret that the Council Club is the headquarters of Kaminatong. I heard of them. What of it? A noble is killed. 9 Toes saw their member near the crime scene. The Argonian waved his hand while standing to her left. Followed by a Khajiit thief, no doubt someone from the Thieves Guild. Kamina thugs are known for their brutality, while Thieves Guild is more tame. The conclusion should be obvious. I still don't understand what are you implying. For God's sake. Kaminatong is clearly responsible for Raland Lalo's death. It's just too strange that the members of 2 enemy factions would pick the same day to pay him a visit. Then Elan Velis obviously tricked the guild into sending one of their thieves and murdered the noble just before he could arrive. This way the guild's slightly better reputation would crumble, allowing the Kaminatong to get more support. A look of understanding appeared on the Reguard's face. She was painfully easy to read. I see. It does make sense, definitely more than your Argonian friend breaking into the manor and getting caught by the victim. It also fits to what I've been told about that syndicate. Suddenly she frowned. But what about the proof? Just because it's logical it doesn't mean it's explained without any doubt. I was getting to that. We have a description of the Dunmer from 9 Toes. And from the servant, too. I questioned her myself. Oh, yes. Get this, the servant of Raland Lalo, Uri Nirith, also saw a glimpse of the murderer, and yet Sudian hadn't even bothered to search for him, claiming there were probably many Dunmers in the city that fit the description. Yes. It fits then Elan Velis perfectly, he didn't even disguise. As a result, we only need to walk up to him and say that the 2 gentlemen at my sides. She pointed at the Imperial and Argonian. Both saw him leaving the manor just a short time before servants' shouts alerted the people outside. But it's only half true and a word of one person, a suspect at that, isn't enough. True, but he won't have a reason to believe we are bluffing if we will approach him in a confident manner and outright tell him to not try to escape since we know everything. The people like him gloat when it's clear it's over for them, just to show what they think is their superiority. Once he admits he is responsible, you will be able to arrest him and close the case. Azira didn't have to think very long and hard to come up with this plan. It was sadly the only possible way to obtain the proof. She couldn't snoop around the manor for material evidence. Are you sure? Absolutely. He will be surprised you figured it out. A Dunmer won't easily notice another Dunmer doing something illegal in the crowd, but Argonians and Khajiits are remembered. Most locals wouldn't even hesitate to blame either when an opportunity shows itself. Sadly, for him, he didn't foresee you, a very competent investigator that isn't biased and wouldn't give up on getting to the bottom of this case. Blah, the underside of a boot tastes terribly. But now she has no choice but to comply, if only to stroke her ego. Azira's prediction turned out right. Sudian nodded and with a stupid smile stood up from behind her desk. An excellent suggestion, citizen. I will. A door to the small office they were standing in opened suddenly. A petite Argonian woman, dressed in not too expensive, but very nice dress, walked up to the desk in hurry. Sudian, I did what you asked for. You were right, it was all staged. I visited all my contacts and we found him, the bastard is at the council club. At this point Argonian halted, alarmed by the frozen face of the Reguard and stupefied glances of the other 3 people in the room. I'm sorry, did I interrupted something important? In the meantime, Azira had problems with figuring out what was going on. What? The Reguard was actually searching for the Dunmer, even though she said she didn't? Hold on a minute, it was all staged. The pug already figured that out even before we entered? Was she just feigning ignorance? The Khajiit narrowed her eyes while looking at the investigator, who was just getting over being caught with her hand in a cookie jar. I should be more careful around her. That woman is much smarter than she looks. And no, JDCI, dear. Everything is all right, she assured the Argonian. JDCI, meet Miss Azira and her 2 friends, who happen to be vital witnesses in our investigation. Miss Azira, this is JDCI Cage, my good friend from Vivek. A pleasure. Likewise, answered Azira. Now, as I was saying, since I have everything I need to close the case, I'll go to the council club with a few guards and arrest the criminal. JDCI, would you like to accompany me? No, thank you Sudian. The murderers, crimes, violence. I just can't stand it, my friend. Makes me feel nauseous just thinking about it. But I wish you luck. As you wish. Miss Azira, Mr. Ninetoes, Mr. Esdrekis, I assume the 3 of you want to see it to the very end. Azira hesitated. If she were to accompany Sudian, there was a big danger of being targeted by the syndicate for messing up their scheme. Then again, there was the possibility they either wouldn't bother or outright failed to find her later, just like she had sometimes problems telling apart one Argonian from another. Dunmers generally couldn't pick up on more subtle differences between Khajiits. The armor she was wearing, which she put on back in the guild, would cover most of her face and make her look bigger than she actually was. Since she planned to exchange it for another, there was not even a danger of being recognized by it later on. Not to mention she wanted to know just how effective her plan was. If it failed, she needed to know as soon as possible to come up with something else. Sure. If I may, started Ninetoes. Can I request that our names won't be said while at the council club? I don't want to have a group of angry thugs knowing my name. Whoa, good thinking, Nine Toes. I almost stepped on a lot of dung. But of course. Guards. Inventing a new shout was a pain in the ass, even if you had a name like Word Forging Guide. In fact, it was a lot like coming up with said name, except Ted also had to make sure the 3 words could be shouted, hence they should have a simple meaning. Well, a simple to him. Other dragons most likely would be completely unable to understand the full concept of just one word that he was certain should end up in this shout. Once it was noon, Ted got bored of searching for the right words, which, thankfully, was becoming easier with each day. His new draconic nature and probably also his name were making it easier for him, and decided to empower his unrelenting force by meditating on the meaning of balance and adding RO to the shout. And boy, was he bothered by the results. He just couldn't do it. It wasn't very easy to figure out fuss, but it wasn't so hard either. It was as if something was forcefully, gods, another pun, keeping him from learning. I really hope it's normal and other dragons simply had more time to master Thursday muttered Ted. That, or it's because of that maddening desire to scratch myself on the back that I can't get rid of. Really, that was so far the worst part about being a dragon, right after living in solitude and boredom. Something's messing with your sense of touch and you want to scratch yourself? Deenie. Well, at least he figured out his agenda for tomorrow and the next few days. Since the Nerevarine remained at Fort Moonmoth to rest, then today she would report to Kosadas. That meant she's going to explore a tomb tomorrow. After that there are no quests I could directly help her with until she meets Sulmatuol. That gives me some time to prepare. Sadly, the day was far from over and he was already bored. How is Parthunax doing this? The silence is driving me crazy. Vile creature. Show yourself, so that I can smite you. Ted blinked and lifted his head. In front of the ruins stood a Dunmer with a bow in his hand, a quiver on his shoulder, a malachite or glass, if you want to be stupid, sword on his hip, and pants as his only protection from indecency and everything the Morrowind was going to throw at him. It was clear this violent land was indeed throwing a lot of things his way. He had many scars on his body, though the face remained untouched save for one long gash. Came out, monster. I have promised to destroy all of your kin, and, I swear by Vivek, I'm going to succeed. Face me. Ted frowned. A blade? No, it can't be. There was no Dunmer blade guy in Morrowind. I think. Then again, this is the real Tamriel. But what kind of blade would swear on tribunal gods instead of divines? Hold on, could it be? Go on. Attack this tasty, lone traveler, like many others. Just look at this massive back and firm buttocks, there's a lot of meat on me. I honestly don't know whether should I feel giddy at who am I meeting or awkward because of the way it happens. Ted approached the edge of his nest tower thingy just as the Dunmer happened to look in his direction. The challenger slowly lowered his bow with a really stupid look on his face. You aren't a cliff racer. Really? That's the first thing that comes to your mind? Ted smirked. He didn't know why, but for some reason that made the mare nervous. The Kajiat, too, in fact. Were they truly so unused to smiles in the land of Dunmers? At least those words removed all doubts when it came to his identity. Saint Jube, I presume. The Dunmer seemed baffled. Yes, I am Jube, but why do you call me a saint? Crap. He isn't a saint yet. It was stupid of me, the dude arrived to Morrowind the same day the Nerevarine did. He had killed only a bunch of cliff racers so far at best. You came here to kill some cliff racers, correct? Well, anyone who does that only to destroy those pests is a saint in my eyes, lied Rathiamok smoothly. Not that he had to strain himself to came up with this, making Jube a saint for exterminating the worst enemy of all travelers was in his opinion one of Vivek's best decisions. Or is it still a matter of time? Sometimes I can't tell apart what has already happened and what has yet to happen. A downside of my race. Are you a dragon? I guess it's obvious. Your dedication to destroying those roadblocks pleases me, so I will honor you with an introduction, something I don't do for most mortals. I am Rathiamok, the dragon of Red Mountain. A sage and seer. The Dunmer slowly put the bow on his arm. I see. I must say, I sure am glad those rumors of Cliff King were wrong. People saw me? Damn it. Also, why Cliff King of all possible names? So, it appears I wasn't as stealthy on my flights as I hoped. The legionaries at the fort took you for a massive cliff racer, so it's not that bad, comforted him the Dunmer. What a strange man, to comfort a dragon. Where did you came from? I thought your species was extinct. Not completely, there are still a few Duvahi left, though none of them in areas that are easy to access. Fortunately, in his preparations for meeting the Nerevarine, he already came up with nice backstory for himself. He couldn't admit he was technically only few days old. What kind of advisor is that? I was sleeping for centuries at the Red Mountain until my neighbor Dagoth started making ruckus. I kept telling him to turn the volume down on his radio, but the prick only made it louder. Gods these days. I love it so much when they look at me like that, thought Ted as Jube made an expression worthy of a meme. I think I need to go. I have many places to be at. Certainly. Farewell, Cliff Racer Hunter, kill as many as you can. I have crash landed because of them too many times. Because even one crash landing is too many, thought the dragon as the hero descended down the mountain. A/N. Renrich, in Ta'agra, the language of Kajiats, yes, this language is very much canon, it means, depending on circumstances, mercenary, landless or, like in this case, scum. In this chapter I dumped a lot of info on you, especially if you haven't played the Morrowind. I also introduced a great deal of side protagonists, let's call them that from now. As Ira continues her hunt for information and gets involved into another investigation. In the original game this quest was more simplistic, no one even explained why people thought Nine Toes was the murderer, they just did. He also wasn't the one giving you the quest, you could do that either by doing the tasks appointed by the first Lalo quest giver until this one came up or simply enter the manor to discover the body and get the entry in a journal. So. Ted met Jube. Just like that. I certainly had no plans to include him anytime soon, and yet here he is. He should be known to most of you. For Morrowind players he was the very first character we saw, and for Skyrim players he could be encountered in the Soul Cairn. Who wants to bet we will see him again in the future games? The world of Elder Scrolls is very small. Two heroes arrived to Vardenfell on the same ship. As you see, in this story he is strangely fine with meeting a legendary being. In my head canon Job is slightly insane. I mean, come on, what kind of person would pick the extermination of cliff racers as their life goal? I guess that's all for now. I'm afraid there might be some complications with updating schedule, sorry, but I struggle to find free time lately. Also, if you want Azira/Ted to meet a specific character or visit some location, say so and maybe it will happen. See. Chapter 13, I am not a necromancer. Finally, Chapter 13. First, answers to reviews. Grey Soul, Nat, it's cool man. I can tell apart hate-filled comments and true reviews. As for the mistake with Alduin, that's not a mistake at all. All sources before Skyrim insisted that Alduin is just a name given to Akadosh by Nords. It can be explained as Imperial's misunderstanding Nord beliefs, and it is approach I've taken here. If Azira were to ask anyone but Nords, she would be told Alduin is Nordic name of Akadosh. Sure, it's not the case, but it wouldn't be a first situation like that. Guest, Het. Windows runs programs and Sheogorath runs mortals. Let no one tell you otherwise. Lunar Loon, those flying rats are just disasters waiting to happen. Have you read the Epic of Job? I cried and laughed at the same time when I was reading it. MK0008, sadly Ted can't make many appearances until he becomes Azira's companion. Since he wants to take approach of mysterious Jedi Master, it's gonna take some time. No skills, only hacks, exposition warnings, noted. And as insanely stupid and unlikely as it is, I would actually love it if Job found his way out of that pit to make appearances in future games. He would be like a great hero in which footsteps we would follow XD. Accursius, make it is. Maybe not instantly, but the only canon game character that talks about living dragons is a must-have. Charles 506, America's leader sure could learn a thing or two about xenophobia from proud Dunmer of Morrowind, no doubt about that. Maron's Dragon Bro, really? Wow. I didn't know that. I'll make sure to take a look the next time I'll play Oblivion. Friends, we're going on a ride. Today we have arresting, disturbing visions, flying people and disrespecting the dead. Hey, when I put it like that it sounds as if it was an aftermath of a really nasty rock concert. The headquarters of Kaminatong were surprisingly nice and tidy. They may have been racist murderers and the scourge of the city, but Azira had to admit they had some style when it came to the interior design. What they? Get out of here, dirty cat, and take that lizard with you. We don't allow animals in here. Said superior design wasn't however making up for the fact all patrons had acid instead of saliva. Azira, with her face hidden by her steel helmet, glared at the elf that sat at a nearby table, and that was the one that decided to voice his displeasure. Interestingly enough, his hair was dyed red and he was wearing bone mold armor. Saves us time, I suppose. Perhaps. But you better allow in the companions of an inspector. The Dunmer was about to get into a proper shouting match, but the entrance of two guards and Sudian shut him up. The Reguard glanced at him. Are you then Elon Velis? The man's shifty eyes started rapidly changing the object of their focus. First it was the guards, then Sudian, after that standing in front of him 9 toes with Azira, and finally Tapius, who just happened to stand by the door in a pose that seemed to say, no sir, I definitely didn't pick this spot just to make sure you can't escape, I just like to block the door for the people I follow. Velis faced Sudian again. I am. What is this all about? Witnesses, this man matches your description. Is he the one you saw? With some minor sadistic glee, Azira noticed that the Dunmer got slightly nervous. Since she wanted to speak as little as possible, she just nodded. 9 toes didn't have that problem. Yes, that's him. He's the one that left the Hollow Manor. Sudian smiled and gestured at one of the guards. He removed his sword from a scabbard and approached the soon-to-be prisoner. We already have all evidence we need. Do you have anything to say before these gentlemen put you in jail? For a second, the Dunmer was staring at them with an unreadable expression, and Azira got worried he saw through their act. That worry got stronger when he chuckled. To be honest, I'm surprised it took that long for you all to get here. It wasn't my plan and I knew it will most likely fail, but some bleeding heart amongst the big bosses tried to get the guild out of the game with less killing involved. The murderer turned towards the stairs leading down, into the proper club. Banner, this Lalo dog got me, as I said would happen. Inform the boss once the messenger is back. Sure thing, Velis, came the answer from below. Azira frowned. They seemed awfully unconcerned their little scheme was destroyed. Quite stalling, criminal scum, grunted the guard. Oh, don't be so serious about all of this. Once I am in jail the magistrate will receive a nice gift from my friends and I'll be free. When Sudian opened her mouth, he quickly added, you won't be able to do anything about this, Outlander. Guess what, he has powerful friends. Much more powerful than you, that much is certain. Looks like you did all of that for nothing. The Dunmer smirked and looked at Azira. Still, our plan failed, so that's not really a true win for us. If it wasn't for you meddling kids. What is he going on about? I'm 23. I guess we can go now. I'll see you all in some dark alley, Enwa, said calmly the Dunmer on his way out. A slight poke with a sword from the guard walking behind him cut his threats short. 9 toes, Azira, Tapius, and Sudian, the only people left in sight, glanced at each other. This whole Kamina is a pile of dragon dung. Azira finally summed up their thoughts, annoyed from being unable to do anything about this. After this not really satisfying ending to the investigation, each of them went their own way. Tapius went back to Corner Club to inform Habasi her most promising recruit no longer has to hide in the basement, and Sudian returned to the council house. 9 toes left after telling her to visit him next time she's in the area, since by then he should have been able to contact some people from whom she could learn a thing or two, as he put it. That left Azira with only 3 things on today's agenda: selling armor, questioning the orc mage, and checking for any guild work from Azira. Although she was already on more or less friendly terms with the blacksmith from Fighters Guild, she remembered she sold him the weapons taken from Smuggler's Den, and hence he didn't have much gold left. Instead she entered the building opposite of Mage's Guild Hall, which was a proper armory. A Bosmer behind the counter perked up at her entrance. Good afternoon. Welcome to Melder's Armory, the most popular shop of its kind in the city. Is there anything I can help you with? As a matter of fact, yes. Azira knocked on her breastplate. I had to do some fighting recently and the armor I have is far from what I need. I was almost gutted by a group of smugglers because this made too much noise in the worst possible moment. I'm not some great brawler, I need something lighter and less noisy. Something lighter? Let me see. The armorer started searching through one of the several big chests that were in the room. Meanwhile, Azira eyed an interesting piece of armor that lied on a counter. And by interesting, I mean strange, it was clearly supposed to be a helmet, but in her opinion, it would look more natural in the depths of a sea, as a head of some ancient monster. Morrowind once again succeeded at weirding her out. Here's my selection. Melder placed 4 bundles on the counter and opened the first one. The gear in it was, surprise, strange, it resembled a carapace of some massive bug, not an honest and classic armor. As it turns out, her suspicions about the origin of material weren't misguided. This is the bare minimum when it comes to protection, a complete set of net armor. Very popular amongst the adventurers, since it's quite cheap for an armor. My price for all parts is 600 septims, 570 if you'll order bracers instead of gauntlets. Azira flinched. That's for the cheapest armor on the market. No wonder smugglers were simply wearing clothes. Next we have another set of net armor, but this one was additionally boiled for better results. The price of all parts is 720 septims, and again, you can save 30 if you pick bracers instead of gauntlets. The same is for other armors. Another bundle was opened. Inside was the same kind of armor Habasi was wearing, white, thin, and once again without any metal. Are the blacksmiths of Vardenfell incapable of metallurgy? This is another very popular type or armor, a chitin. It's even lighter than the previous kind, making it the lightest armor there is, while the protection it offers is slightly better. The set with gauntlets costs 850 septims. There are no bracers for this type. The Bosmer opened the last bundle, revealing to Azira a set of armor she was already familiar with, a bone mold type, the one favored by the guards. And this is the best armor available to most adventurers that do not want to be burdened too much. It's still quite heavy, since it's a middle ground between light and heavy armors, but bone mold armor provides much more protection than previous types, as it covers the entire body. The only downside is that its weight takes some time to get used to. That, and the fact from time to time you might be confused for a guard, since it's so popular the professional Dunmer soldiers use it in the entirety of Vardenfell, with the exception of ordinators. Since it's that good, it's however also very, very expensive. I don't like guessing how rich my customers are, but know that few can afford a full set, so they usually only buy one piece of this kind at a time. Not surprising, few people walk around with 3,700 septims in their pocket. How much? Azira knew good armors were costly, but this was ridiculous. Don't you have, I don't know, elven armor? Elven? That requires moonstone to make and sadly there are no moonstone deposits on the island. The import makes it unprofitable for most merchants to sell it, said the Bosmer, dashed her hopes. Darn it. I always wanted to have a set of elven armor ever since I saw that Batlemage in the tavern back in Kvatch. So, what is it going to be? It's actually not so bad, thought Azira. She walked into the guild hall of Mage's Guild with full set of chitin armor hidden under her robes. That was probably why traditional clothes of a mage were so loose. It's quite comfortable. Also, to her surprise, selling iron greaves and steel cuirass she no longer needed completely covered the purchase of the entire set without the helmet, she even gained 10 septims on the exchange. Why didn't she buy the headgear? Maybe because it looked silly. Maybe because some racist Dunmer forged it in a way that made it impossible for beast races to use. Or, as some would eloquently say, her head was too flat. Either way, she kept her steel helmet. Western and local styles clashed terribly, but that was the least of her worries. Friend! Exclaimed Azira as soon as Azira entered the main room. You've been gone longer than this one expected. Azira was getting worried again. The alchemist for a change was reading the book at the table amongst other mages, instead of sitting behind her desk in the smaller chamber away from everyone like a social outcast. Not that Azira had anything against people like that, for as long as she could remember, she too preferred being alone. Whenever she talked to anyone else for the last 20 years, she always had a strong belief they were better than her, comes with being a beggar. Hopefully it would change soon, she certainly could do without so much anxiety when talking to anyone. Greetings, Azira. This one was slightly busy yesterday, Kajiat had to help a friend. You mentioned you might have some more work for Azira by now. Ah, yes. It's about the second part of my flora report. I need more samples, this time from around the Lake Amaya. A muscle near Azira's left eye started twitching. Did you? Just ask. 4 more. Mushrooms. Azira quickly shook her head, sensing the incoming danger. No, it's not about mushrooms. This time Azira needs flowers, just flowers. Very well, if there's no danger of me sneezing out my brain, then this one will gather them. What exactly do you need? The other Kajiat clapped. First, this one needs gold kennet. It grows near rocks, has yellow flowers and broad, dark leaves. Azira also needs petals of stone flower, they are small, blue, and stems usually bend towards the ground. Third flower, willow anther, is tall and has purple petals. And finally, a simple heather. It's pink, grows near the ground and has needles, you surely know. And they are near Lake Amaya, yes. Indeed. It's north of Palladiad. To get there, you must head south, past the Moonmoth Fort. Azira lifted her hand in a gesture of silencing. Don't worry, this one bought a map. Azira had a feeling this one will do a lot of traveling in the future. Oh. Alright. A short, Awkward silence took place. Remember how Azira thought Ajira was probably her only true friend? Forget it, turns out they don't know what to talk about when it wasn't about work. So, does Azira know how to brew potions? Her ears perked up. Well, it wasn't exactly a fun way of spending time, but it wasn't directly connected to work either. This one knows a thing or two, admitted Azira. When one is a beggar, it sure is useful to know which plant from the forest can fill your stomach and which one can fill your grave. And if you learned which ones combined increase your jump height so much you can just jump over a city's walls when things don't go your way, the better. But this one learned on ingredients from Cyrodiil. Those available around here surely are much different. Ajira nodded with energy, thankful for accepting the topic. They are, hence why Ajira was researching some of them so that Mages Guild can one day publish an official manual on the subject. Do you want Ajira to show you the ropes? It's free of charge, this one has nothing else to do. And so do I, thought Azira. Except for asking the orc. I guess I'll take care of that first. Sure. Go ahead and prepare everything, I need to talk with Musgob first. Musgob? But she. Oh, this one understands. Well, good luck convincing her to teach you anything. She's so worried about being labeled a necromancer she doesn't even offer most people to teach regular conjuration. This is not. No, wait, that's a pretty good excuse. This one should at least try. Ajira shrugged and went to the smaller room. Azira approached Sharn Gra Musgob. The older orc was reading another book, and, as soon as it became clear to her the Khajiit wanted to talk, she looked at the younger mage with this pissed off look typical for all people that have to put away their favorite book because some idiot wants something from them. What is it? Hello, Sharn. A friend of mine needs some information, and Hasfat and Tabilis mentioned you would know the most on the subject. The orc blinked. Hasfat? But he's one of the few people that do not stubbornly believe I am a master necromancer. Which is not true, I assure you. It's not about that. I was asking him about the subject of the Nerevarine. Sharn grimaced. Talk louder, why won't you? Look, this is only slightly better than talking about necromancy, not that I would know anything about it. The Nerevarine cult is outlawed because amongst its principles are hostility towards both the temple and the empire. It's not safe to speak of it even here in Balmora, which in theory is the most tolerant city on Vardenfell. Is there perhaps some way in which I can make it worth the risk to tell me? Caius really needs to know, said Azira, fully aware that old orc simply refused her because she was in bad mood. You know Caius? That is a different matter then. You know how it works. A favor for a favor. What do you need? The skull of Levuel Andrino. Azira gave no verbal answer. Her face said everything. No, the skull is no longer attached to the rest of the body. No, I'm not a necromancer, get it into your head. It's just. Ugh, just go to his family tomb and bring it to me. There. That's what I want in exchange. The things I do for the empire. Fine. But why in the world would you need some skull? Was he important? No, he was no one special, stated Sharn in a voice that left no place to argue. Just a journeyman enchanter. The tomb is south of Palladiad, just follow the path to Sidonin, and you will see the entrance to your right. In case you didn't know, Dunmer tombs have a peculiar shape, so you won't mistake it with a cave or an old mine. I heard there are some in the area. How will I recognize the skull? It's a tomb, I think there will be plenty of those around. That's easy. Only his skull will have ritual markings on it. Sharn glanced at Azira's scabbard, barely visible under the long robe. I see you already have an enchanted blade. Good. That's one of few ways in which you can take care of a ghost. Do you know any fire spells? Only fire bite. I usually use shock and poison. Not really effective against the undead, especially the second. You know what, take these. Sharn reached into her pockets and pulled out 4 scrolls. They are nothing special, just a few old scrolls I no longer need. 2 of them are scrolls of Taldum Scorcher, I guess you can figure out what they do. Works only on a single target on touch, but it's deadly. The other 2 are scrolls of vitality, they act like healing potions, but work slowly. Are you sure? They sound expensive. Of course. They are cheap. I think. No idea, I made them for practice long time ago, I never checked how much they are worth. Was easy to make them, so probably not much. Besides, look around. What are the chances I'll need them when these days I no longer leave the city? Azira decided not to question her logic. She felt she was going to make a profit from this. Thanks, I guess. I'll go for that skull tomorrow. Azira didn't know where she was, how did she get here and who was the person walking next to her, but there was one thing she was completely sure of, she was dying of fright. They were walking among the dead that were placed as if it was a wedding celebration. There were voices. She heard voices even though no one spoke. Nobody but him. Her tall companion, with face hidden by golden mask, was calmly speaking to each dead body they passed, cracking jokes and laughing, as if they were alive. It was then she realized she wasn't breathing and felt no need to do so. Was she dead too? The whispers were getting louder. Louder and louder. At this point it has become impossible to hear the words of her friend. The voices were no longer whispering, now they were shouting. Some in joy, some in terror, all in pain. Azira wanted to scream as well, but her lack of breath made it impossible. The Dunmer in the golden mask took her hand in his nails. No, his long claws dug deep into her palm, drawing blood. Azira sat up abruptly. After a few seconds, she realized she was sitting in the same place she fell asleep, on her bunk in the Guildhall in Balmora. There were no dead in sight, the same went for the masked man. The silence was disrupted not by whispers of spirits, but the obnoxious snoring of Galbidur. It was still night, even with the lack of windows she could tell that much since everyone else was still sleeping. It was just a dream. She grimaced and reached down with her hand to investigate a strange, unpleasant feeling. Not just a dream. A dream that made her wet her bed. Arcasiate mage made a fatal mistake, she decided to walk to Palladiad on foot. It was unavoidable, she kept telling herself. Sooner or later I will have to go to some forgotten ruin in the middle of nowhere, that's for sure. I might as well start on the quite safe path to get used to it. Squayak. But there was no getting used to this. Another one. Screeched Azira, quickly raising the dwarven spear she was using as a walking stick. Her bloodshot eyes were scanning the horizon, but she saw nothing. The sound repeated, and this time the Khajiit looked straight up, only to see 3 cliff racers homing in on her. Oh, come on. Those beasts were, without any doubt, created by Sheogorath himself. They almost always attacked in groups, did so with great aggression, and often remained undetected until they were 2 seconds away from sinking their talons into a traveler's eyeballs. Azira was slightly luckier than most outlanders facing Morrowind's greatest annoyance. Her spear was perfect for defense against them, since unlike with a bow you could actually immediately defend yourself when surprised like that while not letting them close enough to maim your face, which is the case with swords. Then again, with a spear she could only stab at only one of them at a time, that however was as close as one could get to the perfect weapon for defense against those flying rats. No one had ever invented a perfect tool for their extermination. Justice falls from Abu. And then one of the cliff racers was decapitated mid-flight by a falling, half-naked Dunmer. Just like that. Azira, in silence, watched as the elf quickly killed the other 2 beasts. She looked up and deduced that, unless it was another case of unexplained rain of mare, the fighter jumped from the cliff above. To kill a cliff racer. She had a bad feeling he did it just for the pun. I am victorious once again. Exclaimed the Dunmer sheathing his blade. He bowed slightly to Azira. You can continue on your path, traveler. If you ever encounter a nest of those vile creatures, please inform a bartender from the nearest town, so that I, Jub, can hear about it and destroy it. It took Azira several seconds to formulate a response. Who are you? Some kind of. The word knight couldn't get through her throat. Knights, as everyone knows, don't rescue damsels in distress while dressed only in pants and courage. Professional cliff racer hunter. There's sadly no such thing as a professional cliff racer hunter. No one wants to willingly look for these vermin. He smiled bitterly. No one but me, that is. I have committed many sins in my life, and now, as a form of penance, I had sworn to any god that wants to listen that I will not rest at peace until the entire species of cliff racers goes extinct, even if I have to cause it by myself. This man is drinking skooma. Either that or he is a saint. I appreciate the help. I wish you luck on your quest, Mr. Jub. And I wish the same for you, whatever your quest might be. Then the Dunmer walked away, traveling up the same path she was leaving behind. Azira shook her head and continued her journey. The second worst part of her trip was the terrain. Azira happened to be of one of several breeds of Khajiit that had cat-like, not human-like feet. In other words, there were no shoes in her size. That meant that by walking on this route, which for a short part led through a foida, a long indention formed by flowing lava, she ended up with her fur covered in ash. If walking through sand was anything like walking through ash, she had no idea how other Khajiits could actually miss the feeling after leaving elsewhere. Fortunately, that wasn't going to be a problem for long. After turning left on the next crossing and walking through a small pass, she discovered she was very close to Lake Amaya. She took a small break here to eat supplies she bought this morning and wash her feet, which by the way resulted in almost losing them to slaughter fishes. Those pests were in her opinion an underwater version of cliff racers, that's how aggressive they were. Soon she was on the move again, picking plants along the way. She wasn't taking only those Ajira asked for, she planned to start making her own potions. She bought some new healing potions to replace the ones she drank in Arnhand and one antidote. She wasn't going to forget her lesson anytime soon. It costed quite a bit, 120 septims, and that's the price given to her by Ajira. Others would surely demand more. The rest of her trip was undisturbed and devoid of any interactions, that is if you don't count that strange, wealthy dressed woman standing on the sideline of the path. She took no action towards Azira, and the Khajiit was fine with that. The Dunmer was sighing dreamily from time to time and whispering to herself how a handsome thief had stolen her jewels. Nothing out of order here, she thought. Gold, the same, and heart, what a master thief. She had had enough weird meetings for today. At last, after 2 hours of walking, she arrived to the town of Palladiad, which was, let's say, unimpressive. Just a tavern, few houses, 2 shops, and a fort. Since she was relatively well rested and not hungry, she decided she would visit the tavern on her way back. Because of this, Azira continued on her path south, searching for an entrance to a tom. Azira. Wait up. The voice was familiar, but she couldn't quite pinpoint the owner. She looked over her shoulder. A Khajiit was approaching her from the road leading directly to Palladiad. He had dark fur and chitin armor. It's the thief that almost got framed for that noble's death, realized Azira. What is he doing here? Habas's underling closed the distance. Azira was no stranger to being way too close to people she didn't know very well. Oh, don't make that face, it's not about that. When you are a beggar from Kvatch, it's only natural to try to preserve heat during winter nights by snuggling up next to others who share the same fate. Thanks to this, Azira usually had no problem to stay warm. Because of her fur she was sometimes called a living blanket by some dumber children in the band. But here and now? She only felt embarrassed that a taller male Khajiit had just glomped her. Greetings, Azira, said the thief, finally letting her go. I had no chance to thank you for helping me back in Balmora. My name is Dar Shenji, in case you had forgotten. Why you're welcome. By the way. He tossed something at her and she caught it. It was her own coin purse. She frowned and looked at him with squinted eyes. Is stealing your idea of thanking someone? Dar Shenji only smirked mischievously. Not at all. I simply like to train my skills whenever possible. I would never steal from a friend. The thief stood back. I was sent here to free another member of the guild from the prison at fort, but I happened to notice you. I always remember when someone helped me. Is there anything I can help you with, Azira? I always pay my debts. Azira hesitated for a second. Do you know how to fight? I'm great with my claws and pretty good with a sword, if I can say so myself, stated with conviction the other Cagiate. Why? Are you going for a fight? Possibly. I need to pick something up from a certain old Dunmer tomb for my friend. I think I'm well prepared, but I wouldn't mind some company. Count me in then, I don't mind doing that. Is it far from here? No, I've been told it's just south of the town. Then I guess Brager can wait a few hours, he's not going anywhere. Dar Shanji walked down the path to Vivek and Sidonin. Shall we? Something was wrong. Maybe it was the dead carcass of some big animal in front of the entrance. Maybe it was because said corpse lacked a head. Or maybe the fact that the entrance itself was slightly demolished on the sides and the door was open. Either way, Azira was getting bad feelings about it. That's not how Dunmer tombs usually look. Judging by Dar Shanji's comment, she wasn't the only one. Azira walked up and opened the door wide. The corridor went straight only for a few meters and ended with stairs leading deeper into the tomb. Ready? She asked him. I am always ready. I'll take the lead. Dar Shanji descended with his weapon drawn, while Azira followed him. To her confusion, there were deep scratch marks in the walls, as if some abomination sinked its claws in it. The first room was simple, it contained only a pile of ectoplasm, a small tribunal shrine, and the corpse of a Dunmer adventurer. Needless to say, that reminder of how the mission could end made Azira nervous. Still, that wasn't the worst part, which was how the body was damaged. Yes, there were signs of a magical attack, but who cares about it if the corpse was flattened? Really, it looked as if Maron Stagon had manifested in the mortal plane and then stomped on someone. That is strange, said Azira. I've never heard about an undead that could do that. She shared a look with her companion. There is a door to the right and a corridor to the left, pointed out Dar Shanji. Which way should we go first? Corridor. We will secure rooms later. A minute later, after ignoring another door to their right, they found themselves in a rectangular room with small altars and ash pits under walls. Furthermore, there were bones of 2 skeletons on the floor. Judging by the lack of clothing and armor, but the presence of rusty swords, those were the undead guardians of the tomb. Azira was new to this adventure business, but from her lessons back in that cave near Kvatch, she knew the undead formed naturally, and, if beaten undead is left alone for long enough, it will rise again. In other words, someone or something was here recently. Also, those strange, long scratches in the walls of the corridor were making her nervous, since she couldn't explain why something would make them. They continued. Passing another door, they entered another corridor leading out of the chamber and then down the stairs. For some reason, the scratch marks were absent there. Finally, the path ended with a door. They heard a particular sound from behind it. Azira recognized it, the clattering of bones. Whatever attacked other undead spared this one. I guess now we explore rooms, whispered Dar Shanji. Azira gestured at him to charge. The thief ran at the door and opened it with a kick. And the battle was over. The unfortunate skeleton was standing right behind the door and scattered all over the room as soon as it hit him. Really? Murmured Azira. That's it. Dar Shanji chuckled. Looks like it. What are we looking for, anyway? A skull with ritual markings. I need to trade it for information. Your informant has some serious problems. A short inspection revealed no such object in the room. As a result, the 2 Cagiates returned to the last door and opened it. There was another corridor behind it, this time descending in a slope and slowly turning to the left. At the bottom waited for them another pile of bones, and, which was more alarming, a butchered bone walker. It was crushed much like the Dunmer. To the right from this carnage was another door. The duo ignored it for now and continued down the corridor, which again ended with a door. Before they had a chance to open it, the entrance opened on its own and a headless bone walker jumped at them from inside. That fight, too, was a bit of a letdown. Dar Shanji kept hacking at it with a sword, while Azira took one of the scrolls she received from Sharn, and, using the delay the thief provided for her, channeled its power. After that, she only had to overcome her disgust and tap the abomination on the chest, setting the entirety of it on fire. The rest of it sort of happened on its own. The room they entered contained nothing of interest, excluding some alchemy ingredients left behind as gifts to the ancestors, taken by Azira, and the homilies of Blessed Almalexia. Habasi told me to get some new toilet paper, joked Dar Shanji and took the book. They retreated back to the door next to what was left of the first bone walker and suddenly Ajira was again struck by a feeling of foreboding. If she focused enough, she could hear a deep, deep breathing behind it. And the undead aren't known for making such sound. Whatever had mauled other enemies was waiting inside. Dar Shanji, wait. Azira formed a triangle with her thumbs and 4 fingers. A few seconds later a bone walker, for the moment docile, formed next to her. Besides the raised brow she got no reaction from her companion. Go on. Dar Shanji slowly approached, grasped the handle and pulled. The thief screamed and jumped away, pressing himself against the wall. Azira's eye twitched. Peekaboo. The room was full of a laughing dragon. Haha. Guess who's been waiting behind this door the whole time? Yes, it's me. A/N. I know you had to wait long, but that's university life for you. There's another mostly finished chapter waiting in the freezer, it will be perfect to publish it in the middle of exams to not keep you waiting to July. Kamina is going down. Or not. One member that will be released is no progress at all. The conflict between the guild and Kamina might become an important thread in the future, we will see. Azira now has a proper armor that actually increases her chances of survival instead of lowering them. A wild job strikes again, once more without any warning. Seriously, this time I also didn't see that coming until last minute. I was thinking alright, time to write about traveling to Palladiad. What might happen when traveling in Morrowind? And poof, cliff racers. And then poof, Jube. I think it might become a trope in this fanfic. To those that are unaware, those flying rats actually are quite rare in this area, though it's not impossible to find them. The general rule is, the more mountains around and the closer you are to Red Mountain, the more cliff racers you can encounter. Also, a curious fact, the overpopulation of those assholes wasn't intended by Bethesda, they are actually a result of an error with monster spawning feature. No Ancestral Tomb is a medium-sized dungeon with several treasures, mostly ingredients, and few enemies. In the game said enemies are an ancestral ghost, 2 bone walkers, and 5 skeletons. So the loot is quite good when compared to the obstacles. Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, you can take the skull even before coming to Balmora, it's quite close to Sidonin and thus you can spare yourself more walking as long as you have something effective against undead, and dear god, walking is something we all hate in this game, especially after you played newer games, point for Skyrim. I guess that's all for now. See you next time, when Ted will again bullshit his way into main quest. Chapter 14, The Day of an Apprentice. Hi. You were waiting once again, but sadly studies take priority. My beta reader also had some problems with sending me the edited chapter, was a jerk. Lunar Loon, the only kind of understanding possible between Ted and Cliff Racers is that they are sworn enemies. Cliff Racers are stupid, they attack anything, no matter how strong the enemy is. If the dragon wasn't much faster, he would be forced to fight them all the time. You are exaggerating, there are only 17 breeds of Khajiit confirmed, with the possibility of few more. Azira herself is Suthay Rot. Suthay, without rot, is the most cat-like biped Khajiit and is quite short, they are actually even shorter than the average Bosmer, while Suthay Rot are just like them, except they are actually tall enough to be taken seriously. So yes, Azira is as cat-like as possible without making her a sentient saber-toothed lion. I hope no Sench or especially Sench Rot is reading this fanfic. I want to grow old before dying. What happens if Ted meets Alduin? That's actually a really good question. Given that Ted must live for 200 years more before that happens, anything is possible. So far Ted is still mostly in his mortal mindset, but so much free time, and a certain god of madness, might drive him crazy. As he is right now, Ted would probably pretend to be an ally and then he would beat the crap out of Al on the throat of the world, most likely with some cheap shot. Moiken Loco, late game, sure, it was no longer a problem. But until you exploited all of that, traveling in Morrowind was like walking on broken glass, painful with every step. Especially if you played Morrowind after Skyrim, like I did. Lazyman Jones 96, glad to hear it. Guest, dude, relax. Ted wasn't exactly hurt, even a paper cut would hurt him more than that bandit did. He was more surprised he actually felt that hit than anything. Up to this point he was convinced he had a really awesome dream and when that was proven false, he simply panicked at being stranded in the middle of nowhere with some barbarian with his sword. The human mindset prevailed, he actually got scared even though he could easily squash that Dunmer. It's not a matter of dragons being weak, but of Ted being totally confused and no longer computing what was going on. In later chapter he was wiping the floor with skilled fighters just fine even with only 2 shouts learned, the only hiccups being the moments of stupidity on his part. No skills, only hacks, indeed. I have no idea who invented microwaves, but I must go back in time just to send him flowers. Charles 506, what can I say, Ted learned from the best. The best in this case being Gilgamesh from Final Fantasy V. Here we go, chapter 14. One that turns out great for Azira and terribly for Rothiamok. Oh, the look on your Luft was priceless. Azira, confused and angry, tried to drill a hole in the beast with her glare alone. However, to be honest, she wasn't really that surprised about seeing the dragon again, she expected it would happen, just not here. We are underground and those corridors aren't even 2 meters wide. How in the world did you even get in here? With great difficulty. Azira frowned as she realized why the walls were covered in scratches. Don't you dare to tell me you ate what I came here for. Oh, not at all. The skull is just fine, I made sure I moved to the side anything of value before I entered. It's a bit cramped here. The dragon pointed with his head at a small pile of ingredients, a book, a small treasure chest, some enchanted dagger and, thank gods, a skull with markings. Take whatever you want. By the way, that was one of the worst books I've ever read. Maybe the Archcanon of the Tribunal Temple is a wise Jor, but he sure can't write a good sermon. Totally unworthy of my effort to turn the pages without hands. Why you are a D-dragon. Dar Shanji finally found his voice. I noticed, sarcastically answered the beast and then returned its attention to Azira, who was just putting the ingredients in her backpack. A Fadden of yours. What? A friend. Kind of. Owed me a favor and wanted to help, mumbled Azira, still a bit angry at being tracked by the mythical creature. She put the backpack on and looked the dragon in the eyes. What is your problem? It's the 3rd time you appeared where I need to go, are you following me? The dragon seemed to contemplate the question. It doesn't really count as following, if I'm always 1 step ahead, okay? One could even think you were following me. That's it, I've had enough of him. With an angry huff, Azira turned around and marched out, heading for the exit. After a second she was joined by a still confused Dar Shanji. In the meantime, her bonewalker disappeared since her spell had came to an end. Hey, wait. I can't move that fast in here. I still haven't said everything I wanted to. Called the dragon after her. She ignored him. After few seconds she climbed the last set of stairs and left through the main entrance. Azira, what was all of that? Just a dragon that likes to make stupid jokes and lift your expectations just to crush them. I guess you've met him before. She snorted. Twice. The first time he scared me to death, appearing right after a Bosmer wizard fell from the sky, he probably dropped him. The second time he tried to be all I know everything about you, only to crack a few terrible jokes in the end. Excuse me, suddenly, a new voice cut into the conversation. I hope I'm not intruding at a bad time. The 2 Khajiits turned. A male Dunmer walked up to them. He had a short, well-trimmed beard, a mustache, and brown hair. He was wearing a bone mold cuirass and boots, while his clothes were quite elegant. On his hip rested a scabbard with a dagger. Greetings. I am Nelslendu, a noble, a gentleman, and a bandit for fun. That introduction immediately made both Khajiits unsheath their swords. Calm down, killing is an action that I take only if I can't win by charm and words. See, my weapon is still in its scabbard. I have a proposition, however first I would like to ask, are you spoken for, milady? After 2 seconds Azira realized with a blush she was the only person in sight that he could be addressing. Who in Oblivion uses that as a conversation starter? And no. But, why are you asking? Ah, you see, I have a little rule when it comes to my hobby of banditry. No matter what happens, ladies will never get hurt. I may be a bandit, but I am gentleman first and foremost. I never ask them for money either. If they are not spoken for, then I do ask them, but for a kiss, not money. The blush intensified. Gods, why are you doing this to me? You've got to be joking, said Dar Shanji with a blank face. Not at all. I know many jokes, but I never tell any when I speak with a lady as Lendu the bandit. Oh no, he's serious. And you call yourself a gentleman? You force women to kiss you. Dar Shanji seemed less than impressed. Wrong. Weren't you listening carefully? I said that ladies will never get hurt in my presence. If they agree, we both walk away with a good memory. If not, well, that just happens. Nels Lendu might be popular, but he knows not every woman is romantic enough to accept an embrace from an outlaw. I see no fault in that. Nels bowed and looked at Azira. Will you give me that honor, milady? Azira smiled nervously. Her cheeks were burning and never before was she so thankful that Dra gave her species fur. I am sorry, but that would be my first A&D. Ah, I see. I can respect that attitude, waiting for true love. He bowed again. Not quite what I wanted to say, but it'll do. As for you, mister, since you are accompanying this lady, I'll not force you to pay, as I usually do with most men that face me on this road. Whyy. A sudden cry interrupted the strange conversation. My ship just sunk. Oh, the cruel world. For the record, Nell's reaction was quite temperate, given the situation. At the sight of a dragon he merely took a step back and stared at him with his mouth open. The other two only glanced in confusion. What ship? Finally asked Dar Shanji. We are not even on the coast. The dragon ignored him. I guess it just wasn't meant to be. He grumbled. Alright, so we are outside again. Please, don't run away like that, air. The giant lizard blinked in confusion. I just realized I never asked about your name, Goron Kaz. It's Azira. And what does that even mean, you keep calling me? Kaz, was it? That's how we dragons refer both to Kajiat and a regular cat. Azira snorted at that. Of course it would be the same word. As for my name, I say it to few, since the name of a dragon is also 3 words of Thursday and thus carries power that shouldn't be used too often. You, however. You should know it, you are worthy. I am Rothheimok, which means word forging guide. The mage furrowed her brows. So, you are a politician. NID. The word struck with the power of a thunder and everyone else covered their ears. I am not a politician. Azira hunched slightly. What just happened reminded her that, while he seemed friendly, maybe even a little too friendly, he could probably still kill everyone present without much effort. Well. Now that it's out of the way, let's get to important matters. Rothheimok looked in the direction of the bandit and the thief. I need to speak with Azira in privacy. The other two, who had much less experience with the dragon and were still under impression he was a volcano that might erupt at any moment, quickly nodded and made way for Palladiad. Azira looked with both annoyance and curiosity at the dragon, who was observing departing men. You better have some answers instead of more jokes, lizard. That's the only reason I'm still here. Finally, when he judged the other two were far enough away, he looked back at her. Before we begin, know that I can't tell you everything this instant. Some of these things might affect the Bach era, in unexpected way if revealed too early or are simply not my secrets to reveal. Got it? She nodded. It's not like she had a choice if she wanted to learn anything. I believe I already mentioned to you that I am a seer of sorts. Being a son of the god of time can do that to you. I just know when I encounter someone important. People with Solik, inner power, tend to put a pressure on the world, even if they don't try or are unaware of it. And you, Azira, you are one such person. What are you talking about? Dram. All in the right time. Whether you believe it or not, you are important. The change is coming, Morrowind will never be the same and you will be at the very center of it, I'm now sure of it. I sensed something is different about you when we first met and thus I dedicated my time to find out what it is. I wanted to be ready, and to be honest I also wanted to spice up my boring immortal life. Azira was slowly getting more upset. You are speaking in riddles again. If that's all you want to say, then we are done here. Don't be so hasty. As I said, not my place to tell you everything at one. Now, there are questions that you still don't know answers to. Why have you become a blade? Azira's eyes widened. He knows even that? Why does the spymaster wants you to investigate the 6th house and Nerevarine cult? And why, of all people, did the Emperor himself give you a pardon and release in Morrowind? He sighed. Do I know the answers? Yes. Can I tell them? No. All 3 will be answered by Caius Cosadas. You just need to give him some more time and he will tell on his own, but not a moment earlier. By the time of our next meeting you will already know. She sighed. I guess this is better than nothing. It might not seem that way, but I do want to help you fulfill your destiny, even if it's still a mystery to you. If you want to face the challenges ahead, you must get stronger. Train, learn and prepare. I see you carry a spear and a sword. If you aren't good with them yet, find someone who will help you get better. Are you a member of any important faction? I'm with the Mages Guild. At least he doesn't really know anything about the guild. Then learn many different spells. I've noticed you summoned an undead back in the tomb. Perhaps it would be wise to learn a thing or two from that necromancer orc if you haven't already. She smirked. Never mind, he knows. Just because everyone knows she's one doesn't mean she will teach me anything. Oh, there's a way. You see, she has a book, Legions of the Dead. Her copy is signed. Mentioning the book might be enough, though it would be more foolproof if you stole it and then gave it back. Oh, and give Ajiram my regards. This is getting stupid. He knows almost everything. Before I go, I have a small advice for you, it might help on your next mission. There's a bookstore in Foreign Quarter in Vivek, the owner is called Jabisha. If you need a book that is hard to find, he is the best source. It's certainly easier than, let's say, stealing a forbidden tome from a library at the temple. She gave him a suspicious look. That's a very precise example. I have no idea what are you talking about, stated Rothiamak with a smirk. Also, the smugglers like to hide in the sewers, and the best way to get rid of a tax agent is to say his suspect boarded the ship for the mainland. Just a loose thought, don't give it much attention. Rothiamak looked up into the sun. As Ira noticed that, unlike pretty much anyone else, he did so without a single blink, as if staring into a hole leading to Aetherius itself wasn't blinding him. I guess it's my time to go. I still have to arrange something with the wise woman of Arabenham soon, and I don't know how long it will take to get things done. He looked back at her. Also, remember to not mention me to anyone, not that many people would believe you. Especially not Caius. And why is that? Hi and Isaac Onik. You clearly don't know the history of the faction you joined, cause. While officially Blades are an order dedicated to spawn, protect the Emperor, and are also secretly his spy network, they were founded as Dovakriad, Dragon Slayers. I would rather delay the inevitable clash with some fool that may want to kill a legendary beast out of some misguided sense of duty. Then, to her surprise, the dragon lowered his head in a bow. I wish you well, Crow. Many fall, but one remains. Pruzanir. Yes, thank you. And good luck to you too, Rothiamak. After their farewells, the dragon took to the air and disappeared behind the mountains, leaving Azira to continue her trip to Palladiad. By the time she returned to Balmora, it was evening already. She would have been there earlier had Dar Shanchi's friend, Anasi, not invited both of them for a dinner. She shared his trade, which didn't surprise Azira too much. When you are a Khajiit yourself, you usually can tell how close to the stereotype another of your kind is. Needless to say, one couldn't get closer to it than Anasi. The mage also made a stop at the local pawn shop to sell the dagger she found in the tomb and a few Dmer coins. Her new friend assured her the owner collected such things. When questioned how he knew, he answered he stole some Dmer device from his bedroom just before she arrived at the town so that he could get a leverage on a corrupted soldier from the local fort. She decided to not ask for details, it's not healthy to know too much about the business of thieves. Once in Balmora, our blade rookie immediately returned to the Mages Guild to exchange a body part of an enchanter and possible necromancer for information on a highly elusive and secretive cult that wanted to kick out a few gods and one holy empire from their homeland. Sharn fortunately confirmed it was the correct skull, which was a relief to Azira, due to her irritation from meeting that dragon creep, as she sometimes called him in her thoughts. She left the tomb without checking all of the chambers, even though there could have been more than one skull with markings. She just assumed it was the correct one, since the supposed seer believed it was. Ah, it's preserved in good state. Perfect for what I have in mind, said Sharn, taking the skull. Now, I believe you have some questions for me. Azira was already holding an empty scroll and a quill. Tell me about the Nerevarine cult. Exposition time, those that know the main quest of Morrowind even backwards can skip. Before we get started on the cult itself, you must understand the difference between Ashlanders and Great Houses. At one point in time they were all tribes that arrived with the prophet Velith to Morrowind after a disagreement with their cousins, whose present direct descendants are Aldmer of Somerset Isles. The disagreement was of cultural and religious nature. Velith and his tribes disliked the fact the Aldmer fully settled instead of continuing their traditional way of living, while their cousins despised them for the worship of deadra. That's how the tribes arrived to Morrowind, which they called Riesdane. Those ancestors of Dunmer, called Chimer, were at the very beginning quite united in terms of religion and culture. The problem started to appear when some of the tribes built strongholds to settle down for good. The nomadic tribes started calling those large structures great houses and the name remained to this very day, even if no house uses those strongholds anymore. There were also many wars amongst the tribes, and as a result only 6 major houses remained, along with several minor houses. The nomad tribes remain uncounted to this day, though only 4 of them are big enough to be of any importance. Settled and nomadic Chimer weren't trusting each other at all, in that regard nothing improved over the ages. When Azura revealed to Nerevarine a secret plan of the Dmer to build the artificial god Numidium, almost all big Chimer tribes and houses went to war against them to stop what they saw as blasphemy of highest order, with House Dagoth as the only exception. In the end, the Chimer won and Dmer disappeared without a trace. Nerevar died and his 3 generals, known since then as the Tribunal, ascended to godhood and Chimer were changed into Dunmer. After this short alliance of tribals and settlers, everything went back to former hostility, no longer united by Hordator and common enemy. The Tribunal claimed their leader died of wounds he received in battle, but the Nerevarine cults believes they were actually directly responsible for his death. Furthermore, it is widely known amongst all Dunmer that Indoril had sworn upon his ring Moon and Star to Didrik Prince Azura and people of Riesdane to cast down the false gods of their homeland, which at the time meant Numidium. The divinity of Tribunal is questioned by all Ashlanders, so you can guess why the idea that Nerevar Indoril would come back to life to honor his promise appeared. There's one last thing one must understand when it comes to the Nerevarine cult. Just like all Ashlanders, its members believe in prophetic dreams and visions. They are passed down from one wise woman or shaman to another. I don't have to say what the temple and imperial cult think about it, as it should be obvious to you. But the imperial cult agrees that the septim line has such abilities, right? Of course. But at any given time there's only a few septims and each of them is a descendant of Talos. In case you don't know, there's a rather big difference between them claiming they had a vision and some old Dunmer hag living in the middle of nowhere doing the same. Sharn chuckled. If you have both money and power, you can get away with claiming almost anything. Back to the topic, there are quite a few of Nerevarine prophecies, but the most famous of them all is the stranger. Sharn achieved the impossible and said the last 2 words in a way that left no doubt that they were meant to be written in big letters. Why big letters? I don't know, it just is. Anyway, this is how it goes. When earth is sundered, and skies choked black, and sleepers serve the 7 curses. To the hearth there comes a stranger. Journeyed far neath moon and star. Though stark-born to sire uncertain. His aspect marks his certain fate. Wicked stalk him, righteous curse him. Prophets speak, but all deny. Many trials make manifest the stranger's fate, the curse's bane. Many touchstones try the stranger. Many fall, but one remains. That's when Azira broke her quill. Sharn lifted an eyebrow when the Khajiit started to giggle. Somehow it didn't sound as if she was amused. Are you all right? Knew that too. Oh, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Really? Right. Anyway, there are 3 more Nerevarine prophecies, but they were lost to time due to carelessness or, as some believe, the deliberate action of wise women. Only the names are remembered, the lost prophecies, the 7 curses and the 7 visions of 7 trials of the incarnate. They might be actually still available, written down by priests of tribunal or in memories of isolated Ashlanders. They might be also simply kept in secret by the wise women instead of being lost. I believe that's all I have for you. Very well. Azira rolled her report. Thanks. Exposition is over, everyone come out of the bunker. Alright, Mystic Dragon, thought Azira. Time to see how useful your predictions are. There's another thing I would like to talk about. What is it? She glanced to the side and confirmed no one was in the range of hearing. I saw your book, The Legions of the Dead. The one with your signature. For a second Azira could have sworn that when Sharn's composure shattered into tiny pieces it did so with the sound of breaking glass. Sorry, Azira's bad. Came from another room. Galbi-dur, incredibly angry and covered in some green ooze, stormed past them, chased by the Khajiit alchemist. This one certainly did not intend to break a bottle of resin on you, honest. Leave me alone, fur-licker. I'll show you. I'll finish my experiment right away and you will see how badly outmatched you are. Sharn and Azira looked back at each other and without words agreed to ignore the other mages. So, it appears that you know, no point hiding now. What do you want in exchange for not telling anyone in the temple? Azira was puzzled by a tired, nearly monotonous way in which the necromancer said it. Aren't you worried? Girl, you are the 8th person that pulled that trick on me just this month. There's a good reason why everyone always keeps calling me a necromancer, only to add afterwards that it's a joke. Sharn frowned. The only thing that is a real joke is that the very people that oppose necromancy, the temple and its believers, practice it whenever they have to bury their dead. It's ridiculous, sure, it's fine to them if you use your own grandfather as an eternal guardian for your family tomb, binding his soul for the rest of eternity, but when someone tries to acquire a body and do a few experiments for the sake of education, it's suddenly evil and blasphemy. HMPF. The Khajiit scratched her head. Look, can you just teach me something on the subject? I know how to summon a lesser bone walker, but I could use more variety of backup in a fight. Ah, a fellow conjurer? Very well, I will teach you a spell. You already have a simple undead, how about a ghost against the enemies that have only physical attacks? Very effective against your average foolhardy Nord. And that's when a not-so-distant sound of exploding false soul gem made all present mages laugh. Finally, some new intel, stated Caius, reading her report. It's not surprising there are some prophecies about the Nerevarine, but so far my informants found none. Good work. By the way, what did Sharn asked about this time? A skull of some Dunmer enchanter. A skull? Then she's only missing 2 ribs and a hip bone by now, unless I missed something. As Ira opened her mouth and closed it after a moment, she had no desire to know more. Meanwhile Kosadas finished reading and looked at her. He was deadly serious. Before we get to our next objective, we must talk about something else. I've heard what you have been up to recently. Why you mean? This is bad, he's angry at me. Nine Toes told me about your little investigation. How you risked revealing your ties to the Thieves Guild. Suddenly the frown was replaced by a smile. Just joking, I'm happy you helped a fellow blade without any order from me. But please, be more careful in the future, secrecy is our main tool. Noted. Stop it, Caius. No, really, stop it. You are terrible at pranking. He also said to pay a visit to Flania Omulusis, Hasfat's friend at the Fighters Guild. Something about his reward. In fact, I too believe you deserve something. You are doing your tasks swiftly and efficiently, so from now on you are a blade apprentice. Hey. I guess I caught him in a good mood. Thank you. Does the new rank actually give me anything besides the better title no one outside of our circle of friends is allowed to know about? I see you're getting bolder. Not the same nervous Khajiit that I saw a few days ago. Morrowind may be harsh, but it has a good effect on you. Caius opened a book sitting on the table. And yes, it does give you a bigger discount when using services of other blades. Speaking of money, here, take those. As Ira grabbed a coin purse he tossed at her. You may need it on your next mission. This time you are going to Vivek. Is it another task with finding the informants? Although she did her best to hide her displeasure, some of it clearly was noticed by her superior. Most missions are about gathering information, as Ira. That's how we work. And be grateful it's just that, I don't think you are quite ready yet for anything serious. Trust me, when I actually do give you an order that requires you to fight, you will wish it was just another task about intel. I already do have to fight. Those informants send me to some forgotten ruins filled with enemies. Caius smiled again. This time it won't be a problem. There are 3 informants you must ask this time, but each already owes me a favor, so they shouldn't ask for anything in return. What are their names? First, there's Adhiranir, an operative from the Thieves Guild. She's probably somewhere at St. Olm's Canton. Next, Heliaya, an assassin from Morag Tong, he likes to spend his time at Black Shulk Corner Club in the Foreign Quarter. Third informant is a temple priestess, Metra Milo. She works in the library inside Temple Canton. And the most important part, do not ask anyone about her. She's a good friend and in too much danger as it is, no need to draw attention to the fact she talks with outlanders. She has copper eyes and hair, so that's how you will recognize her. What do I need to ask them? Ask about both the Nerevarine and 6th house. Some will probably only know an answer to one question. He paused for a moment. You're still here? What are you waiting for? Get going. Azira rolled her eyes and left Kaya's house. So, it's back to Vivek then. Could have been worse, at least I don't have to do much walking. Vivek is only one guild teleportation away. I guess it's time to get that bowl now. Ah, yes, the bowl. It was stupid. Yesterday, after she gave Azira the flowers she asked for, the award for them was 6 cheap potions of magicar restoration, the fellow Kajiat had no task for her. This morning, however, the alchemist asked her to get a ceramic bowl, of all possible items. I still don't get why would she make a guild task out of this. So what if she wanted to speak with some mage? Aravir's shop is on the same street. Azira entered the main room of the guild with the ceramic bowl in her hands. To her surprise, she was greeted by a sight of a panicking Azira and Narendran doing his best, and failing miserably, to calm her down. The other Kajiat was throwing all of the books from the bookcase on the floor, much to the ire of other mages. What's going on? They're gone. My reports, gone. Azira heard a laugh coming from upstairs. That Bosmer stole all my reports. Now Azira can't give them to Athris, and she'll lose the bet. This one will never hear the end of this. Shrieked the alchemist, setting aside a shelf and checking behind it. The secret agent frowned. Is there nothing that can be done? I thought it was against the rules to steal from other members. Can we use that to get Galbeater expelled? The Dunmer wizard shook his head. It doesn't count if you aren't caught. We already got Athris to agree to check Galbeater's desk and chest, but we didn't find the reports. We know, however, that she didn't have enough time to destroy them unnoticed and that she remained in the building since morning. She obviously put those reports somewhere to get herself some more time to replace the soul gem in her experiment. Azira put the bowl on the table. Alright, so we must hurry or we will have to put up with the prideful Bosmer for at least a few months. Azira, no offense, but you won't find anything like that, you will only make a mess that is harder to search through. I have a better idea. The blade lifted her hands above the head and clapped loudly, getting an attention of other mages. Show of hands. Who wants to see Galbeater get knocked down a few pegs? Unsurprisingly, everyone lifted a hand. By dividing the building into zones and leaving each mage to carefully search through one of them, they were able to locate both reports. Azira was overjoyed, with Galbeater being obviously furious at pretty much everyone else. It got only worse when a courier with the soul gem package entered just 5 minutes after the alchemist gave the reports to Athris and got herself promoted. That will teach her. Azira said proudly after she sat behind her desk. Thank you for helping, everyone. It was a pleasure to help you. No problem. Whatever, I have a book to read. This silly search already delayed me enough. But you do that every day anyway, Sharn. Shut up, Dren. The other mages returned to their own matters, while Azira sat next to Azira. Looks like we won once again against the forces of darkness, joked Azira. Azira chuckled. Thank you, friend. This one thinks you deserve those. 3 bottles found their way onto the desk. Oh, no, it's fine. It wasn't really that hard and I sorry, Azira hadn't really done more than the rest. That may be, but you need a reward so that it will count as a big work for the guild. And if it will count as a big work for the guild, it would be your third. For a second Azira couldn't understand what Azira was getting at, but finally her eyes widened. You mean that this can get you advanced? Yes. The Mages Guild associate without words opened her arms wide and hugged the journeyman of the same organization. Alright, that's enough, you're making it more awkward than it has to be, mumbled the bashful alchemist. As the other mage detached herself, she added, besides, with the project done, Azira no longer has any work for someone of low rank. You will have to look for work from guild stewards from now on. But, just a suggestion, don't bother with Archmage Trebonius or Athris. He's a fool and she, well, Azira had to work a lot just to get a task that didn't involve setting her enemies on fire, mostly Telvanni wizards, and they are much better at setting people on fire than Azira. Ask Edwina Elbert from Aldirun instead, she's a friend of mine. After a few more words, Azira left the room and climbed the stairs to find Ronnie's Athris. Greetings, Wizard Athris. Ah, associate. I was expecting you would want to talk to me sometime soon. It's about the advancement. Correct. That's all I wanted to ask, Azira already delivered the papers. You are now an apprentice. Know that it is important advancement, for it means you are no longer some new member that might be thrown out for a small mistake. Your ties to the guild are stronger and you can take jobs from the leaders of each guild hall. I hope you will make us proud, Apprentice Azira. Many thanks. I will see you soon. Akam. Any traces of a smile disappeared from Azira's face. She turned around. If you just helped Azira, I wouldn't be mad at you, Apprentice said Galbeater through clenched teeth. Honestly, if she looked a little bit more fiery, anyone would mistake her for Fire Atronak. She had a right to call for your aid. But to make everyone turn on me like that. I hardly did anything. You can only blame yourself if the entire guild jumps in to spite you, stated Azira calmly. She knew Galbeater had stronger bark than bite. The Bosmer wizard seated. You think you are so smart, huh? Probably think you will outrank me, too. Well, know this, I never forget when someone tries to make me a laughing stock. Your days as a mage are counted, that's a promise. The short enchanter huffed once more and walked away. Azira and Athris looked at each other. 20 septims on her trying to steal something of mine to indiscriminate me. I'm not foolish enough to make that wager, Apprentice. If there is one thing I've learned about her in the last few months, it's that Galbeater is a one-trick doer. Azira shrugged, said goodbye to Athris and left the building. She stopped for a moment to think. I still have a half of a day left. I guess I could teleport to Vivek and try to find informants, but I think it would require more time than that. Besides, I have to wait a bit before I can show up in the port district again. I was there a lot lately. Hold on, I've got it. If I stop at Southern Wall Corner Club on each of my visits to Chaos, that should divert some attention. Anyone aware of both Chaos' problem with skooma and that the club is the seat of power for the Thieves Guild would just assume I supply him. It's perfect. Speaking of Chaos, he mentioned something about Nine Toes arranging for me a meeting with someone at the Fighters Guild. I guess I should check this out. She nodded to herself, took a step to the right and, already standing in front of the entrance to the hall, seriously, both guilds are close to each other in more ways than one, reached with her hand to open the door. Fate had it that someone from the other side did the same a second earlier. Clutching her head on the spot she was hit by the door, as Ira got knocked on the ground and cursed. The warrior responsible for this, an orc in steel plate and with warmer on his back, only chuckled. What's the matter, Kitty got hurt? As Ira glared at him with the eye not covered by hand. Well, I'm sorry, he said in a tone that left no doubt he wasn't. Next time don't walk where real warriors tend to be, cat. With that he stepped over her and continued to walk wherever he intended to be. Right after stepping on the tip of her tail. Urgh! Screamed Azira and grabbed her poor, slightly crushed tail. She hissed at the brute, who only chuckled and disappeared behind the building. For a second, Kajit contemplated her chances of finding the bastard again and successfully unleashing her scroll of Taldum Scorcher right in his face, but one look at the nearby Hollow Guard was enough for her to abandon this interesting plan. Forming a mob against a lone member of beast races came as natural to Dunmer's as breathing. The guild's blacksmith appeared in the entrance, probably to check what this commotion was all about. You all right, adventurer? More or less. Some stupid orc just stepped on my tail on purpose, murmured Azira while standing up. That was probably Gromluk Gro Garish. People like him give the guild a bad name. The two walked inside. What brings you here today? A friend of mine said he arranged for me a meeting with someone. A woman named Amulus. It's Amulusis, actually. You will find her downstairs, in the training room. Thanks. When Azira entered the training room, she found Hasfat and Tabalise talking with some woman, probably Amulusis. Why do Imperials have such pointlessly long, complicated names? Just Amulus would be fine, it already ends with an S. Speak of the deadra. Said Bald Trainer. Good day to you. I assume Chaos was satisfied with my information. Good afternoon, Hasfat. Yes, he was. Say, the blacksmith upstairs said I'd find Amulusis here. The woman nodded. That would be me. I assume you are the newbie my Argonian friend told me about. Newbie. Ugh. The worst part is, she's right. Even after those Maroons I know close to nothing in terms of combat. I guess so. I was told to meet you, but I wasn't told the reason. Amulusis smiled. Isn't that obvious? I'm a trainer of the Fighters Guild and we now stand in the training room. I owed Nine Toes a favor, this is how I'm supposed to repay it. A training? A training in what? I teach a little about blocking and athletics, but my main area of expertise are spears. Right, Nine Toes probably noticed it on my back and guessed I don't really know how to use it. A spear training sounds good to me. I don't really know how to use any weapon. I picked a spear because it doesn't actually require much skill to use. Doesn't require, oh divines, you have a lot to learn. The trainer shook her head. Flania, before you bring our friend here to the state of total exhaustion, can I have a word with her? After speaking, Hasfat put his hand on Azira's shoulder and led her to a corner. I think I discovered something that may be of interest to you. What exactly? I was investigating that Dwemer puzzle you brought me and, while the minor damage it sustained made it difficult, I still managed to acquire schematics of something that is without any doubt a key. Antabalise opened a small chest in the corner and pulled out something that was probably a grandfather of your average keys to the city, you know, the ones Imperials give when they have to admit someone's importance without actually giving them anything important. How can you call it a key? It's at least half a meter long. Oh, it is a key. It doesn't resemble anything else, even if it's very big. From what I gathered, it's the key to Dwemer City. Called it? Which city? Wouldn't Dwemer City be very famous? I'm going to ignore that thoughtless question. For your knowledge, almost all Dwemer ruins were once cities, not counting the military and scientific outposts, which also weren't actually that far from being cities. As for the key, my best guess would be Arnhand, since that's where the puzzle was. Have you encountered any door with a complicated lock in there? Azira had a short flashback of the door eating her lockpicks. If by complicated you mean absurdly well secured, then yes, I definitely did. Then feel welcome to check what is behind them. I do not need the key or any additional funding, but you secret agents always seem willing to stockpile resources. Returning to Arnhand? No, thank you sir, I'm good. I'll consider it. The Kajit took the key, if only to be polite. Now then, I believe you have an appointment with my friend. Azira nodded and walked to the center of the room, where Flania Amulusis already waited for her with a chitin spear in hand. The blade pulled out her own. A dwarven weapon, hey? Not bad. It won't help you however if you don't know how to use it. We will start with blocking. No, it's not recommended to block with a normal spear, since wood is no good against a sharp sword. Those made of metal are better, but they can still be damaged with very strong strikes. General rule of blocking, not only with spears, you block minor attacks, not powerful blows. Your weapon will last longer and you won't be staggered. When your enemy tries to overpower you like that, you need to dodge and exploit their momentum. Now we will test how good you are with blocking. Get ready. This spear is old and not as sharp, but it will still hurt when you get hit. Can't we just use a blunt weapon, like a staff? The trainer smirked. Of course we could. But this way you will put more effort into learning. My new trainer is a sadist. Wonderful. Manurai was having a bad time. When Rafi Amak appeared in the early afternoon at the Arabenamsoon camp, the wise woman thought he merely wanted to talk about something. She was wrong. The dragon wanted to talk while they were flying over the Red Mountain. Is this really necessary? Shouted the Dunmer, holding the dragon's neck with all of her strength. Sorry, it's the shortest route. It was hard to even breath, the smoke from the volcano was everywhere. The visibility was terrible as well, she could see only the glow of lava, marking the crater itself. How Rothiamok was finding his way through here was beyond her. I mean the whole trip. I told you, I need you to speak with Nibani Misa. As a fellow wise woman you will prove the authenticity of my words. You still haven't told me what it is you want to talk about, Thunder Lizard. A low grumble below her told her the new guardian spirit of Arabenamsum still wasn't fond of the name. You know, suddenly I found myself wanting to do a barrel roll. What is a barrel roll? Ugh. According to a certain badly informed game company, it's a maneuver in which a flying object spins so that for a moment he flies upside down. Don't. Then don't call me that stupid name. Answering your question, I found the Nerevarine. The problem is Nerevar was reborn not only as a female, but also as a cause. Sorry, Kajiat. Ursulaku are going to need some convincing to even give her a chance. Manarai frowned. The Nerevarine is a cat? Surely you jest. Afraid not. Are you absolutely certain? For the last time, yes. I can tell when I meet someone with such a strong connection to fate. Only heroes and gods are like that and Azira definitely isn't a god. The wise woman started to think intensely. What kind of person is she? From what I've seen she is cautious, but not to the point of being a Nicrian, a coward. A bit shy, but only as long as someone doesn't try to press her buttons, that's when she gets angry. Now that I think about it, character-wise she is exactly like your average Dunmer when you replace the feeling of rel with meekness. I meant her skills. Her character may be important, but it won't help her defeat the false gods. Character is very important, wise woman. That's what pushes us forward. As for her done, I cannot say for sure. I know she was strong enough to destroy an entire smuggler den by herself. She carries both a sword and a spear, but we won't know how good is she with either until we see her in Vucane. I asked her about the organizations she is a member of and apparently she's in the Mages Guild, so that's probably her main area of interest. Manarai nodded slowly. Smugglers aren't ordinators, nor the spawn of Dagathur, but it's a start. True. It's a good thing she still has a lot of time before she must face either. On her current level of strength they would pose a big danger. Even on my current level of strength they could be problematic, and I'm not exactly a pushover. They can be really. And that's when Murphy's Law, in the form of massive fireball, struck Rothiamok right in the wing. Fucking curds. Manarai barely managed to hold on when the dragon, destabilized by his wound, dived. She glanced in the direction from which the projectile came and saw a lone figure standing atop of one of Dwemer structures scattered on the mountain. Ash Vampire. Oh, he is going to be an ash when I'm done with him, that's for sure. Oh. The dive turned into a free fall. What are you doing? I can't help it. If I use only one wing. Air, remember how I was telling you about that barrel roll? Manarai's eyes shrinked from fear, and the two, screaming with all of their strength, plummeted from the sky towards the harsh, unforgiving ground, and lava, as if crashing into obsidian wasn't bad enough. The crater of Red Mountain was getting closer. A/N. A cliffhanger. Forget Dagathur, Maron Stagon, and Alduin, I am the true face of evil. Nelslendo makes an appearance. I just had to. The first time I encountered him I was okay, a gentleman bandit, that's interesting. The second time however, when I was playing as a female character, because why not, he asked for a kiss and got me weirded out. In case you didn't know, the game actually pays attention to your gender, there's a number of instances when it makes your life easier if you are of the right gender. In the game you needed to steal Sharn's book in order to achieve anything and it wasn't easy. There's a number of people in the room and the lock has a high level. Doesn't really pay off, given relatively unimportant prize. We also saw the protagonist of Fighters Guild quest line. He's an asshole, he must be, given the quests. As for Flania Amulisis, she's one of only 2 trainers for spear skill, the other being the master trainer. Well, at least it's better than with medium armor skill, in vanilla there was no master trainer, the developers simply forgot to put her in the game. And finally, as Ira's efforts are noticed, she gets promoted both in Blades and Mages Guild. I finally found a nice way to give some more attention to Ted, a little adventure in the most dangerous area in the game, yay. Finally a challenge for him. Next chapter, Rothiamok and Manarai's misadventures on Red Mountain and maybe, just maybe, also Azira's mission in Vivek. Chapter 15, The Land of Tears and Ashes. Hi. Welcome to Chapter 15. We've passed another milestone, the story already passed 5,000 views some time ago and only now I noticed. At 2,000 views milestone the fanfic reached top 10 Nerevarine FICS in terms of reviews, favorites and follows, now it's in top 5. Will we reach the top 3? I don't aim for anything higher, no one can even hope to win with the Colossus at the top of the list without the Dragonborn in the tags. Jaxius Tharn, thank you, I try my best. Guest, the bandit gentleman is in the tavern in Palladiad, that's where he would end up after sparing him in the game. Given that he offers training in short blade, security, and sneaking, all skills that might be of importance to Azira, he might turn up again in the story. Let's get started, shall we? With the last chapter, we finished the second act of the story. From now on, while Balmora will remain Azira's base of operations for some time, it will be no longer the place of her greatest focus, that will be moved to Elderun pretty soon. Hence, this chapter and the next one is sort of in between 2 arcs of the fanfic. Have fun. The world kept on spinning and everything was in shades of red. Ted grunted. God damn it, I overdosed on Call of Duty again. Rothiamok. Get a hold of yourself. The dragon blinked and shook off dizziness as his eyes refocused. He and the wise woman of Arabenamsoon, Manarai, were sitting at the bottom of a very long path guiding to the top of the mountain which was hidden by a cloud of ashes. Speaking of ashes, they were wherever he looked, on him, on the Dunmer, in the air, and on the rocks. In the direction opposite of the volcanic cone stood a shining, magical barrier, made up of blue energy and the occasional tower. Ted faced Manarai. Did you get a number on that cliff racer? The blank look appeared on the shaman's face. What cliff racer? She frowned. Stop speaking nonsense, we are in big trouble. Ugh, I know. The dragon glanced at his wing. He had to give it to the ash vampire, he was a damn good sniper and powerful mage. The fireball, which shouldn't have damaged him as much when cast by a normal wizard, actually teared off the scales on the base of his wing, exposing the burnt flesh beneath them. The bastard pulled off a freaking dragon break from that one mod, thought Ted with a snarl. That's not going to heal instantly. Rothiamok, can you still fly? We need to get out of here, we're still inside the ghost fence. Ted nodded. He slowly flapped weakly with his damaged wing and then put it on the ground. The pain was minimal. So far so good. He flapped stronger. He landed not a second later. He cried from the pain. Dera. Curse the dragon. Of course I would be grounded here of all places, of course. Why wouldn't I? Manarai sighed. Is there a way for you to heal the injury? No. If there's a Thursday I'm capable of healing, I do not know it. We dragons Vakrii fast, but not fast enough to just sit here until I'm better. Rothiamok lifted his belly from the ground, supporting himself only with wings and legs. We need to move. Where? Those are the lands of Dagathur, there are no safe places here. Suddenly Manarai realized something. You mentioned before that your nest used to be on Red Mountain. Do you know a good spot? Uh-oh, it's bullshit time again. Sorry, I can't help with that. I never bothered with searching for such places, there was no need for me to Vonyun, hide, that much before Dagath re-emerged. After he woke me up from a rather long nap, I just decided to leave since the neighborhood went to shit. I know there are ruins all over the place, but they are probably even worse than staying in the open, that's probably where Dagath is keeping his forces. I'm afraid our best chance is getting to the ghost gate. Manarai somehow frowned even more. Given that a face of a Dunmer is permanently scowling, it made it a frown to the third power. That's in the southern part of the ghost fence. In which part are we? Ted looked at the slopes of the mountain, which, now that he looked at it, had a noticeable trail in it, as if something big and heavy tumbled down from the peak. He had a pretty good idea what it was, and the visible ghost fence, before giving an answer that both of them were dreading. We are in the northern half. The mountain here isn't too steep to climb, and as far as I know, there's only one such place. He growled. We have 3 paths to the ghost gate, we follow the Govdian east, we do that in the opposite direction, or we go the shortest path, through the Sakwostrunma itself. Manarai glared at him. We are close enough to the devil as it is, we're not going to walk right next to the door to his citadel. Then I guess we will walk east, well, you will walk, I'll crawl. If my memory serves me right, there are less ruins on that Murad, we will stand a better chance. I think I'm going to be sick. It had been a few hours since their crash landing, and Ted was absolutely sure nothing could be worse than crawling through that place. Every few minutes they would encounter one of many abominations patrolling the mountain. They looked scary enough in the game, about as scary as average zombie, but here, in the flesh, they had more variety and detail, making them worthy of appearing in the most brutal of anime. The last enemy was particularly nasty, most of the body looked normal, but the right half of the face was kind of melting, hanging from the other half, while in the place of left arm was a long, skinless appendage, that the monster was dragging behind himself and seemed to have no control over it, until he made a swing with it, grabbed Manarai by the throat from the distance of 10 meters and lifted her in the air. Ted was forced to actually bite the monster to kill it. Believe it or not, the taste of flesh infected with corpus disease was even worse than that of a normal one. Silence, dragon. I swear, you act more like a foolish, young boy that isn't even yet shaving than an ancient sage. I like to think I'm young in spirit, thank you very much, grumbled Ted, who did happen to still have problems with growing a beard, despite being an adult before he was forced to say goodbye to having a beard due to the race change. The ash clouds are a bit redder over there, I think it's sunset. The only thing worse than the attacks of monsters and the darkness was a sandstorm. Red Mountain was pretty much always attacked by one, probably as one more security measure put by Dagath, since his corpus beasts certainly were incapable of complaining. Manarai was a little worse off than Rothiamok when it came to that. Apparently dragons, like some other lizards, had a secondary transparent eyelid, which protected the eyes well enough from the grains of sand, while the Dunmer was forced to endure the weather without even proper gear. Neither of them could see too far ahead, with only the glow of the ghost fence being the only guide. In other words, they were completely out of their depth. The only reason they survived this long was Rothiamok's ridiculous strength, Manarai's spells and the dragon's effort to shield the wise woman from the brutal wind. Oh, and the relative weakness of their opponents, so far they met only melee fighters, no spellcasters. Ted was grateful for that much mercy, but at the same time was worried why was it the case. He expected to meet at least a few ascended sleepers on the way. The answer to that question became obvious as soon as the sound of combat had managed to break through the howls of the wind. Manarai and Ted glanced at each other. Dagath's beasts never fight amongst each other, stated the Dunmer, shielding her mouth with a hand. We are not the only intruders in here. Ted dedicated the entirety of his grey matter to deducing the most likely culprit. I will be very disappointed if it is some pilgrim searching for the Shrine of Pride. Only a noob would make such a mistake and walk through half of Red Mountain in search of a shrine that is right next to the entry. Rothiamok, can you please stop using so many terms in that language of yours? It's hard to understand you at times. No. Let's get going. An Ardroller dived behind a rock, barely avoiding another blast of fire. He cursed in Dunmeri. Why the spellcasters? They should be the minority, not the entire force. A man clad in green armor flew just over his head, tossed through the air by a lucky spell. Anar jumped over the rock and charged towards the responsible ash ghoul, stumbling for a second when an ash slave almost hit him with some shock spell. As if that wasn't enough, the only ascended sleeper just knocked down the other knight and was preparing a spell. It just wasn't fair. There were only 3 buoyant armigers and 5 minions of Dagathur, all capable of magic. Even 1 versus 1 would be still challenging, since all abominations had increased power thanks to the devil's dark powers. Salin, get up, if you fall asleep here it will be sleep eternal. shouted NR to the soldier. I think I broke something. Suddenly, fate had it the situation wasn't bad enough, and from the ongoing sandstorm walked out another ascended sleeper. NR jumped aside, but this time failed to dodge the spell the new enemy casted. Ray. The Dunmer twitched, weakened by the greater shock ball. With a hiss of pain, he slowly pushed to stand up. A grey, slack tentacle appeared in front of his face and he slowly lifted his head. The ascended sleeper was looming over him, unnatural appendage slowly moving back and forth. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the sword. The abomination looked at him and decided to do what most sleepers weren't capable of, mock him. What are you doing? You have no idea. Poor animal. You struggle and fight and understand nothing. Wow. That, right there, is why I avoid hentai. Out of nowhere, the sight of the monstrosity was replaced by a solid, brownish wall of scales. The confused fighter looked to the side and noticed his enemy hanging from the jaws of. NR blinked, but that was as much as he was allowed to do. His training kicked in and he immediately rolled away when an ash ghoul shot past him and started clawing at the massive creature, which dropped the sleeper. Ouch. If you want to slap me on the ass, you must buy me a dinner first. The being hit the assailant with the tail, sending him flying into a boulder. On second thought, don't do that. You have a big worm instead of a face, that's kind of off-putting. A loud sigh reached the warrior's ears when some old hag walked past him, casting a spell on the ascended sleeper, freezing him on the spot for a moment. Why have I made him the guardian beast of the tribe again? That was the breaking point for NR Driller. What is going on? Drelene Lenim groaned. If you were to wake up while lying on pointy, hard rocks that are moving, you would groan too. Wait, moving? Just for the record, I killed for lesser affronts than making me a beast of burden, resounded a deep voice beneath her. Drelene glanced in panic around her, at least as much as the pain in her chest allowed her. They were still surrounded by a sandstorm, so obviously they remained inside the ghost fence, but the scenery had changed, so they clearly moved her. Whatever she was lying on was big, very big, and covered in scales. And that, my friends, is never a good sign. In fact, the only worse way to start your day is by finding such creature in your bed. I hear someone hyperventilating. I think your Faden woke up. The leader of the party, NR Driller, appeared in her field of view. Drelene, are you all right? She did her best to calm herself down. The commander was present and he wasn't fighting, so they were safe at the moment. I am. What is that thing? Hi. I would give a long, impressive tinvake about my origin, how I am a son of a god and so on, but every time I open my mouth I'm forced to eat a spoonful of sand, so I'll just say I'm Rothi Amok. It didn't stop you from telling bad jokes, Thunder Lizard, said a third person, one that Drelene didn't recognize. It's a dragon. Like the one on Empire's banners. He happened to be nearby. NR, were you drinking skooma? Asked the warrior, ignoring the rule of respect towards the commander for the first time in years. It is the sign of a fool to ignore something simply because it escapes their understanding, said the deep voice again, this time a little more seriously. Also, we should move faster, I think I see another group over there. I would rather avoid eating any more corpus meat tonight. I think it tried to crawl out of my stomach. We didn't need that picture, mumbled another person. Drelene recognized it was Salin, a fighter that she wouldn't mind getting lost in the sandstorm. The woman tried to sit up, but the sudden pain in her chest made her rethink the decision. Careful. You have 2 broken ribs, warned her the other woman, whose identity remained a mystery. I stabilized you, but had no time for actual healing. Stay where you are until we arrive at Ghost Gate. Speaking of which, how close are we? We're almost there. See that wide slope ahead? The Ghost Gate is at the bottom, it's only a few minutes of march away. Started the so-called dragon. How long would it be if we ran? We can't. We're limited to your own speed, Thunder Lizard, since you're the slowest on the ground. And you crawl. Daradoc. You see, that group I mentioned earlier. I think they spotted us. NR immediately glanced to the right. The look on his face confirmed Drelene's fears. They're coming at us. At least 20 of them, I see all types. Wait, is that? I knew he would show up to finish the job, growled the dragon and rapidly increased his speed, making Drelene yelp as she was almost tossed off his back. Double time everyone, I don't like our chances. Sweet Almalexia, we're doomed. Salin was crying. The toughest, most stubborn bastard she knew was crying. They have an ash vampire. The heart of a wounded armiger stopped at the terrible news. An ash vampire. There were many abominations in the great army of the devil. Even the weakest mutants were stronger than almost any man and they felt no pain except for the one their master made them feel. Fortunately, the madness and lack of any but the simplest tactics made it possible for a skilled fighter to beat them. The spellcasters were much worse, they made their madness into a sharp, deadly weapon by entirely focusing their very body on their current task, tossing aside all distractions in a way that no man could achieve. Those could be overwhelmed only by the very best, the buoyant armigers, the knightly order answering to Vivek himself. But that one terrible being, the ash vampire, was a death sentence for anyone but the greatest heroes. There were many dreamers, ash zombies, ash slaves, and even ascended sleepers, but there were only 7 ash vampires, even so long after Dagoth re-emerged on Red Mountain. The reason for that was simple, even if one were to best the ash vampire in combat, they wouldn't stay dead for long. It was a war without end, whatever evil magic kept Dagoth alive, it also brought the ash vampires back from the dead, not as shambling corpses at that, but truly alive, as if nothing happened. The reason for that was simple, besides being the actual brothers to Dagoth they were also his strongest generals. One ash vampire was worth more than an entire base full of corpus beasts and just as deadly, capable of both incredible feats of strength and destructive spells. In other words, getting caught now meant death for all of them. The mad dash down the mountain that ensued was the most terrible moment of her life, since she herself couldn't even focus on running. She was forced to watch in terror from the back of the dragon as the wave of beasts was running towards them from the crater, with the ash vampire himself hovering above the ground, shown by the red glow from the volcano. The most disturbing part was how human the monster seemed from that distance, until one were to look at the long, scythe-like talons that could cut armor as if it was paper. It's about time you came, BA. What in the name of Vivek is that? Shut up, Selman, and open the gate. Bellowed NR. But a fire spell hit the wall of Ghost Gate above their heads, causing a big explosion in front of them. The other Dunmers jumped to the side, while the dragon stopped for a moment and started cursing in some strange language, clearly blinded by the flash. Now. A loud screech resonated, its origin being the rising main gate. The second gate too, Eswit. I can't. You know only one gate can be open at any time. Rothiamok, move. You're the last. The armiger tightened her grip on one of the spines of her carrier. The fastest of abominations, the ash zombies, were only few meters away. Fortunately, the dragon was already stepping into the shadow of the ghost gate. Lower the gate. Too late. A gate fell on the backs of several corpus beasts, crushing them under its weight, but several managed to pass. Partially immobilized, Armiger pulled out her enchanted sword and did her best to fend off the attack of an ash zombie that had jumped onto Dragon's back. Open the second gate. Ordinators, Armigers, to battle. Drelline gasped when Rothiamok hit the wall of the tunnel between the two gates, no doubt trying to shake off the corpus beasts trying to climb onto him. For some reason, Dagatha's minions completely abandoned attacking the Dunmers in favor of focusing on the dragon himself. The screech of the opening of second gate cut through the air. What have I ever done to you to pick on me of all people? A wave of freezing air ran over the enemies, trapping them in blocks of ice for 2 precious seconds. With a desperate swing, Drelline cut off the foot of the remaining ash zombie, making him fall off the dragon. The pain in her chest intensified from the effort and her eyelids slowly dropped. The spellcasters are close. Everyone, get away from the tunnel, move the fight into the courtyard. I won't get there before zombie wannabes jump me again. I must keep hitting them. Rothiamok turned around, facing the first gate and the ash zombies, which were about to free themselves from the effects of his attack, and started to crawl backwards, towards the second gate. He opened his jaws. The attack hit both the ash zombies and the group of beasts that were stopped by the first gate, forcing them to the ground. He continued his crawl towards the safe zone. A few armigers and ordinators jumped from behind the corner with their bows in hand and fired several arrows into the frozen enemies. The dragon again prepared his magical attack. At this point, thanks to the combined power of dragon shouts and Dunmer archery, most ash zombies that had slipped out of Red Mountain were slain, while the crowd of abominations at the first gate was frozen so thoroughly it formed a solid barrier. Ted allowed himself for a smirk. Damn. And that's just one word of the shout. The ice blockade exploded. Ted blinked. The archer's hands started to shake. The mutilated bodies of Dagatha's minions were pushed aside by a telekinetic spell. The ash vampire stood in the center, just behind the gate, glaring at the protectors of the ghost gate through the bars. At this, Ted couldn't stop his chuckle. So close and yet so far, What are you going to do now? The warlock answered not with words, but with actions. The ash vampire reached with his hand past the bars. A green mist appeared between his claws. Ted visibly sweat dropped. Crap. Game logic doesn't work anymore, he can cast spells through the gate. Get away. It's charging. The dragon inhaled. Have fun with the favorite shout of every cheater. The shout hit, and while some frost formed on the skin of ash vampire, it was its only effect on him. What? This is bull. The spell hit, and the dragon found himself tossed through the air, flying over the courtyard and gathered warriors, who scattered in panic. Rothiamok hit the steep mountainside opposite of the ghost gate and tumbled down it. He finally stopped at the bottom, in the middle of the road that connected the outpost to the rest of the world. He was staring forward with no expression on his snout. He glanced slowly around, with everything taking on vivid colors that belonged only to surrealist paintings and acid trips. I found the giants of Morrowind. His head hit the ground. Here I am. The city of Vivek. After leaving the guild hall of the Mages Guild and entering the plaza, Azira found herself a little lost. She had a total of 3 people to find. After spotting an empty corner next to the guild, she leaned against the wall and pulled out a note she prepared the day before, when the names were still fresh in her memory. First informant, Heliia, Argonian. Morag Tong assassin. Check Black Shulk Corner Club at 4 1/4. Second informant, Adhiranir, Kajiat. Thieves Guild member. Probably at St. Olm's Canton. According to Rothsamethinger and Other, she's hiding in the sewers. Third informant, Met Milo, Dunmer. A temple priestess. Works at the library in Temple Canton. Copper eyes and hair. Not ask anyone about her. Other, the tax agent can be persuaded to leave by telling him his target left for the mainland. Rare and forbidden books can be bought from Jabisha at 4 1/4. How and if it is related to the mission remains to be seen. Chances are it is. Looks like I'll start with checking that corner club, thought Azira. I hope this assassin really is there, I have no other lead on him. After leaving the plaza through the gate and getting blinded by the sun, the mage walked for a minute, passing through the crowds of locals, which at the time weren't big, it was a relatively early hour. After getting to the slope leading to the lower level, apparently it was a slope rather than stairs for the sake of the traders from plaza, she found the entrance to one of the lower floors of the canton. That's when Azira learned the 4 1/4 had an additional floor, their wasteworks were divided into an upper and lower part. After questioning a merchant from the upper wasteworks, a much more preferable person to speak with than a nearby ordinator, that's for sure, she was redirected to the lower level. Soon she was standing in front of a door with a sign of a black beetle hanging next to it. Azira reached with her hand for the handle, but hesitated. Come on, Azira. There's nothing to be afraid of. You only have to convince a possibly homicidal Argonian that earns money by killing people. The Kajiat made a sour face. I'm terrible at motivating myself. After a few more seconds, she finally gathered the courage and entered. The inside, when it came to the furnishings, was a fusion of Dunmer and Imperial styles, which was to be expected from a club in this canton of the city. It wasn't hard to find the person that most likely was her informant. There was only one Argonian in the room. He was talking, well, more like arguing with 3 Dunmers. She approached. Go back to your swamp, lizard. Or your plantation, wherever you came from. Stop testing my patience, Dunmer. My honor is the only thing that holds me back right now. Oh. It's this kind of a talk. I'm sorry, are you Hylia? She asked. The 4 men looked at her. I am. If you want to talk about something, I'm afraid it has to wait. These 3 gentlemen are offended by a sight of a free Argonian, and won't leave me alone at the moment. As Ira leveled her stare on the 3 thugs. It wasn't very effective, she was a single person against 3, a fluffy one at that. Are you really going to cause trouble by attacking outlanders in the canton that happens to have the most of us? One of the men snorted. So? In case you haven't noticed, Scumajunkie, 5 out of 8 people in this club are Dunmers. Scumajunkie? I think you are mistaking me with my boss. Perhaps. But the Argonian that you are angering happens to be an assassin and I'm pretty sure you already know that. That's why you are confident he won't fight, he's a professional that intends to do charm only to his targets. Let me ask you this, do you want to check how much you can annoy him before he runs you through? HMPF. Very well, I won't waste more time on animals like you. Favel, Irvin, let's go. The 2 of them observed how the Dunmer left the club, and Hylia bowed slightly towards Azira. Many thanks for solving this peacefully. Their hatred saddens and angers me. I hate the custom of despising another on account of their race, and I cannot forgive the narrowness of mind and poverty of spirit that assures them of their right to abuse and attack me out of spite or on a whim. Azira raised an eyebrow at this. That's some flowery vocabulary for a killer. Is it normal around here? Sadly, yes. Many Dunmers are old enough to remember the times before the Empire, and teach their children hatred for other races. It remains true even for many members of the House Hlalu, as you just witnessed. But I digress. May I know your name? I'm Azira. I came on behalf of our common friend from Balmora. He said you owe him a favor and you might know about something we're researching right now. I see. In that case we should move this conversation to a more private place. My friend, Jabisha the Kajiat, has a bookstore, Jabisha's Rare Books. If you agree to travel together with me there, I will answer your questions. Is he planning something? Also, that's surprising the dragon and an assassin happen to know the same bookseller. Alright. Lead the way. After the mage and the assassin left the club, the duo crossed the atrium and entered the corridor opposite to the one from which they came. At the very end of it was the door to the bookstore. They entered inside. After turning behind the corner, the first thing Azira saw was an ordinator in full gear standing next to one of the shelves. That alone made her nervous, she just couldn't get used to those creepy, expressionless masks/helmets they were wearing. Fortunately, this particular guard seemed less focused on reminding outlanders that he was watching them and calling them scum, and instead was occupied with reading a book. If Hylia was surprised by the presence of the warrior, he wasn't showing it, instead he just passed him and walked downstairs. Azira followed. This time, surprisingly, the view wasn't much better. Yes, there was a middle-aged male Kajiat in the back, probably Jabisha himself, but mirroring the ordinator upstairs next to the bookshelf stood an assassin. This had to be an assassin, she was sure. The other Argonian was wearing a creepy black armor and had more visible weapons than Azira touched in her life. For some reason, he looked familiar. Hylia moved closer to greet his friends. Jabisha, JDCI, I'm sorry you had to wait. There were some complications. JDCI. I'm pretty sure I heard that name before too. Oh, that is no problem. I had to talk with Jabisha anyway. Oops. That's a she, not a he. I really should learn more about Argonians. And that voice, seriously, where and when did I met her? Is that about the slave business? Hylia seemed disappointed. JDCI, I told you, it's against the rules. You can take those rules and shove them where light doesn't reach. You hate slavery as much as I do, why do you insist on ignoring the problem? It's not ignoring. It is not the way of Morag Tong to slay anyone except for targets or in self-defense. Bah. That honor of yours is useless if fellow Argonians suffer because of it. Anyway, who is it behind you? Hold on, I remember. I think it's that Argonian friend of the Hlalo investigator. She acts and dresses different. Hello, JDCI. Remember me? The Argonian squinted her eyes. You do look and sound familiar. Sorry, I can't say for sure. You Kajiat all look the same to me, stated JDCI and hastily added, no offense. None taken, said Azira. Some taken, murmured Jabisha. My name is Azira, from the Mages Guild. The bookseller looked at her in a strange way, while the assassin seemed sheepish. Oh, Surely you are wondering why I switched a frilly dress for an armor and 20 knives. Not really. I already was suspecting Sudian had much broader connections than it seems. Azira shrugged. Excuse Jabisha, you said you're Azira correct? This one has a question. Jabisha started and surprised the Kajiat with the next sentence. Have you seen the twin lamps? Wasn't that the password of twin lamps? Ugh, what was the answer? They guide a path to freedom. Jabisha smiled. I'm Kilai mentioned you in his letter. Are you up for a little job against the slavers? Azira gave him an unimpressed look. You do remember there is an ordinator upstairs, right? To her surprise Jabisha only laughed. Don't worry. He was indeed sent here to spy on me, but they picked the wrong man for the job. I only had to show him the shelf with the copies of the lusty Argonian maid. He reads them all the time, day, night. It's kind of creepy, actually. Too much information. In a moment. In need to speak with Hylia first. After both of them sat at the table, the Argonian decided to start. So, just to clarify, you work for Chaos. Correct. We are searching for the information on the Nerevarine and the 6th house cult. The last part seemed to surprise the assassin. 6th house cult? I've never heard of such a thing. House Dagoth was the 6th house, but in the war of the First Council they betrayed the other great houses and were destroyed for their treason. But I've never heard of anyone worshipping them. Dagoth, the ancient head of House Dagoth, is the devil of the tribunal faith, but I've never heard of anyone worshipping him either. Nerevarine, however. That I know. Azira prepared the quill and an empty page. Exposition time. Skip if you know the plot and don't care about immersion. To understand the Nerevarine cult, you must understand the history of the Ashlanders. Nerevar means something very different to the Ashlanders from what it means to Dunmers of the great houses. You should also know about the persecution of the Nerevarine, and the legacy of the false incarnate, for the Nerevarine cult is at the heart of the ancient conflict between the nomadic Ashlanders and the settled great house Dunmer. If you were to ask the Ashlanders about the history behind the cult, they would tell you something like that. In ancient days, the Deep Elves and a great army of outlanders from the west came to steal the land of the Dunmers. In that time, Nerevar was the great Khan and war leader of the house people, but he honored the ancient spirits and the tribal law, and became as one of them. So, when Nerevar pledged upon his great ring of the ancestors, one clan under Moon and Star to honor the ways of the spirits and rights of the land, all the tribes joined the house people to fight a great battle at Red Mountain. Though many Dunmer, tribesmen, and housemen alike, died at Red Mountain, the Dunmer were defeated and their evil magics destroyed, and the outlanders driven from the land. But after this great victory, the power-hungry Khans of the great houses slew Nerevar in secret, and, setting themselves up as gods, neglected Nerevar's promises to the tribes. But it is said that Nerevar will come again with his ring and cast down the false gods, and by the power of his ring will make good his promises to the tribes, to honor the spirits and drive the outsiders from the land. In the first era, settled Dunmer clans and nomadic tribes were roughly equal in numbers and wealth. Under the civilized peace of the Grand Council, and with the strong central authority of the temple, the economic and military power of the settled Dunmer quickly outstripped that of the nomadic Dunmer. The nomadic Dunmer were marginalized into the poorest, most hostile land, in particular into the Vardenfell wastes. For the Ashlanders, the return of a reincarnated Nerevar represents a longed for and largely romanticized golden age of Nerevar's peace, when the nomadic tribes enjoyed equality with the settled Dunmer, and before the Dunmer people had for the most part abandoned traditional ancestor worship for the autocratic theocracy of the Tribunal Temple. The Tribunal Temple regards the mysticism and prophecy of the Nerevarine cult as primitive superstition. The Ashlander ancestor cults have always declared the worship of the living Dunmer as abominations, suspecting the unnatural lifetimes of the Tribunal to be signs of profane sorcery or necromancy. Though the authoritarian and intolerant temple priesthood has always been inclined to tolerate Ashlander ancestor cult practices, they have always threatened Nerevarine claimants with death or imprisonment. And while generally tolerant of various cult worships, the Imperial Commission of the Occupation outlaws cults hostile to the Emperor and the Empire, and threatens members of such cults with imprisonment or death. The ordinators are thus allowed a free hand when dealing with outlawed cults like the Nerevarines. In the past, others have claimed to be the reincarnated Nerevar of prophecy. The most recent is known as Peakstar, a mysterious figure who has reportedly appeared and disappeared among the Wastes tribes over the last 30 years. The temple notes that these false incarnates discredit the Nerevarine prophecies. Singularly, and illogically, the Ashlanders acknowledge a history of false claimants, calling them failed incarnates, but they regard them as proof of the validity of the prophecies, rather than contradiction. Among the Nerevarines, there is a fable of a cavern of the incarnates, where the spirits of the failed incarnates dwell. The Nerevarine cult is a mystical cult and it glorifies, rather than shrinks from, contradictions. I believe that's all I can say to you on the subject. Exposition time is over. Thank you for your time, Heliaya. It was not a problem at all. I hope you will find what you search for. Azira stood up and approached the other assassin and the bookseller. A Nerevarine cult, hey, said Jabisha. Not exactly my field of knowledge. I think I had some book on the subject. Anyway, do you want to hear our proposition? She nodded. As you probably know, it's pretty common for the smugglers to establish secret slave dens, where their victims are kept until they can be of use to them, said Jadisi. They usually also do some work for them in there, mostly mining. Slavery is sadly still legal, despite our leaders' best efforts, so we can't do anything legally to the planters. The smugglers, however, are outlaws, because trading slaves is illegal. Telvanni ignore even that, but we're far from their territory. You want to attack their hideout, guessed Azira. Yes. I've recently learned of a small den, Hinabai, on an island east from the city. I know for sure they have at least 2 Argonian slaves, and the smugglers aren't numerous. I've counted only 4 changing the shifts at the front entrance. Those numbers I like. If caught unaware, I can dispose of them easily enough, my poisoned darts would leave them defenseless. Still, I would feel more confident with someone to back me up in a direct fight. Are you up for this? The mage considered the proposition and asked about the most logical thing. What will we gain? That fuzzy feeling in my stomach after saving a few slaves is good, but it would be nice to have some compensation for a possible injury. Well, we will obviously also loot the place and split the profits equally. I heard Ukasiates are good when it comes to looting. Again, no offense. All taken, stated Azira and Jabisha at the same time with bemused looks. The mage sighed. I guess it's good enough for me, curse my good heart. Helping anyone is no fun when you know the only thing you can possibly get is a beatdown. True to that. Anyway, wait at the temple dock at 9 in the evening, I know someone who can give us a ride there. A/N. Here we go, Ted is getting his first beatdown, mostly because Dagoth doesn't take kindly to overgrown cliff racers opening airlines and flying with passengers over his domain. Hopefully Rafiamak will become more cautious from now on. Yeah, as if. XD. In-game Ash vampires have a very limited set of moves, each of them has a strong melee attack, 1 touch spell and 1 distance spell, both have multiple effects. Each vampire has his own combination of debuffs, and in one case 2 summons at once, but none has an elemental damage, only universal damage health, which is in fact worse, since no race is resistant against that. In other words, don't worry about getting hit with this ridiculous attack in-game, that's my own idea. I mean, come on, those are brothers of devil under the mountain, gotta level them up a little. Speaking of my own ideas, Jobisha doesn't give any quests in vanilla game. As a member of Twin Lamps, he will reward you with 3 skill books if you will free 30 slaves, but that's all. I decided to make use of the fact Azira was again meeting an abolitionist to give her a location of the closest slaver den. I also wanted to reveal JDCI's true nature, and the combination resulted in Morag Tong assassin that fights against slavery, which I like. Most of these side protagonists of mine seem a bit lacking in character to me. I also must admit I was lazy, and what Heliaya says in the exposition part is pretty much copied from the in-game note he gives us. Also, coming up with good curses in Dovahzul is harder than licking your own elbow. In the next chapter, an aftermath of the clash at the Ghost Gate and the second part of Azira's mission in Vivek. Chapter 16, Into the Sewer. Sorry for the long wait, I was doing my internship in the last month and it seems my beta reader also is busy. In the end I decided that I will publish the chapter now rather than wait who knows how long for the edited version. Lunar Loon, chances are he will abuse his knowledge, he is simply that kind of person. A confrontation with Vivek is unavoidable. If Ted wants to become a companion of Azira, meeting with him is only a matter of time. Guessed, obviously Ted can't win every time, that would be boring. It's sadly hard to arrange, it takes a warrior of extraordinary power to challenge a dragon, even a noob like Rothiamok. I can't even throw a mammoth or a giant at him, as there are none in Morrowind. So our dragon protagonist will remain strong outside of Red Mountain region. Here we are, in chapter 16. I hope you will like it, even if there's not as much action as usually. The St. Olms Canton, located right next to the Temple Canton, was one of the most important locations for Vardenfell's light industry. The wasteworks was filled with various trade halls and minor guilds. Fishermen, brewers, tailors, dyers, tanners, miners, manufacturers, farmers, there were shops in almost every canton, but if you wanted to have a wide selection in one place, this is where you had to go. It was probably the most crowded of all cantons, with the exception of Arena Canton on some days. It was also the hunting grounds for both the Kaminatong and the Thieves Guild. Case in point, Azira was recently forced to give some less skilled pickpocket a knuckle sandwich. She watched with a scowl as the Bosmer disappeared into the crowd. I can see why she would pick this canton to hide, murmured the agent. Even a Daedroth would be hard to spot in here. There was, however, one person that was sticking out of the crowd like a sore thumb, an Imperial in very lavish robes. While there were many goods to be found in the St. Olms Canton, none of them should be important enough to capture the attention of someone like that. Here, the traders mostly aimed to tend to the everyday needs of the city's population, so when one wanted to buy something more extraordinary, one had to find a specialized merchant in another canton. Also, the guy was already staring at Azira when she spotted him, and now he was making his way towards her, pushing his way through the shoppers. The young agent couldn't recall meeting him, so after a short moment of indecision she decided to stay where she stood, allowing the man to approach. If he had been moving any faster, she would have fled. Divines only knew how many enemies the Blades had. Good morning, miss, the man greeted, once he got through the crowd of Dunmer. Could you help me with something? I'm looking for a friend of mine, a Kajiat named Adhiranir. Have you seen her? What am I supposed to say? I can't admit I know of her, since this might be a trap. Adhiranir? Sorry, this one doesn't know her. When in doubt, speak like any other Kajiat. But this one will ask her friends about Kajiat, yes. Oh, thank you. I guess I will search some more. I'll be around if you learn something. Just, don't tell her I'm looking for her, alright? I want it to be a surprise. Surprise, hey? Looks like I made another good decision. I guess it's time to check those sewers. I hope it wasn't just another one of that dragon's jokes, it'll be terrible enough as is without factoring in the awful smell. Hopefully, it won't be so bad. Rothiamok groaned and opened his eyes, which were immediately assaulted by the rays of the sun. The dragon ignored them. He was already aware of the fact that he could look at it just fine without damaging his eyesight, even if it was a bit bright. You're awake. Interesting. That makes you the first person who has taken an ash vampire's charged spell head-on and survived. The dragon glanced to his side and found Manarai, the wise woman of the Arabenum Soon, sitting amongst several other Ashlanders in a small camp. They were situated on a mountainside opposite of the Ghost Gate. The sky was blue, definitely a rare occurrence in this area, and, given that the sun was visible despite the high mountains on both sides, it was probably noon already. Well, the other victims were Dunmer. Of course they would die from something that tossed me, the biggest living thing in Vardenfell, as if it was nothing. Rothiamok extended his wing. The wound was no longer visible, a layer of scales had already grown over it during the night. Wolverine would be proud. Ted lowered the wing, making a mental note to test if he could fly again later. Did anything happen while I was out? Not much. The attackers dispersed just as soon as you were hit. Even an ash vampire can't attack the Ghost Gate without a strategy and hope to win. Oh, and some ordinator was also asking about you. Have you told him anything? Only enough for him to leave me alone, that you are a guardian beast of my tribe and that we traveled together to visit another wise woman. Good. Who are your friends over there? Ashlanders of many tribes. The settled Dunmer are proud of their Ghost Gate and their fight against the devil, but my people also have a crusade against him. From time to time each tribe sends a warrior to aid in the effort. A good training opportunity for future cons. I see. Well, let's get going. I think I'm good to go, if a bit sore. I would rather avoid answering questions myself. Ted smiled as they lifted from the ground with little effort. Good. Now the other tribes will also hear about me before I approach them. His smirk vanished as soon as it appeared. It's a shame the same goes for the temple. They will be a thorn in my side as soon as I reveal my connection to the Nerevarine cult. Oh well, I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. Unless the Blades or Vivek himself gets on my case, I should be fine, and given that nowadays he spends all of his time in his palace, it's only Caius and his underlings that I have to worry about. He was wrong. Oh, he was so terribly wrong. It wasn't that bad. It was worse. The collective fecal matter and all other kinds of waste from the entire canton was flowing down their A&D. And what? Azira knew they Water from here eventually ended up in the sea, hence why it wasn't recommended to swim around the city that, and the slaughter fishes, but what happened in between remained a mystery. A disgusting, smelly mystery that no one wanted to figure out. Except for maybe that one woman in a full set of steel armor, who was charging in Azira's direction with a sword raised in one hand. Azira's eyes widened. What are you doing? She shouted, backing away. The Dunmer woman ignored her question and continued running. Now, since it had become clear that there was no peaceful solution, Azira braced herself and prepared a spell. You asked for this, she growled as a greater shock ball collided with the enemy and brought her to her knees. Azira walked closer with her spear in hand. A few hours of training hadn't turned her into a master of this weapon, but she knew where to aim for the most damage and a nearly immobilized enemy wasn't a challenging foe. She lifted the spear. She thrusted, get your mind out of gutter. A corpse dropped to the floor. Azira sighed, still confused. What was that all about? The Khajiit decided to investigate the body to hopefully figure out the woman's motives for attacking a stranger. A quick search revealed nothing, no note with orders, no strange items or anything else. In fact, the Dunmer had, of all possible things, only a slightly squashed muffin in her pocket. I guess I might as well loot the armor, thought Azira somberly. Killing a slaver and various murderous smugglers weighted on her conscience less than this death while the unknown attacker started the fight. The mage couldn't be certain what was the cause and if she really had to die. The possibility that she killed a good person because of a simple misunderstanding was frightening. She nibbled on the muffin and the world became slightly less gloomy. Just like any Khajiit, Azira loved sweets. After removing the gauntlets, boots, pauldrons, and sword from the body which she could pack without much problem, Azira delved deeper into the sewers. The canal works of the Vivek cantons were simple in construction, two main canals with up to two smaller connections between them, which were either submerged in the water, or were big pipes almost, but not completely, above the level of the so-called water. Azira obviously picked the latter to get to the second canal, doing her best to ignore the moisture on her feet. Finally, she noticed a figure in the dark and, obviously, asked the only possible question in this situation. What possessed you to hide here of all places, Adhiranir? Adhiranir was short even for a Khajiit of her breed. Azira, who wasn't exactly a giant herself, was taller at least by a head. The informant was wearing simple clothing with no armor at all, not surprising given her trade. This one does not know you. Who are you? I'm Azira, I work for Chaos. Ah, so the old man wants Adhiranir to pay off her debt. All right. But first, she has a request. The mage frowned. Chaos said all informants I was going to speak with in Vivek already owed him and shouldn't demand anything in return for the intel. The thief scowled. Look around. Adhiranir has been down here in this filth all day, putting up with overgrown rats and one skooma addict, all because of one stubborn taxman. This one needs him gone, redirect him somewhere. She will put in a good word with the Grand Master of the Guild. Azira continued glaring, although no longer with so much intensity. Please. The agent groaned. Maybe her heart was too soft, but after spending just a few minutes in this place she had no intentions of making anyone stay here longer than was necessary. And? Asked Adhiranir as soon as Azira approached her again. You don't need to worry about him anymore. I told him you boarded the ship for the mainland. Oh, many thanks. Adhiranir would be happy to help a friend of her good friend Chaos. What is it that you need to know? Azira was already holding some paper and a quill. Tell me what you know about the Nerevarine and the sixth house. Adhiranir knows nothing about the Nerevarine, because it is just a silly superstition. So, you tell Chaos this, nobody in her right mind pays any attention to this nonsense. Prophecies and ancient heroes reborn and other silliness. Fuzzy tales for little kiddies. And the sixth house. This Adhiranir knows about, because it is about smuggling. Some smart smugglers are suddenly too busy for their old clients, because they have a new employer, the sixth house, who pays very well. But what do they smuggle now? Adhiranir doesn't know, because they are very secretive. And this is odd, because these smugglers are always loud and full of bravado, and now they hush up like fat-bellied kitties full of sweetmeats. Azira blinked. The sixth house was involved in smuggling? That's a strange activity for a religious organization, even if it's an evil organization. She looked expectantly at the other Khajiit, but the thief seemed to not take the hint. And what? What more do you know? That's all. Azira's glare was so powerful it could make a basilisk cry. You cannot be serious. Any further talk was cut out by a roar from the depths of the canal works, which made both Khajiits jump in fright. Who did this? Find the killer. If this was an anime, the young agent would be sweat-dropping right about now. She glanced at the thief, only to find air in her place. Confused, she looked around, but Adhiranir was nowhere in sight. Found you. A group of 3 people appeared at the other end of the canal. All of them were armed. Azira's eyes doubled in size when she noticed the weapon the thug in front was holding. Is that a Daedric sword? I'll crush you to honor Lord Murren's Dagon, cat. No, stated Azira calmly as she started climbing the ladder to the waste works, which was fortunately only a few meters away. No. 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 After losing 3 very pissed cultists, which fortunately wasn't that hard given that ordinators didn't take kindly to people swinging around a Daedric sword in public and screaming bloody murder, Azira continued her mission of enlightenment in Temple Canton, which happened to stand right next to the St. Olm's Canton. Mehra Milo is working at the library, but where is the library? Those entrances aren't marked, not even in this gibberish the Dunmer used to write. She was just about to pick one at random and ask someone inside to redirect her, when she felt someone's hand on her shoulder. She turned around and saw a familiar face. Oh. Hi, Layman Viralas, was it? Actually, it's Acolyte now, but you're right. Say, what brings you to the temple again, on this fine day? Have you perhaps reconsidered joining the flock of Vivek? Was he that annoying the first time I met him? Raymond Viralas, an exception to the unspoken rule that all Dunmer had to frown all the time, hadn't changed much since she met him few days ago. He still had the same worn-down grey robe that at one point was probably white and the fiery red hair that clashed with his station as a priest. The only new addition was the weapon on his back. Azira's jaw dropped. No. How can you carry a hammer that big? Even an orc would have problems with using something of that size. My faith gives me strength. Of course it does. Why do you even need that? You're a priest. A priest's duty is to guide lost souls to salvation, and smite evil no matter where and when he finds it. I am always ready to do both. Azira decided to ignore two-thirds of the enthusiastic Dunmer's declaration. Salvation is nice, but for now guidance to the library will be enough. Do you know where I can find it? But of course. I was about to go there myself, in fact. Follow me. Viralis guided her to the lower level of the canton and ushered her inside. So. Started Azira, wanting to make the walk less silent and awkward. She did her best to remember what little she learned about the temple hierarchy. You're an acolyte now, correct? That's one rank above the layman. No. There's novice and initiate between them. I was both of those much shorter than I was a layman. I've done several major tasks since then. First, as tradition requires, I've tended to the ill both in body and mind. Later, I've shown compassion to an enemy of faith by curing a Daedric cultist in some distant ruins. Then, after I banished a so-called Nerevarine from Saran, I went on an additional pilgrimage to Margan and proceeded to taunt the Dremora stationed there to mimic Lord Vivek when he annoyed Maron Stagon until he had thrown a boulder at him rather than the defenseless Dunmer. Just provoking him took an hour. That's nice. I'm sure you're wait a minute. Wait. I know, right? An hour? Normally, a Dremora would jump at you after only one word, but this one clearly had a thick skull. When I kept calling him normal insults like Eswit, he only acted confused. I actually had to lower myself to insulting his mother to get a reaction, which is also strange, given that no Daedroth has a mother. He, on the other hand, got all red and screamed something about, layman jerkins? The strangest battle cry I've ever heard. Not that, earlier. What was that right after the part about the cultist? Asked the Kajiat, while they were climbing the stairs to a higher floor. Oh, I was told to stop another self-proclaimed Nerevarine who revealed himself in Saran. A man by the name of Elvelvidran claimed to be Nerevar reborn. I tried to persuade him to come back to our faith, however he persisted on living in sin. He spoke of prophetic visions and dreams of a man in golden mask. Azira's tail swished to the side in anxiety. That sounded way too close to that one dream she had recently. When it had become clear words wouldn't be enough, I attempted to arrest the heretic, however he managed to avoid my attack and escape. It wasn't exactly a triumph. This dangerous person is still free, even if he no longer poisons the ears of the believers in Saran. If you happen to learn something new about him, let the temple know, alright? Claiming to be the reincarnation of a saint is a terrible offense even without any other crimes. Raymond Viralis opened a door in front of them and pointed inside. Here we are. The mage entered the hall, followed by the priest. The public library in Vivek consisted of only one room, but there was no denying it was on the larger side. Near the entrance were rows of reading tables, while further in she could see shelves. Besides a few civilians, the library was occupied by a small group of ordinators and priests. Azira nearly immediately spotted a woman with copper hair and eyes, standing in the middle. Welcome to the library, citizen, said a nearby ordinator through clenched teeth. Azira could only guess he had a sneer under that creepy, expressionless mask. Rules are simple. You can read any book you want as long as it's not in the restricted section. For that, you need permission from a high-ranked member of the temple. Books do not leave the library, you do the reading here or you don't do it at all. Steal a book and there will be violence. Is that clear? Books are worth more than blood, got it. Which was true, a book you could at least sell for 200 septims. Good. I'm watching you, grumbled the guard while turning away. Her sensitive ears easily caught the last remark the Dunmer murmured under his breath. Scum. Azira glared at the back of his head and walked over to the priestess she assumed was her informant. To her surprise, Raymond was already talking with her. Strange, isn't it? I agree. When I did that pilgrimage, the Dremora attacked as soon as I called him Bucktheod. For a Daedra to resist the temptation for so long. Azira decided to wait a little bit until the woman was done talking. To hide her main intention of speaking with her, she approached one of the shelves and started checking the titles. The Real Baronsia, Ancient Tales of the Dwemer, Pala. Captain's Guide to the Fishy Stick. What an oblivion. She listed some silently and glanced at the last book. She shook her head. Who in the world would write a book about the history of fishy sticks and their impact on the economy of Tamriel? In the end she settled for Pala, first volume, and sat at one of the tables. Her ear twitched when she heard giggling. Hey, so the priests of the Tribunal Temple don't have those kinds of restrictions, thought Azira when she noticed the ginger Dunmer attempting to smooch the woman, only for her to half-heartedly push him away. 1 point for Tribunal religion, I suppose. As soon as Viralis left the library, Azira stood up and went closer. Hello. Are you by chance Mehra Milo? The priestess nodded. Yes. Who are you? My name's Azira. Could you help me? I'm searching for a specific book. Not waiting for an answer, the agent leaned closer and whispered, Chaos sent me. A spark of recognition appeared in Milo's eyes. I think I know where to find such a book. Follow me. A few seconds later they were standing in front of a lectern with a massive book. Azira placed an empty page on top of it and prepared a quill. So, you are one of Chaos' friends, but which type? The Kajiat hesitated. Just how much should she tell? I'm his subordinate. I see. Do not worry, I know he serves the Emperor. We are good friends. Despite being a Westerner he has come to love our land and its people. Just like me, he admires the best traditions of the temple, such as our charity and education, and the fact we share our distrust of the arbitrary power of the ordinators only makes our friendship stronger. Then I hope we will become good friends as well. From what I heard, the approach of the temple to other beliefs is a bit extreme. True. The tribunal tolerates the imperial cult, but that's it. Any less important religion, no matter how innocent in its foundations, will find itself struggling for survival on this island. The temple's declining virtues are a threat to Morrowind's political stability. But we're not here to discuss temple doctrine, are we? What does Chaos need this time? Actually, the doctrine of the temple might be a big part of the subject I need to research. What do you know about the Nerevarine and 6th House cults? The exposition train has reached the station. But this time it's not like the original, so try to read it. Metra frowned. The 6th House cult, sorry, I don't know much about them and certainly not more than others. Its members are the Dunmer who lost their faith in the tribunal and instead started worshipping the enemy of our faith, the devil under the mountain. Nerevarine, on the other hand? That I can tell you about. It's a hot topic in the temple, even if it's never openly discussed. Great. Where should we start? From the basics, I guess. You're probably aware of this already, but know that Nerevarine after his death was declared a saint and a hero that saved our nation in the darkest moment of our history. The temple, however, does its best to destroy the heretics. Speaking of his return. The fact the Nerevarine cults call the tribunal the false gods isn't helping. However, there is one religious faction that remains in hiding that is standing between the mainstream and Ashlander beliefs, the dissident priests. They are former members of the temple, who dispute the doctrine and Nerevarine prophecies. If you want to learn more about the subject, they are the best direct source. Unlike the temple and Ashlanders, they rely more on sources and proof instead of faith alone. Is there a way for me to contact them? I myself am searching for this group. I think I'm close. There's a book they published, Progress of Truth, which describes the views of all three sides of the conflict. I'm sure Chaos would want to acquire it. I know we have one in the library, but you may find it hard to obtain. Buying it would be difficult as well. The temple outlawed the possession of Progress. And here's why the dragon mentioned the bookstore owned by a rebellious member of the Twin Lamps. Don't worry, I know someone who either has it or can get it soon enough. That's a relief. I really want to help Chaos, but I'm afraid I'm being watched by ordinators. That got Azira's attention. Will you be alright? Hopefully, but just in case, inform Kosadas that if I find myself in trouble, I'll leave behind the code word Amaya. She nodded. The name of that big lake? Well, there are worse passwords, I guess. What would happen if they caught you? Given that I'm working in a public place and as such ordinators would have to act professional during the arresting, I should be immediately placed in the Ministry of Truth above the canton, in Bar Dau. Until that moment I will be fine. After that, well, nobody can tell for sure what is going on inside the moon. Azira looked worried. Why is the temple so serious about the persecution of the Nerevarine? I never fully understood why we waste so much energy on them. The faithful won't be moved by the proclamations of the dissidents, and the Ashlanders are ignorant savages that lost their entire religious influence many centuries ago. However, since the submission of Riesdain to the Empire, the faith of the Dunmer has weakened. That obviously caused a lot of frustration for the militant wing of the temple. To put it shortly, since the ordinators can't fight the Emperor, they will fight with those that can't fight back. But do you want to know what I discovered recently? The dissident priests claim that the power of the tribunal may not be divine, but sorceress in origin, maybe even akin to the one Degathur commands. If that is indeed the case, then the temple's attitude to the heretics makes a lot of sense. You see, if the tribunal's power doesn't come from divinity, then by logic they aren't capable of sustaining the ghost fence all on their own. Have you ever heard that faith can move mountains? It is much more real than most people realize. Are you saying that it's the faith of the believers that powers the only barrier stopping Degathur from marching all over Vardenfell? Asked Azira, completely shocked. I don't know, but it makes sense. The temple does everything to assure people they are strong, that their gods are strong. Anyone that studied the subject of religion knows that any god can become very powerful, no matter their original strength, as long as he obtains enough followers. Since Vivek willingly joined the Empire, many Dunmer no longer have any respect for him. Most members of House Indoril committed ritual suicide after the armistice was established. Forgotten by their gods, who no longer appear outside of their palaces, seeing the Outlanders in their own land, the presence of the Imperial Legion all over the island, in the face of those hardships the faith of the Dunmer falters. This makes the tribunal weaker, which in turn makes Degathur grow stronger. The exposition train leaves the station. Well, you surely lifted my spirits with that last remark. I guess I'll go finish my other assignments. Thanks for the help. Good luck, Azira. Give Chaos my regards. Alright. Will do. Time to go shopping. I wonder how much forbidden books cost? The book, surprisingly, wasn't as expensive as she thought, merely 250 septims, according to Jabisha. Doing the very thing that angers the ordinators was a reward in and of itself. She left all her notes with Heliaya. It just wouldn't do to have them in her raid on the slavers' outpost. Someone might damage them, or steal them from her cold, dead body. Since she still had a few hours, she decided to check her equipment and resources. She was pleased with the state of her belongings. She had on herself almost 1,750 septims, a fortune for someone more settled, and a good starting capital for an adventurer/secret agent. Besides 2 weapons, an enchanted sword and a Dwemer spear, she had also 2 sets of clothes, for normal and special occasions, and almost a full set of chitin armor, with the exception of a steel helmet. She had a total of 15 potion bottles, with 5 of them being healing ones and 6 others being capable of restoring her magical reserves. There were 3 scrolls, 1 of Thu'um's Scorcher and 2 of Vitality. 4 books. She had a Guide to Vardenfell, War of the First Council. I should return it to Chaos next time, she thought. A Dance in Fire, Vol. 4, and 1 of the many lessons of Vivek. She looked at all of them and decided that the last 2 had to go. She never started reading any series from the middle, and she wasn't about to start. As for the words of the living god, Rothiamak was right, it was gibberish. There were also 2 used up spell tomes, no longer enchanted, but in a good enough state to put them back into circulation. She still had 45 Dwemer coins, which equals over 2,200 septims when sold to a discreet trader, or 8 years in prison if said trader wasn't discreet. Also, she still had the weapon from that Dunmer that attacked her in the sewers, a steel one at that, so her coin purse was only going to get even fuller. And that's only what she had on herself back at the Mages Guild in Balmora. In her desk was a steadily growing stock of ingredients, just waiting to be processed in her alembic. As Ira realized with joy that, even if she barely avoided death on more than one occasion since her arrival to Morrowind, she was actually quickly becoming someone. She wasn't completely sure who exactly, but after being no one for over 20 years she embraced that change. This is strange, she thought when packing her belongings into the backpack. Back in Cyrodiil I could hardly earn enough septims to not die of starvation, but here I have earned easily several times more than ever before. The only difference was around 80 septims and being in a new place. How come I never achieved anything back in Kvatch? Maybe the old man was right and it's simply nearly impossible to become rich if you start out poor? The money from the release fee in Chaos actually gave me something to build upon, and yet. She frowned slightly as she finished her preparations. It somehow feels as if only now I truly started to live and everything before was but a dream. A terrible, terrible dream I no longer have to worry about. An old memory resurfaced and a tiny smile appeared on her face. I think Tana would be proud. Azira, are you alright? The sudden question brought her back to reality. Jabisha was looking at her in confusion. For a second, you seemed very distant. Oh, it's nothing. Alright, the time for remembrance is over. Now that I no longer have to worry that much about my coin purse, I should do something about the lack of things to do in my free time. Jabisha, I think it's long overdue for me to buy something just because I want it, not because I need it. Say, do you have the book Pala? She would never admit it to anyone, but she loved bad romance stories. The beginning of the first volume she was reading back at the library was pretty good, and while she suspected there was some mystery involved and the romance would become secondary later on, she deemed the book promising. Ah, Pala, an interesting choice, that one is. Are you looking for the first or second volume? The second. I intend to finish the first one at the library. Anything else? Perhaps something on alchemy or the uses of magic in combat. Could be useful. Jabisha disappeared behind the corner for a few seconds to return with 2 books. This, right here, is a bestseller in the field of tactics for a wizard, The Art of War Magic, written by Zarin Arctus, who was the royal Batlemage of Tiber Septim. This one is afraid the book on alchemy for this province isn't as impressive due to the Telvanese tendency to not share their knowledge, and the Mages Guild is still working on a better manual. It does, however, contain a list of ingredients, with tips on how to obtain them, for the most basic potions. If one needs a place to start, this is a good place. Azira opened the tactics book to a random page and smiled at the first sentence she found. The best victories are those unforeseen by the enemy, but obvious to everyone afterwards. She remembered the events at Armed Hand. It probably wasn't what the Great Mage meant, but still. I love this. How much for all 3? Well, given that you are a friend of Twin Lamps, Jabisha would say 650. 600. I'm buying them in bulk, so I should get a discount. If Jabisha were to sell them for 600, he would make close to no profit. It costs a lot to make a book when everything must be written by hand by a monk. Whatever magic the Black Horse Courier uses is unknown to this one. 640. 630 and we have a deal. Fine, 210 per book it is. After stuffing all 3 books and selling A Dance in Fire and Lessons of Vivek for 400 septims, Azira left the bookstore and went to the plaza on top of the canton to sell off the unnecessary equipment she obtained. She got a very pretty septim for it, 1,100 of them, to be exact. The mage was still pretty sure the Reguard blacksmith bought it for much less than it was worth. Alright, from now on, I will always loot armor whenever possible. This is obviously the key to great fortune. Said great fortune was becoming too great. She seriously started to think she had way too much money on her. It was time to find a bank or maybe make some secret stashes. Yes, secret stashes. Every special agent needs a hideout somewhere in a safe location with resources prepared in case of trouble. At this point, the only thing she had to sell, not counting the Dmer coins, which she wasn't going to risk, were 2 used-up spell tomes. The obvious choice for a buyer was someone from the Mages Guild. An enchanter only had to make a new enchantment to have a fully working tome once again. As such, she directed her steps to the Mages Guild. After selling the tomes for 400 septims, she sadly couldn't buy anything. Only those of conjurer rank or higher were allowed to learn spells from mages at Vivek. Azira remembered that this very guild hall was home to the Archmage of the Morrowind brand of the Mages Guild. To be honest, she wasn't really planning to get any tasks from him. The mages from Balmora pretty much openly stated that the man was disconnected from reality and had the intelligence of a toddler, with his jobs living up to such expectations. So, obviously curious about the reasons for such devastating criticism, she decided to see what was he all about. Once she walked down the stairs and entered the main room, Azira immediately recognized the bald Imperial sitting on a nearby bench as the Archmage. The signs left no doubt in her mind. 1. He was fat, the kind of fat that happens to those who never did honest work in their entire life. 2. His navy blue robe was made of the finest silk, making a clear statement about how nice his salary is. 3. He held a really tall shiny staff. No staff is this tall unless it is meant to show who is the boss or if the owner was compensating for something. She wouldn't be surprised if in this case it was both. Good afternoon, sir. The Imperial glanced at her. Given that back at Jabisha's she had exchanged her travel clothes for elegant robes, she looked just presentable enough to not make a fool of herself. Greetings. I believe I haven't seen you before. I am Archmage Trebonius, Guildmaster of the Vivek Mages Guild. Who might you be? This one is Azira, apprentice of the Balmora Mages Guild. It is a pleasure to meet you, Archmage. Once again, the Khajiit way of speaking was put to use. This one wonders, is there perhaps a task you need done? Trebonius stroked his pudgy chin. He had no beard to speak of. A task, you say? Yes, there are several things the Mages Guild needs done. Let's see, find out why the dwarves disappeared. Yes, that's an excellent task for you, apprentice. Azira's jaw dropped. She had expected something strange, but this man was impossible. I am sorry, what? She asked bluntly, not even noticing her slip up. It's a simple task, surely. Just go to some ruins and find out what happened to them. Maybe some people here in the Mages Guild can give you some clues. Sweet Mara. This is no mere stupidity. Skumakat's influence is strong in this one. Skumakat, or Sheogorath, if you prefer his more popular name, was in a pretty good mood. Granted, nothing could change as fast as his mood, so it didn't mean much, but the point stands that the Daedric Prince of Madness was rather content at the moment. And why wouldn't he be? The mortals were a bit more interesting these last few days, in no small part thanks to a certain dragon. Haskell, remind me to send a gift to my new champion, will you? I think his horns would look lovely with the heads of orphaned Argonians as earrings, don't you agree? Haskell, like always, provided only a mere acceptance of his fate as eternal chamberlain to the mad god and gave an emotionless answer. I am certain that you know best, my lord. Of course I do. I always do, unless I feel like I don't. With this short exchange over, Sheogorath returned to granting fishy sticks to those mortals that he deemed worthy. My lord. Started Haskell. As incredible as it sounds, he actually seemed interested, something that, rest assured, is about as common as a rain of burning dogs. It wasn't often he questioned his master's thought processes. Why do you call him your champion? He wields no artifact of yours and doesn't even acknowledge you as his lord. Sheogorath chuckled. On a completely unrelated note, a certain necromancer in High Rock just died a gruesome death by being squashed under tons of fishy sticks that just appeared in his lair. Haskell, don't you see? It's like flowers and bees. Or was it badgers? Oh, doesn't matter. The point is, why would my champion need some fancy weapon of mine to act in my name? That's just silly, he's a dragon. And he certainly doesn't need to call me master to work for me. Just look at Vardenfell. So many boring, sane mortals recently started to question their sanity just because they met my pet dragon. Does it truly matter if he listens if he fulfills his task anyway? That is, a disturbingly sane way of thinking, my lord. Are you all right? Of course I'm not. He's taking too long. If he doesn't start working faster, I'll force him to eat the ElderScroll. Just as soon as he exploded, the prince calmed down. It's a good thing the others decided to spice things up. I swear, they can be so boring for aspects of change. I was losing hope in them. He clapped. With the Daedric Prince after him, my champion should become more desperate. In other words, more entertaining to watch. Sheogorath reached through time and space and grabbed an eyeball. It remained a mystery who owned it originally. Haskell, have you seen my eye spoon? I'm afraid you left it in Meridia's realm during your last visit, my lord. Curses. Sent someone there, I need my spoon. Haskell sighed soundlessly and teleported away to do his lord's bidding. Another normal day in the Shivering Isles. Looks like Ted has captured attention of more than one Daedric Prince, and it's the wrong kind of attention. If you wonder about the identity of the woman that attacked Azira in the canal works, know that she is a guard of a local Daedric shrine. As far as I know, there are 4 such shrines in the sewers of Vivek, one for each corner of the House of Troubles, a group consisting of Marons Dagon, Malag Bal, Malakath, and Sheogorath, who supposedly are really annoyed by the tribunal's power. For some time I wondered if I should have Azira investigate the shrine, but the truth is she would be slaughtered. If I were to guess, I would say she's level 5 right now, and in the shrine there were 3 more cultists, all quite dangerous. In the next chapter Azira joins forces with JDCI to strike another blow against the slavery in Morrowind. Stay tuned, or something like that. Update, chapter went through proofreading done by Jade Linnell. Chapter 17, Treasured Liberty and Liberated Treasure. Another long wait is over, but at least I have it for Christmas. Sorry, I really have a lot on my plate in this year. Thu'um, of course it's still going on. It's just that I'm on the 3rd year of my studies, meaning I have to write a, what is it called in English, thesis? I'm not sure. Shadowpaws, happy to brighten your day. Hitler's mustache, certainly, kind sir. Here's your order. Guest, good to know I'm doing this right. At first I wasn't sure I could pull off 2 protagonists without making one of them uninteresting. Jaxius Tharn, you are right only about one of those things. Guest, update? Sure, I'll update. But soon? Well, the next chapter is kind of almost ready, but I honestly have no idea when I'll be able to publish it. Insidious Agent, oh, stop it, you're making me blush. Augustopia, YUS. No skills only hacks, well, I just couldn't avoid that joke forever. Accursius, it's not just yet time for Azira to meet Ashlanders, but that day is coming. And yes, the entire tribunal is still around and they definitely won't sit idly during this entire mess. Welp, go ahead and have fun. Again, chapter without beta reader, I'm still in the middle of looking for one, as the previous one has even less time this year than me. Update, not anymore. New proofreader, Jade Linnell, just went through the chapter, so it got a few fixes. Ted grunted as he landed without much grace. He glared at his wing as Manorai slowly left his back. She could cast spells as well as any other 200-year-old mage, but even the best traditional Ashlander rituals can only do so much when it comes to preserving physical strength and endurance, so, while the dragon was grumpy about his injury, she did her best not to join him in his misery. The muscles on the base of his wing were no longer uncovered, yes, but that didn't mean he had fully recovered. Originally Ted would be able to circle the entirety of Vardenfell in a few hours without breaking a sweat, but their trip from the Ghost Gate to the Urshilako camp, extended slightly by the necessity to avoid Red Mountain and its trigger-happy host, took almost an entire day. True, he was still faster than any other mount or traveling method save for teleportation, but his inability to painlessly flap his wings with full strength was starting to piss him off. They also had to make 2 stops along the way so he wouldn't damage the wing further. The first stop happened to be just northwest of Elderun, while the second was on some nameless small mountain. The panicked shouts and screams of both the townsfolk and the legionaries at the nearby fort as he flew right over them only slightly raised his spirits. I still don't understand why you had to cause so much chaos in the city, grumbled Manorai as they both started walking/crawling north, where, According to both Ted's gaming memories and Wise Woman's friends from the Ghost Gate camp, they would find the camp of the Urshilaku tribe. Because any dragon worth his ka would do at least that, Ted stated casually. Duvahi are the strongest beings in the lean and the only reason we don't rule it is due to our lack of teamwork. I wanted to remind them of that. He remained silent for a few seconds. Also, I really wanted to see how Dunmer look when they are so scared they might crap themselves, but your people really do seem to have only one expression. Reinik Tiaraz. Fool. Now both settled elves and outlanders will know of you and maybe even expect the worst. Also, please, stop calling us Dunmer. The houses may think this curse that twisted us was a blessing of tribunal, but we Ashlanders know better and we never accepted this name. We may not be Chimer anymore, but we are still Velathai. Getting exposed was kind of unavoidable. We made quite a ruckus at the Ghost Gate and it's not only your relic that goes there. This way, I could at least present myself the way I wanted to, not in whatever way Vivek would cook up. They know I'm strong and not afraid to use said Malog, but I won't attack without a reason. That will do for now. By the time he had finished speaking, the duo had finished climbing up the long slope. With the terrain no longer limiting their sight, they were able to spot a rather big camp a few hundred meters away, as well as a row of Ashlanders with their bows aimed at them. Come no closer! Shouted one of the archers, obviously the leader. Sadly, Ted was unable to even tell them apart except for the wise women and cons. Everyone always looked the same in tribe to an outsider. State your names and quest. I am Manarai, wise woman of Arabenham soon. I came to speak with the wise woman of your tribe. Ah, you didn't ask about the weight of an unloaded swallow, shame on you. His words, or maybe rather the ability of speech, shocked the tribals so much that one of them even accidentally released his arrow, which bounced off of one of Ted's horns, not even making him flinch, much. Watch it. You might hurt someone with that flying toothpick. Anyway, I am Rathi Imak, Duvadu Sako Strunma, which in your language means Dragon of Red Mountain. Reinik, wait, you speak Duvahzol. A Dunmer that could speak his language? Now that was a shocker. We know of you, Rathi Imak, and what your return means to our land. The leader lowered his weapon and the others followed his example. The corners of the Dunmer's mouth lifted, which was as close to smiling as possible for him. I can hardly believe it. Legendary dragon, but you look just like the statue, so it must be you. If Ted didn't know any better, he would think the guy just met a deity of his religion, or maybe even better a real comic superhero. What statue? I'm afraid I don't know what you are talking about. A look of conflict appeared on the Ashlander's face. I'm sorry, but I don't think I should be the one to explain everything to you. That would be the honor of our Khan and wise woman. By now they are both resting, though. I'm afraid you will have to wait until they can speak with you. Dude, you are cruel. You drop an information nuke on me and then tell me to wait until I finally get an explanation? What are you, a fanfic writer? The dragon glanced to the left. What? Oh, don't mind me. I just act like that from time to time to make any potential observers from behind the fourth wall think I can actually see them. Here we are. Azira nodded to an old gondolier and stepped off the boat into the shallow water, barely reaching past her knees. She glanced at the shore of the island. It was nothing special, a few sharp rocks as a reminder of the volcanic activity, some ordinary plants and some less ordinary, but perfectly at home in the province of Morrowind, to her bemusement, even if the massive mushrooms didn't give her as serious an allergic reaction as normal ones. However, there was one problem. I do not see JDCI anywhere. Not my problem, grumbled the old Dunmer. As promised, I'll be here at dawn. If you aren't here at that time, you will have to return to the city on your own. The Khajiit nodded as the boat set sail for Vivek. The mage once again looked over the island, but again no Argonian assassin was spotted. She wasn't amused. The old goat said she told him she'd already be here. Where's she? Right behind you. The secret agent yelped and jumped, losing her balance and falling face first into the mud. As soon as she lifted herself above the surface, spitting sand and water everywhere and cursing in a manner that would make a drunk Nord sailor blush, the first sound that greeted her was the loud laughter of her temporary companion. You idiot. How did you even? I'm an Argonian, remember? I was just waiting underwater and observing. Azira finally removed what mud was covering her eyes and glared at her partner in crime, only to stiffen and look away. You are naked. Why are you naked? I put all my belonging into a waterproof bag, no need to get them wet. Besides, it's not like I'm really naked. It doesn't work like that for Argonians. Just put something on. The Khajiit was completely sure the Morag Tong assassin was grinning. You know, I was actually planning to do the entire attack like that. Makes every male combatant much less focused. No. Her only response was a few more chuckles. After a few awkward seconds the Argonian nudged her in the side, now once more in full gear. Let's get going. And remember, try to be stealthy. Leave the sentinel to me, we can't afford to alert our enemies. The fewer we have to face at once, the better. She nodded and followed her as JDCI lied down and started crawling across the shore, approaching the edge of the natural stone barrier that shielded them from the center of the island. The assassin slowly peeked out and grabbed a bamboo cane from her belt with one hand, while putting a green dart inside with the other. She lifted the weapon to her mouth and blew. Right after that she stood up and waved at Azira to do the same. Nestled between rocks at the center of the island was a wooden door leading into the hideout and in front of it lied a twitching Dunmer. JDCI dashed at him and with one slash of her dagger finished him off. The mage approached right as she was wiping the blood from her blade on the victim's vest. Some sort of paralysis enchantment. A poison, actually. No need to enchant something that might be damaged with one use. Always carry something you can paralyze your enemy with, this way you can beat even a much stronger opponent. I think I know what kind of spell I should learn next. So, what's the plan? Asked Azira. Unless you just want to rush inside and start hitting people. What do you think I am, a Dark Brotherhood recruit? No, we'll sneak in. I'll silently take down as many hostiles as possible. If we are discovered or if there are at least two thugs in the same place, we'll both attack. Do you know any poison spells? As a matter of fact, I do. Both distance and touch variants. Great, stick mostly to those. They won't affect me that much in case of friendly fire. The inside of the cavern was underwhelming at best. After following the twisting tunnel they encountered a bridge over a short chasm. So far there were no enemies in sight. JDCI stepped on the first plank. And then the entire plan went to oblivion. Intruder on the bridge. Came a cry from the chasm. At the bottom stood a female Dunmer archer. She attempted to hit the vulnerable Argonian, but the assassin crossed the bridge in 1 second, just to face a Nord barbarian that was alerted by the shout. As Ira glanced at her friend, locked in combat just outside of Archer's range and at the gap between them. She wouldn't dare to close it with a ranger waiting just below to pepper someone with arrows. Ugh, what was it that Amulisus said I need to do when fighting archers? Oh, right. Get in their face. She pulled out her sword and jumped into the chasm. Her landing wasn't graceful by any means, but her unexpected appearance surprised the Dunmer enough to allow the Kajiat to give her a serious cut on the wrist. The woman dropped the bow with a scream and fell over, clutching her wound. An ice projectile that struck the wall above her head alerted her to the presence of more hostiles. She ducked behind a rock and assessed the situation. There were 2 more Dunmer in a small cavern to the right, which judging by the presence of crates and barrels was one of the slavers' storerooms. One enemy was wearing long robes and trying to hide himself behind one of the obstacles to attack with spells from a safe position, while the other fighter, who was the only one with any sort of protection, in form of a chitin cuirass, charged at her with an enchanted dagger in hand. In situations like those Azira usually ended up doing something that no other sane person would do. Now it wasn't any different. She chucked her sword at the incoming combatant and, when he barely avoided the unexpected projectile, followed it up with a greater shock ball, for a moment delaying him. And that's when the other Dunmer managed to hit her in the chest with a spell. Azira gasped and collapsed. It wasn't exactly very painful, no, it was barely enough to make her fall. Most weaker frost spells only slow down the enemy and weaken their defenses, leaving them open to more damaging attacks, but it was exactly what the spellcaster was aiming for. The attack covered her cuirass in a thin layer of frost, which thankfully saved her from the brunt of the attack, leaving the mage only with a momentary problem with movement and breathing. In those short 3 seconds each intake of air felt like gulping down ice cubes, while her moves were sluggish at best. A dagger stabbing right at her head proved to be excellent motivation to try harder. She rolled aside and grabbed the Dunmer by the wrist. He growled in pain and anger as her claws sunk into his hand, drawing blood. A kick struck her stomach, making her squirm, but not let go of the weapon-holding hand. As far as she was concerned, the slaver would have better luck freeing himself if he cut off his own arm. She certainly wasn't going to just give him back full reign of the only object he had that could trump her claws in a direct fight. The other mage, being the idiot he was, launched another spell, this time one of the fire type, that shot right between them, making them both recoil back. The Dunmer hissed as their claws made scarlet lines in his skin. Stupid fetcher. Don't do that, I'm too close. Suddenly, Azira realized something. As sturdy as the fighter was, he casually shrugged off her spell and immediately jumped back to attack. For divine's sake, he couldn't at the moment get away from her. Mages are known for being a pain in the ass before you close the distance. And when you do, make sure you don't close it all the way. Enough wizards had perished because of this for others to came up with countermeasures. She channeled her magicka and sent a poisonous touch spell right through the hand into the enemy, immediately following it with another, and so on, until she exhausted her magicka pool and the enemy faltered, with disturbing, greenish liquid dripping from his mouth. Before he collapsed, however, a scaly arm found its way around his neck. A second later the Dunmer fell, with the stab wound on his back and JDCI standing over him with a smug smirk. Need a hand? I was doing just fine, he was already done for, mumbled Azira, finally letting go of the wrist. A spell hitting the rock that up until now was shielding her from most magical attacks reminded both of them of one more enemy. Without thinking much she wrestled the dagger from the hand of the corpse and chucked it, only to see it fall short and slightly sideways from the mage, who was already laying in a pool of his own blood with the even more smug Argonian standing over him. Some advice for future reference: 1. Only some knives are for throwing, not daggers. They weren't designed for that. 2. You are doing it wrong. Don't swing your arm as if you are holding a mace. 3. You suck, so don't suck. Wah. But, you were just right here before. And now I'm here. That's what 3 rounds around Vivek each morning can do to you after 3 years. Around, but, it's not just land, but also sea. Well, duh. I can breathe underwater, remember. But there are slaughter fishes everywhere. Meaning I get to do some combat training, pest control, and obtain my breakfast at the same time. At this point Azira, too shocked to focus on what was truly important, pointed out one fatal flaw in the Argonians' training regime. Where do you think the water from Vivek's sewers ends up? JDCI first blinked in confusion and then her eyes bulged out as she connected the dots. By the history. Ew. The Argonian gagged. She glanced in terror at her still wet armor and then at Azira in resentment. You civilized people are disgusting. Back in Black Marsh no one ever just shat into the water. We civilized people don't feel the need to swim in every body of water possible, said the secret agent, finally calming down. How many enemies have you encountered? Were there any other corridors? Nah, it was just a tunnel with 2 small chambers including this one. I'm pretty sure we took down all of them. She smirked. Well, I took down all of them. Har har. Funny, but wrong. The archer would have shot you in the ass if I hadn't struck him down first and gotten myself into this mess over here. Fine, if it makes you feel better, now help me search their pockets. One of them must have the key to the slave pen. The subject of slavery in Morrowind is more complicated than it may seem. Is it legal? Of course it is, anyone can tell you that much. Anyone, even outlanders, can obtain a slave. What not everyone can tell you, however, is that the problem of transporting said slaves and the limits of ownership isn't solved the same way in all parts of the province. Of all the great houses that own territory on Varden Fell, the Telvanni are the most liberal when it comes to the usage of slaves. It is not surprising this great house is a bit of an anomaly, since its members actually never aim to be a clan unified by a cause, but a large group of individuals that above anything else wants to protect their right to do anything they want to do, from both members of other houses and each other. Telvanni live by the rule that their freedom officially ends only where the freedom of another Telvanni begins. Everyone else is of no importance. Because of this, a high-ranking member of the house is almost independent, especially if he/she owns their own mushroom tower. Those that actually can afford them are free to set rules in the area controlled by them, and nothing except for the common principles, a set of simple rules that every member has to follow, has greater strength. As such, slaves are very common on the eastern coast of Vardenfell, since most Telvanni lords are very traditional and thus not afraid to condemn thousands of lesser creatures to work in their mines and plantations just so they can stay independent of the other houses without working themselves. Of course, the liberty celebrated by this house also means that some areas have a different approach. Lord Gothrin, the current Archmagister, had a massive slave market right beneath his tower of Telerun, while the ownership and transport of slaves in Voss and Tel Voss is firmly controlled by Lord Arion, who in his reforms goes as far as to punish those that excessively torment them. House Redoran doesn't use slaves as commonly as the other great houses. While they own a rather big chunk of northwestern Vardenfell, they never focus that much on land ownership. To a Redoran, the greatest honor lies in combat prowess and battle achievements. As such, most of them focus entirely on becoming a skilled combatant, a knight in one of the orders, or at least a guard. When someone attacks some insignificant Ashlander group, wipes out a rogue member of any house, or conquers anything by brute force, you can safely assume it was performed by this faction of warriors, although as of late there were more and more instances of ordinators doing so. Those few that for any reason cannot pursue this path usually have to take care of the field work. Not that it pays off that much, the wines sadly carry the cursed ashes of Red Mountain mostly into their territory. In order to not take away the source of income of less capable members, the usage of slaves has several restrictions, but is still well protected by the councillors, if only for the sake of tradition. Of all three great houses operating in Vardenfell, the Hlaalu reap the most benefits from slavery. Their plantations are legendary, surpassed in scale only by those owned by Houstras on the mainland. It is quite ironic when we consider this faction has the biggest number of Outlanders, who in theory should be against slavery, but the reason behind it is both simple and sad. Race becomes obsolete not because of some higher morals, but because all Hlaalu see money as the greatest value. If in order to get more of it they need to invite Outlander scum into their house, they will do it. If they also need to enslave countless people, often captured by illegal means, they won't hesitate either. As such, there are no restrictions on the number of slaves one can own or any laws that protect them from abuse, but, in order to maintain some sort of standard, a very costly permit is required to work as a slave trader. Of course, where there are restrictions, there are those who want to get rich by breaking them. While Vivec itself is owned by the temple, most of the surrounding lands belong to House Hlaalu, not counting some of the towns and forts directly controlled by the imperial administration. Because of the trading restriction, there is an entire network of smugglers focused on transporting slaves for less fastidious buyers in the area. Vivec, as the biggest city on Vardenfell, is a very tempting target for both the selling and acquiring of slaves. Who cares if some Argonian or Khajiit disappears on a stroll in the middle of the night? Certainly not the Ordinators, that's for sure. Sadly, its proximity to Hlaalu territory and the imperial seat of power in Ebonheart makes it a very hazardous occupation. Legionnaires and Hlaalu guards gladly shoot down any unsanctioned slaver den not protected by law or bribes, along with those responsible for them. Tonight, the incredibly efficient and fearsome fighters of the Twin Lamps, numbering one shy Khajiit mage in training and one not shy enough Argonian assassin, added their own contribution to make this job even more dangerous. The results of their hard work were 6 dead slavers and 4 free Argonians, Jram Dar, Chishmus, Erzish, and Tasha. After giving them directions to the Argonian mission in Ebonheart, to which they could easily and quickly get by swimming, the slaves didn't even waste time to take anything and immediately left the cave, willing to put this part of their life behind them. Both abolitionists remained for a bit longer to find and take anything of value, which wasn't much except for the personal belongings of the slavers. Locations serving this purpose tended to be free of greater amounts of loot. What they found was divided between them, with an occasional discussion when it came to more valuable objects. By 4 in the morning both adventurers had finished ransacking the hideout and hiding the bodies, just in case other slavers investigated the place. It wouldn't do to alert others that someone was targeting them, and had sat down on one of the boulders on the edge of the island. JDCI originally planned to swim back to the city once she was done, however she decided to stay with Azira for the gondolier that would take them back at dawn. The Khajiit's remarks on the quality of the water from earlier obviously refused to depart from the assassin's memory. So, where will you be staying tonight, or rather, in the morning? Asked JDCI. I know all Twin Lamps members that live in Vivec, so you can't be from around here. I guess I will stay at the inn in Ebonheart, like the last time I was in Vivec. At this hour the guild halls are closed and it will be several hours before they open. I would rather get some rest in before returning to Balmora. So, you operate in the seat of power of both House Hlaalu and the Kaminatong? Damn. You sure have guts to work right under their noses. Azira shrugged. Not really. That would be my second task for the Twin Lamps. I'm not really actively working for them, I'm just someone that may help from time to time if I can do so. Kilai gave me the password after I brought him a Khajiit used for drug smuggling. Drug smuggling? You mean? Forced to swallow packs of moon sugar and then meant to be cut open by the buyer, yes. Whatever JDCI blurted out in the language of Argonians, it obviously wasn't nice. Those bastards are the worst right after Telvanni wizards. Once a slave becomes their property, they have a few days left to live at most. The assassin took a pebble and tossed it, making it sink as soon as it touched the water. I will never understand how Heliaya can make the stone bounce a few times, it doesn't make sense. Anyway, it's a bit of a shame you only do that much. The Twin Lamps are in dire need of new agents, though I can hardly blame you for not being more active. You fight like my granny. Hey. I will have you know I have taken down quite a lot of enemies since I arrived to Morrowind. Maybe, but how often have you relied on luck rather than skill? I saw how you fight. Sure, your aim isn't bad and it's nothing out of the ordinary that as a mage you are rather squishy when someone gets close to you, but all it would take are 2 melee fighters at close distance or even just one fairly good one, and you're finished. You need some serious training if you want to survive out there. Azira sighed. You think I don't know? All I can do is cast a few spells and maybe stab someone with a spear. I still can't believe I survived that one raid on a big smuggler den a few days ago. Look, if all of that is too hard for you, then why won't you find a partner for your adventures? Sure, you would have to share the loot, but that's better than dying in some forgotten hole. The mage only smiled weakly. For some reason she found it easy to speak to JDCI about this subject, despite the secrecy involved. For too long she was burdened by her knowledge, with no one to talk to. Caius was the one giving the orders, so he was out. Ajira was a trusted friend, but she didn't want her to worry. And Rafi Amok was, well, Rafi Amok. Let's leave it at that. Most of the time it's not an option. I have a duty, one that I must do alone, since I can't really trust any others with it. So far there's only one person that knows, and while he says he's on my side, the only support I get are some mysterious, vague hints. So no, I don't think that's an option. Looks like I just have to start tossing money at professionals so that they will teach me. It's a good thing that money is the one thing that I don't lack these days. Sorry to hear that. I wish I could point you towards some good trainers, but those I know are members of the Morag Tong, so they won't train outsiders. Alright, let's stop pitying me. I'm sure there are better subjects one can speak about with an assassin after 4 in the morning. You said something about the condition of the twin lamps. Yes, the twin lamps have a rather serious problem. You see, our presence in Ebonheart and Vivek is secured thanks to the Argonian mission, Jabisha, Ilminidren, and me, but that's pretty much it. We don't have a solid foothold in other locations. I mean, sure, we have someone far up north in Ald Vilathai as well as an agent near Saran, but that's it. No one in Aldirun or Balmora and not a single trusted person on the entire east coast, where slavery is at its strongest. It's so hard to find someone that can be trusted with the sort of work we do. We can't just look for someone that speaks about how bad slavery is, we need people that can actually do something, but are subtle enough to stay in the shadows, thus making it hard for us to find them. And not everyone who wants to help is in position to do so. True. Even if I wasn't busy with my other tasks, I don't own a place of my own, so I can hardly aid any escaped slaves. Azira glanced towards the sky. It was slightly lighter, but it was far from dawn, so they still had a lot of time to burn. Say, what is the most dangerous thing you've ever done? Just curious. The most dangerous? Oh, sorry, can't tell you that, it concerns the Morag Tong. I can, however, tell you about the second most dangerous thing, since it's about my other job and I'm sure Kilai wouldn't mind. It involves Lord Dren of House Lalu, a Kajiat slave, a yo-yo, and a pineapple. The talk continued until dawn, when the grumpy gondolier finally arrived to take them back to Vivek. Now, after over 20 hours of hard work, Azira's plans could be summarized in one sentence: find an inn and sleep for just as long. Manarai and Ted's meeting with Sulmatual and Nibani Misa took place on the shore, which was distant enough from the camp for others to not overhear them. While the Ashkan didn't think there was any need for secrecy, he complied with Ted's request. Speaking of Sulmatual, if Ted had to guess, he would say he is the old sensei type of warrior, one of those you only see in movies. He had everything to match that description except for a long beard, wrinkles, a rough manner of speaking, wisdom, and hidden strength way above what his age would suggest. On his body were proudly shining enchanted artifacts of the Urshilaku tribe, passed on from one Khan to another for thousands of years. His pride as a warrior made him appear very unfriendly to those who didn't know him. Ted wasn't fooled though. He played Morrowind enough times to fully appreciate each important character, and now it paid off in his ability to figure out what makes them tick. For Sulmatual it was respect. As long as he shows him courtesy and takes a humble approach, the Khan should aid him. Nibani Misa was a bit tougher to crack, but not really that hard. She was perhaps a decade or two younger than Manarai, but her hair was still grey. Unlike the chief, she had no magical items, and Ted vaguely remembered that her list of spells focused mostly on restoration, making her rather weak in a fight, even though she had a high level. She didn't have to fight, though if the leader of the Nerevarine cult was ever in danger, the warriors of Urshilaku would splatter the cause all over the desert. In order to gain her aid for future Chalangas, he simply needed to convince her Azira was indeed Nerevar reborn. In the game, this wise woman appeared to be free of prejudice against outlanders, willingly guiding the Nerevarine no matter the race. Even if he didn't get involved, chances are Azira would still complete her mission. That much he knew. He acted because others wouldn't be so fortunate. People always died around heroes, either because of them or because the hero couldn't save them. Sooner or later, after his umpteenth playthrough of Morrowind, Oblivion, or Skyrim, he always gave himself an additional challenge: save every possible NPC. Needless to say, such gameplay was much more difficult. Here, it wasn't just about giving himself a secondary objective. The death of an NPC wouldn't just be limited to breaking some quest, possibly losing another trader you can sell your junk off to, or a short, unoriginal sentence looking roughly like "my friend slash wife slash father slash daughter slash hamster died." Things won't be the same without him slash her. No. Here, if someone were to die, some child might no longer be able to sit on his grandfather's knee and listen to stories from his adventuring days. A man might suddenly find himself visiting the cemetery instead of his wife. It was rough, it was real. Rafi Amok understood all of that as soon as he managed to get rid of that poor bandit that found his way into his stomach during the events at Arnhand. It didn't turn him into a grim dragon unable to appreciate the world he found himself in, but it made him, mostly, serious in moments like this one. Now it wasn't a game, not anymore. Now, when lives were at stake, it was a duty. The Arabenamsoon wise woman was the first one to speak. She told her hosts about the recent events at her tribe's camp, of the sudden arrival of Rafi Amok, his forced removal of their war-loving chief and his allies, and finally of the promise he gave to them. As soon as she was finished, he decided to earn a few points with the Urshilaku leaders. Consul Matuol, wise woman Nibani Misa. First, before I get to the most important part, I wish to thank you for your willingness to not only meet us, but to also do so the way I wished. I realize that you might question it, but I believe it is for the best if the two of you learn what I have discovered about the Nerevarine first, so that you can find the best way to inform your fellow tribesmen. I see. Meaning that it's something they wouldn't take well. The wise woman of Ursulaku correctly guessed. But whatever you have to say about this person is only second to the confirmation that they are the Nerevarine. How are you so certain? There are several reasons. First of all, much like Ashel, the Velathai, I know that prophetic dreams aren't just a myth. Whoa, I almost stepped into a pit full of shit. The locals are really sensitive when you compare the color of their skin to ash, no surprise there. Dragons are always capable of viewing time, from a different perspective than mortals, and we can foresee many events. I pride myself in being one of those that can see even further than most, Kolas. I know of the prophecy of the Nerevarine, and I don't just mean the stranger, but also those prophecies that were either hidden or forgotten. The 7 visions, the 7 curses, even the lost prophecy. The only reason Ted noticed the subtle change of expressions among his listeners was because he was expecting it. The one I have found doesn't fit all requirements that the prophecies list, yet. They are a challenge, a series of trials, that only Nerevar Reborn can survive. Time will show that I am right. For now, not even she herself knows. But not for long. You said that your candidate doesn't fit all criteria yet. If that is the case, how are you so sure she is the one? Asked Solmituel. I understand your doubts, but know that I have none, not anymore. The first time I met her I thought I was wrong, that this cannot be the one this land was waiting for. Ted decided to leave it at that. He wanted the others to give Azira some slack, to not doubt her even more because of her less than inspiring performance after the Flying Bosmer episode. I am not certain how much you know of my kind, so I feel it necessary to inform you that I am, just like all other Duvahi, a son to Akatosh, dragon of time. I do not mean some mystic talk about being a distant descendant of a god or even a symbolic one, no, it's quite literal. Dragons are half-immortal pieces of his being that he left behind in the creation of Finleen, the world. We do not age, we do not multiply, we do not even completely die when one of our souls is absorbed by another Duva. He glanced at both leaders, who didn't seem shaken by this revelation. If I were to walk up to a priest of the 9 divines and tell him what I told you, he would call me a heretic, assuming he would still be conscious after seeing me, that is. This did raise a chuckle out of the Khan. I do know, however, that it is of no difference to you since it's not your religion and while you know of the 9, you don't consider them gods deserving of worship. The point is, as a son of the god of time, I can feel a certain pressure when an extraordinary mortal comes close to me. The pressure of their destiny. We Duvahi call this pressure Kalos. An emperor creates more than a soldier, who in turn creates more than a farmer, but heroes, those best all others. And that mortal I met? I've never met anyone with so much potential for world-changing events. Nibani Misa slowly nodded. I understand. Now, is there anything more you wish to say to convince us, or would you rather rely on telling us something that you might have just fabricated? If you know the other prophecies, why don't you just say them so that I can check how valid they are? Damn. She's good. I can't do that for one simple reason. In order for the Nerevarine to fulfill her destiny, she must discover the lost prophecies on her own. It is part of the task. I can, however, confirm that I am indeed a seer by telling you of the 7 trials, which I know weren't lost, but just hidden and guarded by you and your predecessors. Ha! Take that, thought Ted as the wise woman flinched. Ted began calmly. 7 trials. What he puts his hand to, that shall be done. What is left undone, that shall be done. First trial, on a certain day to uncertain parents incarnate moon and star reborn. Second trial, neither blight nor age can harm him. The curse of flesh before him flies. Third trial, in caverns dark azure as eye sees and makes shine the moon and star. Oh please, please don't say I'm remembering it wrong. Fourth trial, a stranger's voice unites the houses. 3 halls call him Horde-ator. Fifth trial, a stranger's hand unites the Velathai. 4 tribes call him Nerevarine. He stopped and smiled. Do I need to go on? God, please, don't let her ask for more, that's all I remember in detail. No, it's fine. I can see you aren't lying, you do know the prophecies. Ask and you shall receive. Now that I have proven that I indeed know what I'm talking about, I guess it is time that I tell you the reason behind my involvement. You see, I am certain that the Nerevarine, sooner or later, will come to your tribe seeking guidance. The problem is that if we are not careful enough she might not be able to do it. Why would that be? Questioned Solmituel. What could possibly be stronger than a prophecy-driven hero? Prejudice. Ted said nothing more, giving the others a chance to figure this out on their own. Manarai, on the other hand, had no desire to prolong his games. She's a Kajiat. The other 2 seemed crushed by this news, just not in the way the Arabenamsoon wise woman expected. A Kajiat? No. How can the Nerevarine become Horde-ator of 3 houses if their members won't even see her as an equal? Nibani Misa muttered. That is troubling news indeed. Even other tribes would have their doubts about naming an outlander Nerevarine. The task, incredibly difficult all on its own, has now gotten 10 times worse. Do not despair just yet, reassured Ted. My name isn't word forging guide for nothing. I know what to say to save her a lot of trouble in that trial, but that is a worry for future me. For now, I only need you to break the news in the gentlest way possible, so that there will be no problems on your end. The Ashkan only glanced at him with doubt. You do realize that your words won't be enough to make us sure she's the one. No one would be able to call you a responsible kinbok if you believed a story told by a total stranger without any proof, even if said stranger was a mythical beast with prophetic powers. Rathi Amok shrugged as best as a dragon could. Give her a test in which she could prove she has the skills. Nothing too time-consuming. I do what I can to make sure she fulfills her destiny as soon as possible, so that less Hor will suffer from Dagatha's madness and the tribunal's misguided attempts to help. He smirked at the Khan. I believe you already might have something in mind. Yes, the retrieval of that bow might be indeed a good choice. Now that finally made Solmituel imitate a fish, with how he kept on opening and closing his mouth, with no sound coming from it. Clearly his timing was so perfect he pretty much said aloud what the Dunmer was thinking at the moment. Ted counted surprising him like that as his so far greatest achievement. He chuckled, which finally made the chief put his surprise aside. And you say you want to make it easy for her? Asked Solmatual without emotion before showing his own amusement the same way. Truly, the only more difficult task I could give her in close proximity to the camp would be sending her to one of the Daedric shrines. His look turned a bit more serious as he added, you are rather big, but the burial caverns of our tribe are rather spacious, so in theory you could get in there. Of course, you won't accompany her. On your trial? Perish the thought, that would defeat the purpose of this task. I will stay in the camp for the entirety of her mission. After that, though, once she proves herself to the tribe, I'll be able to finally offer her my full support. At their questioning glances, he gave further explanation. I already know she is a heroine, but she doesn't. If I were to offer help now, she would be very suspicious of me, which would hinder her in ending it as soon as possible. If I did that after she knew what's going on, but before the trials, she would keep thinking she doesn't deserve my help nor that I am sane for putting so much trust in her. After your task though I can claim that any doubt I had was proven unjustified by her newest feat of power, so that she will no longer doubt my sincerity. The fact her spirits will be high after such victory will help as well. Nebani Misa smiled. And then the two of you will be reunited as brothers in arms, or rather now a brother and sister in arms. Ted blinked. He waited for a moment for some sort of realization or maybe a follow-up, but that was all. Finally he decided to simply ask. What do you mean by that? She looked at him in confusion. What is it that perplexed you? I believe my words were simple enough. Nerevar was a male, his reincarnation is a female. What is hard to understand about that? That's not what seems strange to me. Ted narrowed his eyes in focus while also lowering his head so that it's on the level of the Dunmer. What do you mean by reunited? Solmatual also was surprised by his reaction. You mean you don't remember? Remember what? Growled Ted, annoyed at how slow they were to explain this to him. He doesn't. Gasped Nebani Misa. He really doesn't remember. He looked at Manurai, hoping to get some answers from the other wise woman, but she seemed as confused as him. Rathiamak, started Solmatual, for the first time using his name. Do you really not remember the Battle of Red Mountain? Ted frowned. Why would I remember that at all? He asked and then followed with the excuse that worked just fine so far. When the last of the dragons were being hunted down by the Brawn back in the Merithic era, I burrowed myself at Sako Strunma and slept there for millennia. I wasn't even active during the war with the Dmer in the first era, even if I was technically very close to the battlefield. Why should I remember the final battle? But, our stories and legends speak of you. They speak of Nerevar Indoril, a leader of both the tribes and the houses, and of Rathiamak the Thunder Lizard, who assisted him in the final battle and even tried to save him from Tribunal's betrayal. You are the final sign, the one whose return were to mark the time of the Nerevarine by your own words, repeated from one wise woman of Urshilaku to another to this very day. Fear not, followers of Velith. My part in this era is done, but I'll be back, and with me Nerevar reborn. Ted's jaw joined his wings on the ground. You mean you really don't remember? Guys. Listen. You know, I suddenly had this great idea just how to insert Ted into the very main quest without making it look suspicious to other people connected to the Nerevarine and the prophecy. When I came up with it I actually had to sit down, that's how shocked I was at my own sudden genius. I will use the one thing that, based on lore, we know should exist for each hero, but doesn't actually show up in TES 3. It's gonna be awesome, but it will take many chapters to fully explain, leaving you slightly confused until it happens. I believe this is the last chapter before Elderun part of the story. Yep, that's right, Azira at last changes her surroundings. Until then. Merry Christmas everyone. Chapter 18, It's a beautiful day outside. It was long overdue. 4 months. 4 fucking months. Yeah, sure, I'm writing my bachelor thesis, but seriously. Guys, let's make something clear. If I won't update before the end of the summer, I will feel disappointed if I won't see any Dark Brotherhood assassins on my doorstep. Ribbit Froggy, well, it took almost 2 months since your comment, even though I was almost finished with this chapter at the time. MMCC, where do you think I took that line from? I am a great fan of Warband, I'm on my second playthrough even despite how long it takes to actually conquer entire Calradia and how repetitive the battles become after a while. I have great hopes for Bannerlord. Chaotic Choco Cake, I certainly do feel pride whenever I see reviews such as yours. Cold Man 9, for now Ted remains separated from the Nerevarine, but it won't be that way for long. He simply doesn't have any way to insert himself into the main quest too early, there would be too many uncomfortable questions he doesn't want or even can't answer. So for now he settles for the next best thing, helping Azira from behind the curtain. Furthermore, he would rather avoid bringing too much attention to himself, there are forces in Elder Scrolls universe he knows he would never be able to beat. As such he will never let anyone know the exact limits of his knowledge to keep other players guessing about him with the only exception of game protagonists. As for Shivi, I wouldn't worry all that much about Vivek, he was more than happy to let Nerevarine come to him at their own pace, he strikes me as a person that reacts rather than acts first. Hell, he even is willing to give up godhood just to protect the Morrowind from Dagathur. It's Almalexia that is the biggest danger of the Tribunal, unlike the other two she is desperately trying to expand her diminishing power and Ted being close to the Nerevarine will only make her more suspicious. Lunar Loon, gotta keep him on his toes, XD. Fluffy Dwayji, ah boy that is a lot of reviews. Alright, from top to bottom. Rathiamak hardly needs an armor, as the best armors are made from members of his own species to begin with, so it definitely wouldn't be for that purpose. Yes, that mark on his head is there for a reason, although it's not really all that important in a grand scheme of things. Rathiamak will probably do his best to not add humans to his diet, dragon instinct or not he still has mostly human mindset. Do not worry about our protagonist becoming human once more, at one point in the future he will find a way to enter human settlements without making everyone run in fear, but he will never be able to physically change form to one of the human races of Tamriel. Let's just say that Jerry the drunk bastard isn't nearly as far away as Ted hopes. Yes, the story of Rafi Amok will eventually extend to first Oblivion and then Skyrim, if I will manage to keep this up. Although at the speed I'm going recently there might already be TES 6 before I'm done with Skyrim. Oh well, at least then you will get even more content. Insidious Agent, oh yes, Ted will certainly suffer from the fact that there is a total number of 0 women capable of handling his needs in that area. XD for faction quests I actually have more protagonists ready, some even already appeared, remember Sudian from House Hlalu. Redoran protagonist is offhandedly mentioned in this chapter, the same with Divine Cult member a few chapters ago, the Ginger Dunmer from Vivek is the temple protagonist, the Argonian lady is Morag Thong assassin. With the exception of the Imperial Legion the only one missing is Telvanni protagonist. And for a good reason. Kiel Diung, years. I'm sorry, but it will certainly take years to get to Skyrim, there's just too much content and I intend to use it as much of it as possible. So yes, the DLCs will happen and they will take form of 2 sequels after the story of the main game is over, meaning a trilogy for each game, although our DLC FICS, due to having much less content, won't be really all that long. Ash Quinox, if there are pens in Morrowind, I have no idea. There might be, since at least some people must have a printing press in Oblivion, Black Horse Courier, anyone. As for the explanation, well, while it says what and when, it doesn't say how, so it hardly counts. Hitler's mustache, as said in replies above, it will happen assuming I'll stay determined. I already have wonderful ideas for plot twists in Skyrim, so it would be a shame not to use them. Pietertia Eli, I would hardly have any devoted readers without cliffhangers, now would I? XD. With that said, read and have fun, although there isn't much happening in terms of action this time. Also, I still didn't find anyone willing to be my beta reader, so once again you must bear with my mistakes. I swear, there must be some curse on me that prevents me from finding a good proofreader willing to stick with me for long. Ted was very shocked by the staggering and completely unforeseen mountain of information that was presented to him by Nibani Misa. The tribal memory of Urshalako was one of a kind, as the heart of the Nerevarine cult they still remembered the truths that even wise women of other tribes no longer knew. According to her, Rafi Amok was the name of the dragon who unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere near the end of the war against the dwarves. If words of Alandrosol, one of the closest companions of Nerevarine, an ancestor of Sulmatuol, were to be trusted, the dragon appeared in a flash of light over the bridge leading to the west entrance to Red Mountain region, right in the middle of an ambush performed by Dwemer forces. While the attack wasn't devastating enough to completely destroy the group, the appearance of a new ally definitely saved quite a lot of tribals. The dragon struck the enemy with a deadly and unknown magic that took the form of a thundering voice, which earned him the nickname that survived the test of time even in other tribes, when the events behind its creation were long forgotten. It didn't take much time before Rafi Amok, which was indeed how the dragon introduced himself, to Ted's surprise, become a trusted ally of both Ashlanders and Nerevar himself. During the final assault at the citadels of Red Mountain, when almost entirety of dwarven forces was stretched across entire border in the defense against a massive attack from all possible sides, said dragon flew directly into the main fortress of the Dwemer King, a feat accomplished thanks to the head of House Dagoth, who joined the battle on the side of the dwarves so he could betray them in the right moment to make them vulnerable to the attack of his friend from House Indoril. With back entrance left mostly unguarded from aerial attack, and by back entrance they meant the very crater of Red Mountain, leading directly into the chamber in which the enemy was building the Numidium, artificial god, the very object that started the war. Rafi Amok and Nerevar sitting on his back were able to force the Dwemer King into a direct confrontation. It was then, by ways still not understood by anyone, that the entire Dwemer race disappeared without a trace. Dragon break, cut Ted. What? Asked Nibani Misa. Oh, sorry for interrupting. That's probably when the dragon break occurred, an event that twists the very structure of time. It tends to happen when someone pushes divinity to its limits and I believe that's exactly what the dwarves did on Red Mountain. Most people aren't aware of this particular event, since unlike with the known breaks there are no chronicles surviving from that era, which would help recognize the break due to the conflicting records. Mind you, it's just my theory, a game theory, nothing confirmed. Please, continue. Not much else to tell. With Dwemer gone, Nerevar left the man that was going to become Dagothward to guard the Numidium, while he and you left to summon his generals. When you returned with Almalexia, Suthasil, and Vivek to the fortress, Nerevar was betrayed not once, but twice, first by Dagoth, who in his madness attacked everyone else, and then by Tribunal, who wanted to obtain the powers of a god. You were the one who took severely wounded Nerevar and escaped the Red Mountain to bring your friend to the safety of Alandrosol's camp. In the end it meant nothing, for Nerevar perished from his wounds inflicted by Tribunal. That's also when you disappeared, also in a flash of light, and promised to return when the reborn Nerevar will walk the lands again. I see. Said slowly Ted, even though he couldn't actually make sense of it. The description of the original Rafi Amok was disturbingly matching his own. Nibani Misa even mentioned that purple splotch on top of his head, which definitely wasn't common amongst dragons. Could it be that Sheogorath did something to an already existing dragon? It would certainly explain how was he able to put me here despite the deadra not being able to create life. That would mean there already was a dragon named Rafi Amok, and now I'm somehow stuck in his body. But then why would Akadosh treat me as if I was a new dragon? Why wouldn't he recognize me? He would surely remember one of the few dragons that survived the dragon war. So Urshalako were the ones who had the body of Nerevar. What happened to it? Nerevar's ashes were taken by Alandrosol and put to final rest in a shrine of Azura just east of Sadrith Mora. It is also where his spear and your artifact was hidden and your statue created, so that the future generations would remember your part in the events. What artifact? That, sadly, I do not know. For some reason the wise woman of that time decided to not tell her student. I know only that it was something you brought with yourself and that it was locked away so that only with the help of Nerevarine you could reclaim it. Interesting. Looks like there's a completely new quest in my imaginary journal. How peculiar. I will have to investigate it. Although it is nice to know that the one that I will accompany on future adventures is someone that I supposedly already know and should be able to get along with. For now, though, I can only wait. How long it will be before we should expect Nerevarine? Asked Sulmatuel. No idea. In this case I know only where and who, not when. She might be here today or she might do the smart thing and get a bit stronger first. It's all up to her. Rothiemok glanced towards the islands marking the beginning of Xiagorad region. Guess who it was named after? Somewhere out there lived a certain troll in a dire need of serious revenge pranking. I won't be very bored however, there's plenty things to do around here. Meditation, hunting, flying, scaring a certain asshole senseless. The time I wasted because the bastard kept telling about dragons in Morrowind. I will show him a dragon in Morrowind. Progress of Truth wasn't a big book, just thick enough to read all of it during her boat ride from Ebonheart to Vivec. Despite its subject being a religious dispute, something that Azira never really cared much about since gods were less than favorable to her in the past, it was quite interesting due to how forbidden by the temple the content was. It was no mystery why it was the case, just the part about the dissident priests suspecting tribunal's power might come from the same source as the one Dagathor wielded would be enough for the clergy to send ordinators after the author. And boy, that rebellious faction sure had a lot to talk about. Most of it were things that everyone knew but few were courageous enough to tell, like the fact that the warriors of the temple were out of control, not even truly listening to the archcanon, or that the great deal of priesthood was corrupted. It also seemed they actually were paying attention to Nerevarine prophecies and Azira was quite certain that they knew even more than they proclaimed in the progress. I'm pretty sure Caius will ask me to question them directly sooner or later, thought Azira as she left the Balmora Guild Hall to which she arrived through teleportation from Vivec. Probably not right away, but he will. They seem to be one of the two major information sources I haven't checked yet, the other being the Nerevarine cult itself. I think I know where I'll be going next. Azira wasn't in any rush to report her findings to the spymaster and neither he wanted to meet with her right away, she shouldn't too often visit his house to avoid bringing attention to either of them. For today she intended to get another lesson from Amulisis and hopefully came up with some sort of long-term training, since the one she received for aiding Argonian Blade Agent covered only basics. After that she planned to return to the Mages Guild and ask Azira who she would suggest as a trainer for a Batlemage. For the rest of the day though Azira intended to do absolutely nothing requiring leaving the hall or maybe even her bed. She had her fill of adventures for this week. Meeting Emike was considered by many to be an important part of any tourist trip to Xiagorad region, a group of islands on the north coast of Vardenfell. Hema Farser, a shipmaster that regularly traveled between Kudol, Sadrithmora, Telarun, and Telmora, was one of the few locals that actually found him interesting to talk to. In opinion of most Nords inhabiting the town of Dagonfell, Emike, known to everyone as Emike the Liar, was just a Xiagoroth-touched fool that for some strange reason become some sort of local celebrity just because his lies were so incredibly absurd. The shipmaster, on the other hand, suspected Emike was very much sane, but he just liked attention. To earn it, he was ready to speak of most hilarious things there are, so she made a point to exchange a few words every time she passed the little island he was spending his days on, and by that she meant he was sitting there on a lone chair, dressed in expensive clothes and wearing that ridiculous fur helmet that made everyone unable to take him seriously. Hello, Emike. Will you share some wisdom with me? Of course. What do you wish to know? She picked the first thing that she thought of. Mud crabs, you say? Ah, this one have seen a lot of them. But some are more interesting than others. Emperor crabs are down there, in the ocean. You will see them too if you will swim far enough. As for mud crab merchants, Emike only heard of them. They've got all the money. Mud crabs taking over everything. They already run Palladiad. Are there any other mystical creatures you met recently? There are. I've met a wershark, but he was afraid of the water. Naked liches too. If you will see them, let Emike know. Emike wants to make sure to look in the other direction this time. And dragons, of course. They are everywhere. You must fly very high to see most of them, though. The ones near the ground are very hard to see, being invisible. One moment Emike sat there in his chair, spouting the nonsense the way only he could, and the next the chair fell over empty, with no sign of the owner. Hema wasn't sure what happened, she blinked at the wrong time. What in the world? Just as she started to convince herself the Kajiat was playing some sort of prank on her, a deep voice sounded from the sky. Dee-Tuyun Tuhun. Emike fell into the water right next to the ship and did his best to stay on the surface until Hema would help him get on the boat. He would wait for a bit, she was busy gawking at a massive object that was majestically flying away while cacking madly. The Kajiat, who finally managed to climb onto the deck on his own, lied down, too tired to even stand up. Dragons. As Emike said, tales for little kittens, stated the liar, still not even lifting his head. There are no such things as dragons and certainly not in Morrowind. And Emike decided to take a swim out of his own free will. Yes. Emike likes swimming very much. It was the night before 25th of last seed, her 10th day in the land of Morrowind, when Azira had another disturbing dream. He was there again, Shermit with the face of gold. The one who speaks with silence, who denied the powers of Chim. And she was here as well, but, much like the last time, she felt something was horribly wrong, although she couldn't tell what. The figure with golden mask leaned over something, staring at some blurry object on the table, which suddenly appeared here, or perhaps it was always there. They were surrounded by a circle of candles. He spoke. There are many rooms in the house of the master. Be easy, for from the hands of your enemies I have delivered you. The man, no, the god. The god turned around and walked away to disappear in the darkness. She looked at the table. There, as clear and sharp as her reflection from a mirror, lied her own body. She was resting with her hands placed on her chest and with no breath in it. With hesitation she walked up and reached with her hand. Fingers of the living and the palm of the dead met. The cold body drew breath and opened its dark, empty eyes. The corpse rose and its claws shoot towards her neck. She gasped, suddenly finding herself awake back on her bunk in Mages Guild. The Dunmer wizard, the only male member of Balmora chapter, glanced at her over his alchemy apparatus. Bad dreams? Asked Moraindren. Judging by the ingredients on his lap, he was trying to brew an antidote to one of the most common poisons. I advise against speaking with religious locals about it. They seem to think it's a sign of being possessed. The Kajiat observed with worry as the fluid in the vial he was heating over a burner started to turn orange instead of brown. Dully noted. And I advise against drinking that concoction. Or touching it. Or smelling. Maybe even moving it too fast. Very funny. I might not be a master alchemist, but I can. The potion started bubbling. Oh dear. That was the only thing he managed to say before a cloud of tears-inducing gas started to spread all over the room. Nuuu. Came a scream of Ajira, who happened to be the member with the best sense of smell and thus sensed this spectacular failure despite being in another chamber. Now Ajira won't be able to sleep here for days. Moraine, you will pay for this one stay at the inn. Sorry, mumbled the Dunmer, not looking at Azira, who was glaring at him through tears. Next time leave alchemy to someone who won't poison us all in our beds. All I wanted was to learn something new, that's all. I certainly didn't shout at you when you asked for destruction training. 1. I paid you with gold. Plenty of it. 2. You not only practiced in the worst possible place, but also failed to ask Ajira for help, even though she's the alchemist of this hall. As if this one would train that fool. The last time Ajira tried to teach him how to make healing potion, he melted her alembic. Came the comment from another room. What she said? Ugh, whatever. At least there's some good to this event, thought Azira as she started to search the chest next to her bed for her set of traveling clothes and chasing Moraine out of the sleeping area. No one will notice I wet my bed, again. Stupid nightmares. Once most of her morning rituals were complete, Azira left first the hall and then the city. She did so however not through the south gate, like almost anyone who visited Balmora, but the north one. That particular path didn't really lead anywhere important, but it ran next to the river that supplied the settlement. As soon as she walked away for a suitable distance, she took off her robe and jumped into the water. That seemed to be the only fast way to get rid of the stink that now followed her thanks to the idiot. There was no way she was going to spend who knows how much septims in the bathhouse if it was this warm outside. One could even run around in birthday suit and not get cold at all. A sudden splash put Azira on alert. At first she was afraid it was a slaughterfish, but no, those little devils lived only in a salty water. Then the source of the racket re-emerged and made her wish it was the greatest scourge of the tourist industry. Gods damn it. I didn't mean literally that part about running around naked. Azira watched with dread as some Nord, clad even more scarcely than her, as in, just in his long beard, leaned on the riverside, relaxing in the water. Where the oblivion this guy even came from. As far as the first thoughts after a shock go, this one wasn't so bad. Azira glanced upwards and decided that Nord must have jumped headfirst from the small cliff above. What is it with people jumping off the cliffs to startle me? Mornin, greeted her the intruder, not even bothering to look in her direction. Azira without the word walked out of the river, put on her still slightly stinking robe. She planned to buy a new set of travel clothes anyway, and marched back to the city, doing her best to forget this episode in the long chain of disasters she had to face. If Mehra Milo says I must have a copy of Progress of Truth, then I must have one. I assume you won't mind if I borrow it until you finish the next task, said Caius while reading the reports Azira gave him. No problem, I already finished it, informed him the mage. Good to know you already have the habit of acquiring information even despite not knowing how it fits in the grand scheme of things. It will serve you well. The spymaster put the last note on the table and started writing down the most important findings for his own use. I'll need some time to digest all of this and decide on our next action. You're doing a good work, so I'm promoting you to the journeyman. With this rank other blades will offer the training at prices lower than you would find in any guild, so do take advantage of this. At this Azira slapped herself in the face. I only now realized that was the first place I should ask about this, she explained under Caius' questioning gaze. I already paid for training in Destruction School of Magic and fighting with a spear. And it costed a lot. Indeed, next to the gear the training was the greatest expense in the lives of adventurers, which is also the reason why most of them doesn't reach retirement. They start with some basic skills from working as a lumberjack, the cheapest set, or maybe just a part of one, of armor the local blacksmith had in their paws and expect to be ready for what the world will throw at them. Azira had no such delusions. When future victims of bandits and animals were happily losing themselves in the tales of heroes that always survived every encounter, she had to focus on actually surviving on the streets of Kvatch. Furthermore, she had no intentions of becoming a rich adventurer, she preferred to be a living one, so she didn't waste her money at the tavern like most representatives of her profession. Spear? Interesting choice for a bat-lemage. Who are your trainers? Amulisis from Fighters Guild and Moraine Dren from Mages Guild. Imperial nodded slowly. I've heard about both of them, though we haven't met in person. Nine Toes assured me no one else in Fighters Guild on Vardenfell is as skilled with the spear as your trainer. One of my informants, Fast Eddie, also mentioned Dren is a really good teacher when it comes to combat magic. He used to be a Telvanni, so he knows best. Used to be. Yes. Fast Eddie, or Ed Theman if you want to be formal, is a former Telvanni wizard who went Imperial and joined Mages Guild. Somewhat of an oddity. He lives here, in Balmora. The first person I talk with when I need some info from the East Coast. Anyway, Caius opened a drawer and started to search for something inside. I think you need at least the basics of swordplay, even if you do not intend to rely much on your sword. It's just a waste to have a weapon, but not the knowledge how to use it. Knowledge about daggers is valuable as well, comes up very often in our trade. You also obviously need some knowledge about some silent ways to win a battle before it truly begins. Flashy spells are too obvious most of the time. Geez, you make it sound as if I should know how to use every single kind of weapon there is. I already depleted most of my reserves on my 2 trainings and it's not easy to earn 2,000 septims. That was probably the first time she saw Caius shocked. 2,000s? What kind of training costs that much? I asked them both to teach me everything they know on the subject. For a few seconds the spymaster was struggling to find words. In the end he sighed. That would explain a lot. In that case take this. Azira grabbed the pouch her boss tossed at her. After taking care of your missions without a single hitch you deserve some bonus. There are 200 drakes inside. Go and treat yourself to a new pair of shoes. Azira glanced at her cat-like feet. It would be a miracle to find boots in such size. Just a figure of speech. Anyway, how much money do you have in total? Let me think. Selling the loot from Vivek gave me around 500, then 300 from Aravir for 6 more coins. I bought a new set of clothes for 60 septims and some ingredients for almost 100, so. I guess I have over 1,500, not counting what you just gave me. That's, actually not as bad as I thought. You clearly have done some work, Anyway, with your new rank you should be able to convince Rithleen to teach you how to use the sword for a really small price. Just out of curiosity, how are you doing with the guild? Not bad, though I haven't done much since my promotion. My friend Ajira suggested to look for work in Elderun, since she knows the leader of that hall. I could ask Rani Zathris for tasks, but, others told me what kind of jobs she gives. Kosadas sat down on his bed and gestured to do the same. Azira did so and elaborated. I've been told Athris holds a big grudge against Telvanni. Ajira said some people from her family were killed by them and now Athris does anything she can to strike back at them. From time to time she gives new members looking for work a task of converting some Telvanni wizards to join the guild. Dren even claimed when he was given such a duty she expected him to kill the mage if he were to refuse. That is troublesome, stated finally Caius. The spymaster rubbed his chin in puzzlement. Me and the other agents don't pay much attention to the mages guild, so things like that slip by unnoticed. With the 6th house on the move, the usual disputes between the houses and the incoming clash between the Thieves Guild and Kamanatong, we can't afford to look on better behaving factions. This however. With one of the highest ranking mages in the province having a vendetta against one of the houses and Archmage Trebonius being his normal clueless self, this problem is only going to grow until it gets blown out of proportions. For a minute or so 2 blades were sitting there in silence, with the younger one awaiting some sort of suggestion or order she usually got in such situations and with the older one deciding on the course of actions. At last Caius slowly nodded. As you probably know, Azira, you are the only blade I know that is the member of Mages Guild on Vardenfell. It is your own ground, you must know it well. Find out what might become a danger to the people of Morrowind. Speak with the leader of each hall and discover their opinions on their natural rivals, House Telvanni. The last thing I want right now is another big conflict between Imperial and Dunmer factions. Make more friends, make more connections. It's all up to you, in this you are on your own. Will you go to Elderun first? I guess so. I did every task that Ajira had, so I suppose it's time to introduce myself to her friend. In that case speak with our agent in the city, I think you already met her. I've heard some strange things happened recently there, but I find it hard to believe those rumors. Ask her directly once you are there, she might provide you with an intel. The tone he used and the fact he stood up gave Azira the signal it was time to depart. She nodded and walked over to the exit. Oh, and one more thing, she said turning around. I could use some excuse to come here from time to time. I was thinking, do you have someone delivering you skooma? Because if not, then you would be able to play the role of a courier. Actually, that is a pretty good idea. People at the South Wall Corner Club already know you arrived to the city when you had to deliver something for me. Yes, someone is already bringing skooma for the sake of my cover, Habasi herself. I'm certain she already knew my real job when she started, otherwise she would give the task to some underling. She tried to learn as much as possible, which was just fine since I did the same. With the tension with Kamina she probably wouldn't mind you giving her some more free time. Just expect her to try to investigate you at a later date as well. Will do. The Kajiat opened the door and took a step outside. Journeyman. She looked over her shoulder at the spymaster, who already had the forbidden book on his lap. Be careful out there. And take your time, no need to rush back unless you learn someone wants to kill an emperor or something like that. Good luck, Azira. She smiled. As far as bosses go, Caius Kosadas was just fine. If only he got over his habit of walking around without a shirt. The sight of a six-pack on a 50-years-old guy made her feel self-conscious about her less than impressive physical condition, may the scarce prison food and lack of exercise be damned. Thanks, Caius. Have a nice day. With a hum of advanced spell Azira materialized inside the teleportation rune. A female Altmer guild guide standing next to her tilted her head. You look familiar, have I seen you before? Definitely. I was here a few days ago, confirmed Azira while checking the state of her clothes. She was wearing her expensive, official set of robes. Just because the leader of this chapter was Azira's best friend it didn't mean she wouldn't try to look her best. Although the last time I dropped by for just a few minutes. This is my first proper visit. Last time I saw mostly sand. In that case I think you picked the right day. So far there wasn't a sign of a sandstorm, a rare blessing this close to the Red Mountain. The mage held out her hand. I'm Iranil. Azira. So, where can I find Edwina Elbert? The Altmer smiled. I think everyone else is in Vivek already, but she's still doing some studying. Just find the table with the biggest mess on it. Alright? Thanks, I guess. The Kajiat walked across the corridor and turned right to the stairs. She blinked at 2 staircases next to each other, both leading on the lower level. Someone had too much septims in a budget, she finally concluded as she walked down them to the general area. A messy table. Ah. I understand now. Sure, there were a few tables in the room, some with books scattered on them, but one in particular stood out. It was covered so well with all kinds of manuscripts, devices and a literal junk that she couldn't even see the tabletop itself. Right next to that battlefield of science sat a middle-aged Breton woman. Azira put 2 and 2 together and approached her. Excuse me. The wizard dropped the book she was reading and sent the poor Kajiat a death glare of a century. No, wait. That would be the look that Kamanatong guy gave her when she fought him in the swamp. The second best death glare of a century then. What's so important that you would interrupt my studies? Don't you see I'm busy? I have a letter from Ajira. The frown didn't turn upside down, but at least it disappeared from Breton's face. She took the offered envelope and glanced at the content. Ah, I see, dear Ajira sure has a high opinion of you. Yes, if what she is saying is true, then you would be indeed of tremendous help in my studies. There it is, a smile. Very, very small, but still. It is a pleasure to meet you, Azira. It is so hard to find someone who actually joined the guild to perform magic rather than politics. Was that about Rani's Athris? The woman rolled her eyes. Well, her too. If only it was just about her. Let's leave it at that. So. You want to receive some duties? I'll have you know that the tasks I need done focus mostly on acquiring materials for my research. It doesn't concern me how will you get them as long as it won't bite me back later on. You will receive gold in return, but from time to time I might offer some alternative reward and you pick what you prefer. Sounds good enough. Sure. What do you have for me? In my studies I discovered that the book called Chronicles of Punchalot might contain useful information. It is a rare dwarven tome. None of the Mages Guild branches have a copy and it is simply essential to my research. Would you find one for me? Azira nodded. A certain Kajiat resurfaced in her memory. A Kajiat who owned a bookstore that had rare in the name. Fine for me. I think I even know someone who might have it. Good, maybe I will finally make the breakthrough. Now go, I want to finish this chapter before I'll have to join others on the special meeting in Vivek. I swear, if it will turn out it's because Trebonius misplaced the document again. And the Breton promptly returned to the book, oblivious to the rest of the world. Azira shrugged and headed upstairs, to the only exit. Elderun was easily the most exotic city Azira saw with her own eyes. Sure, Vivek was massive and impressive, but while Imperials wouldn't build some massive pyramids, and in the sea, at that, it was merely different rather than strange. Buildings were still buildings. But this? Azira had no idea what kind of material it was, everything was made of some kind of carapace? Where did those people even found bugs so big? Even those silt striders seemed too small to provide the Dunmer of Elderun with their bizarre replacement for bricks. Another strange thing, no windows in the houses, probably drilling a hole through something like that was too much trouble. That and judging by what little she knew about the city most of the time they wouldn't get sunlight inside anyway with those sandstorms. It was beyond her why anyone would want to live here. Sandstorms? Check. No source of water or food nearby. Check. Cliff racers? Check. YAI too close to the forbidden zone and the local evil god? Check. Sun hot enough to fry even said god? Goddamned check. The air was heavy and Azira was already sweaty under all her fur even though it wasn't even a minute since she left the guild hall. And she just bathed too. She already hated this town with passion. Focus, Azira, focus. First order of business, get yourself lodging and buy something cool to drink. Then you can rent, when Sun can no longer treat you like a vampire. Fortunately for her she didn't really have to search long, just several meters away from the guild hall stood another building, very similar to it. Scratch that, all buildings were similar here, the only noticeable difference was the size. There was also a signboard next to the entrance with the name of the inn on it. Azira's sweat dropped and not just because of the heat. A rat in the pot? Seriously? Someone really doesn't want their own tavern to succeed. Actually, that's just to make sure people come here for guild business rather than by accident. She jumped at the unexpected response and turned around to face the second most unpredictable person she knew. Cooking. Is quite decent in fact, even if most of the time you can't tell what exactly are you eating. Too much spices. Azira frowned. Dar Shanji, don't surprise me like that. In my line of work it's only a matter of time before I learn to send a fireball at anyone that sneaks up on me. Her gaze wandered over to the very familiar pouch he was holding and her frown increased as he tossed it back at her. And stop pickpocketing me for fun. Only once you learn to keep your money safe, I'm not the only thief around you know. What brings you to this hole full of sand? Guild business. That makes two of us then. Say, are you going to be at the guild hall in about an hour? Azira looked at him with suspicion. Friendly he might be, but a thief is still a thief. I don't think so, the guild guide said everyone from this hall will be it. Oh. She wasn't impressed. Not at all. You're going to steal anything that isn't bolted to the floor, aren't you? Dar Shanji gave her a sheepish smile. I wouldn't put it quite like that. Engoth asked only for an enchanted Tonto. Which you will take, as well as anything that catches your eye. She shook her head and opened the inn's door. Whatever, not my problem, I do not have anything there. Both Kajiats entered the tavern and soon they both sat at one of the tables. Dar Shanji asked for something called matza, it was beyond Azira why would he drink something this strong at this time of the day. Yes, she asked for alcohol as well, but the stupid publican didn't have anything else to offer. So. Dar Shanji started. I said what is my guild business, what's yours? Edwina wants me to find her a rare book. Nothing special. Azira looked at him in a strange, expressionless way. The thief seemed nervous and she had a pretty good idea why. Habasi told you to spy on me. Well no, not at all. Why did you? He stopped his rambling and just confirmed with a sigh. Yes. Yes she did. Azira returned to her drink. How did you know? I had a talk with her this morning. I'm taking over the delivery. Caius knows your guild already has plenty of work to do even without having to do legwork to supply some old skooma addict, especially if for some unfathomable reason it's the local boss that does it. You guys really aren't subtle at all. Dar Shanji chuckled, but it wasn't his normal carefree laugh. Old skooma addict? Azira, please, do not insult my intelligence. I've seen plenty of skooma addicts in my line of work and I can tell that if he's indeed drinking it, then he must have the resistance of an Argonian, not to mention that for a so-called recluse that never leaves his house he has plenty of friends in many strange places. Thieves, scouts, smugglers, you. How do you, a beginning mage that came out of nowhere, fit into all of this? I do not owe you anything anymore, so don't expect me to just ignore all of this. Well, Caius was right, Thieves' Guild is onto me now that I'm not hiding from them that I meet him often. Azira's small smirk was hidden by her glass as she slowly sipped her cheap wine. At least it's the new recruit that is doing the interrogation rather than Habasi. I would be probably done for in that case. What do you expect me to tell you? That I'm a member of some cult that intends to summon Sheogorath with a city's worth of skooma? Perhaps I used to be a smuggler that decided to change her profession before it could put her behind bars? Or maybe back in Cyrodiil Chaos was like an uncle to me and now I'm trying to slowly cure his addiction. Whichever it is, I can tell you one thing for sure, it is none of your business. The thief's mouth dropped and she smiled innocently. What? You are rude to me, I am rude to you. Problem. Dar Shanji huffed in irritation, gulped down his drink and stood up. Do not misunderstand me, Azira. I like you and maybe we will even become friends, but guild comes first, it always does. If Habasi finds your friend suspicious, then by extension so are you. Breaking into tombs, stealing skulls, talking with dragons. What in oblivion are you doing? She ignored his question. The thief turned around. Ugh. I don't even really care and it's clear I would only waste my time. I have a job to do. Fine, go then. Have fun stealing from my coworkers, said calmly Azira, although in fact she was anything but calm. The small scratches her claws made in the glass said that much. The other Kajiat left her to drink alone. The nerve of that tosspot. First being all buddy-buddy and now he acts like this. I'm sorry, what? That about sums up my exact thoughts on the subject, stated Gildan, Aldirun's resident blade. As it wasn't their first meeting, the Bosmer was quick to share anything of importance that happened in the city since their last meeting, like Redoran Council's decision to strike another rogue Telvanni base, which were apparently popping up all over Vardenfell ever since the changes were applied to the armistice. The situation was so bad that it could turn into an open war at any time. All that political crap however paled when compared to the fact that just 2 days ago a certain dragon gave the locals quite a fright by diving above their city for no apparent reason. A dragon? Seriously. While Azira already knew about Rothiamok's presence, Gildan definitely wouldn't be the first person she would tell. That would be her boss. So far she did exactly as the unpredictable dragon said and kept the secret of his involvement to herself, as just the thought of telling Kosadas that she met a dragon in a freaking tomb made her feel stupid. In fact she suspected that was exactly why he appeared the way he did, all 3 times he did so while doing something that didn't make a lick of sense. First he dropped a Bosmer out of the sky right in front of her just for fun and that was it, there was nothing more to the encounter. Then he somehow found the Dwemer puzzle that was meant to be somewhere in the ruins, even though the weird rotating entrance to them was not only slightly bigger than his head, but also rotating, meaning he couldn't squeeze past it anyway, and just so happened to guess that she needed it. The 3rd time he was already waiting there before she even entered the tomb. Mentioning even a single of those encounters would have her labeled as one of Sheogorath's faithful. Azira had a feeling the old spymaster knew about Dragon's appearance at Aldirun even though he only mentioned strange rumors. He must have felt just as uncomfortable about speaking of such nonsense to someone else, even if it was true. And so he remained silent, much like her. Well, no more. If the clown decided to reveal himself, then there's no point to keep it a secret. Even if Rothiamok claimed telling Chaos about his involvement in her duties was a bad idea, there was simply no good reason to believe him. As a matter of fact his actions were indeed suspicious and should be discussed with the spymaster at this point. Yes, a dragon. I'm not joking, an actual dragon flew over the city. Alright, if you say so. Azira made sure to answer in the way that suggested she didn't quite believe her, just to make it believable. So this is what Chaos meant by strange things happening. Well, yes. Though I must say there's one more problem, one you could help with. A serious one. The Bosmer winced. We have a corpus beasts infestation in the city. As in, the abominations on the surface of Dagathur? Asked Azira with dread. She wasn't going to forget that guard's warning anytime soon. Correct. They showed up in the middle of the night at Morvain Manor. A few people died, including the counselor. We still don't know why they attacked there of all places. As far as I know Remus Morvain didn't stood out when compared with other counselors except for the fact he hadn't lived at Manor District. Perhaps that was the only reason, his home was the most vulnerable. You said infestation. Doesn't that mean those things are still around? They are. The guards attempted to retake the manor, but they didn't get too far, there's just too many of them in there. The temple used wards to block the entrance and that's it, no one can enter, but the beasts can't leave. It will stay that way until the ordinators send the striking force. Thing is, from time to time more corpus beasts comes now to the city in order to get to the manor and the townsfolk are getting more frightened every day, even though so far the guards managed to repel all attacks. I see. Suddenly a very bad feeling overcome Azira. Why did you said I could help? The other agent refused to look at her, instead preferring to look at the wall. Azira's heart dropped all the way to her stomach. I've learned that the 6th house spreads its influence with strange, small statues. I don't know how exactly, which we simply must know if we are to fight against them. A new friend I made in House Redoran, Sanalsituralas, informed me that one such statue was seen in the manor shortly before the attack. We need to examine it. We need to get it before ordinators appear. The feeling of dread increased rapidly. You want me to enter the building that the entire guard force of the city failed to take back? Are you mental? Gildan obviously wasn't happy about the accusation. Ugh. You aren't the one that will get the statue, that would be me. My post, my work. I just need another pair of hands to pull it off. Now listen. I have a really good plan and you won't even have to enter the place, I swear. There's a nice reward with your name on it if you accept. The Kajiat mage narrowed her eyes in suspicion. What kind of plan and reward? Cut. A bit of a cliffhanger again, but not really all that bad compared to the previous one, you will live. Right now we are in this strange moment after both Azira and Rothiamok inserted themselves into the world of Morrowind, but before they truly start to rock the boat. If you have ideas how to make this stage more interesting, right away. I'm not exactly without ideas myself, but they don't seem all that great to me. Mike received unfortunate visit from our dragon troll, who should be the next victim. XD. Chapter 19, Rocket Jump. So, apparently I'm still alive. Imagine that. While I could certainly write about my transition from university life to job life, gotta earn those munis for new laptop, the excuses is definitely not what you are looking for. That would be more chapters. Hopefully, now that things have calmed down on my end, we won't have to experience another blackout for 6 months. I'm still waiting for those assassins, mind you. My double is getting restless. Kodus, I dunno, Pelinal was a robot who was sent back into the past to alter the future. I think he is just as awesome as Riemann. Discriminate Thalia, at last, a purely offensive comment, this story finally become another normal part of a statistic. Just so you know, I do proofread my own work. Sadly, there's only so much I can do when English isn't even my first language, which is the only reason I was looking for a proofreader in the first place. Some mistakes the author simply doesn't notice just because he doesn't know they are mistakes in the first place, that's why the job of a proofreader came to be. At this point I also pretty much don't even search for a new one, I did so back when my update schedule was somewhat decent, not that I see how that would really matter, more time between updates means more time for proofreader to do his own thing, at this point I complain just because I can. Sincerely, logic's a bitch. Guest, no arguing with that, house case T-lines aren't interesting. It's just. I really do not like it when storyline is completely devoid of realism. You don't just instantly become the key to stopping the bad guy, you need time and boring, grueling work so that the end result is worth it. One of the reasons I dislike Skyrim, in every single case T-line you almost right away become the chosen one to almost every NPC of the faction. We are hired to kill an emperor. Sure, let's give the task entirely to the newbie simply because a disembodied voice told him so. The reason so many people like the Dark Brotherhood case T-line in Oblivion is because so far it is the best balance of struggling to prove the worth of main character and telling an epic tale. Outside of this very few canon case T-lines get it just right. Not even in Morrowind. In the end though I would rather have mostly consistent case T-line with but a few highlights than anime level of illogical storytelling. To each their own, I guess. Guest, sigh. I wouldn't be surprised. Game Junkie 7, actually, Roth is overpowered. The strongest warrior of Arabenamsoon, tribe well known for great fighters, got squashed even though Ted wasn't playing dirty. With the exception of Ash Vampires, Dagathur, and Tribunal he is the toughest cookie on Vardenfell. He simply doesn't appear overpowered since Rothiamok himself isn't confident of his skills and so he rarely solves problems with force alone. The Sparkle Fox author, it's getting kind of difficult to insert him at this stage, right now he is supposed to hang out around Urshilako camp and meditate, so that he can pull off a convincing act of a sage when it comes to Thursday I think he will be in the next chapter, though. MK0008, unless Azira will ever happen to stumble upon him, it is unlikely he will make a second appearance, Ted certainly doesn't have any reason to visit him again anytime soon. Some guy in an ambulance, I'm pretty sure at this point Caius already knows about the dragon. Since he is a blade it isn't exactly strange for him to know they aren't a myth at all. Let's not forget there's actually already one canon dragon in Morrowind and he most certainly knows it. Poor guy probably just didn't want to appear like a madman by talking about dragons over Elderune. This is so stupid, thought Azira as she crossed the gap intentionally left in the walls surrounding Elderune. She felt the gaze of numerous guards on her back. This is completely stupid. At this moment none of her associates would recognize her. Better, no one would even be able to tell she was a Khajiit except maybe for her brethren. Her entire body with the exception of the face was shrouded by a dark grey cloak and on the head she was wearing a strange helmet that, she was pretty sure of it, was partially made from some abomination's skull, with two oversized tusks sticking out where the mouth should be. In her right hand rested a long staff, one crude and gnarly enough to be mistaken for a tree branch. Dunmers once more surprised her by the lack of reaction other than glares of suspicion. If someone dressed like her tried to enter through the gates of Kvatch, they would be immediately chased out on a well-founded belief that someone like that is definitely up to no good. I'm going to resurrect all corpses on your cemetery or I wanna open the gate to oblivion level of no good. But here, in Elderune? No problem, we have wretched witches drinking at our bars every few days, come in. Just don't cause trouble or you will regret it. The fact is that the locals actually loved it when some scum showed up to liven up the place. As it was House Rederin's seat of power, the city was filled with all manners of warriors and combatants. Why did they build a city in an ash-covered desert, in a shadow of dreaded Red Mountain? Azira finally found an answer, it wasn't the presence of a shrine, they just wanted to be challenged. When you started a brawl here, you could bet your arm that half of the district would soon join in. When in some forgotten hamlet in Skyrim you shot a chicken, you should expect a tough fight with some of the villagers and a crapton of guards. As no one owned something as ordinary as chicken in Elderune, it was impossible to say what would happen if you did the same here. However, Azira had an unsettling thought of Vivek suddenly appearing to smite the criminal so badly the legendary giants of Skyrim would turn green from envy. By the way, did I mention that pretty soon she was supposed to pick a fight with a regiment of guards? At this point Azira reached the top of small stairs leading to a higher area of the city, which had a number of shops and, most noticeable of all, the scar. It was the first time she saw it in person from so close. She felt her jaw hit the bottom part of her bony helmet. If you live in any area of Tamriel that has an access to a body of water, you definitely know of the plague known as the mud crabs. Those persistent and annoying pests rank as the fourth biggest reason that tourism never become a profitable business, right after the bandits, slaughter fishes and bloated, citizen-unfriendly bureaucracy of the empire. They are however nothing compared to the legendary emperor crabs, which were easily one of the biggest animals of all times. How big they were? Well, how about big enough that its shell served as a separate district of Elderune? Yes, that's right. No one knew just why such a massive creature decided to leave the depths of the sea and walk one-third of Vardenfell's length to finally stop in the shadow of Red Mountain. If you believe the storytellers of House Redoran, there was even some sort of epic fight with a huge creature. Now inside its empty shell one could find the main hall of Redoran, several highly successful businesses and manors of all councillors of this house. All but one. After the shock of seeing a crab meat lover's wet dream wore off, Azira turned right, to the more spacious area on the side of the scar. It wasn't difficult to find the manor, besides the increased size it also was further away from other buildings and had a shimmering barrier placed on the door. Her eyes wandered over to the group of guards standing nearby. One person stood out amongst them. You, old man, have a good taste in a weapon of choice, thought the masked agent at the sight of a bizarre spear in the hand of the only man without bone mold armor, who was instead dressed in a set of robes. His weapon could be only called a spear if one believed that placing a soul gem on the tip of a staff was good enough. Still, it looked mystical and fancy. Although Azira was actually below average, for a Khajiit, when it comes to kleptomania, she still felt a pang of disappointment that she wouldn't be able to get her hands on it. The agent reached into her robe, pulled out 2 small vials and downed one of them. Ugh, it tastes like wax. Before you ask, no, we won't tell the unfortunate episode that resulted in Azira becoming fully aware of how wax tastes. Let's just say it involved 2 fellow beggars, a cellar, a crate full of lettuce and a group of angry guards. Fourth wall or not, I'm not risking bringing Nerevarine's wrath upon myself by bringing up that shameful night. Azira took a deep breath. Here we go. Khajiit casually walked up to the group of guards, which immediately became more alert at her proximity. She stopped several meters away from them. Greetings to you, followers of the false gods, started Azira in her best imitation of female Dunmer's voice. In her opinion it was awful. Here, have a taste of power of the real ones. A second vial hit the ground and a cloud of lavender smoke hit everyone nearby. It was lavender in color, not smell, which was like that of a pit of rotting corpses. Even Azira, with her heavily perfumed helmet, felt like chopping off her nose. When some of the enemies, including the mage, dropped to the ground, she wondered if tossing the fireball at them would be indeed more cruel solution. As soon as the staff with the soul gem left the sorcerer's hand, the magical barrier blocking the entrance to the mansion disappeared. Azira crouched slightly as the guards that managed to make a successful save vs spell rushed her. She was slightly skeptic when fellow Blade told her of the potion she was given for this mission, but she had to admit the results were astonishing. Never again would she write off the alchemist from Vivek that Gildan bought it from. It was made to drastically increase one's ability to jump and was apparently a better alternative to the scroll of Hop Toad, or something like that. And hop she did, just one jump got her out of guard's immediate reach and on top of a smithy. She grinned under her helmet, wider than even she thought she could. While this entire plan was stupid and dangerous, she had to admit the looks on everyone's faces made it worth it. Azira valued her survival much more than some laugh at others' expense, but in the heart of every Khajiit was that irrational desire to make fools of everyone else, much like ordinary cats. Most of her race simply went with the flow and expressed it in a bit of chaos in their everyday lives, although there were exceptions like Azira, who instead ignored it until inborn desire for some mayhem exploded on its own. There are many differences between races of Tamriel and not just physical or magical ones. So please, don't blame Azira for laughing in an over-the-top way before throwing a ball of magically conjured poison at the crowd of law officers below, who promptly scattered. At the edge of her vision she noticed the door of the mansion opening by itself only to shut immediately. She struck a dramatic pose while pulling out a scroll at the same time. By Lord Chiagarath's well-trimmed beard, taste the fury of dementia. She opened the scroll with the intention of summoning a group of extremely annoying scamps and. Uh-oh. She hesitated as she saw a line of Didric letters, with the meaning behind them completely eluding her. I knew I forgot about something. She stood there for a moment with the scroll unrolled and absolutely no idea what to do, when out of nowhere something flew right in front of her face. She stumbled back, while also noticing a brand new hole in the parchment. She dropped the scroll and scowled at the sight of an archer in the street below preparing another arrow. With an ungodly screech the witch turned tail and jumped away, not ready to face more violent side of the law. She didn't have intentions of picking a real fight in the first place, just causing distraction big enough to let her partner in crime get to the mansion. Quick, Azira, think. You need a way to escape the guards. You can't summon scamps to slow them down, and teleporting away with divine intervention is not an option either, since that too requires reading a scroll. She landed on a roof of some tavern in the lower district of the city, but still not far enough to lose sight of the pursuers. I can't outrun them even with the potion, the Silt Strider is out of the question, hiding in Gildan's house would compromise her, eek. The audible and rather embarrassing conclusion of her inner monologue was caused by the fact that the potion she used had worn off right as she tried to jump from the roof of the Mages Guild to the one of the Fighters Guild, causing her to make a very much average leap that ended with her landing face first, fortunately not with enough strength to give her more than a possible concussion. As she lacked time to take it easy, she stood up immediately and just as fast the vertigo almost made her fall again. She used the door to bring herself back to her feet. Ugh, at least there are no guards here right now, but not for long. I must. Wait a second. Mages Guild? An idea struck her. Everyone is away at Archmage's place. She opened the door hastily and doubt hit her as soon as she noticed the interior. It involved a certain male Khajiit with a blood-covered sword, an even more bloodied Breton on the floor and a small stash of valuables that was right now being picked up by the killer. Said Dar Shanji hesitantly. This one can explain. They just stared at each other for a moment, Azira too shocked to do anything and he hesitant to attack someone that could easily ran away into the street while screaming about the murder. The clanking of armor that slowly reached them with increasing volume made the decision for the mage, and she slowly closed the door behind her, never for a moment taking her eyes off the thief, who looked just about ready to give in to fight or flight instinct, something that could doom her no matter what he picked. Dar Shanji was definitely more dangerous than her at such close distance, and him running out of the building would alert the guards outside and probably make them check inside. To her horror he came up with a course of action faster than her, and it was one she liked the least. Gods damn it, Dar Shanji. She screamed as the sword cut through the place in which just a second ago was her head. Stop it, you idiot, it's me. It appeared that the other Khajiit fortunately recognized her somewhat muffled voice. Azira? What are you? Not now, we must hurry. The mage looked with panic at the corpse behind the thief. We can't stay here like that, sooner or later the guards will enter with hope of someone seeing me. Her breathing got faster. Even if I manage to change clothes and you somehow hide the body, there will be no way to hide the blood. Her tail started to twitch erratically, mirroring her mental state. If I change and we just walk out as if nothing happened, then once the body is found we will be hunted down and. Dar Shanji sighed, reached into one of his pockets and pulled out 2 vials, which he proceeded to shake in front of her face. She blinked. Invisibility potions. Invisibility potions. We have only 10 seconds, so make it count. You owe me 1 potion, just so we're clear, stated the thief as he collapsed at a table in the back room of Rat in the Pot. I wouldn't need to use it in the first place if you weren't killing someone in there when I entered to just remove disguise. It's all on you. Still catching breath after a mad dash from the crime scene to the safety of the Thieves Guild safe house, Azira struggled to take off the bony mask. It definitely was designed for someone whose nose was separated from mouth. Also, you almost took off my head. Fine, so be it. He slammed his forehead on the table. Damn it, why did something like that had to happen again? First that noble in Balmora, now this. Sounds like someone is losing his touch, grumbled the woman, still not quite ready to forgive him. Either that or the guild changed its policies about not killing witnesses. It wasn't me, he was the one to first pull out a dagger. Yes, maybe, but I was talking about me, you bastard. I said I was sorry. Oh, don't worry, it's not much, really. My life is merely the only truly valuable thing I have, no reason to feel bad. The glare she pierced him with was only marginally less deadly than an actual blade. You can easily make it up to me, I only need an additional head. In case, you know, some another psycho tries to cut off the one I already have. Enough with the sass already. Stop with all the screaming you two, commanded a Bosmer standing next to the stairs. Just because it's our base it doesn't mean you can scream about our job as much as you want, there's a tavern above us. Now, Dar Shanji, I take it was a failure. Sort of. I have what you asked for, but some mage spotted me on my way out, even though you said there wouldn't be anyone. Had to kill him, he jumped me with spells and a dagger. By nocturnal, they knew what we were planning to do again? They must have some sort of informant, there's no other option. The local boss sighed. Alright, if it was him who started and he cut off the retreat, then I guess I can let you off the hook, but please, don't make it a regular thing. Looks like we won't risk any more jobs with Mages Guild anytime soon. Speaking of the guild, started Dar Shanji, looking at the agent. Just what were you doing there dressed like that? It's nothing, just, needed a place to lose guards. And why were they chasing you? The first answer he got was another glare. It's not really your business, but if you must know, I pranked them. The Khajiit's brows, usually unnoticeable due to him being entirely covered with fur, reminded the world that yes, they were still there and yes, they could still rise at any strange comment. Pranked? Azira looked away, once more happy that the same fur that masked brows could also hide blushing. I dressed up as an Ashlander witch, gave them a stupid speech about false gods and threw a stink bomb at them. Dar Shanji blinked once, twice, and then finally again dropped on the table, laughing his tail off. Azira hissed in annoyance, with her face still uncomfortably hot. Shut it. How was it? Questioned Azira as soon as the door closed behind Gildan. More dangerous, but also faster than what you did from what I heard, stated the older agent. Just grabbed the item and teleport with a scroll. Had to stay out a bit longer though so that no one would get suspicious. What I wonder about is why you didn't use the scrolls. I decided that I can do just fine without them, which I did, and that I should save the scrolls for when I really need them. Yep. That's totally what happened. No ma'am, it's definitely not because I forgot I can't read Didrik. Suit yourself, I did say you can use them however you want. Gildan placed a sack on the table and sat on a stool next to Azira. No problems on your end? I only saw the beginning. None from the guards themselves, I lost them. So something did happen. Kind of. It's sorted out now though, so no worries. Khajiit focused on the elephant in the room, a sack containing a dangerous cursed item created by the priests of an evil god. Can I see it? Just curious. The other blade saw no reason to object. It was an ugly, little thing, a bit bigger than her hand and made from what she guessed to be a red clay, painted grey in a few spots. It slightly resembled a tiny sarcophagus. Are you sure this is it? As far as I know, and I should given that I'm a mage, never mind that is the case only for the last week or so. All enchanted items should have a sort of shine to them and that is not the case here. Whatever Dagoth does to create corpus beasts hardly counts as ordinary magic. Wizards studying the subject are completely stumped at just how it works. My guess is that it's part sorcery, part divine power. Either way many rules are blurry when he is involved. Gildan packed the idol and stood up. I should get going. Since the thing somehow attracts those spawns, I better bring it to the expert I found. I don't want them to end up at my house just because of being tardy. Aren't you forgetting something? Right, sorry. It slipped my mind. Here you go. With a smile Azira accepted a spellbook. It contained a spell that just this morning she was convinced was overrated, but now she knew better. It was after all the same spell that inspired that alchemist from Vivek to make a potion that allowed her to escape the guards. Now, I know it's pretty good, but don't get too excited yet. Tyner's hop toad isn't as potent as the potion you had earlier, warned her Gildan. No problem, answered Azira, surprising herself at the not-so-subtle purring. It will be very useful to me in the future. After taking a walk in the market district, this time without any disguise, and selling off whatever loot from the slave den of Hinabai she didn't yet sell back at Balmora, Azira returned to her rented room at the Rat in the Pot. After closing the door behind her she dumped on the bed the content of her backpack. Now that it was all visible it made her realize it was easily the most she ever owned, even if you forgot about a rather sizable pile of coins. Not sizable enough though, she thought grimly. Azira wasn't greedy, in fact she would be quite happy as long as she had food, clothes, and a roof over her head that wasn't in danger of falling on said head. That alone would be more than she was used to and was a reason why she actually didn't complain all that much about the prison, as it provided all three. What Azira wanted above anything else was safety. That sadly meant that she had to invest a lot just so she won't put herself at too much risk doing her jobs. So far she didn't have to do much for the Mages Guild and she could decide whether or not she wanted to perform a specific task, but Chaos would happily send her to the other end of Vardenfell if the mission required it. At this point she had around 2,300 septims. A single teleportation between two guild halls costed 40 septims, including the membership discount. For this much one could sustain themselves almost a week. In other words, it should be used regularly only by those with high, stable income, and as Ira's income was anything but stable, not to mention a large part of it came from illegally selling loot from that ruin. An hour earlier she spoke with the Dunmer owning a silt strider and compared the prices. There was no union for them or anything, and that meant it could vary greatly depending on the distance, which was not a problem with teleportation, and how much the Dunmer would hate Acaciate, which is definitely not the factor one could ignore. Still, it should be generally cheaper than teleporting all over the island, with the exception of the trip to the east coast, as the price for crossing the dangerous wasteland in between was huge. For those reasons, as Ira decided to reach Vivek via Silt Strider tomorrow, she already made an arrangement and even convinced the caravaner to make a short stop at Caldera, a mining town halfway between Elderun and Balmora, in which very recently a new guild hall was opened. It was mostly to say hi, introduce herself, maybe check what they had in terms of tasks, possibly even find out how they stand politically, so that she would be closer to completing Chaos' objective. There were 5 guild halls at Vardenfell, in Vivek, Balmora, Elderun, Caldera, and Sadrith Mora. Ajira was nice enough to fill her in on what to expect. As Ira already had a pretty solid opinion of the subject of Rani Zithris leading their chapter in Balmora as well as the Archmage. The first one was a strict, sour woman that experienced too much difficulties in life and was incapable of forgiving anyone that wronged her. Trebonius was, well, a fool at best and brainless idiot at worst, with a side dish of minor case of insanity. She couldn't tell for sure with how short they talked, but Edwina appeared to be a scholar with no interest in politics, but upset at how things were going in that area. With one competent leader out of 3, the situation at the Mages Guild didn't look great. She could only hope the other 2 were better. Falms Myril, the leader of their Caldera branch, sounded more like a hard-working manager rather than mystical wizard. His guild hall wasn't truly operational just yet. While some mages there offered training and trade goods, there's little in terms of tasks except for some big project Myril is working on. More than that, from what she was told, there were some problems with preparing the building itself, although she would have to check herself what it was all about, as Ajira wasn't sure either. Overall it seemed like that branch isn't very important just yet, some even say it's obsolete, as it is between 2 much bigger guild halls, those in Elderun and Balmora, nor would they cause much trouble, as they themselves still aren't very organized. As Ira was the most worried about the other remaining chapter, the one in Sadrith Mora, it worked after all in the very heart of Telvanni's seat of power on Vardenfell. Furthermore, its leader was an Argonian. It was as if someone intentionally tried to make the house hostile just by forcing them to cooperate with a member of a race they most despised. Was there truly no one else for that spot? It's not that she believed Skinkintry's shade to be incompetent, she just found it hard to believe Telvanni wouldn't antagonize anyone in that position who wasn't an elf. Fortunately it was a worry for another day and for another Azira. One that wasn't sleepy. The next 2 days were a bit slow, with hardly anything being done. With teleportation she could jump from city to city instantly and quickly complete her objectives, but that was no longer the case. Traveling via Silt Strider was an interesting experience. Let's end it at that. It wasn't exactly bad, however sitting on top of a massive flea wasn't Azira's favorite way of traveling. It was time consuming too, it took half a day just to get to Vivek. Granted, she did make a stop at Caldera, but still. Speaking of Caldera, much like with Palladiad, for a moment she felt as if she was back in Cyrodiil. There was not a single thing about the small town that would suggest it was in the land of the Dunmer. The place wasn't anything special, beyond the inn and a few small shops the only place of any interest to her was the guild hall. Apparently it was supposed to be a place where guild's researchers could study in peace, away from the problems of big cities. Now the location made more sense. At the first look everything inside looked neat and tidy. And yet, as she climbed upstairs to find this Falms Myril, there was some not quite formed thought, that there was something weird about all of this. Only after a few sentences exchanged with Falms it became clear, some serious mistakes took place when the hall was still at the phase of plans. In this particular instance the Archmage made a particularly spectacular miscalculation, one that made Azira realize that her former evaluation of Trebonius didn't really reflect his idiocy. That moron didn't tell the architect that mages were meant to live at the hall, much like at any other hall despite its different purpose. There was no sleeping area. It's not so bad, claimed Myril. After I finally managed to get a meeting with Trebonius, he had no choice but to accept the blame and fund our sleeping arrangements at the inn. Still, that only made our Morrowind branch even more of a joke in other provinces. Myril was very similar to Edwina Elbert in terms of goals. Above anything else he wanted the results in his research and he couldn't care less about the politics of the guild. Their fields of study were completely different, however. While Edwina focused on Dweomers, Myril studied his ancestors, giving a lot of attention in particular to the ancient strongholds scattered across the island. According to him in mostly forgotten times, when there were no proper cities on Vardenfell, the Chimer, the direct ancestors to the Dunmer people, were instead living in large fortresses, which were all connected via teleportation network. Said network was miraculously still active, even though the strongholds were long abandoned by the houses and some of them now held very questionable residents. In each stronghold stood 2 runic propylons, which allowed to move to 2 other strongholds, as a result creating a path that allowed travel to each of them, with the exception of long-lost Kogarun. In order to use said network one needed propylon indices, which served as keys. If one had right index, they could use a propylon leading to said stronghold. The system wasn't very effective as a result, one needed almost all indices just to travel without worry of getting stuck before reaching the right stronghold. Their desolation and dangers also didn't make it a very trusty method of transport. As a result the network was hardly used by anyone, as very few people possessed any index, not to mention several of them. Falms Myril intended to bring back the network and make it an additional service performed by the guild, as the strongholds were spread out across the island and often standing in distant places, they could serve as a wonderful shortcut for many travelers seeking less common destinations. He was certain that with all 10 indices he could create a master index of sorts that would allow to travel to any stronghold, while the propylons themselves would be redirected to lead back to the guild hall, creating a system that wouldn't fail if just a single propylon was damaged and that would allow to bypass more unfriendly strongholds. The number of objectives for Azira to achieve in Vivec increased after their talk. Apparently some mage noticed an index at the temple in St. Olm's Plaza, but at the time didn't know what it was. Falms promised that if it was an index they didn't acquire just yet, as he already had a few people searching for them, and she were to deliver it to him, he would pay 500 septims, a truly mind-boggling payment if the task was as easy as it sounded. Not to mention that every person that delivered even one such object would receive a master index once the project was completed, thus allowing the usage of network without any fees. And so, as Azira finally arrived to the city of Vivec, she decided to head to St. Olm's as soon as she acquired the book for Edwina. As she expected, the Twin Lamps bookseller had what she wanted, although she couldn't help but win CE at the price, since the book was of a kind that would attract only an expert in the subject. Its value was way bigger than that of common spell tomes. What kind of crazy imperial funds does Albert even have? Back in Kvatch this much money would be enough to keep me warm and fed through an entire winter. Once she failed to barter with Jabisha for a discount, Jabisha already included the discount. Do you want this one to go hungry, friend Azira? She quickly found her way to the St. Olm's canton, the plaza on the very top to be exact. After a short talk with an old priest, she made sure to pick one with the wrinkles that suggested he was actually capable of smiling. She discovered, to her disappointment, that someone else already took the index. Not a mage, though, just a fellow priest curious about the stone. One whose description sounded very familiar. For now it was pretty safe to assume that Raymond Viralas, the oddly enthusiastic Dunmer she met twice before, had the index and probably didn't know its value. That was the good news. The bad news was that according to a much less helpful priest at the library, young acolyte recently went missing and it was already 2 days since anyone has seen him. There was an even worse second bad news: he was last seen entering the sewers. Azira silently said goodbye to her sense of smell. Some people believe that a person is never truly dead until the effects of all its actions and presence fade into obscurity for those who are currently living. That line of thinking, however, is simply difficult to accept. Just ask Numenex, whose head is hanging over the throne room in Whiterun, and he will tell you just how not alive he feels. Oh wait, no, he won't. Because he is dead. Anyway, if we will decide to accept that line of thinking for a moment, then you could say that a certain human-turned dragon was about to gain eternal life, for he would be remembered by a truly unkillable being. Of course, that would happen for the price of losing his actual life, but hey, immortality in a song about the battle to death is a damn good ending according to most Nords. In this particular song, however, Rafiamak would unfortunately have a not very prestigious position of a hunted prey. Then again, concluded his musings the hunter, those hunted by me always gain prestige just because I deemed them worthy of my involvement. The creatures, so far remaining hidden in the shadows, emerged at the call of their master. Even if sometimes, like in this case, their worth comes not from their actions, but from circumstances. The only dragon who shares the blood of both Dra and Deidra. There's only so far a prey can run before the hounds catch it. You came and left too quickly back then for me to act, but this time my hounds are ready. Such were the thoughts of Herson, the Daedric prince of the hunt, as he reached out to his servants in the wilds of Solstheim. He wanted to have that unique trophy, or at least that's what he kept telling himself. Truth is, he just wanted his pets to kill Sheogoratha's beast, much like the mad gods killed his own in that poorly made bet that no one with more than just one working brain cell would mention anymore in the presence of Herson. Stupid bird. It's a bit shorter this time, didn't find a really good spot to cut it later on. Also, if you have any good ideas for Dragon Troll to entertain himself in the middle of a wasteland, say so. Lately I find myself at a loss what to do with Rafiamak's half of the story until he meets with Azira once more, excluding this little plot bunny above, which might not even kick in very soon. Until next time. Chapter 20, One of Those Days. Chapter 20th. This time you didn't even have to wait half a year. Also, yay, I actually have a beta reader now, which hopefully will lessen the number of suicides in grammar Nazi circles. Everyone, a round of applause for Jade Lenel. And now, like always, let's get to answering to reviews. Novice IRA, sometimes when I'm lazy it really is a wiki. Or rather, a game content copied from wiki, but it's the same thing. It also keeps characters close to, well, character. Cheesecake 244351, Roth will certainly return to Red Mountain, but not before he either has no choice or is ready, or very drunk. Also, the scene with Rafiamak discovering he is targeted by Herson's hunt is already finished, I just don't know when it will came up. I never really make elaborate plans for the plot. Cats are my world, I must say, I just love comments like yours, truly. Fluffied Wagey, for some time, maybe. But anyone owning Blood Moon knows that sooner or later that confrontation will happen. Acercius, there are word walls in Skyrim, yes, but Ted hardly needs them. The knowledge of the words of power was imprinted on him with becoming a dragon. He can become stronger only in 3 ways, by meditation, by experience, and by nomming on the soul of another dragon. He will, however, certainly visit Skyrim as soon as Azira will finish the main quest, when there are no more evil gods sleeping under the volcano. MK0008, save for a possibility of Rafiamak mentioning Eso in one of his monologues, the chances of the subject coming up are small. Its action does take place hundreds of years before Morrowind, which limits the instances in which it may be brought up. Let's get started, shall we? Bored. That was a word which Ted has become intimately familiar with as of late. Until his sudden displacement, he didn't truly appreciate the value of civilization and the involvement of other people in his life. He could go for days with little human contact that had nothing to do with his job, and no, Jerry doesn't count as human contact. He suspected that freeloader was some subspecies of moss or perhaps a parasitic growth. His reputation as a meme lord was, for some strange reason, repelling others. Why would anyone dislike the finely aged meme served 24 hours per day, 7 days a week by yours truly? Anyway, back home he didn't care much about not having enough interaction. If anything, he almost avoided it. In his line of work he had to constantly put up with human stupidity, and as such his opinion of humanity was less than great. Now, however, things were different. He essentially got dumped into a medieval society with nothing to his name, not even a pair of pants to cover his ass. He wasn't doing terrible when it came to physical needs, since as a dragon he had very little requirements, a bit of, preferably elevated, ground upon which to hang out / meditate / kind of sleep but not really, some water, a pancaked, air, hunted down goer once in a while. That's all. He didn't need shelter, since his scales allowed him to ignore anything that didn't try to actively kill him, like rain. He didn't need a toilet, since now everywhere was his toilet and it was widely accepted as part of the customs of his beast-like species. He didn't need clothes because a butt-naked dragon was normal, while a clothed one would be at least strange, and at most ridiculous. Murmured Rothiamok to himself as that particular thought found its way into his noggin. I like strange, being interesting is the only thing you can hope to be in life. I must remember to acquire a dragon-sized top hat to further confuse people. No, it was his mental health he had problems with. Even if we ignore the fact that at one point the mad god had warped his entire body beyond recognition, mind possibly included, there's no denying it's hard to go from the security and comfort of his man cave to camping out somewhere in the desert, waiting for a certain furry to wrap up her side quests and get back to the main one. Now he knew how NPCs felt when, instead of climbing the damn mountain straight away, he went about stealing every single key in Whiterun just to bump up his stealth skill. He missed his man cave. He missed games that required more than just his imagination to play, the occasional bargain day at a supermarket that he would never see again, being able to just order the food to come to him instead of chasing it down the hill. Hell, he even missed his boss, who despite not being a stereotypical monster, wasn't very kind either, but not Jerry. The line has to be drawn somewhere. Why? Because he was used to it, those were constants in his life. Now he found himself with way too much free time and too few ways to spend it. There's only so much a human-turned dragon can meditate on without going crazy from inaction. If he doesn't quickly find a way to make his existence more interesting, he will surely lose his remaining marbles and fly over to the nearest town, Dagon Fel Ornesis, probably, to start filming the next Godzilla movie, to the horror of the locals. His respect for Parthurnax Senpai has grown tremendously. Anyway, that is the sole reason why Rothiamok decided to get closer to the only people around that weren't terrified of him, the Urshilaku tribesmen. So, in spring, your camp is always near the coastline, while at the beginning of the fall, you move closer to the mountains. Yes, Sage Rothiamok, confirmed the tribal. The dragon was lucky enough to stumble upon a small group of them on the shore, where they were fishing in order to add more variety to their diet. The sea provides us with more food, but in the colder months the wind blowing in from the sea makes it more difficult to stay warm without a campfire. In this region every piece of wood counts, since very few trees can thrive where the Red Mountain spreads its ashes. Ted nodded. While he wasn't dumb, making word choices isn't the same thing. During his old life he would have found it difficult to understand the viewpoint of Ashlanders and their nomadic lifestyle. Now, when he himself didn't have physical possessions and as such wasn't tethered to any particular place, it was easier to wrap his mind around the fact that someone doesn't want to have a house that can't be packed up and moved to wherever they want. As of now, half of the summer has already passed, meaning that the Urshilaku will remain on the coast only for the next month, maybe 2. 3, if the weather will be generous, which isn't typical for northern Vardenfell and the Sea of Ghosts. During that time the Ashlanders will stockpile resources to get them through the winter, until they can move to the shore and bring back mud crab meat and fish to their tables. Suddenly, a light bulb flickered on in Rothiamok's head. Now that I think about it, it has been a while since I ate a fish that wasn't a slaughterfish. With a flap of his wings, the dragon lifted off the ground and glided across the water, with the tribals observing his actions for a lack of any other entertainment. How should I go about this? I'm tempted to just boil the water and wait until everything goes to the surface, but I'm pretty sure my newly acquired yell isn't strong enough for that. The freezing shout and fuss won't help either, and that last Thursday of mine is still in its experimental phase. So, that leaves, physical effort. The dragon racked his brain in search of a good fishing technique that wouldn't require hands. Hold on, I think I've got it. If those weird birds can do it, then so can I. My maw is certainly big enough. Rothiamok opened his jaws wide and lowered his altitude until he was only slightly above the water. Once he was in position, he accelerated and stuck his lower jaw below the surface, letting in a lot of salty water, but due to the angle of his neck not drinking any of it. And, after a few seconds, a fish. The jaw snapped close. Success. The thought was followed by the captured slaughterfish biting his tongue. A soft splash was heard as a hooded person with a makeshift face mask made of a piece of fabric dropped from the ladder onto the moist ground. This is the 3rd time in a week that I have jumped into the sewer. What in oblivion is happening with my life? It was not just any sewer, mind you, but the very same type that Azira has entered the last 2 times, when she had to contact the Thieves Guild informant under St. Olm's Canton in Vivek. It was just as dark, stinking and disgusting as the previous one. Doesn't matter if the canton is populated mostly with Dunmers or Outlanders, the shit of all races gives off the same stench. Why, for the love of the 9, would a priest come here? Even one as easygoing as Raymond Viralis? Oh, wait. It's the same guy that willingly entered the palace sewer and allowed himself to be flushed down into the sea by the mechanism controlling the flow of water. Repeatedly. Not willing to stay there longer than she had to, Azira brandished her spear, as, thanks to what little training she already had, she felt more confident with it rather than her sword, and went to the nearest passage in the wall, leading to another part of the sewer system. She barely withheld the urge to barf as a very unwelcome, moist sensation enveloped her bare feet. For the next few minutes the only sound in the canal was the barely audible squish with each step and the occasional squeaking of a rat somewhere further away. And then, as she emerged from the other end of the massive pipe, the sounds breaking the silence of the desolated place joined with the murmur of someone talking. Azira narrowed her eyes. Several meters to her left someone had placed a lantern on the ground, right next to the door, something out of place in an otherwise bare sewer. The weak glow of a candle revealed the presence of 2 orcs, speaking in hushed voices. The Khajiit's fluffy ears moved to catch the conversation without approaching the duo. Comes for him? The longer he is gone. I agree, but Ajak will be pissed if we decide on something like that without him. Not our fault, he just happened to be out of town. We should resolve this quickly. I say we cut his throat and dump him into the sewer. The water will flush him outside. Don't be stupid. The bars in the canals aren't wide enough. He would get stuck, and then, when the Ordinators start searching for their pal, they'd find him first and then our Malakath shrine. Oh. So that's why last time I met people with Daedric gear in the sewer. For a holy city, it sure has a lot of evil cults. I could cut him into smaller pieces, if you want. Let's make that plan B. I could eat him. Ugh, are you serious? No, better question, are you sure you joined the right Daedric cult? The UESP wiki says there is not a single Nerevarine shrine in the game. So here I am. That Bethesda and their low budget. Exactly, brother. Azira judged the choices available to her. It's pretty obvious they're talking about Viralas, unless there's another missing person that could be described as the Ordinator's pal, so, a priest, that went missing around here. Those two feel confident enough to make some decisions in the absence of the leader, so their group counts only 3 members, otherwise they wouldn't discuss it without the others to such an extent. It's dark enough that someone without the eyes of a Khajiit won't see me coming until I'm very close, right in the circle of light in fact. But, they are orcs. One of them grabs my throat and it's all over. Even if my surprise attack will result in one instant fatality, the other guy will be right next to me while my main weapon will still be stuck in the body. Besides, the one in the robes is almost certainly a mage. Am I a good enough spellcaster to get into a magic duel? I'm sorry, Raymond, but 500 septims and your safety aren't on the list of things I'm willing to die for. Maybe I can convince some Ordinators to come here and hoop their asses instead of me, though. Perhaps we should interrogate him a little bit, see if anyone will look for him. That doesn't sound bad, actually. I still have to test that searing flesh spell I learned. Alright, you stay on watch and I will get him to talk. And scream. Hat. And then there was only one orc. Crap. Now I'm out of time and excuses. A surprise attack on a single person that has his back turned to her? That she can do, even if the target is an orc. If she left now to look for guards, that may not even believe her, Raymond might end up scarred for life, or maybe even dead. Azira grasped her spear tightly as adrenaline slowly started to build up. She shook off what little canal water remained on her feet as she slowly started to walk towards her future victim. Her steps were getting longer and her pace started to increase. Her soft paws moved without sound, superior to all but the best stealth boots out there. 15 meters. She was no longer walking, but jogging, with nothing on her person that could generate any noise. The orc remained oblivious. 10 meters. Azira was running now, with her spear raised above her head, her eyes focused on a little spot below the orc's neck that wasn't covered by armor. 5 meters. An ungodly scream went off in the room to the left and her opponent flinched, on reflex looking over his shoulder at the door, and noticing her in the middle of a leap towards him. The tip of her spear clanged as it hit the ground. The sound was answered by the orc's armored boot hitting Azira's torso with enough force to knock the wind out of her and toss her into the canal. The stench and sudden realization of what surrounded her on all sides was almost enough to kill her on the spot. With a gasp, Azira resurfaced from the pit of nightmares that was Vivek's canal works and grasped a nearby ledge to nearly catapult herself out of the liquid with how much strength she used. She lied there, nearly paralyzed by the short, but very traumatic, experience as a large shadow appeared above her. You will make a nice offering to the great Lord Malakath. Brace yourself for your imminent sacrifice, cat. Suddenly, the Khajiit's demise was stalled as the door to the shrine opened, and to the surprise of them both it was Raymond Viralas that emerged, not the other cultist. Raymond Viralas in a familiar, huge heap of iron. Hammer, meat face. Azira watched in silent amazement as the friendly, somewhat childish Dunmer priest swung the massive weapon at the orc. The strike merely brushed him, and yet it brought down the powerful warrior to the floor level and most likely ruined any chance of winning a beauty contest, no matter how ugly his competition would be. Raymond again raised the warmer into the air. Hammer, meet what used to be a face. The weapon struck again, this time directly. Azira cringed as blood, flesh, and bones erupted all around her. Hammer, meat. Anything left? The poor Khajiit, with the edges of her vision quickly darkening, suddenly realized there was now some brain matter on her face. Due to the circumstances, she actually welcomed the bliss of unconsciousness. As it turns out, the terrible experience from her first day on Vardenfell was easily bested. Back then, she woke up in a swamp to a dead body next to her. This time, she woke up in a sewer, covered in piss, blood, and brain matter, with a dead, mutilated body next to her. She barely maintained her grip on reality. Oh, you are awake. Good. I was cautious about moving you. Because of the, because I was worried you had some broken bones the movement might damage further, yes. Azira glared at Raymond Viralas, barely visible from inside the chamber, while slowly gathering the strength to stand up and retrieve her lost weapon from beside her. Anyway, I already figured out you came here to aid me and I appreciate your help. Half of the loot is yours, of course. I didn't quite intend to raid Daedra worshippers down here, but since they are already dead. Didn't do anything, only got kicked. Murmured the Khajiit as she finally managed to stand up by leaning heavily on her spear for support. Her legs still wobbled like gelatin from the stress. Another note to self, don't attack a warrior 3 times your weight in melee combat. Nonsense. Thanks to you, the other worshipper not only wasn't prepared for me, but also didn't check on the other cultist while I was disposing of him. I'm not sure of the outcome if I had fought both at once. Azira knew it was bullshit if the priest could wave around a warmer bigger than himself, even 2 orcs would find themselves hard-pressed to win. It's a wonder they captured him in the first place. She was, however, also out of patience and had a rather terrible experience just a few minutes ago, so she decided to ignore the other guy being overly generous and just accept it. The Khajiit entered the shrine. The room was dominated by a large statue. She never saw any pictures that would have told her how he looked, but there was no doubt the orc-like being carved in stone was Malakath. Other than that, there wasn't much that would be out of order in any other normal dwelling in this city, other than the second orc corpse in the small room further in the back. Raymond piled all of the valuables he found in front of the statue. It was a rather strange mix of armor, weapons, gems, scrolls, potions, and alchemical ingredients. At the sides there were also 2 small piles of coins. I think the money should be divided equally, while the rest we will share by picking one at a time. You start. It goes without saying that she went for the only diamond first. It also goes without saying that it was cursed, like the most valuable Daedric shrine offerings tend to be, just to catch any looters unaware when they think the fight for the shrine is already over. Perish, mortal. The Blight and the priest turned around just as Adremora fully entered the physical plane. Both intruders froze for a moment. You at a distance, me up close? Asked Viralis. Yes, agreed Azira, already charging up her first spell. For Lord Vivek, declared the Dunmer, as he charged the enemy, and was promptly tossed aside by what turned out to be not just any Dremora, but a Dremora lord. Crap, crap, crap. Chanted Azira in panic as she released sleep spell right into the deadra. To her horror, the monster didn't appear to be affected by the stamina-draining attack at all, instead doing the most sensible thing a melee fighter does when faced with a party of a mage and a fighter, mowing down the mage to remove the support. The heavily armored giant barreled into Azira like a mammoth on skooma, throwing her through the air into the statue and cracking the stone behind her, not to mention at least one of her ribs, if the unbearable pain in her chest was anything to go by. Then, to everyone's surprise, the Dremora clutched his head. Arg! Mortal feces! Shouted the Dremora, recoiling away. Indeed, an unfortunate reminder of Azira's latest humiliation was splattered across his breastplate and helmet as a result of his tackle. This is so not worth it. I'm out of here. And, just like that, the dreaded enemy that was more than capable of taking both of them down with ease disappeared in a ball of purple spatial distortion. Azira, barely able to breathe with her broken rib, and Raymond, with his arm hanging loose, glanced at each other from their respective resting places. Let's just grab every ouch thing and split it later, proposed Azira weakly while casting Balina's soothing balm, which made her realize just how ineffective her only restoration spell was in the case of a serious injury. Also, for some reason, casting it right now brought the mild headache caused by the collision to a completely new level. Agreed. Overall, this little adventure was a failure. Sure, she received some loot, but at the cost of drenching everything the contents of her backpack included, even her much more fancy, official mage robe, in piss. At the moment, after quickly taking a dive into the sea outside of the foreign quarters canton, she herself was somewhat clean, although that didn't mean all of the problems caused by her latest misadventure were solved. She wasn't certain if the gains would even cover the cost of replacing everything that was damaged beyond recovery. Yet another note to self, buy an airtight case for my books, scrolls, and notes. All of them are ruined. Indeed, she suddenly found herself with a lot fewer resources. Her scrolls were beyond saving, and while she still couldn't read them anyway, she had intended to learn to soon. Her clothes were soaked in, and no washing would help to get rid of the stench. Her supplies were now, of course, inedible. 2 books she didn't leave at the guild hall, namely the 2nd volume of Pala and a guide to Vardenfell, were ruined. The worst loss, though, were the notes from the investigations for chaos. Now if she forgot something important from her research, she wouldn't get it back, not to mention what her superior would have to say about it. On the bright side, there was no longer any danger of someone finding out about her secret service by simply pickpocketing her. At least she had that index from Viralis, he had picked it up out of curiosity and didn't have anything against giving it to a member of the Mages Guild who could actually do something with it. Speaking of the priest, in the grand scheme of things his little visit to the sewers was a failure too. It resulted in a broken arm, a bruised side, and absolutely no progress in his own little investigation. As it turns out, he was searching for the culprit behind the recent killing in Vivek. Apparently, the killer was targeting only foreigners and ordinators, a strange combination, given that someone hating foreigners would most likely like ordinators, who were a royal pain in the ass for anyone not native to Vardenfell. Looks like I will have to continue once I'm back to full health, stated Raymond, climbing the stairs of the temple canton with great difficulty due to helping an even more injured Caitiat do the same. As dangerous as those fellows were, I don't think they were responsible for the murders. The victims were not all found in the foreign quarters, just most of them, not to mention none died in the sewer itself. Azira merely hummed. She had quickly learned that talking in her current condition could be a bit painful. The duo entered the temple and Raymond stopped near a small table, at which an outright ancient priest was enchanting one scroll after another. She honestly doubted if the enchanter even noticed their presence. All right, here we are. Are you sure you want to use the services of the imperial cult instead of the temple? Yes. No offense, but Dunmer are, jerks to my kind. I suppose that's sadly true. It's so difficult these days to find someone professional. All right, which one would it? Oh, here it is. A scroll found its way into Azira's hand and she frowned as she realized she once more encountered the same problem. I can't read Daedric. Viralis lifted an eyebrow in surprise. Truly? I thought every member of the Mages Guild could do that. I'm relatively new and there has been no free time so far. All right. I suppose I will just read the scroll for you and you can repeat after me while holding it. It should work just as well. It reads as follows. Azira blinked as the Dunmer made a sound that could not be given any amount of justice by any mortal being native to Nirn. There's a chance Rothiamok would have been able to do so. He would have compared it to a relatively meek growl from a death metal concert. Can you repeat that? A bit slower. Oh. You don't look good at all. Azira rolled her eyes at the remark. I am bedridden in an infirmary of the Imperial cult, and yet he is surprised I don't seem to be in good condition? Haven't noticed. The nearby Imperial monk merely shook his head as he put a few potion vials on the bedside table. You really should start paying more attention to your health, young lady. It hasn't even been a week since the last time I had to put you back together. The Caitiat frowned and focused on the face of her healer. Yes, he did look familiar. His skin was very wrinkled, almost like a walnut. Oh, right. I remember now. Weren't you the one who treated me at Fort Moon Moth? I thought you were stationed there. Not really, no. I belong to 3 different monastic orders and 2 of them require me to be almost always on the move, either to gather herbs for our medical supplies or to perform an occasional holy quest. Though, to be honest, I think I'm getting too old for those. As Ira studied the face ancient enough that a Nord with poor eyesight could confuse it with that of a Dragr. Who would have thought? Also, what was his name again? I must say, this time you are definitely in a worse condition. What happened? An angry Kagouti? An angry deadra? Adventurers, always so foolish, the way I see it, some ribs are cracked, and one is outright broken. A lot of bruises on the torso. You will need some ice for that bump on your head, but beyond that your skull handled the force well enough, at worst giving you a mild concussion. As far as I see the breaking of the rib didn't cause any serious internal bleeding. Could have been worse, given you fought the greatest enemy of mankind. Sounds great. Unfortunately, before I give you this healing potion, the rib will have to be moved a bit so it is in its correct place. It's not exactly dangerous, but if not done soon it will be problematic in the future. And yes, the procedure will hurt. Sounds terrible. And it will feel terrible if you remain conscious when I move the bone, so drink this first to make it easier on you. As Ira grabbed the cup of freshly made potion and downed it. It was mostly tasteless, a true rarity when it comes to such strong medicine. She blinked slowly as all her muscles went slack and she dropped back on the bed, with her eyelids closing almost as quickly. I cannot fathom how is it that you can beat the strongest of my tribe, but fall short when facing a slaughterfish. Manara continued to be the being that Ted feared the most in the whole world, and that's saying lot when you include the Daedric princes, and becoming his temporary dentist surely wouldn't help. He was terrified of dentists. Still, he had to ask for help from someone when the devil spawn of the sea tried to kill him from inside his own mouth, and the wise woman of Arabenhamsun was probably the only person in Tamriel that wouldn't hesitate to put her arm between his jaws. As majestic and sage-like as he pretended to be, she knew he was helpless in a situation like this. He truly had no idea how she could see right through him like that. They have slaughter in their name for a reason, you know, grumbled the dragon before he spit out a bit of blood. Hopefully the last of it, his draconic healing factor, was already doing its job. Besides, unlike with your Kendov, this one attacked by surprise and, as everyone knows, that gives it a triple damage bonus. Not to mention the inside of my mouth is about the only part not protected by Ka or Keth. It's a good thing his reputation didn't take a hit. Through a truly godlike effort he managed to trick the others into thinking he merely took a willing bath in the sea after capturing his dinner, and then he rushed to find the wise woman, with the deadly creature butchering his most vulnerable muscle the entire time. Then I'm afraid you will have to stick to hunting prey on land. The waters around Vardenfell are full of them. Maybe the cliff racers, ancestors, know they could use a natural enemy. He snorted. No, thank you. They taste terrible. Besides, they already earned themselves a Dillo's paw. Saint Jub kills them left and right. She glanced at him in doubt. Saint Jub? Never heard of him. Is he one of those people mentioned in the imperial cult or the temple? He is not a proper saint just yet, but once he kills off that lure, his ascension is all but certain. Vivek keeps an eye on him, and no wonder if I didn't know any better, I would say he is actually the Hun of the age, not the Nerevarine, stated Rafiamak, completely serious. Speaking of the Nerevarine, are you sure you chose right? We Ashlanders aren't so hostile when it comes to race alone, since our own settled Dunmer people cannot be trusted, but to have our greatest champion reborn as a Khajiit. Yes, I'm certain. My visions aren't precise, but I know the most important gold in which the Nerevarine simply must appear, sooner or later. Sidanin, Balmora, the ruins of Armhand, the Andrano family tomb, Elderun, the Ursulaku camp. There's a ton of people who visited all of the cities, but the chances of someone entering both that specific tomb and those dwarven ruins are close to zero, especially at the same time I became active once more. Do you know that she also happened to be one of the people I met on my very first day, before I even started to Tavit for the Nerevarine? The only confirmation that we need at this point is that she makes her way here without any further clues from me. Then, it will leave no doubt. If you say so. It is just so strange to wrap my mind around the concept of a Dunmer being reborn as a Khajiit and one of opposite gender, even. It was arranged by the Darakulan Azura, and changing their gender isn't that big of a deal for any of them. The only thing I'm curious about when it comes to that is how Almalexia will react to hearing her dead hubby not only isn't so dead anymore, but also has both a tail and a PU, and is no less feminine than her. Whoa. That was close. I almost slipped up in my so far perfect acting. Think like a dragon sage, Ted, like a sage. I believe her only concern will be to silence him again, Rafiamak. The dragon moved his eyes sideways. He didn't actually have a good response to that manner. I, like other Ashlanders, was convinced that the tribunal murdered the crap out of Nerevar after he had beaten Dagathur. The temple, which didn't exactly have the best record when it comes to telling truth, claimed that said death was caused by wounds from the future devil under the mountain. That was also what Vivek himself claimed. Rafiamak wasn't certain who to believe, as both versions of the story were likely and neither could be proven. Who knew the truth? Only the tribunal and Azura, and they would both lie if it would benefit them. As awesome as Azura was, using mortals as tools was simply part of the Daedric mindset. Even if the user cared for their condition, they were still just tools to them. Except, you know, according to the Ashlanders, it wasn't just the gods who knew, both real and false, but also Rafiamak himself, who brought Nerevar's body and the news of his fate to the Ursulaku. And that put him in awkward position. While the wise woman of Arabenhamsun knew he, for some unknown reason, lacked the memories, she also knew he had no reason to give the tribunal the benefit of the doubt. Thing is, with the knowledge granted to him by the power of lore reading, he found it a bit difficult to believe Vivek would cheerfully slaughter his best friend for the sake of something as boring as toggling god mode on his console. He wanted to believe that guy, if only because it would give the tale of Nerevar a better ending. And here he was, unable to say anything in his defense, simply because the plot hasn't advanced far enough to justify his opinion. And so, he decided to change the subject. You know, call me impatient, but I grow tired of waiting around with nothing to do but think. Your typical sage might not mind living in solitude for most of their lives, but I was always a bit of an adventurer, hence why I always accompany heroes instead of waiting on some tall mountain until the hero gets his arse up there. Is there anything of interest in the area? Aren't you capable of easily crossing a large distance daily? The entire north coast is within your reach without having to spend the night elsewhere. Rothiamok blinked as the thought sunk in. Yes, but it is also difficult to find anything worthwhile to do. Over 95% of quests involve cities. Near, Criff, neither gives enough thrill. I require shady characters, I require plot twists, I require the annoyances and rewards of badly scripted fetch quests. In short, I want to go on an adventure. I see. You desire a worthy Chao Lang. Yes, that's it. It's lonely at the Nar and there are so few things to do. That's the real reason I slumbered away most of my life. It's so difficult to fight boredom when awake. The sad truth of Ted's life is that he never found anything truly exciting. Over the years he found himself heavily disliking the grey, boring reality, after years of fictional adventures, read, video games, with which his boring job and modern style of life couldn't compete. One of the reasons he got used to dangers of his new life so quickly was that he never truly wanted the safety of advanced civilization. Conveniences, oh yes, he missed them dearly. Safety? Not at all. Back on Earth he was never given a chance to taste what real danger was like. Call him crazy, but he actually desired for something, anything, to test his limits and put his life on the line. Perhaps it was indeed a seed of madness, or maybe that's just a part of his new, draconic nature. Nobody knows, with the possible exception of Shiagaroth. The wise woman of Arabenham soon placed her hand on her chin as she gave the subject more thought. There's indeed little to be done around here for those who desire adventure, but are too big to pass through the average door. Hey! Don't say it like that. In my opinion, you should strengthen your bonds with the Velathai rather than fly off in search of thrills. If you are to guide Nerevar Reborn, our champion, you must understand the plight of our people. Meet and befriend some of us. Usually we would ignore such attempts from outsiders, but you aren't exactly one if the children of the Urshilaku know your name from their songs. What? There are songs with my name in them? I wonder what they rhymed it with. Any ideas on where to start? I'm not saying I'll do it, but I'll keep it in mind. I've been told that Karapli's husband was murdered by an outcast. Perhaps you should talk to her and. At this point, Manurai remembered who was she talking to. No, forget it. I don't think you have the right mindset to soothe one's mind after loss. Rothiamok gasped. The wise woman's expression shifted to one of worry as the out-of-place sound was made by the dragon, who for some unfathomable reason had a glassy, unseeing look in his eyes. It's perfect. Making a friend and getting some swag at the small price of flattening some pawns by sitting on him. Wait, could you repeat that last? Rothiamok, the dragon that already held the world record for the biggest number of kills caused by landing on animals, answered her confusion with a fire in his eyes. Fret not, Manurai. Now that I have a quest, my success and the restoration of peace to Karapli is certain. Barring any kind of gross bug, of course, but that's something we have all come to accept when it comes to the Elder Scrolls. My invisible quest marker will ensure that, invisible, oh. Rothiamok frowned. This might actually pose a problem. But no fear, I will prevail anyway. Shiagarat isn't such a large region, there can't be too many possible camps out there, right? Off, to adventure. Manurai slowly hid her face in her hands as the troll flew north, to investigate one little island after another in search of a man that didn't want to be found. I honestly can no longer tell what is worse, waiting for his return so that we can fly back to my tribe, or walking this entire distance by myself. I wanted to make this chapter longer, but that would make your waiting time longer, Sue. Anyway, the one-sided beating that Azira and Rothiamok suffered from Deadra Lord and Slaughterfish respectively was just a stupid accident waiting to happen. I always wanted to kill an important character out of freaking nowhere and this is as far as I'm willing to go at the moment. But don't worry, I guarantee that if either ever dies, they won't stay dead. One of the many perks of working as a professional hero. See you next time. Chapter 21, the chapter that refused to write itself. Half a year. Again. And the two reasons behind it are so very simple. 1. Writer's block. Simple as that. I've written Rothiamok's part and a bit of Azira's and then I was stuck. I wasn't joking when I said in earlier chapters that we are in the moment of a story where my ideas are few and I'm looking for inspiration. Originally Azira's detour before meeting Ted again was meant to be much longer than I currently planned to, but recently I realized that this, despite my best wishes, might actually kill this fanfiction. I just don't have much for Rothiamok to do until he once more butts into the main quest and I can't really simply skip him for a longer period of time, he's one of the two main characters. So, yeah. I cut some content for Azira and shifted the rest of it for later, when Rothiamok's presence would affect it anyway. The other reason? Give your thanks to Skyrim, I finally have a laptop that can actually run mod until it crashes version of 5th installment. So I modded it, and modded it, and modded it. Until I noticed that half a year passed again and I was still stuck at 4K words out of necessary 6K. And my Skyrim still hasn't crashed. Damn. Anyway, let's get to reviews. Daruman, a spell that summons a slaughterfish? That should be put in Geneva Convention. Death Combo 99, it took way more time than it should but yes, the show must go on. I fully intend to see this through. Hermit Witch, yes, I went with showing the Morrowind from the perspective of a gamer with plenty of knowledge on lore while contrasting it with a shy, native to that world fuzzball that must put in a lot of work just to feel good about herself. The more I write about the two, the more life they gain, I can at this point easily picture how each would react to a situation. Sometimes it forces me to alter previously planned events to keep them in character and I love that. Accursius, I actually have a few ideas on how Roth could take trolling to the next level, but it requires time. First he must become Azira's companion before I can really get started. As for backstory, it won't be easy, one chieftain and two wise women already know he has no memories of his friendship with Nerevar, so anything he comes up with must factor in this contradiction. Won't be easy to explain. Cheesecake 244351, I will tell only this, Ted isn't lucky enough to be completely free of Jerry. As for if that Deadra was Jerry. I dunno, to be honest. Wasn't planning for him to be, but it would fit with how he acted. It can go either way, I might make it canon or not. I suppose it's up to you readers to decide. Some guy in an ambulance, I shit you not, there really will be a moment when Roth will get a top hat. Maybe not this particular story, I gotta save something for sequels, I still have 2 games to go, but he will. And then Mike and his Colovian fur helmet will lose his position on the throne of trolls. With reviews replies done, let's get back to action, shall we? Edit, my beta reader didn't reply to my message, so this chapter is potentially angry grammar Nazi mob inducing. Jade Lennell most likely simply didn't check his mail/message box. If so and you are reading this, no hard feelings, I'm guilty of doing so myself. Goddamn it. How many fucking camps are in Xiagarad? There's one problem with being stuck in an expansive world that you used to see on your computer's screen and acting on the knowledge you gained this way. Sometimes you just don't remember something that wasn't really a big deal back then, but now is of importance. Since there's no convenient wiki accessible on the phone so that you don't even have to turn off the game, and inflict on yourself the curse of the loading screen, you must do everything the old-fashioned way and just find all needed shit yourself. Rothy Amok vaguely recalled the quest to kill a murderous Ashlander for a traitor of Urshilaku tribe and that the killer was somewhere in the Xiagarad region in a camp, but that's all. He didn't even remember the names involved, to say nothing about a reward, which was apparently so unimportant to his character that he probably pawned it back to the quest giver and immediately forgot about it. Now the lack of a perfect memory was biting him in the ass. After all, in case you didn't know, there was a lot of islands in Xiagarad. And the camp could be on almost any that was bigger than himself. And he had to find the right camp too, meaning that his initial plan of just landing on the tent and killing the outcast Ashlander inside was out of the question. He was fairly certain that in the original game there weren't this many camps in the area. Either it was a camping season and Xiagarad was the best spot, or... Rothy Amok scowled as he figured out the most likely cause. Fucking mods. Can't find anything anymore. He grumbled as he dived towards another camp. Well, at least this cloud has a silver lining too, the chances of encountering the precious cinnamon roll that is Jolin are now more than 0. I should pay another visit to Ghostgate when I'm done with this Hitman business just to make sure. Speaking of Hitman business. Hey, grounded twats. He bellowed when hovering over yet another camp. Come outside and hope that the guy I'm looking for is not amongst you. Because if he is I will set more things on fire than just the fire pit. A feminine shriek came from the tent and a group of scantily clad Dunmers jumped outside. Scantily clad female Dunmers. Only female Dunmers. Crap, another wrong camp, but I don't mind the results that much. A fireball flew past his head. Correction, scantily clad witches. After several hours of nothing but flying all over the western Xiagarad and scaring random campers, Rothy Amok slowly realized he was getting both fatigued and hungry. Once he checked 2 more camps for anyone fitting a description given to him by Karapli and once more ending up disappointed, the dragon decided to give himself a break and hunt down a dinner. It was then that a truly massive beast came within his eyesight. Oh ho! He shouted as the animal majestically levitated with all its tentacles right above the ground. This netch looks even bigger than others. And I haven't eaten one just yet, right? Not to mention eating so much would keep me going for days without any more hunts. It didn't however take long to spot 3 problems with the idea. 1. It has strange colors. 2. I can't identify even half of its parts. And 3. It's bigger than my head. That makes it 3 out of 3 in the list of things you should be wary of eating. Who am I kidding? I always ignored that list. And pizza is still great despite breaking all rules. A netch it is. Without any further ado the dragon jumped and his fangs sinked into what he could only guess was the head of the netch. Given just how much it thrashed before it finally succumbed to a massive lizard on its back, either he was right or he bit its privates. No. Why? Rothy Amok jumped back at the scream, which came from no visible source. Hey. Who's there? Show yourself. Why did you have to do that? Now I have to search for a new netch. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to find something this resistant, but also flying, so that you can't just walk up to it and stab it in the eye with a kitchen utensil? Now, that the sentence was longer and he was expecting it, the dragon could recognize the voice. He frowned. Xiagorath. No, Humpty Dumpty. Of course it is me. Why did you do that? Oh, I know. You were just jealous, weren't you? Afraid that Steve the Netch was going to take over as the most maddening agent of mine once some mortal finally tried to kill it with my little toy. Ah. Now it makes sense. I remember that fucking quest. Who the hell came up with it? Killing a creature with a decent health bar with a weapon that dealt 1 point of damage? I threw my keyboard outside when I found out you could just use a timed spell on a Netch and then equip the weapon before it died for it to work. How shameful. Can't stand a bit of fair opposition, can you? Bad doggy. No cookies for you and you sleep on the couch today. Couch would be an improvement from the solid ground, my lord, pointed out another voice, one that Rothy Amok was certain belonged to Haskell, the mad god's chamberlain. Is it? But is it really? I have slept on the ground after the last grey march leveled the palace, you know. It was nice, there was even a rain of vinegar in the morning. Beaut that was after I tried to crush on Nocturnal's couch. We shall not speak of that night. Rothy Amok decided it was time to address the overbearing prince. Oh well, it's nothing new to have my followers kill each other for no reason. You aren't learning from Mazkin, Dragon Boy? That is one influence you do not want to accept unless you like your insides on the outside. But I wouldn't blame you, it is quite refreshing to do so once in a while, just for the novelty of change. Xiagorath, Oh my, look at the time. It is time for my dinner. Do come in, Rothy, when you are nearby. There's always a spot for you near my table and a nice, juicy bone to chew on. Ta-ta, doggy. Haha. He was so much more bearable in games. A soft sigh of relief escaped Azira's lips as, after walking all the way from the Ebonheart Castle to the docks and then searching through the offer of many local merchants, she was finally allowed to take a rest on a bench at the Plaza OD Foreign Quarters Canton in Vivek. The distance wasn't normally so trying, but with her wounds it was far from pleasant. Still, she wasn't doing so bad for a person who was run over by a deadra just the other day. It never ceased to amaze her how fast worked medical help given by the Imperial cult, which just happened to have its main headquarters in the only hospital on Vardenfell in the city, the only hospital for civilians owned by the Imperial administration, that is. Another bonus was the cost, that is, to say, none. Azira wasn't very religious, but she sure was happy there were some people who happened to have both faith and lots of money to donate, so that the cult could provide free services. The only drawback was that it wasn't as effective or fast as it could be if help was provided by a private healer. Priests had access only to cheaper alchemical ingredients. The priests were nice enough, but the one in charge of her recovery, Nolantius Cagelus, had given her a serious chewing out after she decided to pay a visit to Vivek and sort out a few problems she had yet to resolve. Now, as she glanced at a door to the nearest building, she was having second thoughts about this whole trip, given that it resulted in a small throb in her chest where only a few hours before Cagelus performed a little bit of bone moving. Magic or not, the body remembered its strain. At this point she already took care of most of her minor tasks in the city, that is replacing some of what she lost in her unfortunate encounter yesterday, 3 sets of robes and dry rations for travels. She didn't bother to replace some items, at this stage scrolls were useless to her anyway. Instead she bought something advertised as Adventurer's Basic Kit, which contained all sorts of small items useful in her line of work, like rope or, gods be praised, airtight containers. Any potential notes, books, and scrolls she would acquire in the future won't end up useless after one unplanned bath. Since her day was going to be quite bad no matter what, she decided she might as well take care of her somewhat unpleasant duties, namely investigating the disposition of the members at Vivek Mages Guild. It counted as unpleasant since it involved one rather loopy archmage. The staff of this particular guild hall consisted of 7 mages. Teleportation services were provided by Imperial named Flakisha Fazias. Her fellow Imperial, Krisha Jalalian was their alchemist. Another wizard, a Breton called Jen and Malini, added to their income by selling and creating enchanted goods. This hall had 2 people willing to sell spell tomes, a Dunmer Malvin Romori and an Altmer Sir Lonwi. The last 2 were the archmage himself and his chief advisor, a Dunmer Tyram Getter. All those highly skilled mages, with one obvious exception, thought Trebonius Artorius was a total crackpot. One very willing to share his bizarre worldview with anyone willing to listen. And so, as you can see, young mage, it is of the highest priority for our guild to create a new underground passage between Vardenfell and the rest of Tamriel. Only this way can we become completely free from Telvanni influence. Azira had absolutely no idea how making a travel route not requiring usage of ships could seriously affect any of the great houses, isolationist Telvanni in particular, and so did Tyram Getter, judging by his bored and exasperated expression, but she sure welcomed the opportunity to change the subject for the one she wanted to discuss the most. Speaking of Telvanni, what do you think about them, Archmage? Are they a threat to our organization? At this question surprisingly Trebonius paused, as if unsure what should he say. Given his lack of care in discussing various and, in his opinion, dire problems, it was more than just a bit strange. You see, guild member, I believe that, Could you remind me again your rank? I'm an apprentice. I see. Well then, apprentice, I believe that Telvanni wizards are indeed a great threat to our guild. After Armistice restricted their options in offering services, we have become their biggest rival. I have no doubt they just wait for the right moment to strike and remove our Morrowind chapter. At times I fear for my life, knowing those Telvanni lords and their mushroom towers in the east might plot our demise. One day I hope to do something about this, alas, I've yet to find someone capable of solving this problem permanently. But that is a concern for future me, I suppose. The tip of Azira's tail swished violently to the side. Ditching the loopy archmage wasn't particularly difficult. While he was happy to talk about anything guild-related for hours on end, his advisor was merciful enough to interrupt them under pretense of financial matter that had to be discussed. As soon as she was liberated from talking with a wizard that was obviously scheming to go all stabby-stabby on Telvanni counselors, she directed her steps towards the exit from the hall. After a few seconds however she paused. Actually, why not? The guild hall in Sadrith Mora is the only one left that I must look into. Might as well go there right now. I might not be in any position to do work, but Sadrith Mora is only one teleportation away. I'm trying to cut back on costs, but I've never had an intention of actually going there by foot or even Siltstrider. There is an entire wasteland of Malagamor between here and there. No way I'm navigating through sandstorms and rivers of lava. Our favorite Kashiat knew little about the geography of Morrowind, but what she read was enough to give her an idea how each region looked. Bitter Coast equals swamp full of stinking, sneezing-inducing mushrooms. Ascadian Isles and Westgash equals coast somewhat similar to those in Cyrodiil, but, again, stinking mushrooms. Sheogarat and Azura's coast equals many little isles. And mushrooms. Actually, everything except Ashlands, Malagamor, and Red Mountain had an overabundance of mushrooms. She should totally go to Dagathur and ask him if she could move in as long as she paid rent. What was it that I wanted to do? Oh, right. Off to Sadrith Mora then. Netch was, okay. Not good enough to hunt unless other options consisted of ash spawns of Dagathur, since, no surprise, they indeed tasted a lot like ash, but they could fill the spot if it was necessary. Rothiamok's mood improved only in the evening, when he finally found the bastard Ashlander hiding on the southwestern shore of the main island of Sheogarad, along with 2 other delinquents thirsty for blood of Outlanders. That fight was unworthy of even mentioning, since in this case he was free to battle however he pleased and the thugs were not even half as good warriors as Ure Benhamsoon he fought not so long ago. One of the outcasts didn't even die because of him, but tripped and landed on his own sword. So this is what that one guy at work meant when he said some people are too stupid to deserve to live, guessed Rothiamok before slapping the last Dunmer aside with his tail and cracking his skull in the process. Makes me wonder if Nords were OP in Skyrim, if a village's worth of farmers and a handful of guards were enough to beat the crap out of weaker dragons. The only reason we mention this event is not the fight itself, but the idea Rothiamok got right after he took out the thrash. Wait a minute. Should I really leave all of this? He glanced at small camp. Until some random pesky adventurer comes around to get richer thanks to me? I think not. He may have been an Elder Scrolls kind of dragon, not Middle-earth type, but Ted, back in his gaming days, was a hoarder. He disliked just letting something go to waste even if it could be acquired without much effort. In Skyrim he figured out the trick with a cowl drawn and a shopkeeper all on his own, before it even become widely known. That is something that tells a lot about a player. Every time he did any role-playing, he simply had to include kleptomania in character's backstory just for his gameplay to make sense. Leaving so much loot behind simply wasn't in his nature. Once Dagoth kicks the bucket, thought Rathiamak, I should take over his volcano stronghold and make a nest there, with a horde worthy of Smog. No, wait. That's stupid. The Red Mountain will erupt in several years and take a big chunk of Morrowind with it. I can't even be in the province when it happens. When the Oblivion Crisis comes near I should relocate to Cyrodiil and stay there for 2 centuries, until time comes to face Alduin Senpai. If I find a way to befriend the Blades I could stay near Cloud Ruler Temple and keep an eye on both provinces. Without that bitch Delphine it shouldn't be so hard. Blades of Third Era care about protecting the Empire, not butchering dragons. He made a few calculations, which included sticking his head into the small tent. He nodded a few times. I could move everything of worth back to Ursulaco in one course when it comes to weight alone, but there's only so much I can grab without hands. I will need some help. Maybe a tribal or 2, yes, that would work. And payment would be an item of their choice from the gathered loot. Problem solved. Rathiamak took to the air, grabbing the body of Zalay Subadamael, whose murderous actions caused this very quest, with his feet in order to settle the deal with Karapli. The dragon sighed as he realized how he will most likely spend most of the time before Nerevarine's arrival. Grinding for experience and gold. The more things change, the more they stay the same. As soon as time-space continuum stabilized around her after the teleportation, Azira found herself standing in a tightly packed room. Architecture was thoroughly different than other halls. Rather than clay the walls consisted of boring, grey bricks. Decor also made her think of home, Kvatch. Nothing about this place said it was located in Sadrith Mora rather than Cyrodiil. With several tables taking up the middle there was very little space for more than a few people. Azira glanced at the Altmer standing next to teleportation circle, no doubt the mage responsible for maintaining it. Hello. Name's Azira. The tall woman evaluated her for a second. Ah, a fellow member, correct. It were simple moments like this that actually made her glad for being released from prison the way she was. Never before that particular mess had someone looked at her and said that she was anything but a street urchin. Now? An experienced mage can tell she actually belongs here. Yes, that was it, wasn't it? She never really belonged. Once she had a home, maybe not one with her real family, but she had one nonetheless. It wasn't for long, so she barely remembered it. After that the streets of Kvatch were her only home. Now she could actually tell there was some place that accepted her and had a bed that was hers and no one else. She had to contribute to keep it, but that's just common sense. She was finally starting to feel as if she was living, not merely surviving. Azira nodded her head. Yes, I'm an apprentice. Not exactly impressive, but I did join less than 2 weeks ago. That answer resulted in not 1, but 2 raised eyebrows. And you advanced already? I'm pretty sure it's some sort of record, at least in Morrowind chapter. Divines only know how many were advanced through first 3 or 4 ranks in a single month back in Cyrodiil just because someone had an uncle on Arcane University. After a second though, a little rectification was made. Not that I'm implying anything, of course. As much as mages in other provinces like to belittle us, at the very least our branch leaders for all their shortcomings do not promote anyone just on the basis of connections. Azira's sensitive ears caught a barely audible comment given by the only Dunmer in the room. Not with the Archmage in Cyrodiil breathing down Trebonius' neck. If people here are so open about their opinions, I'll be done in no time. Ah, but I didn't introduce myself, didn't I? I am Inyal, also an apprentice. I'm in charge of teleportation network in Sadrith Mora. Welcome to our guild hall. Are you perhaps here for work? If so, I'm sorry to say Master Wizard Skinkin Treeshade doesn't right now have any tasks for people with rank lower than Evoker. Believe me, I checked. You wouldn't be able to do them anyway, Inyal. With you being a guild guide you are pretty much stuck in the hall during the day until that contract expires. No time to go into the countryside to perform tasks. The same woman that commented earlier upon her colleague's remark decided to butt in. She looked rather old, while her wrinkles were nowhere near as surreal as those of her current healer. There was no doubt she definitely beat him in age given her race. Greetings, darling. I am Yulani Helleran, resident spellmaker. Darling. If she starts to offer me cookies. Ugh, I know that Yulani. But I won't get anywhere in the hierarchy just teleporting people around. We both know it's not impossible to advance on the contract of guild guide. I was there, you know, that's how I was promoted. Patience is the key, that's something you young ladies seem to forget. The Altmer rolled her eyes. It's one thing to be patient and it's another to be ineffective. You heard Azira, didn't you? The same promotion from associate to apprentice that took you 2 years of working as a guide she handled in 2 weeks of most likely difficult work. Azira wisely decided to not mention it required her only to collect some flora, buy a ceramic bowl in a shop next door and steal a soul gem in the same building as Azira. Yes, there was a bit of a danger when collecting the mushrooms in the swamp, but the point still stands, the guild jobs were simply unbalanced. Or maybe Ronnie's Athris was. Is that so? Am I right to assume those were the jobs out there, in the terrain? Asked Aged Mage. I heard those can be quite dangerous. No, on the first quest I was literally sent to frolic in the grass to collect flowers. Quite. As an afterthought she added, on one of the quests I did get attacked by a criminal in the middle of nowhere. Never mind, he had nothing to do with my job. You said the leader in your hall has no tasks right now. Pretty much, confirmed Yulani. Skink is a credit to this institution, he actually does what one would expect from an experienced wizard rather than to play politics. I don't know how much truth is there to it, but I heard 2 other hall leaders, Edwina Elbert and Falms Myril, have a deal going between the 3 of them to back up each other in their studies. Elbert studies Dwemer, Myril studies Chimer and Ancient Dunmer, while Skink studies more esoteric matters like vampirism, Ashlander rituals, and mysticism. Hey. I already do some jobs for both of them, but this is first time I've heard they work together. Inyul waved her hand dismissively. Work together is a bit much if you ask me. They simply occasionally send over some scroll, potion, or potentially useful piece of information that might interest the other two. They don't even talk to each other that much, us lower ranks run all errands in exchange for a few points towards advancement. Not that I mind. Or would mind, if I actually could do these tasks. The secret agent of the Emperor filed the information away. Skinkintry's shade is a scholar just like Myril and Albert, none of them cares about politics. So it's not as bad as I thought, only Trebonius and Ithris are potential sources of trouble, but one of them is an archmage searching for someone to take down Telvanni counselors and the other tries to send new members to other House Telvanni members with a join or die mission. That's hardly a good news. Caius must hear about this. The sooner, the better. Despite all her rush in the end, Azira had to admit that in her current condition taking a hike across the entire city of Balmora to get from the Mages Guild to Kosada's house was a bit too much for her still recovering ribs. As such, it was only the next day, after a solid 10 hours of sleep aided by restoration spells, that she acquired the services of a Silt Strider caravaner. As such, it was already afternoon when she approached the house of her superior. After being granted access by the paranoid owner, not that his paranoia wasn't justified, given his job, Azira almost immediately dropped on a chair. Caius did not earn his rank by being imperceptive. Nor by being subtle when it wasn't necessary. Tell me who beat you up and if it will cause trouble for the others. Azira's ears flattened against her head at this jab. No worries, she murmured. Just an unplanned run-in with a deadra. She shoot him a look. Don't even think about pointing out I met one on my own while you said you wouldn't send me to face them on my tasks. I wasn't going to. But thank you for mentioning it nonetheless. Her fur bristled. What's this, Caius making an actual joke at her expense? The spymaster continued. If you say it wasn't connected to your service and won't be traced back to me, then that's all I need to know. But please, be more cautious in the future. I really hope the pun in that sentence was unintended. With that settled, let's get to the main subject. What do you have to report, Agent? I did what you asked for. I've conferred with our friend in ElderScroll and checked all guild halls for possible issues. She sighed. And oh boy, we do have a serious one on our hands. ElderScroll or the guild? ElderScroll is fine, the mission went without a hitch. The problem is with the guild. Most leaders are unlikely to cause trouble, since they focus on research first and foremost, with two exceptions. You already know Ronnie's Ithris instigates conflicts with Telvanni. Well, turns out if nothing is done about it, Archmage Trebonius might turn this into a real war. When I talked with him, he implied, in not so subtle way, that he was looking for a hitman to kill Telvanni Council since he worries they will attack him first. She gave her superior a few seconds for that to fully sink in. Kosada slowly sat down on his bed, covered face with both hands and sighed very deeply. Children, grumbled older agent. This land is ruled by children. Azira patiently waited for the moment to pass. Eventually Caius settled his palms on his knees. I'm getting too old for this. But you haven't come here to witness how I crack under the weight of foolishness that is Morrowind political scene. You came for your orders. Since this turn of events should not be treaded lightly, for now you will leave the worries about the guild to me, I'll eventually come up with something. You will be returning to your main mission, but keep your ears open for any significant actions done by Ithris or Archmage. Khajiit nodded. Fine by me. What do you have for me this time? Take a guess. Intel. You're learning. Yes, Intel. Depending on how much your contact knows, it might be the last research job for a while, meaning you'll probably get some action after this. Gulp. This time it's going to be a little different, you are meeting not with someone I know, but a stranger. Unfortunately I've never predicted I would need a friend in those particular circles. We need an Ashlander informant. I have heard of a fellow in ElderScroll named Hassar Zainsabani, an Ashlander who left the wastes to become a wealthy trader. I don't know where exactly he is, so you will have to start looking on your own. I'd start the search in ElderScroll. The only two other places of similar function are the Rat in the Pot and the Council Club. They are useful to people like us, but a respected trader won't appear in places like those regularly. Caius pulled out 2 coin purses from a chest and handed both to her. They say the Ashlanders like to give and receive presents. Take these 100 drakes. Find out what Zainsabani likes, and get him a gift. Then give him the gift, and see if he will tell you about the Ashlanders and the Nerevarine cult. Then report back to me. And the rest of the money. Ashlanders might like gifts, but so do the agents of the Emperor, Caius smiled. Treat yourself to something nice, maybe a spell or two. We aren't working for free, you know. As Azira put new funds in her backpack, she braced herself for a conversation that had a potential of turning out very bad for herself. So. A dragon, started Azira. A dragon, agreed Caius. I assume you know why I didn't mention it when I directed you to ElderScroll. I still hardly believe it, even though pretty much an entire city and an imperial fort saw it. She smiled wryly. Yes. If there's one thing he can do well besides surprising people, it's putting on a show. Imperial visibly tensed. Is there something you aren't telling me, Azira? There might be a idle something, yes. Don't give me that look, I didn't mention him only because you would simply think I'm mad. Her boss didn't relax. At all. Start from the beginning. Alright. I met him first time. First time. Don't interrupt, please. I'll get to this. Here it is, I met him for the first time shortly after the soldiers dumped me in Sidonin with a package for you. I decided to collect some alchemy ingredients in the swamp in order to have more than just a handful of septims before setting out for Balmora. Just as I was about done, suddenly a corpse of a wizard landed right in front of me, even though there were no cliffs or tress for it to fall from. I look up and there's that dragon, looking right at me and talking. Caius furrowed his brows at the description of a bizarre meeting. What did he say? I don't really know. She lowered her head. Azira was all too aware of her burning cheeks. Hopefully her fur would hide that fact. I caught a few words, but I was too panicked for them to make sense. And the second meeting. I saw him outside the Dwemer ruins, where I was searching for that item Hasfat wanted in exchange for his help. And here's where it gets stranger. Hasfat said I would find this Dwemer puzzle box of his somewhere inside, probably quite close to the entrance. I didn't. I cut my way through several smugglers and almost died several times in the process, but in the end all I found was a strange door deep in the ruins that was shredding my lockpicks like. She stopped under a chaos stare. Right, the dragon. Turns out he had the box from the very beginning. He appeared after I left the ruins and dropped the device at my feet saying I was probably looking for this. Just like that. He also implied having some prophetic abilities. Is that so? I assume you didn't run away this time. Her tail swished angrily to the side. MHM. The dragon, Rathiamok, claimed that I saved him some trouble by taking down the bandits and this was my payment. The way he said it makes me think he planned to stay there. I think he mentioned a nest or something. I see, so we have a trail to follow if we ever need to find him. Anything else? Rathiamok was quite chatty and suspiciously friendly. He even cracked a terrible joke or two. That was pretty much it. The third and last time I met him, I still don't know how he did that, but he managed to crawl down to the very bottom of a Dunmer tomb. Kosada's arms, previously tensed, went loose and hung at his sides. I'm sorry, what? It was on that job where I had to get a skull with ritual markings. I found him in the same room as the skull. He somehow always knows where I'll be, even though he has no way of learning it. I'm certain Sharn kept the entire deal secret, exposing herself could potentially cost her life. And I'm pretty sure I'd notice if a creature the size of a small house was stalking me. So, as strange as that sounds, I actually believe his claim to be a seer. In any case, after I left the tomb he eventually caught up to me and we had a small talk. Chaos, he knows. He somehow knows I am a blade. He even mentioned you. The spymaster sprung up to his feet and this sudden action made Azira move backwards and fall off the chair, hitting the floor. With a wince she stood up, massaging the elbow on which she landed. When she looked up to her boss. This was the first time ever she saw him afraid. Chaos, calm down. He seems to keep those matters to himself, I don't think he is a danger. Seems to, think. Azira, don't you understand? We've been compromised. That dragon, which appeared out of nowhere, knows the names of at least 2 agents, one of them being the spymaster. We have no idea how much he knows and with whom he shared this knowledge. Add to that the fact that our order, the Blades, before becoming Emperor's Secret Service, was dedicated to slaying dragons and we have a potential disaster that could unmake all our progress in the Eastern Tamriel. If you were tailed long enough, this unknown opponent knows the identities and locations of every single blade on Vardenfell. I did give you a rundown on our operatives and you met some of them. Even if he is alone, all it would take for him to get rid of us or at least to break our network would be to talk with a counselor of House Dren or House Telvanni and we would be swarmed with assassins, or maybe exposed to the humiliation of the Emperor if it was the temple he turned to. And you, tell me, to calm down. He paused. Forget Nerevarine prophecies, forget stupid Archmage. This is the most pressing threat. I'll try to find out just how much damage was caused. Not that we are off to a good start, we are far behind. The spymaster glared at her. Because someone didn't report anything as soon as something suspicious turned up on a mission. Leave. Azira was just about to get him to listen, but the older agent cut her off again as soon as she opened her mouth. That was an order, journeyman, not a suggestion. Leave. Some of the anger in his eyes diminished, if only slightly. I still need a full report to decide on this situation, so come here tomorrow at 7. For now, though, I have to quickly contact the other agents, and make sure your hesitation hadn't cost my friends their lives. Azira clenched her fists. When he put it like this, it really made her look stupid. In the end she really knew nothing about Rathiamok. She barely noticed the fact she bit into her bottom lip to the point of drawing blood. Without any further words she stood up, opened all 4 locks in the front door and left. Once outside, she took a turn right and walked into a small alleyway. From her previous visits she knew it led nowhere, it was just a tiny spot between Chaos House, another nearby building and the city wall, left without purpose. Here Azira sat down against the wall and, with her chin resting on her knees, she started to wonder just why she took the actions that earned her this dressing down. She knew nothing about Rathiamok. And yet she trusted his word for no logical reason. She had doubts and she convinced herself that Chaos wouldn't believe her, however she should go with it anyway, even if he remained skeptical, eventually Kosada's would probably still admit she wouldn't tell him an outrageous lie like this. So no, that wasn't an excuse. The truth is, for some reason she simply trusted Rathiamok where it counts. Even though he didn't earn it and she never met him before. She didn't, right? For those that disagree with my portrayal of Chaos, since they find it unlikely a spymaster would explode like that, refresh your knowledge about this character. If you go crazy and kill one of the people affecting the main quest, he will explode on you and kick you out of his house while effectively firing you by refusing to ever speak to you again. So yeah, I can easily see him freaking out like that when faced with an unknown person getting intel about his entire Blades branch. Poor Azira. She's so confused about her trusting this random stranger. Maybe she knew him in the past life? Nah, the wanker probably just bumped up his speechcraft to 100. See you next time. Chapter 22, the chapter that wrote itself. What's this, another chapter within 2 weeks? Yes, it is. There are times in life of a writer when he just writes. There are times when he struggles. And then, rarely, there are times when he is struck with such an amazing inspiration that he clearly sees what the end result of his work should look like. Rejoice, my readers, for I was fortunate enough that this happened to me today in regards to the story of Rathiamok. I once wrote I had a great idea how to tie him into the main quest. Now I know exactly how his entire story will end, and I don't mean this fanfiction, but the distant and yet fully intended story of Rathiamok going through the events of all games and major DLCs until Dragonborn. Okay. Now that I know the ending nearly word by word, I simply must fill the gap until we reach that point. XD. Chinchi 37, surprise. Another chapter within the same month. Fusarode, if the references are getting in the way of pleasure, then I suggest you brace yourself when Azira will make it to the Ursulaku camp. I don't know how much of my plan I'll realize, but there's a big chance Roth will go musical on her. Nosferatu 2255, actually, I think my muse really is back. I've had half of the chapter ready within 2 days since publishing the last one. Once the hurdle with lack of action for Rothiamok was solved by cutting a bit of content for Azira, I knew exactly what to do with the characters. Hermit Witch, I can already imagine Azira's face when she gets to Ursulaku camp and there he is, sitting on the pile of bandit corpses in gold with sunglasses on. Accursius, it's not so long now, just a chapter or maybe rather 2. SGT. Nollysten, not sure. Azira had such moment, sort of, but I also think that towards the end of the story she will probably rather fly all over the place with levitation enchantments on short distance and have Rothiamok serve as a taxi when the distance is larger. Maybe I'll include the spell until that happens, let the cat have some fun. Sliced, can't really blame him, keeping that sword in there is part of his job. Hopefully this chapter will improve your opinion of him. By the way, it's only now that I've noticed that in the mission to get a skull from the tomb Azira was mentioned to use a scroll to set undead on fire, even though I've afterwards wrote she can't read Daedric in which all scrolls are written. Oops. Oh well, I don't think I have a proofread version of that chapter, so I think I will just leave this little oddity as it is, the plot won't collapse from a single mistake. Off into the story. Even the sight of Galbeater being tossed out on the street by furious Ronizithris hadn't improved Azira's mood. Had she been in a better mood, Azira would have trouble with breathing with how hilarious it looked. Whatever the short elf had done, it had to be spectacular. Their guild hall leader, in spite of her not-so-great constitution, had literally lifted the other mage above her head and sent her flying from the door on the second floor. Dunmer Wizard seated as her subordinate picked herself up from the ground. Consider yourself suspended, Galbeater. Honestly, for something like that I should expel you, prodigy in enchanting or not. The diminutive mage grumbled something and stormed off, glaring at Ithris as if she was a personal insult to her very existence. Now that is a sight for sore eyes. Azira turned around and spotted Ajira leaning against the wall of a bookstore. She was becoming unbearable after she lost the bet. What did she do? About that, she kind of tried to break into the chest with your belongings. The Khajiit whirled around and glared at the back of departing Bosmer. What? Calm down, friend. This one didn't see this herself, but Rani's was loud enough Ajira didn't have to. She saw Galbeater casting unlocking spell. Our short friend hasn't lost her membership only thanks to a technicality, she wasn't seen actually taking anything, so she can't be expelled on the grounds of theft. The alchemist shrugged. Shame. If Ithris was a bit slower, that would not be the case. Suddenly, a moment of cold realization made Azira shiver. I still haven't pawned off all loot from the Dwemer ruins and owning mermaid items is illegal. If she actually managed to go through the content. Needless to say, she didn't feel the same about Rani's quick reaction. Friend, is everything alright? You seem so tense. Azira shook off her nervousness. It's nothing. In the end Galbeater didn't get to my stuff, that's what matters. Ajira's concerned expression didn't disappear. That's not quite what this one meant. Ajira was standing here a while, you were already in bad mood before you noticed what was going on. Does something bother you, Azira? The agent paused. She couldn't tell her, simple as that. Secrecy and all. As much as she wanted to, as with the recent events she found herself in a dire need of advice and with absolutely no one neutral to give it to her, it was not an option. If the word Blight appeared in any conversation with a person that wasn't a member as well, that was just asking for other agents to do something about this. However, it didn't have to appear, isn't it? Yes, there is. Though it's not really not something I want to talk about on the street. Say no more, friend. Follow me. After that idiot's alchemical accident at the guild hall I'm renting a room at 8 plates until all the stink disperses. As she followed her coworker, Azira focused on just how much and in what way she should say. Any details were certainly out of question. Rothiamok? Yeah, that was a big no. She will have to settle on explaining the general situation. Ajira's rented room, as expected, was simple. A bed, bedside table, a few decorations, in short, your average inn room that wouldn't be occupied for long. The only signs of use was a surprising number of vials and bottles on the table. Not all of them indicated potions, though. Azira looked at her friend in shock. Ajira had enough decency to appear embarrassed at being caught with so many bottles of wine at once. Yes, this. Ajira had a friend over recently, you see. Ahoy. Anyway. What troubles you, Azira? Asked the other Khajiit while sitting down on the bed and patting the spot next to her. Well. Started hesitantly our protagonist. The fingers of both hands interlocked just to occupy themselves. I have this group of friends. I kind of shouldn't talk about them, but I really need to discuss this with someone just to get this off my chest, so. As long as it doesn't put you in danger, Ajira doesn't mind. Oh, it does. Alright. So, this group of friends. From time to time I do a little favor for them, various things really, what is needed at the time. You know, friends help each other. On 2 of such jobs I met a stranger. Nobody really should know about either task and yet he did. The first time he acted as if the meeting was accidental and helped me do what I was tasked with. The second time he didn't even hide he was keeping an eye on me and knew about my friends. It's just, meeting this person was so bizarre I didn't even mention him to my friends. I also thought that since he helped the first time it was unlikely he had ill intentions. Today I actually did tell about him and was of course roasted. Didn't even get a chance to tell a full story, I was literally told to just leave. So, there you have it. Ajira frowned. If that favor was so secretive, then I can understand why they would be angry with you. That, however, doesn't excuse them just kicking you out for making a single mistake in judgment, happens to everyone. Azira simply hung her head. This one finds it difficult to believe, friend, that even though they knew you for a long time they would be so quick to scorn you. I don't really know them that long. I'm still a newcomer to them. Kind of part of the problem, you know. Little trust. That only seemed to puzzle the alchemist further. Hey? Then why does it bother you so much? If those were old friends that turned their backs on you, then Ajira would feel justified to feel like that, but why are you so sad when it's someone you don't have much history with? Do you want to impress those friends so badly? Azira slumped a bit. It's normal to have shortcomings, she knew that. You can't help who you are. But, sometimes, not very often, she hated herself for those flaws. Physical ones were easy enough to ignore, one hardly cares about appearance when survival is at stake. It's her mental limitations that made her want to beat up this little helpless street rat called Azira. Nothing is as problematic as having your own mind turn against you. No, not really. I have to work with them and we kind of get along, but there's no strong camaraderie or something like that. Then why? Look, it's not about them. The problem is with me. Any other person would just say fine, be like that, I don't care. But I can't. Look, I get too easily attached to people, alright? That's the issue. I'm quick to trust people, way quicker than they are to trust me. 2 or 3 meetings on good terms and I'm attached, even if the other only thinks of me as an acquaintance. For divine's sake, sometimes I confuse common courtesy with willingness to befriend me. To oblivion with it, I was quick enough to completely trust a word of a stranger because he helped me a little bit when I was desperate. Azira tossed herself backwards and lied down on the bed. Her hands, now covered in a net of scratches caused by her small nervous breakdown, were placed on her face to hide it away from the world. I'm an idiot. I trust others fast even though that only ever caused me pain. I'm always alone and that's the only fate meant for me. My mysterious friends? Bah, they are no friends. I have no friends. At all. Just a bunch of people which I trust that use me. For intel like Chaos, for brownie points with his boss like Dar Shanji, just for the fun of it like Rathi Imak, not that he is a friend at all, or Ajira, who more than likely was the next person on the list, without any words slightly punched the other Kajiat in the stomach. Ugh. As the feeling of betrayal settled in her stomach right next to the sensation of pain, she growled, why? Did you do that? Because, started Ajira calmly, you really act like an idiot when something does get to you. You do have friends. This one doesn't know about those 3, but if you were right, then Ajira wouldn't be here, allowing you to soak her bedsheets with tears. And punching me when my guard is down, apparently. Grumbled Azira. Nonetheless, Alchemist's crude action was oddly effective. She did have a point, regardless of how things were with others, Ajira was always reliably there, offering a minimum of stability to her experience in Vardenfell. No hidden conditions, like serving in a secret organization, or potential spying, like the folks from the Thieves Guild. Azira allowed herself to relax a bit. Are you feeling better now? I do. Mentally, that is. Both mages found themselves in that particular moment, when no one knows what to say, but it's not uncomfortable silence at all, since nothing needs to be said. Do you want to talk about it, friend? I assume there is a story here. There is. And I suppose it would be good to actually tell someone after all this time. Azira playfully glared at Ajira. If you tell anyone, I will stage an explosive accident in your lab and frame Moraine Dren. Ajira simply chuckled. And with his skills with Alembic being what they are, you would probably get away with it. Very well. Ajira's ears are open. Azira woke up to the sound of giggling. She frowned and, without opening her eyes, she grunted at the culprit. Whoever you are, shut up. I'm sleeping. The voice that responded was familiar. Is it a good sleep? It was until you turned up, Moraine, growled the mage. Pest's presence was driving her further and further from sleep. Right. I should have realized that on my own. Ajira does look like a comfortable blanket. Yeah, she did. Wait. Azira snapped her eyes open and looked down. Aieeeee. Her screech woke up her blanket. Ajira, whom so far has slept on her stomach on top of Azira, in confusion looked around until she realized that, A, she was straddling Azira and B, another guildmate was seeing this. Eeeeeee. Alchemist promptly joined the scream and fell off the bed. Moraine Dren almost choked on his spit, that's how much trouble he had with laughing so much. Azira glared at the wizard. With the wake-up being this shocking, she quickly came to full awareness and realized there was nothing truly indecent about the situation except for Dunmer's uninvited presence in a room that was rented by a Kajiat of opposite gender. When last night she gave Ajira a rundown of her life before the Varden fell, it led to Ajira sharing some of her own stories, which ended with more conversation, slowly getting more goofy in subject from original serious theme. At some point the unopened bottles the place was already stocked with shrinked in number, and not just thanks to Ajira, the alchemist could be convincing when she wanted to, and both mages ended up drinking themselves into the stupor and falling asleep, with, and I can't stress this enough, their daily robes still on. Not that Moraine was willing to believe that. Or maybe he did and just decided to be a jerk. Hat. No worries, I'm tolerant. I really don't mind. I really wish best for the both of you. Yeah, he was definitely just rubbing it in. Now, Esterdelin on the other hand? She was the first to go in, something about decency, whatever that is. Run out of here screeching about harlots and the end of the world. Hat. It's unbelievable how narrow-minded some people can be. This time Azira was certain that her blush was visible even despite the fur, after all, it was right now also the case for Ajira. Why are you here? Grumbled the alchemist. You wanted to be up earlier today, remember? Something about having to brew up a new batch of potions before customers started taking up your time. It's almost 7. 7. Why does it sound so? Oh no. Azira rushed out of the room, pushing aside the Dunmer. Judging by the sounds and swearing, he fell on at least one bottle. I'll be late. Thunder Lizard, I don't feel comfortable wearing this. Rothiamok sighed in exasperation. Really, he should have seen this coming. You can't just force a tribal into a set of clothes meant for an aristocrat and expect he will feel all natural, and that was exactly what he did. It's not meant to be comfortable. It's meant to make you look like some pampered big shot from a great house. What is a big shot? The dragon ignored the question. If he were to explain every single word he used that Ursulaco were unfamiliar with, he would do nothing else all day. Look, it's not that Mahus. You look flashy and rich, that's the main aim. You also wear an ungodly amount of amulets, rings and so on, and all geared for increasing your gon. You will do fine. But the pants. They are too restricting. I cannot run like a wind with this monstrosity squeezes the life out of me. Rothiamok took a big breath to calm himself down. Shiagaroth, give me strength. She wasn't sure what was more surprising, that she managed to travel across almost entire city of Balmora, which definitely consisted of more than just a few streets, what with it being Lalo's seat of power, so fast her delay was only minimal, or the fact Caius was actually waiting outside rather than being his normal official neat self and spending his entire day in a single room. You're late, was his greeting of choice. He didn't seem angry today, maybe only a bit impatient. I hit Wee's bar last night. Close enough to the truth, he doesn't have to know all people I get drunk with when depressed. Whatever. Alright, listen. I've given everything some thought. Remember the place our first friend sent you to? Azira paused. She was unlikely to forget the ruins in which she almost died from a poisoned arrow. Did we? Yes, he cut her off. Right, they were still in public, as little details as possible. Go there again. What? Why? You will see. Chop chop, you're wasting time. Azira frowned and stormed off angrily. Sure, don't give me any explanation or exact objectives, why would you? Grr. Stupid balding Imperial. Rothiamok never thought he would be a good fisherman, and yet look at him now. If one were to look at his interactions with fishes just during his misadventures in Morrowind, it would be obvious to anyone he simply wasn't made for a life in the wild and certainly not living off the water life. Little bastards were simply a little too fast for him, not to mention some could dish out a surprising amount of pain. Human-turned-dragon however wasn't giving up. There is a reason Roth actually survived in First Modern, and then Fantasy World despite his tendency to occasionally spit in the face of sanity and logic, that reason being that in rare, but important moments he could put his brain to work so well one could mistake him for a genius. Of course, his definition of an important moment was at odds with how most people would pick it, but in the end when you needed a life hack, Ted was your man. He played Team Fortress 2 just to see if he can find yet another exploit. Eventually a moment of inspiration struck and Rothiamok figured out what he was doing wrong, he was targeting a prey too small for him. You cannot very effectively hunt a prey that is tiny compared to you, unless you are a whale, but that's beside the point. By deduction and making a list of every possible prey in Morrowind our dragon hero found a perfect target. It really was perfect, it was the kind of animal that absolutely no one would blame him for hunting, had a large population in pretty much every corner of Tamriel and would grant him a lot of income by selling anything of value via friend he made in Ursulaco trader. We are, of course, talking about bandits. Ah, finally, the wait pays off, commented happily Rothiamok. Far below him a group of dots started following another, singular dot, that quickly started moving away from them. Young Ursulaco warriors leaned out from behind his neck, one tribal on each side. It's really working, brother. Of course it does, the thunder lizard came up with it. Rothiamok rolled his eyes. He will probably never get used to this stupid title. It's not really that impressive of a plan, really. Anyone with a willing dragon on hand could do that. The brain behind the attack angled his wings for a dive. It's simply that until recently no one fulfilled that condition. Indeed, the operation was very simple. It really was pretty much fishing. You have Rothiamok, he was the fisherman in a boat at the same time. His two passengers were his fellow fishermen to smooth up the process. Far below there was a lone Dunmer outfitted in rich clothes taken from the camp Rothiamok looted after beating Ashlander outcasts. Up until recently he pranced pointlessly all over the place without any visible protection, now he was running for his life. And running was something he was good at, comes with being the tribe's scout. This guy was a bait, which was now being reeled in. A group of 4 bandits chasing him were an oblivious prey. There was also a net. A literal net, held in Rothiamok's feet. While just Rothiamok's presence would make most bandits run or give up on the spot, the best kind of a victory is one achieved without a fight. As such, by diving behind the pursuers, thus staying out of their sight, the dragon was able to toss the large net over the entire group, covering all of them and immediately putting an end to the fight. As soon as the outlaws figured out just what caught them, they grimly sat down, with net still covering the entire group, and allowed 3 Ashlanders to pull them out and tie up one after another, while a monster out of forgotten legends was sitting nearby, ready to bathe anyone in flames at the first sign of a struggle. Anything of value was taken, weapons, armors, coins, jewelry, you name it. The bandits were pretty much left with nothing but clothes and a single dagger, so that they could eventually free themselves from the ropes binding them. It was hardly a perfect solution in Rothiamok's opinion, while his new nature made him more prone to violence and the years of gaming taught him all bandits exist only to form steps for the player's character to ascend onto godhood, he felt uncomfortable with an idea of executing a foe that already gave up. Sure, he wouldn't be surprised if the guy that received the dagger proceeded to kill his fellows for what little they had left. Even if he didn't, a group of 4 armed with a single dagger while abandoned in the middle of a wasteland had small chances of survival unless their base was really close, which usually isn't the case, otherwise it would be easy for authorities to find them. That however was enough to satisfy Ted's moral obligation, something that still had to be lowered if he were to have a place in this brutal world he ended up in. This little scheme wouldn't work indefinitely, eventually the news of a new menace would spread across bandit dens and the outlaws would wise up, but until then he had an easy way to make a financial base, something that little twerp of an Nerevarine would need. When asked by the hunters why he didn't just execute the scum, to cover up his moment of weakness he decided to give them a lesson in economics. Call it an investment. If they survive, there's a big chance they won't get smarter and stay in the profession of a bandit. And that means I can, potentially, rob them again in the future. If they get smarter, well, good for them and any Vunjanyik that before would fall into their ambushes. A smart fisherman always releases a small fish back into the water, so that it can become a big fish he can catch later. At their odd faces he smirked and added, yes, I'm a genius, I know. There was only one quote Rathiamak found good enough to summarize his new business plan in its first completed instance. Fear not, from henceforth thou shalt catch men. Armed hand. As Ira warily observed approaching towers of Idma ruin. This place was the first major and, in her opinion, the biggest threat to her life since arriving to Vardenfell. There was first that guy who killed a taxman, then this slaver, and she was unlikely to forget a deadra that failed to kill her only thanks to being too disgusted by her state to touch her, but Armed Hand was an entire package of dangers that she survived mostly thanks to dumb luck and playing dirty. She felt more confident this time, she was more skilled and she cleared out the place not so long ago, so there was a big chance she wouldn't find any new danger in here. Even if Rathiamak was here, it was unlikely he would be hostile. As such she felt quite confident, but still wary, something to be expected, given her memories of the place. In particular she paid attention to the tower that had one of its walls partially collapsed, the same one a dragon greeted her from the last time. Now though she spotted no eyes observing her from the dark, not very reassuring, since that dark hole easily could hide something as big as Rathiamak and not give away his position as long as he didn't look directly at her. What are you looking at? As Ira yelped and started waving her spear around in panic. To her confusion and shortly after horror there was no one in sight, meaning the other person was invisible. Oh, girl, you really are new to all of this, aren't you? A good advice, when going into a job in the terrain, wear something with a detect life enchantment. The speaker popped up into existence. It was a Reguard woman that, other than a cuirass made of netch leather, had no armor, while her sword was still hidden in the scabbard, which calmed down Azira to a degree. Perhaps there was no need to fight. Hello. You must be our new member, Azira. You match Kaya's description. So you are a blade too. She nodded. Correct. Names alone, I'm the scout of our Vardenfell chapter. If you ever need to find me, search and see Dawnine, when there's no other task I'm hanging around there and observe newcomers to the island. Elone turned around and headed towards the entrance to the ruins. Come, you and Kayas are the last ones. Don't worry when you'll see a zombie right behind the door, it's there as an early warning system. The moment some panicked spy takes his head off, Surain will know and we will evacuate. Last ones? Wait, what do you mean? She questioned the other agent as she caught up to her. I don't see him anywhere. As Elone said, started a familiar voice, making Azira jump up in surprise again. You should invest in detection enchantments. Kayas appeared mid-stride, as they were crossing the revolving door to Armed Hand. For the first time he actually was wearing more than a pair of used-up pants. He was dressed black, although a barely noticeable sheen to the fabric implied the presence of magic in the articles of clothing. In response to her questioning look he elaborated. I have tailed you the whole way. Of all our agents you are at highest risk of being watched, so I followed invisible in case someone did just that. After passing the undead and climbing down the ruined slope, they turned towards one of the doors lined up 2 floors below the entrance and marched down the corridor. If she remembered well, they were heading to the area with lava, where she almost lost her life to 3 smugglers. Why exactly are we here? You never explained that, Caius. A possible reveal of our entire branch of the Blades is a serious matter. It's too big of a problem for me to decide about alone, even if there's no other agent of my rank in our group. I also had to check on everyone's safety. So, as dangerous as it would be together, I decided it would be for the best to meet in person and share ideas on our movements in the future. Alone, given your earlier words I assume everyone is present. Indeed, everyone is here. So that's what this is about? We were compromised. Possibly. Finally they opened yet another door and they arrived to a larger, square-shaped room, the one which previously hosted several desks in the middle, between 4 columns. Now said desks were under the walls and in the middle was placed an old, rusted table, most likely moved here from another part of the ruins. Around it were placed stools, with most of them already occupied. Azira recognized almost everyone. There were her fellow Balmora operatives, Rithleen, Nine Toes, and Tyre Malin, as well as Gildan from Aldirun. The only newcomers were a Breton woman that, given her robes, was a mage, and a burly Nord with a war-paint-covered face. The mage waved to her, while the Nord simply nodded in greeting. Let's waste no more time. Situation isn't as bad as I thought, given that we have all safely arrived here, but we should be quick about it either way, stated Caius while sitting down next to the Nord. Azira took a place between him and Nine Toes. Just how bad things are, Kosadas. That's exactly the problem, Gildan. We don't know. I'm certain that information about identities of at least 2 of our members was acquired by a third party, an unknown third party at that. Great. Just great, grumbled the Nord. Before we get to that, though, I would like to receive reports on your latest operations. You start, Shorver. You sure? Usually our exact reports aren't shared between all of us for our safety. It'll be fine, as long as it's not something regular. Alright, if you say so. Nord stroked his chin. Where to start? To those that don't know me, and I guess that is true for at least half of the people here, I'm in charge of monitoring the smuggling operations in the Bitter Coast. Yes, just me. As you can imagine, the job is too big for me. Too many small hideouts scattered all over the place. The smugglers move your typical goods, moon sugar, skooma, ebony, dwarven artifacts, though recently they started also spreading those strange, red statues that you warned me not to touch, Caius. Azira's ears twitched at this description. She knew exactly what he was talking about. You already know my report, Kosadas, started Gildan. So I'll recount my last task just for the sake of others. Yes, don't touch those statues. We have pretty much confirmed they contain ashes of Red Mountain infused with some sort of energy from Dagathor himself. They attract his ash creatures and can even affect those near to them, especially during their sleep. After Azira helped me to recover one of those, it was given to a courier, who soon went missing. When I found him, he was just standing on the side of the road and mumbling about the 6th house, which Dagoth leads. So yes, keep a minimum contact, if any. Judging by the expressions of others, Azira wasn't the only one creeped out by this turn of events. I, on the other hand, had no encounters with items cursed by an evil god, stated dryly the Breton mage. As ordered, I'm doing my best to find out if the managers of the Caldera Mining Company are indeed corrupted. I'm afraid there was no success on that front, either they are clear, which I seriously doubt, or they covered up their trail so well even I can't help but be impressed. Their security is something to behold, since their presence is inconvenient for many, they have a lot of guards. They expect an attack by either the houses of Twin Lamps. Unlikely, interjected Azira. I may not be their actual member, but some of them trust me enough that I know they seriously lack manpower. There is but a handful of them and they don't even have the advantage of being evenly spread out. I don't think they even have a permanent agent in Caldera, but that's just my guess. It's true. Well, maybe not Caldera part, but Twin Lamps aren't particularly strong, which isn't anything new. Elone decided to cut in. From what I observed, there wasn't lately too many people arriving to Vardenfell that both had a predisposition and a chance to join them. Most of the people with a promising background that are registered in the books at Census and Excise office simply either do not own a house of their own, making it more difficult to assist if they even know about the Twin Lamps, or have at best basic quarters. People do not grasp just how much adventurers and gadabouts are going through Vardenfell these days. And if the abolitionists are having more luck recruiting the locals, I'll eat my armor. Abolitionists are hardly our concern, stated Caius. If they manage to actually succeed, good, that's one more victory against House Dren, but don't hold your breath. Speaking of houses, if something isn't done, we might have an exchange of fire between the Mages Guild and Telvanni, because the Archmage isn't just an idiot, but a paranoid idiot that would rather strike first to prevent an attack that might never come. Maybe we should request another agent to our branch. Proposed Shorver. A Dunmer would be best, we could plant them in House Telvanni and watch both sides. While it has some merit, I don't think it would pay off as much as you think, interjected Ninetoes. Telvanni aren't team players, it's a house of individuals. In every faction there's a bit of self-servitude, but they don't even bother with hiding it. For them it is expected that everyone has their own agenda they keep close to themselves. Even if our agent advanced high enough to accept tasks directly from the masters themselves, it's unlikely they would share much since they know the agent works also with other masters. If there's a counselor willing to kill Trebonius Artorius, we would never discover it that way. We don't have to discover anything, pointed out Rithleen. It doesn't take any spying to know Archmagister Gothrin would happily tie a millstone to the feet of every single outlander in Morrowind and toss them all into the sea of ghosts. Wood and wool aren't the same thing, Rithleen. Tyre Malin wasn't so quick to agree. Calm down, everyone. This issue, while pressing, will be eventually addressed. For now there's a more pressing issue, which caused me to call us together like that. The spymaster finally decided to get to the most important subject. First off, is there anyone in the room not aware of the recent incident at Elderun, when a dragon of all things dived above the city before flying off? The Nord took a look around and, upon not seeing a single surprised expression, grunted. And now we see how much behind I end up being just because unlike the rest of you I have to sit in some isolated hut in the middle of nowhere. Not much to tell, stated Gildan. The beast appeared, scared the life out of everyone and left. Nothing indicated something like this would happen. Correct. Just like you instructed me, Caius, yesterday I contacted our archivists on the mainland, added the Breton. We researched the subject of dragons in Morrowind and this particular name you gave us, although I can't even imagine how did you learn of it. As a matter of fact there was a dragon in the history of Morrowind that went by the name of Rothiamok, but very little is known about him. Some dragons survived the dragon war in Skyrim and they were always monitored, but this one resurfaced without any warning. And here we are, in some ruin discussing a legendary beast, said Elone. Which, judging by the fact you ordered me to scout out the place while paying special attention to the skies, had a high chance of being present. We are in its nest, aren't we? The oldest agent nodded. Very well, lay it on me Surain, how much do we know about him? Was he aiding the Nords in the war or the dragons? That's the issue, we don't know that at all. The strangest thing about Rothiamok is that he doesn't appear at all, even in passing, in any chronicle from Skyrim. Morrowind seems to be the only territory he was remembered on and even then there aren't too many sources. The running theory is that Rothiamok was forced out by the rivalry with other dragons even before the Dragon War, so he decided to seek luck in the east. By the writings of the temple he was, of all possible things, a war mount to Nerevar Indoril, who was the Hordator during the War of the First Council. There's even this little verse about Saint Nerevar that outright describes how he flew in on Rothiamok into the palace of the Dwemer King to force him into a direct fight. Then I don't think we should trust this description much, decided Shorver. If there's one thing all legends of my ancestors agree on when it comes to dragons, it's that they were too damn proud for their own good. I don't see a dragon willingly reducing himself to the role of a horse. So he is only a local matter, hey. Caius tapped a finger against the table. His only confirmed appearance concerns Nerevar. Well, I suppose things were going my way for too long to keep the winning streak. Can't do much with so little intel. Why the interest in a dragon, Caius? Asked Surain. It's not like our order actually does anything really dragon-related in our times. It's not as much the fact he is dragon as the fact he seems to have information no one besides us should have and, dare I say it, perhaps even more than us. Alright, listen up. So far the only thing I told you about the mission of our newest recruit is that it came all the way from the Imperial City and you should offer any assistance, but not get involved directly. With how things are going this much secrecy might not work in our favor anymore, so here's a more detailed version. The Emperor wants me to research the matters concerning the movements of the 6th House cult and the Nerevarine cult. Azira here is meant to perform those investigations. However, at some point, this Rothiamok got involved and in the last meeting with her pretty much confirmed he is aware of our work as Blades. Caius turned towards the only Khajiit in the group. Azira, please relay to us a detailed report on your encounters with the dragon. Start with the one that took place right outside. Right, of course. Well, I think this makes the situation quite simple, actually, interrupted Surain as Azira explained that Rathiamok somehow got to the bottom of the Dunmer tomb just to surprise her. Azira had a strong feeling she will not get along with this particular stuffy blade. Really? Why? It's a very simple deduction, Tyre Malin. He didn't do it to spy on our newest recruit, that much is certain. He seemed to know exactly where she would go and planted himself in there ahead of time. There are only two possible motivations. He either wanted to speak with her or send us a message that he knows about our movements. So he is a threat then, yes. No, you idiot. If he simply wanted to do either, he would do the same thing as the first time. He would wait for our agent outside, most likely by staying in hiding until she left the tomb. I can think of only one possible reason for doing this the way he did. And that is? Asked Caius. The beast is touched in the head. Simple as that. She might actually be right about that, though Azira with a smirk. Said smirk disappeared as soon as Surain turned her condescending gaze at the Caitiate. I assume there's more? Because frankly so far I've heard nothing that would require this much exposition rather than a quick summary. Indeed. Once I left the tomb Rathiamok caught up to me to have a short conversation. Basic prophetic talk, really. He confirmed that he is a seer and stated that some big change will take place in Morrowind and I'll be at the heart of it all. Close to the events. After that he proceeded to give me one heart attack after another by casually mentioning things that are meant to be hidden, like me being part of the Blades, investigating Nerevarine and Sixth House or even the fact I was sworn into service after I was released from the prison on direct order of the Emperor. That last remark caused more than a few dropped jaws. He gave me a few advices. They didn't make much sense at the time, but later on, when Caius sent me to Vivec to speak with several informants, they actually made everything much easier and shortened my mission a lot. For example, he mentioned where should I go to find a rare book and it turned out that's one of the things I had to do, since one informant suggested to find a specific work. So it's pretty much confirmed that he really is a seer of sorts. Hey. Asked alone. He could somehow learn about what already happened, but there's no way he would predict what informant Caius would send you to next and that they would reference a rare book. Personally, I'm already certain he at the very least is a prophet, agreed Azira. Towards the end of our talk he gave me a strange dismissal, which later on I discovered was a phrase from an Ashlander prophecy concerning Nerevarine. In that case I think we don't have to worry too much, decided Rithlin. When a prophecy is involved, almost anything goes. A mythical creature knowing things it shouldn't is tame compared to some of the things that happen in such cases. The only concerning thing is that he clearly didn't want me to tell anyone about meeting him. Given his race and the origin of our faction though, I find it difficult to blame him. Shorver, who remained silent since the beginning of the explanation, suddenly struck the table with his fist, making most of the people present jump. What I would like to know, though, is why no one told me I might get a visit from an assassin or a hostile dragon. With at least one of us exposed as a blade everyone else was at risk too. Did she actually not report to you someone learned about our group, Kosadas? Azira had dropped a bit along with her ears. Here we go, she thought bitterly. There was no one she could blame but herself. Time to become this group's pariah. Not at all, Shorver. Azira performed as expected. Azira's eyes focused on her superior. What? Our newest member informed me immediately what happened on her mission. I knew there was a lot of danger involved, but I had to take the risk, since our enemy was unknown anyway. I decided to rely on the survival skills of you all until I could be certain just how much damage the information leak caused. Azira smiled, though there wasn't much joy in this. He's covering up for me. I've had someone observe Azira while I sent her for a task not related to our main investigation. Nothing indicated she was being followed. In the end I decided to host this meeting. If there was indeed an enemy out there hoping to destroy the Blades, a gathering of us all would be too enticing to ignore. Given that the undead Surain placed at the only entrance to the ruins is still around, I can safely confirm the dragon is probably the only one with intel on us and that he definitely didn't share it with any of our enemies. In short, we're safe. The first part was obviously a lie, Azira knew for certain no one followed her. After all she used teleportation services quite a lot, so she would definitely notice the same person lingering in 2 or 3 different guild halls she was at and there was no option the person was invisible. Teleporting someone who tries to hide wouldn't fly well with the guild guides responsible for the network. They might be unknowingly aiding a criminal, after all. The Nord made a gesture as if he was strangling someone. Caius, I don't care how confident you feel, next time you better give a warning right away if there is a chance we were detected, got it? Noted. Now then, I know that with my rank I could simply order you to do what I want, but I really want to know your opinions on the subject. Should we just ignore Rathiamok until he resurfaces again and does something that actually affects us directly? I see no reason to run all over Vardenfell looking for a glorified lizard who simply happens to see a vision or two every time he eats too much mushrooms, said Surain impatiently. Now, if you excuse me, I have some work to do. I've an arranged meeting with the overseer of the slaves at Caldera. And just like that she teleported away via spell. Others just looked at the empty spot with annoyance. Can anyone remind me just why is she a member? Asked Tyre Malin. Because problematic or not she is still a genius, grumbled Shorver. Do whatever you want, Caius. Those prophecies don't affect the smugglers as far as I can see, so my job shouldn't be affected. I'm our scout and I really don't think anyone is onto us, said Alone. I suppose we can just continue as we always did. The dragon will get involved again, I'm sure, but until he declares our identities to the entire world I see no reason to do anything about him. And when he does, a single scroll of divine intervention will be all I need to get away safely, just like everyone else. Azira did me a solid one when she cleared me of suspicion in that investigation recently, pointed out Ninetoes. I trust her judgment. Same here, added Gildan. I think if she believes Rathiamok is not a threat, it should be enough. She's the only one who actually spoke to him. Rithlin and Tyre Malin simply looked at each other and then at Kosadas. You know us, Caius. We work directly for you and haven't noticed anything more suspicious than usually. I think we're safe. The spymaster nodded. Then it's decided. Until something significant happens, we will let the dragon be. Good, problem solved. Anything else we have to discuss? No, Shorver. I guess that would be all for today. Great. The Nord pulled out a scroll. See you some other time. Following his example, several other blades teleported away. Some used scrolls of Shivi to transport themselves to the nearest temple, some used magic to go their custom location and alone simply left the room while pulling out a bottle of potion, most likely that of invisibility. See you later, Azira. Gildan bid her farewell, passed her on the way out, and bumped into her with an elbow. That's for making me feel stupid while telling you about the dragon you were already aware of. With an incantation the Bosmer blade teleported away. And so Azira and Caius were left alone. Why aren't hand? Started the mage, still preparing herself mentally for the real subject. Why not? I sent alone to scout it out and she confirmed there was no dragon and that no one moved in since you sorted out the smugglers. I decided I might as well use the place for a meeting. Since it's not in a city, the danger of being successfully spied on was very low, with Mountain being this bare and detect life enchantments at work there was no place for anyone to hide. Add to this the fact most of us would leave by teleportation or while hidden by illusion and it was relatively safe. Caius, thanks. The old spymaster smiled, although it wasn't a very bright smile. You're welcome, Azira. But please, don't test your and our lack like this next time. There's one last little thing I didn't mention to the others about Rafi-Amok, since I'm pretty sure you would rather keep it to yourself. And that would be the fact that you know why I was pardoned by the Emperor, why I'm researching the Nerevarine and 6th house and also why it was me of all people that was recruited. He didn't say why, only that you know and it wasn't his place to say. He told me you will explain this in time. Caius sighed. That overgrown cliff racer really knows a lot, hey? Alright, how about this, wrap up the last mission I gave you, the one about the research into Ashlanders, and I'll tell you. I plan to do so anyway, we're approaching the point when you will have to rely more on your own judgment than mine since you will be working out there in the field. Really? Yes, really. Spymaster's word. She pouted at this last sentence. That's not a very reassuring promise. They both chuckled and went hand in hand back towards the surface. Well, with this bit of drama out of the way we can now focus on the main quest some more. Before you ask, nope, don't count on Azira x Azira action. No romance at all in this story, though I'm not so sure about the DLCs. Smiley face, Chapter 23, Emperor's Trump Card. I'm on a roll. Hopefully saying this won't incur Murphy's wrath and end my good run with updates. Cheesecake 244351, yes, it will be explained, though it will take some time. I can't get to explaining this before Azira finds her way into the Cavern of the Incarnate and that will take some time. And again, thanks for pointing out the plot hole, fixed it. Nesfera to 2255, meeting with the gods of the tribunal is inevitable, so far our dragon hero kept some distance from our cat hero, but that is going to change, hence he will meet Vivek and Alma. As for magical items, Rafi-Amok already grabbed some in this very chapter. Chinchi 37, my improved rate of publishing has less to do with secret sex dungeons and more to do with finding a new use for my breaks at work. It actually works great, since due to the nature of my job I have plenty of tiny breaks and a single long one, I use those short, 2-minute long breaks to write. Since I have so little time, I end up writing short sentences of low quality, but I make actual progress. After that I correct what isn't to my liking. It's actually a confirmed technique of breaking a writer's block, writing down something, no matter how shitty, and then just improving it is easier than composing good sentences right off the bat. Hermit Witch, Rafi-Amok is aware that there are in fact no rules to follow in the first place, despite accepting he is an actual Tamriel, he still can't completely let go of the fact that it used to be a game. In other words, he is searching for exploits that a sane person would never look for exactly because they don't expect them to work. People like to believe a world has many rules and some things are unavoidable, like, say, killing bandits requires a lot of luck, skill, and preferably a numerical superiority. Roth was flung into another world without any good reason and so he knows some things are impossible only because we believe so. And so makes his own rules. Sliced, the sad fact is that all it took for Blades to change like that is PTSD from the Great War and being forced underground by Thalmor. Delphine and Esbern now see enemies everywhere, because they do have enemies everywhere. Combine that with their lack of purpose, the group remained around the falling empire out of having nothing else to do, but their loyalty to the Septims was due to their dragon blood, and we get a faction resurrected by two veterans of a terrible war, that eagerly grab onto anything that would make their lives make sense again, in this case killing dragons, including one that repented his ways. Yet, Blades of Skyrim are way different than those of Morrowind and Oblivion. Moikanya Loco, shudders yet, no. Caius is what, 50 years old? Somewhere around that, he is in good condition, given his ridiculous six-pack, but the fact remains what little hair he has left is grey. Azira is, according to my fanfiction documentation, exactly 23 years old. Let's get to reading. This chapter is the longest one so far, over 9k words, let's just say that Azira's meltdown took more place than expected. The rest of Azira's day could be summarized as taking care of unfinished business. There were two tasks she set out to accomplish once the meeting of the Blades was concluded and both involved her official activity as the member of the Mages Guild, to cash in on the reward for the index in Caldera and to give Edwina Elbert the rare book she asked for. Since she decided to save on a single teleportation, guild discount or not, those shortcuts remained her biggest drain on resources, that meant going to the first town on foot. That was fine, according to Caius the road was short and simple. That was not quite the case with the route between Caldera and Elderun, so she would teleport between the halls to skip the more dangerous part of the journey. The path turned out to be indeed as banal as Azira was told. After leaving Balmora through the northern gate all she had to do was go forward, north, all the time. That's it. There were no convenient places for bandit ambushes either, just steep hills on both sides of the road with no place to hide to spring a surprise attack on a traveler. Since her body mostly recovered from the recent beatdown, not counting a minor sore in her chest after a major effort, like, I dunno, maybe sprinting through the entire city right after waking up, she made that trip just fine. The city Caldera was as unremarkable as the last time she saw it, a few houses, a forge, some pawnbroker, an out-of-place tiny castle functioning as the quarters of the local governor and the only building of any interest to her, the hall of her guild. Falmsmyril was in particularly good mood today. A second index delivered on the same day? The divines smile on me. At least they smile on someone. Mumbled Azira, giving him the item in question, which was an indirect cause of her breaking several bones. How many do you have right now? 4. The search is going much faster than I expected. Here's 500 gold we agreed upon. Finally. That horrible adventure might actually pay off. No, scratch that. Mental damage is not going away anytime soon. If Caius will send me to some canal works again, I'll cry. You found it? Splendid. Edwina eagerly took the book she asked Azira for in their first meeting. You have no idea how long I was looking for it. Where did you get it? I have a friend in Vivek that owns a shop with rare books. I simply asked him and he just so happened to have a single copy. In Vivek? Interesting. I knew only one major bookseller there, Simene Ferleni, and she didn't have that book. I suppose it's not surprising. Azira shrugged. Jabisha is at odds with the temple since some of his wares aren't well seen by the priesthood. They even ordered an ordinator to patrol his shop, most likely in hope of finding something dubious enough he can be arrested. Albert simply shook her head in disappointment. More often than not, it's not the rarity of the materials we need to study or the high requirement of necessary skills, but the ignorance of others that prevents a scientist from finding the truth. Hold on, I need to get my enchanted coin purse. I tell you, get yourself one as soon as you have the means, they are very convenient. The older mage finally fished out a glowing coin purse from beneath her robes. How much you paid for the book? 400 septims. I may be friends with Jabisha, but it's still a rare tome. Alright then, here's 400 for the book and a bonus for the job. The gold switched owners even faster than the Chronicles of Punchalot. Got any new job for me? Indeed. 2 of them, in fact. One counts towards the progress towards your next advancement, the other, not so much. In fact, I would prefer if you treated the other objective not as a task, but a favor repaid in 2 very useful enchanted necklaces. While Azira wasn't really your typical Khajiit when it comes to behavior, it doesn't mean she would miss the subtext. I suppose Azira told Edwina about the less fair ways in which I helped her win that bet with Galbidur. The second job is illegal then. What kind of crime? Theft, and then returning the stolen item without being noticed. I'm pretty much out of options in this case. It concerns a book even more rare than Chronicles, and an old rival of mine has the only known copy in Vardenfell. It should be easy enough to take the book, but I can't do this myself. My presence in the hall at the same time a related book owned by my rival goes missing wouldn't be ignored. I learned owner's schedule, so if you agreed, I could tell when to do this at the smallest risk. Ahoy. And the reward. 2 enchanted necklaces. One with the enchantment of divine intervention and the other with Shivi intervention. The job has 2 parts. The first is to steal the book so that I can have a look at it, and the other is to return it as soon as I'm done, so that my involvement is never discovered. Azira hummed and thought. If this is really as easy as she makes it out to be, then the deal is good. So far I had no reason to use those spells save for that one-time shortcut between Vivek and Ebonheart to get a treatment as soon as possible, but now that I think about it, the ability to appear at the nearest place full of healers would be quite convenient and much less painful way out of that situation when 3 smugglers at once spotted me at the ruins. I'm already sold, aren't I? Fine, we have a deal. I'll get you that book as well, though not today, it's already late. Tell me about the other job. The Breton clapped once. Splendid. As for the other task, it's relatively simple. I need a specific piece of machinery often used in tumor constructs for my study. It looks like a glass tube with metal at both ends. It's entirely up to you how you will acquire it, but I recall seeing at least a few in Arnthunsterdums when I was there for another project some time ago. If you feel like it, you can also just try some closer ruins, it's a quite common item. Our protagonist shrugged. While I'm not exactly happy about the increase in difficulty, I suppose one can't always get everything. I will get you one such tube. If it's so common, I'm pretty sure I'll find at least one at the ruins I've already cleared. There is still a lot of items there that I didn't loot since I lacked information on how much those were worth, and my backpack was already full of things I knew had a value. Then I'll look forward to seeing you again, Azira. Either with the tube, or to get Cyrilone schedule and some extra items so that everything goes smooth. Once the 2 mages wrapped up their business, our heroine climbed the set of stairs and, upon reaching the entrance, opened the door outside. She sighed wearily upon witnessing the weather outside. Not even a second later she was spitting out a bit of sand that managed to find its way into her mouth in that short moment. Stupid sandstorms. Grumbled Azira, this time covering her face with hands. Without any further delay she braced herself, stepped out, shut the door and started a quick march through Elderun in order to find both the place where her informant stayed and she planned to rest for the night. Third time the face of gold was haunting her dreams. There was nothing beside her and him, a dark void as far as one can see, even though she felt the ground under her feet. In other words, nothing to distract her from the Shermit. 3 glowing, red eyes glared at her in the darkness, even as his words seemed friendly and the tone of his voice implied the smile under the mask. She wasn't laughing with him. She didn't know the meaning of the words, even though she heard them clear. The old friend reached out to touch her, his long, claw-like nails splattered with red towards the end. Blood? She wanted to move away, but the fear, or something else, had her stuck in one place. As the claws approached her head, she attempted to cry out, only for sound to die before even beginning. She couldn't run, she couldn't scream. The entire time he acted the same way, giving no indication to her struggle to pull away. Shermit kept speaking in known language, but with unknown meaning, smiling, even though his mask should hide it. In her desperate effort to get away, she realized with terror that the god tried to put her under a spell. The claws grasped her head. With a gasp Azira sat up and started to glance all over the small room in panic. After a few seconds her breathing slowly returned to norm. She held her head with both hands. Just another dream. That's all. With trepidation she put the blank to the side and released held breath. It's clean this time. It wouldn't be fun to explain otherwise. She shook her head and stood up. I really need to find some way to deal with those dreams. Given the modest conditions of her lodging, preparing for the day didn't take much time. All she had to do was change her clothes and brush her fur so that it wasn't obvious she woke up from a nightmare just a few minutes prior. Once everything was in order, she left her rented room and went upstairs, to the bar. A bottle of weak wine, if you have it. Sorry, we don't. A Dunmer woman behind the counter stated. We run out yesterday. Next delivery will come in a few hours. We have shine, though, and that is. A Komari wine, I know. Thank you, Ajira, I actually learned something while getting drunk. Very well, shine it is. 7 drakes. As Azira handed over the coins, she decided to sort out her task for chaos and quickly get back to Balmora. I'm looking for a specific trader that trades with Ashlanders, name's Hassar Zainsabani. I've heard this is the inn that is most likely to host him, given how wealthy he is these days. Yes, just a bit of praise should do it. Could you tell me where can I find him? Hassar? Yes, I know him, he is a regular. He is in the lower bar right now, you will recognize him by a dark brown mohawk. Not exactly common for a mare of his age and profession. Be mindful, though, lately he seems to be a bit moody. Kajiat nodded and took the stairs leading down to a small, separate part of the inn, not forgetting to grab her bottle of the swill the locals called their version of wine. Given the early hour, there was hardly anyone to confuse with Zainsabani, other than him, sitting at the opposite end of the room by the wall, there was only some Bosmer in another corner. As she approached she took in the sight that was her informant. There wasn't much that implied his profession, to be honest. For one, he wasn't dressed in rich clothes, he wore a simple light armor, Netch variant if she remembered the name correctly. He had just enough wrinkles he could no longer be called middle-aged, but healthy build meant he was still going strong and wasn't going to kick the bucket anytime soon. The Dunmer was slowly sipping from a distinct bottle as Ira learned was traditionally used to contain Cyrodiilic brandy. The trader in question had somewhat bitter, but also a bit melancholic expression. Are you by chance Hassar Zainsabani, a trader? The Dunmer glanced at her with disinterest. That is my name, yes, though the days of my activity in trade are mostly gone. I do not wish to be rude, but if you have business, just speak it. As Ira's tail twitched. I'm sorry, am I intruding at a wrong time? We can speak later if that's the case. The trader kept looking at her for a moment before he sighed and waved towards the seat opposite of him. The agent sat down. Not really, no. Right now is as good time as any other for a talk. So then, why do you want to speak with me? I can't get a read on this guy. He seems a bit out of it, that's the only thing I'm certain of. I've heard you were born in an Ashlander tribe and I would like to learn something about Ashlanders. Call it a scholarly curiosity. As Ira wisely decided to put on her best robes before this meeting. I'm particularly interested in their gift-giving customs. Gift-giving customs, you say? Zainsabani put away the bottle and scratched his chin in thought. A curious question, most people of other cultures do not bother with learning about my kin. I suppose there's no harm in telling you. A gift is a sign of courtesy among strangers and affection among friends. Among strangers, a thoughtful gift is a sign that you are cautious and considerate and aware of the other's wants and needs. Such is particularly useful for traders and travelers. Among friends, it is a private thing, and subtle, with great risks, for the test of the gift is how well it is tailored to the receiver. A thoughtful gift between strangers, you say? Repeated Azira. Could you perhaps give an example of what is considered thoughtful? Gotcha. He is almost certain to use himself as an example and then I'll just have to get it for him to make him generous in intel. Zainsabani hummed. It's rather simple, a gift that shows you have taken the care to learn something of the receiver. The gift must be something the other will enjoy or find quite useful, but to a limit, too generous gift for complete strangers would make anyone suspicious. Let's take me for example. Since I'm already retired and have no issues regarding material needs, that means one would have to know my hobby to give me a really good gift. And I can assure you that a mere stranger is unlikely to know my love for poetry. If one were to learn of this and give me a book of poetry, that would show the giver respects me, and has made a special effort to know and please me. And Caius once said my people skills seemed a bit rusty. Hat. Shows what he knows. The trader continued, now with a small smirk on his face. Of course, one would be hard-pressed to find one such book I haven't read. I'm pretty sure you would find it impossible to win me over with whatever the local bookseller has, since I know his offer well myself. This is what you really wanted to know, didn't you? Crap, 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 crap. The Dunmer chuckled. His mirth only slightly calmed down as Ira. In the back of her head she was aware of the fact her tail was swishing wildly behind her seat. I must admit, you are pretty good, I almost didn't caught that change in expression when I told you about my hobby. He took a swing from his bottle. You have given this old mare some good laugh. Well, let us take your earnest thought and effort as a token of your gift. You have behaved courteously, and I am inclined to help you. Now tell me, what is it that you really want to know? As Ira sighed in relief. Perhaps being caught in her small manipulation didn't ruin everything. It's actually not far off from what I've asked you about already. I'm curious about Ashlander culture, namely their customs and religion. Hassar sat back and focused. Exposition incoming. Some of it copy-pasted from original lines in the game with some changes, some written from scratch. Where to begin? Well, let's start with the most important part, don't call them Ashlanders. It's a moniker given by our settled cousins of great houses. My people generally call themselves Velathai, as in, followers of Prophet Velath, who brought us to this land many ages ago. The moniker becomes so common even Velathai often refer to themselves with it, but awareness it wasn't always the case is very appreciated. The Ashlanders retain the modest nomadic life and simple ancestor worship of their forebears, and despise the soft lives and decadent worships of the settled great house Dunmer cultures. The wastes are harsh and unforgiving, and we are a hard people. But there is a beauty and honor in our simple lives, and the snobs of the temple and great houses are fools to dismiss us as crude savages. What is the reason behind the conflict with the houses? There are plenty of them, but all came to be due to a division caused when the 6 tribes settled and called themselves great houses. That separated them from us, the disregard for nomadic ways given by Velith. As time progressed, their settled way allowed the houses to grow in greed, which caused many conflicts with tribes. Of course, the War of the First Council is the point when our relations worsened beyond a point of recovery. The settled Dunmer aren't the only ones Velithai people dislike. Most wish all foreigners and their false gods could be driven from Morrowind. At very least, Ashlanders wish the foreign devils would leave them in peace. Velithai think it shameful to attack unarmed persons, but they will kill without hesitation an armed person who offends them or their clan laws. No Ashlander is fool enough to make war against the Empire. However, if such a war might be won, many Velithai might cheerfully give their lives to win such a war. So the best way to approach a Velithai is to do so openly and without weapons. Correct, though there are of course some exceptions to the rule. Velithai may challenge a stranger who enters a yurt without invitation. Customs differ with different tribes, but leave when requested, and you may be forgiven. Be particularly careful about Ashkans, tribal chiefs, and wise women, tribal seers and counselors. Some are welcoming, some are hostile. Be courteous, and leave if requested. If offended, they may attack. Challenges? How one should react when faced with a challenge. Are there some rules, a way out? Hassar nodded. When challenged for sport, it is acceptable to decline. When challenged for honor, it is shameful to decline. Honor challenges come from offense given in speech or action, or may represent customary formal challenges of status or ritual. So yes, it is always possible to decline a challenge. However, unless the challenger is significantly stronger than you, doing so will make you a coward in the eyes of the tribals. One might as well completely break all ties at this point, very little could make them talk with you again after being publicly humiliated like that. I see. Is that all when it comes to customs? Pretty much. Remember to refer to them as Velithai, be respectful, always be ready to apologize for breaking some very local taboos, do not give gifts without learning more about the receiver and don't show any disregard for religious beliefs. Right. Speaking of religious beliefs, what can you tell me about them? There are 2 types of cult amongst Velithai. All Ashlanders in a tribe, young and small, are born into the ancestor cult of their clan. The Nerevarine cult is different, though, it is a very small cult, with only a few wise women with the gift of prophecy, and a few holy warrior heroes who guard and protect the seers. Sulmatuol, Ashkan of the Urshilaku, is the warrior protector of the cult, and Nibani Misa, also of the Urshilaku, is the oracle seer of the cult. Your average Velithai will still have basic knowledge about Nerevarine, however the entire cult is, how to put it, very static. There were very little changes to it in centuries. They worship the great Ashkan and Horde Ater, Nerevar Moon and Star, who in ages past destroyed the evil, godless dwarves and banished the treacherous Dagathur and his foul hosts beneath Red Mountain. The cult is of small consequence in Ashlander worship, and only among the Urshilaku do its followers have any influence. Others Ashlanders tribes share the sentiments of the cult, but regard the Nerevarine prophecies with suspicion and skepticism. Azira frowned. That's it. The Nerevarine cult is that small. Yes, it's not very common. It's not really strange, the cult itself is merely an extension of common ancestor worship. They give respect to one specific ancestor and at the same time foretell his return when time comes to fulfill the Nerevarine prophecies, which means to drive the foreigners from the Ashlands and cast down the false gods of the temple, and restore the true worships of the ancestors. It is a dream that would appeal to every Ashlander, but many Velithai think it is a silly ancient legend, and little more. Your typical tribal won't even be able to tell you much more about the beliefs of the cult, maybe save for the sign of Thunder Lizard. What's that? Sign of Thunder Lizard? I'm sure no other informant mentioned it to me. It's part of the legend on which the entire cult was established. By tribal account the tribunal murdered Nerevar Indoril and the body of Horde Ater was brought back to Ashlanders by his steed, Thunder Lizard. As the remains were given to the founder of the cult, Thunder Lizard promised to return alongside Indoril Nerevar once the time comes to fulfill the oaths given to ancestors. That would be the final sign that marks the time of the Nerevarine. Azira smiled. So they also call him Thunder Lizard. I'm so going to rub it in the next time he shows himself. I'm pretty sure it's a derogatory term to a dragon. The steed was a dragon, elaborated Hassar. That's kind of part of the reason the cult doesn't have wider following, what with Empire using a dragon as a symbol. I doubt any tribal outside of Urshilaku tribe even knows the beast's real name, Rothiamak. It's about time someone told me how a monster from Nord myths fits into modern Vardenfell. It's a long shot if even Blade's archivists found nothing, but I don't think they would pay attention to beliefs of local nomads, so I should try. If I recall correctly, dragons were native to Skyrim. What was this one doing in Morrowind? Not much is known about him. He was a trusted friend of Indoril Nerevar and aided him in the final battle. Afterwards he disappeared without a trace. Zainsabani took a swing of Sujamma. Until now, that is. I think that the dragon that gave us a scare so recently is Rothiamak. When I was still a boy, the wise woman described him in great detail and everything matches up. Go figure, another lead I can't follow up. Somehow I'm not surprised anymore. So you think the time of those prophecies has come? I don't know, to be honest. True, Empire isn't as strong as it used to be, same goes for the tribunal, but it's difficult to imagine Velithai succeeding in defeating either. On the other hand I'm quite sure I saw exactly what generations of Urshilaku wise women foretold. Azira nodded slowly. So the only ones who have deeper knowledge of the subject are chief and wise woman of Urshilaku tribe. Any idea how could I get in touch with them? That shouldn't be too hard, but it's not banal either. The Urshilaku are the Ashlanders of the northern Ashlands and the West Gash, in the northwest of Vardenfell. The Urshilaku camp moves with the herds, but usually lies close to the Sea of Ghosts, north of the village of Margan, on the northern coast of the northern Ashlands. I'm afraid there's no safe way to travel there, since I retired there's no caravan to tag along with that regularly travels between the cities and Velithai camps. If you want to contact them, you will have to walk through the wastes with whatever company you can get by yourself. Azira made an expression as if she bit into a lemon. In other words, no company at all. I think I know where Caius will tell me to go next. End of the wall of text. Nonetheless, she decided to thank Hassar for the news, as unwelcome as that last bit was. Many thanks. You were very helpful, Mr. Zainsabani. The old trader waved her off. Not a problem. I actually am rather grateful for a distraction. Otherwise I would just sit here and drink local sujama or my imported Cyrodilic brandy, waiting for any word from my son. Is something wrong? Not as far as I know. The thing is, I know little to begin with. These days I'm too old to travel and my adventurous son, Hanat Zainsabani, assists me in my trade, seeking out sources of fine ebony, and fetching them at fine prices. I wonder at my son, he has been so long away, without a word to his father, surely he wishes me to die of worry, so he may inherit this fine brandy. At this point he shook the bottle, though he clearly meant nothing by those words if his small smirk was anything to go by. He has proposed to chart the rarely visited ancient underground complex at Mamia, west of Red Mountain. If you should chance to see him in your travels, chide him, and tell him an old man longs for news of his son and heir. It's unlikely I'll run into him, but I'll tell him so if it happens. Farewell. Have a good day, miss. I'm ready. Edwina rubbed her hands gleefully. Perfect timing. I know for a fact that Cyrilone won't be at the Vivac Guild Hall until noon. If you get the book right now, I'll have plenty of time to check if it is of any use in my studies. I'll of course cover the costs of all 4 teleportations. What is the title and where should I look? It's called Kimarvamidayam and it's the 6th volume of Morrowind Soul's Ancient Tales of the Dwemer series. Given the value, Cyrilone definitely keeps it in that trunk she put in the small magazine in her room. Her quarters are down the hall to the left looking from the teleportation circle. She removed 2 scrolls from within her robes. Unless you are good with locks, you will need those. There are at least 2 that you have to open, one to magazine and the other to the chest. Cyrilone will notice, but as long as everything will be again in place once she returns, I don't see her causing any problems about it. It's not theft if there's no proof anything was taken, as you probably know, given that story with the Bosmer enchantress Ashira told me. Azira rubbed the back of her head in embarrassment. About that. I, can't read Didrik. Didn't have time to learn it yet. Oh. The older mage paused for a moment. I don't think that's really a problem. Many mages that focus on spells rather than enchanting doesn't have that skill. There are only a handful of phrases used to activate a scroll. Can you believe that almost all scrolls enchanted with destruction spells have only a phrase "woe upon you" written on them? I have a feeling someone was feeling very uninspired while manufacturing those. Anyway, here's the phrase to use the scroll. Much to Azira's misfortune the phrase sounded just as impossible to word as the only other time she used a scroll. Edwina couldn't help but be surprised as the Cagiate returned not even 3 minutes later. So soon? I assume there were no troubles. Azira wordlessly handed over a thin tome with brown cover to her. The Breton eagerly started to flip pages to judge books worth. You know Edwina. I think you need to upgrade to better rivals. Really? Asked Albert, not really paying attention. Why? An expression associated with phrase "I'm done with this shit" made its debut on Azira's face. Azira peeked into the room and sighed in relief. It looked like the intel was good and the owner wasn't around. She slipped into the room and quickly spotted the door opposite the bed. She pulled out one of the scrolls and stood in front of the entrance. All right, stated Cagiate while grasping the doorknob. Let's, The doorknob turned without any magical assistance. Azira just blinked in confusion. Who keeps the chest in a separate room meant to hold more valuable items, if that room has no lock? After a second she shook off the surprise. If it's in her favor, there's no point to question the difference. The inside wasn't spacious, it was more of a closet rather than a room, as there was only enough space for a bookstand, chest, and a single person. She leaned over to cast the spell, only to pause. On one of the shelves, between 2 small chests of the style most often used to hold jewelry, was lying a single key. It was a little too big to fit the lock of 2 jewelry boxes, but... I better be wrong, mumbled Azira while inserting the key into the keyhole of the only chest that was of importance to her. She couldn't help but to facepalm as the chest opened just fine. Just a hunch. MHM. And you are absolutely right, I must do so. This book is of no help at all. It's about an armor rather than an animunculi, can you believe it? Useless. What kind of mage reads books about that? A batlemage? Here, Edwina handed the younger mage 2 necklaces. The meaning of various symbols engraved on them flew completely over Azira's head. While she knew about gods, the only feelings she had towards them could be compared to those one would give a neighbor who kept throwing thrash on their lawn. Amulets of intervention. The yellow is for Shivi, the blue for divines. I suppose there's no charm in giving them to you already. Just make sure to put the book where you found it. After returning the book, Azira decided to sort out the other task given by Edwina. Instead of teleporting back to Balmora, she hired a Siltstrider caravaner and prematurely stopped not far from the city, giving him an excuse of wanting to do something at the fort and letting him know she will walk the rest of the road by herself. Getting off from the massive fleet in a place not designed for doing so was a pain in the ass, but in the end she managed to do so without breaking her legs. Within 20 minutes Azira surveyed the ruins of Arnhand and found a single Dwemer tube, left behind by her due to already having a full backpack at the time. She decided to return it at her convenience. She had a more pressing matter to solve. Said matter involved entering the home of Caius Cosadas and reporting to him. Normally she would wait a bit, the spymaster made it clear she was already very often appearing at his place and it would be better to report with some delay, as long as said report wasn't urgent, to lower the risk of unmasking either of them as agents. Those circumstances however were different, before Caius never gave her a promise of actually explaining everything to her about the reasons she was chosen as the agent and everything connected to the subject. As such, to appease her superior, she picked up a little something to satisfy his need to feel inconspicuous. Here's the one thing that makes your life bearable, Caius, stated teasingly Azira while tossing at her boss the small package she was given at the South Wall Corner Club before coming to him. He caught it effortlessly. Would you not do that? What would I knock myself out with all week long if you broke the bottle? Grumbled Caius, though one could easily notice he said so with a hidden mirth. He set the content of the package, 2 bottles of skooma, on the table. Now then, since the matter of both keeping my alibi convincing and justifying your visits was handled for a few days, how about you will tell me what you learned from that retired traitor? Both agents sat down to discuss their findings. I learned several things about Ashlanders or, as they prefer to call themselves, Velathi. Mostly how to act around them, how to show respect and what is considered as taboo in their culture. I also know the most important parts about their religion, both ancestor cult and Nerevarine cult. He mentioned the reappearance of our dragon wildcard, Rothiamok, is actually in their beliefs part of the Nerevarine prophecies foretold as the sign that they are close to being fulfilled. Zain Sabani also told me who leads the Nerevarine cult and where should I look for them. Caius nodded. Great. That's all I need to know. This information will be more useful to you than me, I only needed to know where to direct you to get to the bottom of this. Who leads the cult? Ursulaku tribe is the heart of the cult, since in the other tribes only their shamans, wise women, know the lore of Nerevarine. Ursulaku is led by the Ashkan Sulmatuol, who is also official protector of the faith, while wise woman of their tribe, Nibani Misa, is their oracle. By Hassar's estimation around this time of the year their camp is somewhere north of Margan, in the wastes. Azira gave the spymaster a pointed look. Let me guess, I have to trek over there on my own. I'm afraid so. It will be a longer mission, too, we will be out of touch for a long while, so you will have to make all decisions. Wonderful, just what I wanted, getting all buddy-buddy with illiterate barbarians for weeks on end. The mage rolled her eyes. She straightened up and gave her superior a more serious look. I believe you promised me something when we last met. Kosadas nodded. Yes, an explanation. Where to start? After a few seconds Caius stood up and took a. I suppose the fastest and most convincing way would be if I gave you the decoded message that you were tasked with delivering to me upon your release. Give me a moment. The Imperial without any concern proceeded to toss everything off the table. As Ira observed, too shocked to say anything, as her superior placed the furniture on its side, pulled out tweezers and put the tip in a narrow slit between 2 planks on the underside of the table. She blinked as Caius pulled out a single sheet of paper from inside. Keep that simple trick in mind, stated Caius as he started to fix the mess he just made. If you are a spy and are found out, enemy is bound to look for anything of use. If all you need to hide is a single page, which is often more than enough for our work, don't overdo it. If, say, a group of ordinators raided this house, they would pull apart all items in the room that are wider than my finger in search of hidden compartments and make holes in walls and floor, but no one would think about the spot like this. Everything would be wrecked, but a note secured with a weak glue would remain undetected. Once everything was back in its place, Caius handed over the letter to Azira who was still too surprised to answer. She quietly took it and just stared at it. Go ahead, added Caius. Azira nodded and glanced at the paper. The original message was still here, as the unreadable rows of seemingly random letters, but below was a certainly readable text. Spymaster Caius Kosadas, Knight-Errant of the Imperial Order of Blades, she started reading out loud and glanced at the receiver of said package out of the corner of her eye as she continued, Director of blah, blah, blah. She could have sworn the 50-years-old spymaster pouted at this dismissal of his title. I have the honor to acquaint you with His Majesty's wishes concerning Azira, an individual, of no rank or consequence. She glared first at the letter and then, after a peculiar sound, at Caius. His face was now as neutral as possible, but she knew better, that sound was definitely a snicker. Azira has been released from prison by His Majesty's authority and sent to you with this missive. The younger agent returned to reading. Azira is to be entered as a novice in the Imperial Order of the Blades, and is to serve under your absolute authority as you shall see fit, except insofar as His Majesty's particular wishes are concerned. His Majesty's particular wishes are as follows. A local superstition holds that an orphan and outcast, a youth born on a certain day to uncertain parents, shall unite all the tribes of the Dunmer, drive out the invaders of Morrowind, and shall re-establish the ancient laws and customs of the Dark Elven nation. This orphan and outcast is called in legend the Nerevarine, and is supposed to be a reincarnation of the long-dead Dunmer general and first counselor, Lord Indoril Nerevar. Azira has the appearance of, meeting, the conditions. Caius pulled out the letter from her suddenly limp fingers. By contrast the rest of her body, tail included, was frozen solid as a terrible feeling of foreboding made itself at home in her guts. The older agent sighed and went to read the rest of the note for her. Therefore it is His Majesty's desire that Azira shall, insofar as is possible, satisfy the conditions of this ancient prophecy, and shall become the Nerevarine. Azira just sat there, the only sign of her listening being an occasional twitch of her ear. Though this prophecy is indeed only an ancient local superstition, His Majesty has taken counsel on this matter with his most expert informants and confidants, and His Majesty is persuaded that the prophecy is genuine and significant, either in its entirety, or in its several parts, and he earnestly demands you treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. Caius paused, noticing his subordinate's tail now swishing madly. After a moment, he continued. Certain aspects of this ancient superstition are described at the end of this document, and further materials will be forthcoming by courier at the earliest occasion. It will, of course, be necessary that you acquaint yourself better with the details of this ancient superstition from your local sources. Since this matter intimately concerns Azira, it is expected that you will employ her to gather information on this subject. His Majesty has taken a great personal interest in the legends and prophecies of the Nerevarine, and eagerly awaits your reports. The Imperial tossed the letter aside and sat down next to Azira. Suddenly so far quiet Cajiat chuckled. He frowned. Why are you laughing? Oh, it's just, I wouldn't expect you to ever prank me like that, Caius. Good one, if over the top. I didn't. She rolled her eyes. Oh, come on. I'm a nobody, you've written it yourself, thanks for another blow to my ego by the way. And I'm supposed to be some, I don't know, reborn ancient male general with a prophecy to my name? Ugh, no, just no. Don't expect me to fall for that. Journeyman Azira. She stiffened at the usage of her rank. That is not a prank. It's an actual message from Emperor's secretary, as good as direct order from Muriel Septim himself. I know this is sudden, but you must accept it. Her hands, now clenched into fists, shook. Accept it. Caius, do you even listen to yourself? You tell me I'm meant to con an entire nation into thinking I'm their resurrected hero. Caius was never so grateful his small house was constructed with his job in mind, meaning those screams weren't heard all over the street. Nonetheless, it was better to put an end to this before he lost his hearing or Azira her voice and possibly sanity. Calm down, Azira. It will be fine. You have a full support of the Emperor himself, there is literally no greater ally one could possibly have. Me and other blades are here to support you. Seeing she was about to argue further, he cut her off. Also, notice that the orders state that you have to satisfy the conditions of the prophecy only as much as possible. If it turns out that even one of them can't be fulfilled by you, we can forget about this entire matter and move on. Azira seemed to deflate at his words. Is there no one else to do this? I'm afraid not, answered Caius, doing his best to pacify his subordinate without resorting to the order is an order card. I know all my other agents well. All of them know their parentage. But I know mine too. Really? All right then. What is the name of your mother? Azianai. She was a servant at Count's castle. I don't remember her, but her friend, who adopted me, told me about her. And your father? A merchant, Jibari. From one of the Khajiit caravans. My mother, she was seeing him back then. Given that in the end you were in the care of a family friend, I assume he died before your mother. Azira scowled. If only. He left as soon as he learned about me. He claimed I wasn't his. Caius looked at her with pity. She clearly hated it. Sorry to dig like that, but I hope you see my point. This prophecy doesn't say that Nerevarine doesn't know their parents. It merely states that they were born of uncertain parents. Given Jibari's claim your ancestry is under question, thus fulfilling that particular condition. Azira hung her head low, but she gave Caius a weak glare. You have led this conversation too well to be going blind. You already knew all of this. I did, yes. The file on your background was delivered shortly after joining the service. For a minute or two neither said anything. Again, sorry to drop this at you like that, but it's not like I could do so right away after recruiting you. You do not have to go to Urshalaka right away either. A trip into the wastes requires preparations. Take your time, let everything sink in. I'll contact some friends at Fort Moonmoth, they will have some gear for you once you are ready. The possible Nerevarine simply numbly nodded. The day went pretty good for Rafiamak. After one more counter-ambush in the Ashlands, our hero decided to spice things up a little. Instead of preparing another fishing trip under open sky, he brought his little helpers to two places of interest for a bit of looting. The first one was the Cavern of Sud, some shithole filled with lesser deadra led by two necromancers. The other one was an ancient, ruined Velithite tower of Ald Redania, which contained a bunch of undead. The first location caused them some trouble, not the smallest of which was getting the dragon past the front door. The corridors themselves however were wide enough the group couldn't use the tactic Rafiamak called Wall of Flesh, one warrior at each side of the corridor, followed by Rafiamak blocking the escape route and securing the center, thus forcing any opposition to fight three opponents at the same time, which they heavily abused at the tower. The Daedra were also a bit persistent and the undead sorcerer teleporting into the chamber once everything else was rekilled was quite a surprise. In the end however they claimed their prizes, which, not counting your typical loot, consisted of one valuable staff and a freaking Daedric artifact. Rafiamak had plans for both items. From their last meeting he knew Nerevarine was a member of the Mages Guild, which meant that sooner or later she will need the wizard staff to advance to one of the higher ranks. As for the bitter cup, in the game it was used to bribe the leader of Balmora Fighters Guild. Unless Nerevarine joined the Thieves Guild, it could serve only the function of quickly acquiring a lot of funds, he was certain it was absurdly valuable. How valuable? Let's try 5 times the value given to Dragonborn to kill the fucking Emperor. Yep, Morrowind was just plain broken. I wonder if the mudcrab merchant is real, thought Rafiamak. He was resting on a small hill in the middle of nowhere, after his little helpers left for the camp. It was already around midnight at this point. If so, I'm bound to cause a worldwide economic crisis within 3 weeks of meeting him and mantle Dagon for the title of Daedric Prince by causing more destruction than his Oblivion crisis. Hold on, what's that? Ted frowned and focused on the light that he just noticed. Being who he is, he couldn't help it and made another pop culture reference, even though there was no one around to confuse with it. What is this ominous glow in the distance? He squinted his eyes. All senses of dragons, with the exception of touch and possibly taste, are much more sensitive than those of humans, but even he had to put some effort in order to recognize such a distant target. Once the distant land vision, as Ted liked to call it, kicked in, the former geek however was able to see them almost as good as if he was next to the crowd, which was in fact the source of light. There was quite a lot of people, definitely more than 20, but most likely not 50, their constant movement made it impossible to tell for certain. All were armed to the teeth, literally in case of some orcs. The most common theme were bows, blades, and hammers almost big enough to be useful only to anime characters and finally furs instead of real armors, not to mention all those torches. It seemed to be a party consisting of members of all races, but mostly humans. Rafiamak hummed. Interesting. What kind of purpose such group would have here, in the middle of nowhere? Because it's unlikely they are just passing by, there are no roads nearby. As he had nothing else to do, he decided to guess the identity and objective of the strangers. Let's see. They don't wear uniforms, so they aren't guards of any house, not to mention legionaries. Furthermore, their armors clash with the style common in this province, so they are not from around here. Some new bandit gang? No, there's too many of them. Some abandoned fortresses might have this many thugs inside, but they wouldn't move around in such numbers. Mercenaries then? Most likely, but I don't know who would hire such a ragtag group. Wait. What is that in front of them? There was a quick, grey shape slightly ahead of others. It was obvious it wasn't a chase, Ted was certain that it wasn't the warrior's top speed. A dog? Yeah, grumbled the dragon as the being stood up much like a man and howled at the moon. More like a wolf. Werewolf. And then the understanding hit him like the meteor hit the dinosaurs. It's a hunting party. A dragon-sized hunting party. Led by a freaking werewolf. There were only 2 groups that would use an undisguised werewolf as a hound. The companions were out, they would never act with so many members at once, not to mention they handled only Skyrim. The other faction. Rothiamok glanced to the sky. At first everything looked normal to him, but then for a few seconds one of the brightest stars on the sky, one of those that weren't holes in Aetherius left behind by the gods noping out of the mortal realm, but the actual realms, other planets, glowed even brighter, like a red dot in the sea of darkness. There was only one thing Ted could say to that. Fuck you too, Herson. I've taken a look at the events of this story and I have to begrudgingly admit that Khazirad ain't the only chap around that keeps on making a cat cry. There are more scenes with Azira being miserable than with her being really happy. Good thing soon she's gonna be pretty much chained to Rothiamok, he isn't the sort to ignore that. If you are curious, yes, the key to the chest Azira had to open to get the book really is pretty much right next to the chest. And yes, the door to the closet really is open. You can just enter, close the door after yourself and steal everything inside. That's Bethesda to you. Next chapter will most likely focus almost entirely on Rothiamok. Chapter 24, The Misadventures of Lego Smog. I didn't get to update as soon as I hoped, RL got in the way. Oh well, at least it's relatively small gap. The reviews that came in last chapter, although in greater numbers than usually, mostly don't really require a response, glances at several reviews over the last few chapters that consist of word nice and nothing else. I don't really mind, it still bumps up my reviews counter and confirms that yes, readers care enough to let me know so, but I would appreciate some solid feedback, since that's the only thing I gain from writing this story other than the pleasure of writing itself. Nesferta 2255, I already have a rough idea about both Hero of Kvatch and Dragonborn, so I can make a pretty good guess how it will play out. Rothiamok kind of made it his job to help out the protagonists of each game, so he will aim to do that, though some might argue about the way he handles it. With Dragonborn Roth will however have some problems and not just because of him. Accursius, if anything, it will be Azira, not him. He will be lucky to find a toothpick in his size. Cheesecake 244351, from what we have seen from Herson, he doesn't care if the prey beats his hunters, he might have a bone to pick with Sheogorath, but if Rothiamok will prove himself a worthy opponent by turning the hunt on its head, the prince will most likely grudgingly accept his loss. I think, though, that it will take a direct confrontation during Blood Moon to really get Herson to give it up. Other princes, at least some of them, are bound to come in contact with Rothiamok, since they always pay attention to heroes and Roth intends to follow them around. Shirts at him, that's actually a really good question. There's a chance Rothiamok will learn Dragonrend. It was stated that the reason Parthunax doesn't know it is that in order to use it one has to truly understand the concept of mortality, something that is beyond dragons. Our hero however was once mortal, so there's a chance he could learn this shout. That might actually make him a force to be reckoned with even among his kind. The Orange Lord, I don't think translation is necessary just yet. I intentionally replace only some words, the ones that are relatively well known, aren't difficult to figure out once seeing the entire sentence or, even if left unknown, do not actually stop the reader from following the events, like Rothiamok's only full dragon sentence in this chapter, which is just him boasting his superiority. Every time I use a word that is important, but not well known I also have Roth translating it immediately for his listeners. If time will come where Rothiamok will actually have an important or just long text in Dovahzul, or one that can't be conveniently explained within the story itself, I'll of course translate. There were 2 phrases that fulfilled those conditions in this chapter. Shirts at him, don't worry, I have no intentions of ending the story in the middle. The upload might be slow sometimes, but I still enjoy writing very much. The only possible danger is me writing more than one large fanfiction at the time, that did end my offsite stories every time it happened. So I intentionally hold myself back from posting new ones, even though in the last 2 years I had at least 5 very good ideas, Overlord, both game series and novel, Sonic, One Punch Man, Fallout. As for your question, yes, Rothiamok will definitely create new shouts. Not a lot of them and it won't happen very fast, it would be too OP of him to just came up with them every few chapters, but he is already working on one to make his life easier. Let's resume where we stopped last. Fuck you too, Herson. Ted obviously didn't like the thought of a hunting party after him, especially one that included werewolves. Sadly, you can't always have what you want. Can't this guy just wait a few fucking months until Blood Moon DLC? He sighed. I guess I will have to face them and show them just why they won't be able to hung my ass on Herson's wall. I hoped I could save it for an actual fight with some raw, maybe Almalexia, but it seems the technique I was developing will be put to use much earlier. Looks like I will have to use my special move. A dangerous, scary glint appeared in his eyes. Nicrian Dovabo. Tharbjorn was a very famous hunter, he traversed all of Tamriel in search of unique trophies. Who cares about bears and wolves? He wanted to become more than famous, he wanted to become a legend. A hunter that put down a legendary beast. So far he just wasn't lucky enough, the monster that lurked deep in Black Marsh turned out to be just a slowed necromancer and while it was indeed a worthy kill, it was far from being one of a kind. He was just about to head to Cyrodiil and search for one of those apparently not so extinct unicorns, when he received a tip from his friends in Herson's cult about a new prey, a dragon of all possible things, revealing itself in Morrowind. He was more than happy to join the fun, although it was a shame he had such a massive competition. No matter. Those people may be experienced, but not as versatile as him. They belonged to the Solstheim chapter of Herson's Wild Hunt, they didn't know a single thing about fighting a big flying animal. They brought hammers. To put it down. Last time he checked all stories claimed the dragons were at least as smart as Nords they used to rule. What kind of an idiot a dragon would have to be to land when he can pummel the enemy with fireballs from the air? A dragon landed on top of the hill they were climbing and Nord stopped, much like the rest of his company. He did it because it shocked him just how stupid, even if impressive in terms of size, his target was. It was unusual for the prey to reveal itself like that. Anyone knew that once the wild hunt spotted the animal, it would never survive the night. Foolish Jewer, stated the beast in a threatening voice. You think you stand a chance against me? Ziu Yuzak Mul. It is you who is the prey, not. Erg. Tharbjorn had little patience for fools and thus he shot him as soon as he had the chance. The arrow was now sticking out of the scales right above the right eye. Nord scowled, was he getting old to miss like that? You fucking bastards. You don't just shoot when a protagonist gives a speech, you asshole. Another arrow from another hunter, probably inspired by Tharbjorn's example, was shot, but this time it just bounced off one of the spines. Who are those people with me, thought Tharbjorn with disgust as he prepared to fire again, to not score a hit on a stationary target. Again. That's it. Brace yourself, hunters, for now I won't hold back on you. Another arrow was sent flying, but to his surprise the dragon didn't even flinch as it got stuck in his chest. Pray to whatever god you think is listening, for I am about to end this encounter, with my special move. The dragon stood on its legs and stretched his wings, casting his wasp shadow over all of them. Tharbjorn, being very capable of sensing intentions of the prey, immediately put away the bow and prepared himself for a quick dodge. The beast was about to attack and others realized it too. The werewolf at the front growled. The target took in a deep breath. Special move. Dragon dash. The dragon blew them raspberry, which was followed by a strong flap of wings. A few seconds later bewildered hunters were looking at a distant dot, already barely noticeable in the dark of the night. A distant yell pierced the silence caused by the unexpected turn of events. Tralalalala. Oh ho ho ha ha ha. Tharbjorn started shaking and then, when the song reached its culmination point, he exploded in righteous fury. That son of a. Oh ho 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 ho. Finished Rothiamok. He smirked. He knew memorizing the entire lyrics would be useful one day. Suckers. I think, though, that I will have to throw them off my trail. Otherwise they are going to cause trouble in the area and I don't want that. They would scare off all bandits and what would I hunt then? Being a miner is a hard work, as long as you work in your typical mine, excavating ores. In Morrowind, however, there is a particular brand of mining that doesn't even require the miners to touch a pickaxe, barring, say, a tunnel collapse. We speak, of course, about the egg mining. The relation between Kwama and Dunmer is similar to that of chickens and men, one is cultivated solely so that the other will gain food, mostly eggs. As Kwama are common on Vardenfell, the farms of the mainland didn't take root here. There was just no point when Kwama eggs are bigger and the species is better accustomed to the local climate, read, cursed sandstorms. Many people found employment in egg mining, while it took a moment for Kwama to get used to new faces so that they won't attack the newbies, it certainly paid off. In the end those eggs were amongst the most popular food on the island. Still, it's a bit surprising someone cared enough to start poaching the eggs. Apparently other miners managed to lock the poachers in the lowest level of the mine. Until the orcs sent from the Fighters Guild sorted them out, the two miners camping in the entrance to the mine had to wait. Their work involved the maintenance of Queen's Lair. With nothing else to do, the two decided to chat about recent events. I don't think he can do anything, stated the first of them, a Bosmer named Find Elaine. The situation is not in his favor. Any potential, or confirmed, Kamina member leaves the jail faster than an arrow leaves the bow. So what if he is pretty good in catching them if the judges are in Kamina's pocket? That doesn't mean Vero doesn't have a fighting chance. His companion, Reguard Dinogue, had a different opinion about the recent oath taken by Fort Monmouth's second in command. He isn't a city guard, he's not going to just be content as long as he gets his pay. He seems to take personally the fact everyone he captures is released by a bribe. He strikes me as a man that, when law fails, will handle the issue unless official. Who is that? The Bosmer quickly saw the person in question. A woman was running towards them, coming from the road to Balmora. Both miners were instantly on high alert. It was unlikely to encounter a bandit this close to the city, but they did just have two armed poachers spotted in the mine. As she approached, however, they slightly relaxed. The Imperial didn't have any visible armor or even weapon and was wearing simple clothes typical for commoners, not much different from their own. Much to their relief the stranger slowed down and finally stopped a few meters away from them, though she still kept jogging in place. Hello, the woman greeted them. Flania Amulisis, Fighters Guild. How are things? If I remember right, our guild member should be already inside. The miners relaxed completely. A large orc? Yes, he went inside a few minutes ago. It shouldn't be long before he is done. Why, are you here a backup? Oh, no. I might not like Gromluck, but I can't deny he is more than capable of sorting out two poachers. This place just happened to be at perfect distance from the city to give my student a workout. Student. In the distance appeared another person, running out from around the bend of the road. Long, thin tail trailing behind her indicated a Kajiat. She was clearly not used to this kind of activity. By the time she joined the group, she had trouble breathing and her legs were shaking. I thought you were supposed to teach me spear combat, not. It's all tied together, Azira. The better your endurance, the easier it will be to use your weapon. All your knowledge on the subject will be useless if you won't have condition good enough to keep your hands on the spear when the other end is stuck in, let's say, the belly of the bear. That reminds me my first bear hunt back in Bruma. I went with a spear and an axe. First I run the spear through the chest when he stood up, then I kept him away with the spear still in him and waited until he got weak from the blood loss and I could get close with the axe. I'm in Morrowind, I won't fight bears here. You never know. Doesn't matter. I suppose it's time to go back. See you back at the gate, we will continue with sparring. I'll be counting your time. What? I'm supposed to run also on way back. You wanted to teach me everything on the subject. Sorry sister, you must suffer to get better. The two miners just observed in amusement as the cat barreled onward while swearing. Are you sure about this? Rothiamok looked with distrust at the pot in front of him. There was plenty of smoke coming out. Any visions I get always come on their own. Nibani nodded, while still stirring the content. That may be true, however it is confirmed even those with natural talent are even more efficient when using this method. The dragon sighed. Still, smoking weed? That sounds like an advice Jerry would give me. And those never end well. He was starting to regret his official stance on the subject of inconsistency between his own memory and the events of the War of the First Council. To be specific, he kept his own version. He didn't even remember meeting Nerevarine in Doril in the first place. He didn't feel confident enough to actually pretend to know him in person, not when there were still some people who knew better and could call him out on this. As unlikely as such event is, Tribunal and Daedric princes aren't exactly trusted by everyone, nor do they often contact mortals in person. Furthermore, the most important people within the Nerevarine cult already heard him claiming ignorance, so changing his mind without a good excuse was out of the question. Thus he had only one option, be brazen enough to still claim he didn't remember. And there was actually something working in his favor to actually pull this off. You do realize this won't help me recover my missing memories if the reason behind their loss is Theodoron, a dragon break. Dragon break. You mentioned those before. An anomaly in the flow of time caused by misuse of divine power by mortals, wasn't it? The other wise woman, Manari of Arabenham soon, was performing her own unrelated alchemic duties close to them, most likely concocting potions that lessened the danger of being infected with blight. How would that relate to your situation? He hummed in thought. How to explain this phenomenon to you? All right, I suppose doing so by the example would be best. There was a dragon break very recently in Iliac Bay. It's called Warp in the west. Before it took place, the territory was divided into dozens of little kingdoms. 44, if I remember well, which is never certain when a dragon break is involved. Iliac Bay, that's High Rock and Hammerfell, correct? Asked Nibani. I know little on the lands of the Empire, but I'm certain no province is that much divided. You must be mistaken. I would be if I said that it's a current state of the area. It used to be like that, until Dragon Break happened, because now it never happened, even before Dragon Break. Nibani paused. I'm pretty sure you didn't yet inhale the smoke, and yet. Let me finish. It's a crazy concept, I know, but it's very much real. Here's what happened. As far as I can tell, there was an exceptional hero in Iliac Bay. In one way or another he somehow recovered a powerful item known as the Totem of Tiber Septim. It held tremendous power, since with it one could control Numidium, the brass tower. It was created by the Dwemer as their artificial Ra, god, hence where the divine power comes from. And then everything became Vomandok. The adventurer had several options regarding the fate of the totem and as such also Numidium. He could give it to one of the foremost significant royals in Iliac Bay, making them the supreme power in the region. He could also give it to Manimarco, the king of worms. That would result in him ascending to divinity. Hun could also hand over the item to the Underking, a former imperial Batlemage cursed with being unable to truly die. The totem would realize his greatest wish. Finally, it was possible to send the totem to the emperor himself, securing his power over the region. Guess what was the choice of the hero? Manari chuckled. Given that High Rock still isn't united, but isn't divided that much, I would say the Septim got his toy. He did, but so did everyone else I mentioned. At the same time. Both witches paused at this conundrum. Rothiamok elaborated. The name of Dragon Break is very literal. It works by breaking the nature of the greatest of dragons, Bormahu, who is time itself. The normal rules of causality are denied and logic sits weeping in the corner. In this particular case the break was tied to the decision of the hero. All possible outcomes were realized. The totem and Numidium, being at the center of events, divided into 7 instances of the same objects from 7 separate timelines that, due to Theodoron were, against all laws of physics, all taking place instead of just one of them. On the 9th of Frostfall 7 Numidiums emerged from Iliac Bay and each did the bidding of a different master. The brass towers led by the local royals and the one controlled by the emperor destroyed all armies in their way, even though said armies ended up completely victorious thanks to owning the Numidium. All lost due to not having Numidium and at the same time all won by owning it. Manimarco ascended to godhood and at the same time didn't. In short, events were so convoluted that one might think Sheogorath took the timeline and skipped ropes with it. The entire mess lasted 3 days, not counting the aftermath. The madness stopped only once the Underking took action and destroyed every instance of Numidium while killing himself in the process. Once it was over Manimarco was mortal once more. 4 countries that controlled the tower were much bigger in territory, their borders turning into desolate wastelands and Emperor was still in Malag. After a few seconds of silence caused by this lecture, Nibani sighed. And that, right there, is why Azura asked Nerevar and Tribunal to destroy whatever Dwemer discovered in their foolish quest for godhood. Everything becomes so complicated when a mortal aspires to more than he is meant to get. So yet, if you were to go to Iliac Bay, you would find plenty of people who remember at least one version of events, even though the end result doesn't match up. I think that's why I don't remember my participation in Keen. If Ted could still shrug, he would do so. The Dwemer experimented on divine power and actually attempted to do so during the final battle. To this day we still don't know for sure what exactly happened, both with the dwarves and the death of Nerevarine. There are also some conflicting testimonies. That sounds like Dragon Break to me. But I actually doubt it, added the dragon in his mind. There could be a break, but didn't have to be. Conflicting testimonies might be simply either Tribunal lying or Ashlanders being in the wrong. And while sudden removal of an entire race might be a work of the Dragon Break, it's also possible that every single Dwemer was for example simply instantly torn down on atomic level by Lorcan's heart due to some miscalculation of Kigranak. If this was a crossover, the end result could even be Thanos dropping from the sky with Infinity Gauntlet. That's how little I know. So we can make a guess that there were at least 2 versions of events, concluded Manari. One with you taking part in the battle and another with you sleeping through the entire conflict. Most likely. Hence why there's a chance this won't help. If there's nothing for this version of me to remember, then I obviously won't see anything. Nibani stirred the content of the cauldron for the last time and stepped away. It's possible, but we have yet to rule out anything and this is first step. Now then, the incense is ready. Go ahead, Rothiamok. The The dragon focused his eyes on the cauldron once more. As much as he didn't like it, he knew there was no getting out of this. He crawled closer to the campfire. Hopefully this time he won't say anything incriminating when he barely survived the teasing that followed when Jerry learned his fetish. Alright, I'll do this. If I'll see any talking rat ghosts, I'll sing off-key serenades outside your tent all night to keep you awake and frustrated. To be honest, it wasn't that bad in retrospective. He remembered only the first 5 minutes. After that, according to the tribesman, he was just droning on something in Thursday on while flying in circles over the camp. Backwards. There's no doubt anymore. Mods must be involved, there's no such a thing as Nerevar's tomb in the vanilla game. Alright, maybe tomb is a wrong word here, it was about Daedric ruins. They were, however, said to be the first Hortator's place of final rest, at least in Ursulaco tradition. I don't buy it, Nibani, stated Ted. It's not possible. If the knowledge of where Nerevar's corpse was placed still existed, the remains would be taken by the temple. They scorn the prophecy, but he is still a saint to them. Do not be foolish, Rothiamok. The Nerevarine cult is small, few know about the location. When Alandrosol, ancestor of Sulmituol, received the body from you, or another version of you, he hid it away from the tribunal so that the hero's remains won't be mistreated by those who murdered him. Only those closest to him, the founders of the cult, knew the location. I believe you should know it too. Why Daedric ruins? First off, those weren't yet ruins when the burial took place. Over the ages the shrine was a place of worship to several different deadra, but at the time it was dedicated to Azura. As Nerevar was prophesied to return in order to fulfill promise given to her, it was the best location to put him to rest until his time comes. Rothiamok blinked. Yes, there was a shrine, very small shrine, but still. On Azura's coast. How did you know? Yes, it's on Azura's coast. Very close to Sadrith Mora, as a matter of fact. Just east of the city, on the same island. Alright, so it's not the same place. East of Sadrith Mora, was there even a ruin there? I don't remember, in cities like these you tend to focus on the massive mushroom in the middle of the city, not horizon. I see. This is also where your statue was placed, so that your appearance, as the last sign of the prophecy, could be easily recognized by any Ursulaco wise woman no matter how much time has passed. That does explain why I was welcomed so quickly. Rothiamok nodded slowly. There was an ongoing storm of thoughts in his head. I'm, according to Akatosh, a new dragon. As absent as he is probably still reliable when it comes to information on his children, since they are literally pieces of him removed during the creation of Mundus. Dragon Dad outright said that the piece of him that was me was grabbed by the alter ego of Deranged Dad, who put his own twist on it before dropping me in Tamriel. He paused. Wow. Never thought I would make such a sentence. Anyway, the point is that this body didn't exist until recently. I'm technically less than 1 month old. And yet there is a dragon with the exact same looks and name mentioned in historical event connected to the prophecy in which I am interested too. I think Shio did much more than just paint my forehead purple and possibly removed what little sanity I had left. Anything is possible, given that he had a fragment of a god of time in his hands. Either way, I should investigate this. Now is as good time as any. I suppose it is obvious then what action I should take now. If meditation is. He ignored the Dunmer's annoying smirk, of no use to me, then I must uncover the truth with normal research. I need to travel to Nerevar's tomb and take a look, hopefully this will explain what exactly is going on. In that case take Manurai with you. New Ashkan of Arabenham soon is young and while his opponents in the tribe are no more, he will still need advice from the wise woman. As fruitful as meeting with her was, she must return to her duties soon. Noted. I'll make sure to pick her up before heading out. The life of a scamp is a tough one. If you count it based on how long they last before something slaughters them, rather than count all their lives together, then said life is also usually short. They were at the very bottom of Daedric hierarchy, even freaking clan fears usually made quick work of them, to say nothing about sentient foes. Scamps inhabited a very unfortunate ecological niche, they were humanoid enough that they couldn't win with brute force alone due to lack of good natural weapons, but in most cases weren't smart enough to actually use man-made weapons. That meant that only their inability to truly die kept their kind going, even with legendary taste for mayhem and disregard of their own safety. Jirai, whose real name was too difficult to pronounce, and thus was never used by anyone, wasn't any different from his many siblings. If he could, he would throw a fireball in the face of any mortal that approached the ruins of Aenid Nabia, which he managed to acquire as his playground. It was nice, getting a spot at one of those shrines. Few non-worshippers ventured here, meaning less of a threat, they didn't have a Daedric prince breathing down their neck and, best of all, they didn't have to follow orders of some wizard prick that bought his first summoning book at a discount. Jirai growled. That wasn't a nice memory. A few years ago the scamp was first forced to serve some Altmer mage. If only it was someone competent, then it wouldn't be so bad. Talented, high-profile wizards simply don't use imps for long, they quickly move on to elementals and Dremora, no longer bothering with scamps. There also wasn't any shame to be bested by a master of art, well, it would be better to say the shame was minimal, since it's unavoidable to be ashamed by being beaten by a mortal. But to be bound to a single failure of a mage for years on end? When your captor can't even advance in his studies a single step and yet you still remain their slave, it is unavoidable even other scamps would make fun of you, and in the case of scamps making fun of someone involves a lot of fire. Fortunately, Jirai's luck at some point turned around. The incompetent sorcerer recently slipped up during one of his summonings, thus failing to actually enforce his will on Jirai. It wasn't Jirai's first rodeo, so he knew exactly what to do. A mage is always on alert right after the spell, but if everything seems alright, they no longer pay attention. The moment Altmer turned around, Jirai grabbed the hem of his robe, lifted it and shot a fireball point blank at Wizard's butt. Given the fact he wasn't repeatedly summoned and killed afterwards, it was safe to assume the Altmer died. Best kill ever. Jirai grinned, causing grief to any possible observer with his dark yellow, nearly rotting teeth. Yes, in the end he was on top. Getting a spot at a Daedric ruin was a true miracle, he just so happened to be first in line when the scamp previously having the spot was cut down by a slaughterfish. Now he could finally take a breather in a relatively safe spot. Jirai sat down with a wide, nasty grin that his kind defaulted to when not angry. After a moment he lied down completely to enjoy the shine of Magnus showering him with subtle, though powerful magic of Aetherius. Until something blocked the view. Animalistic, high-pitched screech was the last sound the scamp made before Tamriel's largest lizard parked himself right on top of him. Oh my god. Loud, panicked voice rung above the bloody pancake imprinted into the ground. Please, don't say I just ran over some Bosmer. An older Dunmer woman stepped down from his back and glanced at the carcass. A scamp, not a Bosmer, she decided, before stepping away from the mangled mess. It's not easy to remove blood from robes. Not that there's much of a difference, especially in this state. What a relief. A Bosmer splattered all over the ground is not a pretty sight, one I would rather not see again. The dragon glanced down at his chest, now colored crimson. Oh, come on. I've already bathed today. As much as Manurai wanted to scold him for being childish, in this case she had to agree his reaction was fully justified. For those of Arabenamsoon tribe water, especially one fit for drinking, is the rarest commodity of all. In order to have a proper bath Ashlanders living in Malagamor had to go all the way to Azura's coast, since in their region finding a body of somewhat clear, not boiling water larger than a puddle was impossible. Bathing on the coast wasn't all that comfortable either, in every part of the coast one could easily trip over a slaughterfish. Some people even said there are 3 monsters one had to be wary of, a cliff racer in the sky, a slaughterfish in the sea and a mud crab on the land. The trio of misery, they called it. Manurai knew better and made sure so did her people, namely that the greatest monsters are little invisible deadra of Periite and dwell in filth and old food. Still, every visit to the coast was a pain due to wildlife. If you are done, Thunder Lizard, I'd rather take a look at the ruins. The look given to her confirmed that yes, he still didn't like the traditional title given to him in legends. Too bad for him, when something was accepted for generations, it's not easy to do anything about it. As the wise woman of Arabenamsoon she saw more than one Daedric ruins in her life. There weren't many she actually entered, the followers of Dagon and Malag seemed to be everywhere these days, but she knew their style well both inside and outside. This ruin, it was simply falling apart. Some level of damage was to be expected, it's called ruins for a reason, but Ainad Nabia was obviously close to disappearing altogether. If she had to make a guess, it was caused by the proximity of Sadrith Mora. Telvanni are a very aggressive house, quick to eliminate any possible danger within their borders. Despite their own many dealings with Daedra, the wizards certainly had no intentions of letting any Daedric prince gain a foothold within a spitting distance of one of their biggest cities. The same went for legendary predators, of course, hence Manurai commanded Rathiamak to stay far away and approach the island from the east on a low altitude, so that the chances of being spotted before they could finish their business here were minimal. I'm not an expert on architecture, this kind of knowledge is useless to dragons, started Rathiamak as she approached one of the few still standing walls. However, I'm fairly certain we won't find much. The place looks completely ruined, joke fully intended. Not completely. Look. The wall was clearly a remainder of a small, above-ground entrance hall to the proper ruins. The only 2 other things that survived the test of time was yet another door leading into said depths A and D. Is my head really so blocky? Asked obviously upset dragon next to her, looking at the same object. Manurai compared the statue to the one it was meant to represent. No, she finally admitted. It was either sculpted sometime after the events, when the memory faded, or maybe intentionally altered so that the shape of the statue would be more resistant. True, Rathiamak's statue wasn't exactly impressive. While large, perhaps even half as big as him, the pose was just boring, rather than, let's say, capturing him mid-flight, he was just lying, with both wings and head also resting on the ground. At least the material was good, the sculptor attached a small slab of light purple marble on the forehead, imitating Rathiamak's only feature that could be used to tell him apart from others of his kind. I'm more golden than brown, but I suppose using gold would be idiotic, too many pesky adventurers stealing everything in sight. What does the writing on the side say? I don't know Daedric. Give me a moment. We Velithai don't usually use written word, except maybe in rare rituals. I need to focus. I'm done. It's nothing important, to be honest. It just informs the statue depicts Lord Nerevar's companion, who will also mark his return. Ted wasn't interested in his statue. Not really. He could already tell its function, it was just a reminder that would allow the Ashlanders to recognize him no matter how much time passed, the bulky shape clearly indicated the maker wanted it to last. Still. Did they really have to do it this way? They could sculpt a relief. My fearsome visage could be kept without any alterations. This makes me look like a freaking Lego smog. He suddenly paused. Manurai, do you hear something? No, came an answer a few seconds later. She glanced at him. Where? He looked at the door to the underground part of the ruins and frowned. Down there, I think. Perhaps my senses are just sharper and the source isn't so close. I don't even know how to describe it. Rathiamak slowly approached the entrance. When no demonic abomination jumped at him, he decided to press his ear to the frame, only to just now realize he had no idea what could be considered ears for dragons, as they clearly weren't obvious. In the end he just placed his head as the rules of human anatomy still applied. He clearly had done it right, for the sound actually become recognizable. What the fuck is this shit? It's the same sound that the word walls made in Skyrim when approached for the first time. He took a step, crawl, back to stare at the door stupefied. I don't even know what is going on anymore. Only Nords made word walls, since only they had both knowledge of Thursday and, the means to use a trowel. Hands, I mean. Nords were in Morrowind once, true, but that's long after the dragons, they no longer made walls in those times. And I heard that sound before, admitted Ted. He would rather keep the information to himself, the more Ashlanders knew, the bigger the chance of them discovering he wasn't exactly honest with them. Manurai had no knowledge on the subject, so telling her wouldn't benefit him in any way either. Still, here he just had to tell, he simply had no immediate excuse to give her. Ancient Nords used to make special walls under the orders of my kind back when Skyrim was under our control. Those walls would be later infused by the dragons with the source of our power, Thu'um. The sound I'm hearing is exactly like the one the walls give when approached by someone who doesn't yet know the word of power written on it. But why would there be one so far from Skyrim? Your guess is as good as mine, sadly. It would take both some mortals to build a wall and a dragon to give it power, or a mortal very good with Thu'um. It's technically possible the Nords built the wall during their invasion of Rhysdane, they still used my language in battle in that war. I doubt it however. I'm not sure if their attack even reached that far and. He stopped. The sound wasn't the only thing of importance in this picture. There was a small, but important detail that only now registered, after he was taking in the door for a while. Back in his previous life Ted had a bad habit when playing Morrowind, since Oblivion was his first game, he was used to saving outside of the door to the dungeon. It is a sound tactic when playing newer games, but Morrowind had its flaws, saving in the outdoor areas, especially on newer computer, was dangerous, saves often couldn't load as a result. That resulted in a lot of frustration, and becoming intimately aware how looked the texture of any type of the door in the game. It definitely shouldn't have a small imprint of moon and star in the middle, along with a horizontal line connecting them. Thu'um's brain was working overtime. Thu'um. Hush. A decoration to fit Nerevar's grave? On the door? Possible, the cavern of the incarnate does have it. But in that case the shape would be convex, not concave. Not many people actually notice it, but that's how such things are made, makes it look better. The shape isn't regular either, the horizontal cavity is much deeper in the middle than on the edges, the same goes for sun and moon. It looked like something should be. He smiled. Put here. And I'm pretty sure I know what. But just to be sure. Ted put his head on the door, this time his forehead, and pushed. As expected, the door refused to open. All right, Manurai, our business here is done. The wise woman frowned. Just like that? We hardly started. I would like to continue, but I'm afraid it's impossible to progress any further. This Marad won't open to anyone but Nerevarine, I'm certain of this now. Looks like we will have to wait a bit until we get our answers. Let's get going. As they lifted off and dashed west, no longer bothering to hide, as they were leaving anyway, a panicked screams came from Sadrith Mora below. They must have caught Master Nelith just when he was outside, given how many fireballs were sent their way from the top of the mushroom tower. It goes without saying Manurai was pissed at him the rest of the journey, even if he evaded every projectile thanks to large enough distance. A sudden thought made Thu'um hesitate as they left the coast behind. I really hope that the door didn't just open the other way. That would be embarrassing. If you are curious, yes, there is indeed a Daedric ruin east of Sadrith Mora. It is, however, a bit different from others, the front door is blocked, meaning you can't enter this way. The ruin is called Ainad Nabia and you can get inside only through nearby tomb. Apparently only part of the ruin is accessible, forgotten vaults, and there's nothing inside indicating what Daedra was worshipped there. I decided to give the ruin an additional purpose, might as well use canon, but mysterious location rather than make up a new one. All I had to do was make a few not so drastic changes to the outside area. Translation of more important words. Nicrian Dovabo, cowardly dragon flight. In other words, dragon dash. XD not an actual shout, of course. Malog, means power in general, it's not the same as fuss, which refers only to physical strength. Chapter 25, Am I the One? Another chapter, another adventure. DG2, I'm afraid you are looking for the wrong kind of story. Sorry, but while in the nearest future the POVs will merge into a combined adventure of Thu'um and Azira, the other 2 points, side quests and expositions, will certainly remain. I don't rush the story and get straight to the point, that's just not my writing style. As another reader said in comments, this style really gives it that flavor that a bunch of others miss, they get the setting, they get the characters, but they don't get the picture put together that makes it Elder Scrolls. Think of it like Lord of the Rings approach, where Tolkien switched POVs often, even though in Hobbit he followed Bilbo Baggins only. The reason is the same, I want to tell all about the world of the story, rather than observe a single plotline. Cheesecake 244351, damn. I only now noticed that the scamp indeed had a name that asks for a lot comic relief at his expense. I'm so going to make him a recurring character. XD yes, Thu'um's interaction with Akadosh will be limited, but Sheogorath will eventually get quite a lot of screen time, after all, since Roth follows the protagonists of the games, he will at some point get on the Shivering Isles. Shirts at him, Thu'um is an elder dragon, which puts him in the middle of hierarchy, I'm pretty sure I already once wrote about it in author's section. While Sheogorath did influence him, it wasn't so much that his race would be something new. Old-timey dude, I don't think I will put anything from ESO here. If I will, it will be an Easter egg at most. I just don't particularly care for ESO. Hat. Funny, when it was still terrible, I played it for several days of free access. I had fun. This year I bought the game and got bored rather fast. I suppose online games just aren't for me. Nesfera to 2255, as far as I know there's no such mod, but who knows, I certainly didn't check all Morrowind mods. It's still too early to tell in depth about the plot of the stories for Oblivion and Skyrim, can't spoil too much. Sorry. Accursius, he could probably still take a single Daedric arrow or two. In this story Dragon's large HP bar was exchanged for absurd defenses and healing factor, so it would take something really serious to take him down in one hit. Let's get to the story. Azira heads north, towards Urshilaku tribe. Never in her life Azira experienced 2 weeks so filled with hard work. She could work hard if the circumstances required it, yes. When you are a street rat, you often have to put in some effort to survive, especially if you aren't particularly sly. In her childhood, however, her enemies were simple, hunger and cold. Now her situation was much more complicated. Bandits, wild animals, deadra, even the Ordinators, if they learned what was her aim. She wouldn't know what fate would throw at her out there, in the Ashlands. As such, she had to be prepared. Unfortunately, even someone experienced can easily perish when thrust into disastrous encounter all on their own. Azira was far from experienced, at least as far as it comes to traveling in Vardenfell. She had to reduce a gap as much as possible in a short time. Needless to say, it was hell. Almost entire time she spent on training. When she wasn't physically tired, she worked with her trainer from Fighter Guild on building up stamina and mastering, alright, just becoming familiar with a spear. Sometimes she exchanged it for training from her fellow blades, Rithlin, Nine Toes, and Chaos himself, in order to learn a bit about swordsmanship. It was, after all, her secondary melee weapon, unarmed combat, since she didn't count on keeping her sword for long in a fight, and sneaking, as avoiding the fight was the best option with her level of, expertise. Those sessions always exhausted her body, and then she had to read on practical magic until she exhausted her mind too. Towards the end of this self-inflicted training regime she was actually looking forward to get out there into the wastes just to get away from this cycle. On the plus side, she was doing better now. She obviously didn't suddenly become an athlete. Anyone who thinks 2 weeks of exercise can make them buff should improve genetic pool by removing themselves from it. At least the damage done to her condition by, thankfully, short stay at prison was mostly undone. Her repertoire of spells increased as well, unlike the weight of her coin purse. Since she would be on her own for so long, she went on a big shopping spree and spent 2,000 septims on developing her magical firepower. As costly as it was, she still thinks it was worth it. Now a flooded corridor or a freaking lockpick-eating door wouldn't stop her thanks to her utility spells, while even the tallest, most muscled Nord barbarian will find himself paralyzed, for 5 seconds only, but that's plenty of time to make one into a shashlik. The only reasons she didn't buy even more spells was the fact she already stalled long enough and that with her not so impressive rank she couldn't yet acquire more significant spellbooks. Still, her mission seemed much less deadly now. Her mission. She still didn't know what to make of it, even though she resigned herself to actually do it. In fact right now she was preparing several simple potions for her trek into unknown. She's supposed to be a reborn ancient Dunmer leader? One meant to fulfill a prophecy and bring unity to Morrowind? Right. Just let her put on her tinfoil hat and she'll get right down to it. Becoming a secret agent is exciting enough, but some sort of chosen one? Someone give her a break. Azira. Hey. Azira blinked. You have been grinding those petals for a quarter of an hour now. This one thinks they are done, pointed out Azira next to her, while pausing her own work on something that, given the ingredients, was most likely a potion of water walking. Something on your mind? She took a subtle glance at her surroundings. Ma Salinier Marion, who worked in the same room as Azira to maintain teleportation network, was currently on break and it seemed no one else was around. Still, she decided to play it safe and not say anything outright damning. You remember this other job I have? Azira dropped it from a root she was holding. For a moment the agent thought she was once more reacting to her not using Khajiit way of speaking. She had no idea why the other mage reacted like this, but at times she still got startled, even if she was getting over this. Azira was actually a bit troubled by this. What did she go through to be disturbed by something as simple as Khajiit speaking like an imperial? Anyway, it was clearly not the case this time. The reaction was too strong. She noticed the pupils of her friend's eyes shrunk. Oh no. She whispered and grasped Azira's wrist tightly with one hand. You aren't in trouble, are you? Shhh, not so loud. Azira extracted her arm out of the alchemist's hold. And no, it's not exactly trouble. I think I'm mostly on good terms with my other friend. I'm a bit out of it because I'll be handling another task tomorrow. That didn't calm down Azira. If anything she only seemed more worried now. Difficult. That's just it, we don't know. There's someone far away I have to talk to. Depending on the outcome I might have to do something else too before I return. It will be a long trip and I don't know how much time it will take. A girl can't help but be nervous. I guess I'm a bit of a coward. Don't belittle yourself, Azira, the alchemist surprisingly scolded her. Azira cannot imagine herself doing what you do. You take everything head on, while this one does what she can to never have to leave the city. She raised her pointing finger to argue. Neither do I. I leave for wilderness only when I have to. But that's just it, this one can't do that even when it would make things easier for her. Remember the first 2 jobs Azira had for you, collecting mushrooms and flowers? Azira could get them herself easily enough if she just took a long walk outside. Most of the stock of her ingredients comes from her roof garden on the top of the building, the rest she buys from merchants. This one could get majority of them just by leaving for a few hours and Azira would save much coin this way. But she doesn't. She can't. Azira is too scared of leaving the city limits. Azira frowned. I know the countryside isn't exactly friendly here, but it's not that bad. Tell that to the party of slavers Azira encountered 3 years ago while picking herbs. The silence that overcome the room and, if the 2 Khajiit cared enough to notice, the entire guild hall, was deafening. Azira, I'm sorry. Please, forgive this one for the outburst. The alchemist was avoiding her eyes, now focused on her alchemical apparatus despite still not moving. The point is, don't blame yourself for hesitating. You are still much braver than Azira. Do you want to talk about this? No. At least not right now. There will be time for this later, when you return from your job. She looked fiercely at her. Because you will return, is that clear? Azira honestly had no idea what to say. She couldn't help but be moved by her friend's protectiveness. So she just said what Azira wanted her to say. Of course. Good. The alchemist leaned over and pulled something out of her desk. And you will take this with yourself as well. Azira started to wave her arms in refusal. No. The content of the small ampoule was unknown to her, but a potion placed in such a decorative container couldn't be simply an average concoction. I'll be fine, no need to give anything. I'm making my own potions and later on I will even visit Fort Moonmoth. I've been told someone there has a package of useful supplies for when I'll head out. You will take this potion. Azira would rather lose a potion than a friend. Azira's voice was like that of a sergeant that is about to fry a private with his speech alone. She handed her the flask without any further words. Azira, beaten, accepted it reluctantly. What does it do? It's a potion of luck. It's experimental, so this one doesn't know how well it will hold up to expectations, but Ashira thinks it will work for an hour and improve all your direct actions. The best aid when facing unknown odds. Ashira. Yes. The only reason I'm not kissing you right now is that you are straight. She couldn't help but laugh at her friend's expense when Ashira's face turned red even despite her brown fur. Oh, come on. Moraine Dren's disappointed exclamation from the main room made them look to the side to spot half of the guild staff clearly not eavesdropping on their conversation. I bet 50 septims on them getting together. Now the blush was present on both of their faces. It was the kind caused by anger. The good old Esterdelin, always ready to share her wisdom with her younger peers, was quick to give the wizard one short advice. Run. The first stage of her trip caused no issues. The second, not so much. Our heroine obviously had no intention of taking a hike across the entire Vanderfell to reach a remote Ashlander camp. As expected of any plan made by Azira, it assumed the maximal safety within the time and cost she could afford, and here she had both. Because of this, Azira came to Ebonheart first by guild teleportation network, and then by gondola from Vivek. Once she reached the heart of Imperial administration in the region, the young agent remained there for several hours until the arrival of the ship that was on a permanent course around Vardenfell, stopping in all coast towns and some more distant fishing villages. To Azira's relief, she didn't suffer through seasickness. Some of the other passengers weren't so lucky, those were particularly miserable, given that traveling longer distance required spending the night on board. She had no problem with that, unlike in her first sea voyage that brought her to Vardenfell on prison ship, her sleep was devoid of any dreams or nightmares. She attributed them to the gentle swaying of the boat, which she mentioned to some Dunmer passenger after breakfast on the second day. The only response she got was a very deadly glare, followed by said traveler rushing to railing to once more empty his stomach. Said reaction became even more pleasing to her when a Kajiat crewman gave her thumbs up and started with her a much more appreciated conversation. Ah, the magic of friendship built upon the interracial hostility and the misery of others, truly the greatest of bonds. Her last stop in the afternoon at Ald Redania, a small village with the outpost of House Redarin. This, along with Kudol, which was pretty much just a stone's throw away, was the last location of proper civilization before Dagon fell far to the east, in Chiagarat. Somewhere between was Ursulaku encampment, in an unspecified location. Fortunately it shouldn't be too hard to find it. In this season all Ashlanders were making preparations for what passed as winter in Vardenfell. That obviously involved fishing, meaning the camp should be very close to the shore. She learned from her visit to Aldirun that just a short walk during a sandstorm was a pain. The moment she was hit by something like this out there would be the end for her, if one didn't count her new sandstorm gear. In that case she would be merely a bit lost rather than hopelessly lost, on account of no longer being blinded by sand. Her preparations paid off. Just as she was passing Kudal on her left, she started to feel the impacts of little grains against her head. Great, she mumbled under her breath. The headgear saved her from getting a mouthful of sand. Of course this happens as soon as I leave the safety of a town. Why wouldn't it? In actuality, the storm was more of an annoyance than a real danger. The only exposed parts of her body were feet and a tail. Obviously there wasn't a version of clothing shielding those, especially since she required little protection for them. Kajiat of her breed always walked barefoot, no matter the surface. Unlike with the humans, their natural soles could handle a lot. The only issues were a low visibility, which limited her sight to several meters, and howling of the wind, driving her insane with the constant, high-pitched sound. If only the sandstorm was her only obstacle. There was a problem she didn't fully realize until she actually encountered it. She was told Ursulaku were nomadic and as such their camp moved. It was only now that she understood that roads didn't serve just a function of directing her towards objective, but also existed to make travel easier. Walking on even, smooth ground was just something she, a city dweller, took for granted. Now she had to climb small hills, push her way past random boulders and so on. The terrain north of Red Mountain received the most of its troublesome gifts over the ages, making it into a wasteland that was rich only in ash and rocks. The speed of her march slowed down by half at least. Blasted Vanderfell weather, she grumbled while climbing an especially steep hill. She actually had to help herself with hands at this point just to keep moving on. The slope was wide enough she didn't see the edge in those horrid conditions, so she didn't know if it would pay off to try to find a way around. Of course my so-called destiny brings me here, to this chamber pot of a province. Why couldn't it be back home in Cyrodiil? That would be so much easier. Just woods and plenty of patrols on the roads, keeping them safe. I envy any heroes sent there. The Emperor makes their job look like an evening stroll compared to. Wah. As it turns out, the hill was just as steep on the other side, and Azira was unfortunate enough to put her weight on a loose stone. Poor agent tumbled down the hill, fortunately avoiding any serious damage. She finally stopped her descent and, after a pause, rolled onto her back and remained there for a second, tempted to just stay there and let the forces of nature do its course in removing her from sight by piling more and more sand on her. After a minute she stood up and shook off the dust. I take it back. Sandstorms can be dangerous. She glanced at her surroundings. Due to higher ground on her both sides, visibility down her was better than before, revealing to her that she stumbled into a caldera left behind by a long-gone river of lava. There was an opening to her left, leading east. She shrugged and followed back into the pandemonium outside. While the entire march seemed to take her forever, it wasn't actually a lot of time before another development took place. Ahead of her, barely visible in the still raging sandstorm, which oddly enough recently took on a reddish hue, slowly become visible the outlines of buildings, something that greatly confused Azira. There are no settlements around here, of this I am sure, and I have yet to see a large abandoned structure that isn't of Dwemer origin, which it doesn't seem to fit. Could it be one of those strongholds Falms Myril is interested in? She doubted it. Even with visibility being so poor, she could still tell the place wasn't made with defense in mind. It was too abstract. When one said word stronghold, you though of a compact, solid building that could take quite a beating without much damage. While buildings here seemed old, Azira checked that by approaching the nearest structure, they clearly never were subjected to a significant military attack. It didn't resemble anything Dunmer of today built either, meaning it probably never was meant to merely be a dwelling. With all that in mind, she concluded it most likely had a religion-related purpose. When some place or item seems strange and doesn't have an obvious use, it's most likely religious. Azira was fairly certain she was still on track. Before the storm hit her she still had the coast in sight, even if it was in the distance. After that she passed, and we are using that term loosely, given how it happened, the caldera, which almost certainly ran directly all the way from Red Mountain to the sea, as most in Vardenfell tended to be. After that she headed northeast, while there was a part of the area that seemed to look like a primitive path, it was heading southeast, so she left it behind as it was doubtful Ursulaco would place themselves much further from the sea. This path, however, led straight through this slightly ruined complex of structures. By her estimations she should be by now close to the central part of the northern coast, where Ashlanders were supposed to be. She was also tired. Fighting against wind in a hostile terrain took a lot out of her and she felt the need to find herself a spot to rest. There was no way to know just how much walking was still ahead of her. This place, despite its eeriness, provided cover. After a long inner debate Azira decided to enter one of the abandoned buildings and sit down for a few minutes to eat without a threat of consuming more sand than food. Even the freaking door was strange. Just how often do you see one of the oval shape? Azira braced herself against the frame and pushed, as there was no obvious handle. The entrance remained closed. The Kajiat stroked her chin in thought. In the end she pried it open by inserting her fingers into the small gap by the frame and pulling. After sealing away the noise of ongoing storm behind the door, Azira cast her oldest spell, Fire Bite, and stretched out the arm in front of her to reveal her surroundings in the weak light of the magic. Cat she may be, but even a cat won't see anything in absolute darkness. The corridor leading further down into the dark was just as bizarre as the outside architecture. Rather than use normal, even walls and ceiling like civilized people do, the architects of this place instead inserted as many sharp spikes and angles as possible, whether or not it was needed. Everything was in dark shades, black, purple or brown. What little was bright only served to further embellish the dark colors by contrast. Everything was dangerous, ominous, edgy. In short, it was designed to either be a meeting spot for angsty teenagers or a temple dedicated to Daedric princes. Perhaps even both. Azira sighed and sat down, even though one could tell from how stiff her tail was that she was on high alert. The only reason she didn't abandon the idea right away and get back on track was lack of any kind of presence. No signs of life were spotted either outside or inside. Taking a break inside the shrine most likely used to sacrifice people to an evil god surprisingly proceeded without anything going horribly wrong for her. She finished her meal and remained seated for an entire hour before she decided to brave the weather outside once more. To her joy, the sandstorm was over and the setting sun painted the normally dull landscape gold. She couldn't help but shiver though as she observed the ruins in this state, for when one would look at them at this hour, with many shadows all over the place and countless sharp angles no longer hidden by unfriendly weather, it was a sight that wouldn't let her even consider making a stop here. As Azira picked up her spear she left leaning against the wall and ventured outside, sticking to the shadows of the buildings and slowly making her way through the ruins. Just because she was unmolested so far didn't mean the area was completely clear of hostiles. Hostiles? Ugh, what was happening with her life that she had to worry about searching for hostiles? Even back on the streets of Kvatch the worst threat of sentient sort was an abusive guard or an occasional thief, obviously one not allied with the guild, otherwise the Grey Fox would rip them a new one, not something that would eat or soul trap you. Ree. Gra. Speaking of something that would eat you. Ursulaco do not believe a title can make someone be above doing something, unlike the settled people. Even an Ashkan would be expected to do hard, tedious job if the good of the tribe demanded it, no matter how underwhelming or humble the task would be. As such it is to be expected that even one of the elite warriors of the tribe would be occasionally trusted with hunting down prey normally not worth his effort. Cliff racers are even more of an issue to Ashlanders than Outlanders. Zabamund had to reluctantly admit that large cities had a perk of scaring off the nuisance. More than once per day a member of their tribe would lose a freshly caught fish because of the flying menace before they could even get their hands on it. The resulting tug of war between the vermin and an angry fisherman, or entire group at once, was a rather amusing sight though, which usually ended with a snapped string, happy cliff racer and a royally pissed off tribesman. That was an extra work for their hunters. Zabamund, as Ursulaco's Gulakan, rarely sought out small game, which cliff racers counted as, despite their tendency to cause a lot of collateral damage along the way, his attention was usually on rare opponents that could pose an actual threat to the tribe, particularly aggressive Kagouti, deadra lingering around the shrines dedicated to less amicable princes, any corpus beasts of the devil under the mountain or, if it ever came to this, ordinators. In the end the most dangerous predators on Vardenfell were the cruel fanatics of the false gods. Still, to lesser the weight put upon their gatherers, any aggressive beast in the immediate area of the camp had to be put down by occasional patrols. Being an elite warrior second only to their Ashkan, Zabamund could afford to go alone, as this particular patrol wasn't one that led him too far away from the camp. In case of encountering an entire hostile group he could just use one of his emergency potions to quickly get to the camp and warn the others. As it seemed, the emergency was going to take place. The silence of nearly lifeless wastes was broken by approaching screeches. Zabamund knew that sound. They belonged to clan fears. More than one. The warrior sprinted towards the Daedric ruins that were only a short distance from Ursulaco camp, a 1-hour walk at most. The disturbance wasn't that far away, in that case he wouldn't hear it. Either way, he had to make haste. The only situation in which the lesser Daedra would group together was to face a mortal opponent. Whether it was sentient or not was of no essence, even if it wasn't, he had to check the number of Daedra and judge if they would come any closer to the camp. After getting on top of a small hill the intruders become visible. There was a total of 4 clan fears chasing after a single person, a number that could be dangerous even to a veteran warrior. Normally simply running away from this type of Daedra ended badly, they were faster than almost all humanoids. However there were ways to even the playing field and, as Zabamund ran towards the group, he could tell the chased utilized them as best as possible in those conditions. When faced with several fast, but not overwhelmingly strong enemies, the most basic strategy is to either find some sort of bottleneck where that speed was useless, not exactly an option when traveling the plains between the camp and the ruins, or use a variation of hit and run tactic. The reason most people couldn't survive in scenarios like this one was that they either lacked right mindset or simply had no means of executing the strategy. In this case the traveler was lucky enough to have an effective way of fighting back. Some sort of spell, or maybe potion, allowed him to make jumps several times their height, keeping him away from the deadra most of the time. This, combined with fireballs thrown while still in the air, allowed him for a safe landing and immediate jump afterwards, sometimes with a single, not particularly effective slash, but that's to be expected from a magic user, of a sword in between. In the end it was a very good stalling technique against this type of enemy. Stalling was the key word. Strategy based on spells worked only if you had magical power. The fireballs caused a lot of damage to pursuers, perhaps even enough to kill them once the effects of adrenaline wore off, but by then the mage would probably run out of power, unless they managed to chug down a mana recovery potion in mid-flight, a feat more difficult than one would think, and, as a result, die. The saving grace would be getting into a safe location before that happened. The only one in this case would be Ursulaku camp. As Zabamund closed the distance, he made a mental note to question the wizard afterwards. The fact he run straight for the camp rather than make some sort of final stand was suspicious in itself, as very few outsiders knew their location. Barring a certain ancient ally of the Velathai, no one outside of Ashlander circles visited their tribe this year. Upon spotting the unexpected ally, the sorcerer changed tactics. Once the final fireball hit, and blinded, the clan fears, rather than once more jump away he swapped the sword for a spear and sent a dark red stream of magic at the nearest enemy, making them stumble. While Zabamund didn't know the exact effect of the spell, it was clearly meant as a way of temporary weakening a singular opponent. A thrust of the spear to the throat killed the sluggish deadra on the spot. By this point its fellows recovered, but it wasn't that much of an issue since Zabamund descended upon them with his father's sword and greatly wounded one even before they took action. With half of the monsters dead or dying, the warrior and the mage wordlessly picked the closer of two remaining enemies and fought them separately. By the time he cut down the pest, the stranger was almost done with his own. The deadra was stuck on the tip of the spear and the mage was pummeling it with spells from their free hand. This time the attacks were of green color, which combined with clan fear's shudders made him deduce it was a poison-based magic, rather rare, but not completely obscure brand of destruction school. One heavy swing from Zabamund ended the struggle. The traveler looked at him warily. His caution was visible only due to the posture of the body, since baggy sandstorm clothes were hiding anything but that. The Ashlander slowly lowered his weapon as a peace offering and the stranger slightly relaxed. Clearly while the mage had some power, he lacked experience. At this distance Zabamund could take off his head before he could react even with sword in its current position. Thanks for the help. Ah, it was in fact a woman. Not an impossible mistake to make, given the setting. The tone of voice was strange, though. It sounded a bit, for a lack of a better word, exotic. It lacked gravely tone typical for a Dunmer, but it was rougher than the speech of humans. I'm not sure why you helped an outsider like me, Velathai, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Zabamund managed to hide his surprise at the term. Few outsiders knew how his people preferred to be called and even less actually respected them enough to use the term. He shook it off to give a proper response. Most of my tribe would hesitate to aid an outlander, he admitted. However the deadra of Marun's Dagon are not seen as allies of my tribe, so fighting them when possible is expected. Also, personally speaking. Here he couldn't help but to make a dramatic pose by standing straight, resting one hand on his hip and another, with his sword, pointing sideways. Whenever this matter came up, he oddly couldn't help doing it. It was a long ongoing subject of good-natured jokes in Ursulaku. Helping those in need is a common sense. Had there been crickets in the Ashlands, they would become at this point the only audible living beings in the area. All right. That meek response was followed by yet another moment of silence. Say, Outlander, started Zabamund. What brings you here? Except for us Ursulaku no one peaceful lives in the region. When you put it like that, then the reason of my arrival should be obvious, no. You wish to meet our people. Suddenly a movement near the stranger caught Zabamund's attention. He saw it only for a moment before it moved back behind the mage, but he was almost certain it was a tail. All pieces instantly fell into place. Over 2 weeks ago, shortly after the arrival of Thunder Lizard, the Ashkan made a proclamation that in the coming days they should expect a visit from an outlander who has a potential of fulfilling the conditions of Nerevarine prophecies. The tribesmen had mixed feelings about this news. On one hand, any chance that Nerevar returned was a reason for celebration, as he is destined to destroy the cult of the false gods and drive out the foreign devils that were stealing their land. On the other hand Sulmatuel had the gall to say the Nerevarine was one of said foreign devils, Acaciate to be specific. That sure did get a raise out of them and Ursulaku remained restless until Nibanimisa scolded them by reminding them it wasn't a mortal's place to judge the decisions of a god. She also mentioned that it was very likely that Azura decided to make Nerevarine an outlander in order to humble the settled Dunmer people, who turned their backs on her. This way the unfaithful would have to suffer through the indignation of being saved by the one they used to see as inferior. Even among the tribes it was a common knowledge that the settled Dunmer saw themselves as superior to outlanders even though they were the ones who made deals with them, while the tribals merely disliked other races for daring to order them around on their own land. That line of thinking appealed to the Velathai, as the haughty attitude of the settlers was the source of at least half of the conflicts they had with them. Personally, Zabamund loved this outcome even more due to the race. Being a Gulakan he traveled a lot in his youth to gain experience and as such he knew Acaciate were the preferred choice for slaves for the houses. There was something satisfactory about the thought of one of their kind being revealed as a reborn Dunmer general. It seemed Zabamund was the first Velathai to cross paths with the one whose chances of becoming a Nerevarine were higher than that of any failed incarnates of ages past. This one, unlike them, had Nerevar's companion vouching for her. So far the warrior liked what he saw. Still, he had to make sure. I am Zabamund, Gulakan of Ursulaku tribe. You aren't far from our camp, I was on a late patrol. Why do you seek out my people? The Acaciate hesitated. Gulakan? I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with the title, so I do not know how much I can tell you. The only titles I'm aware of are that of Ashkan and Wise Woman. My task, I expect, would eventually be brought up directly with one of them. Please, forgive my ignorance. He shrugged. It would be unreasonable to expect from an outlander the knowledge of my people's customs. What you know is already above expectations. Gula Khan is an older, experienced warrior that has the trust of the Ash Khan. We are tasked with their defense and often decide whether the outsiders can approach the camp and, especially, Ash Khan. Only the Ash Khan can give a stranger permission to meet the wise woman, since she is the guardian of tribe's traditions. I see. Very well. The reason I wish to speak with your leaders is that during my research of Nerevarine prophecies I found reasons to believe I might fulfill at least some of the conditions. I wish to test myself in order to find out how much of it is true. Understood. In light of this I think you indeed should speak with our Ash Khan. Follow me to the camp. Many thanks. The Khajiit took off the wrappings around her head, which probably a few hours ago helped her against the sandstorm that passed the coast heading west. Zabamund, not knowing much about her species, couldn't tell much about her features compared to her fellows, but she was clearly on the slim side of the spectrum, given how thin was her neck. I assume the clan fears attacked because you were too close to the ruins. He questioned as they headed back the way he came. My information on where to find your encampment was vague. My best chance was to stay close to the coast and move east. After the sandstorm started visibility was low and I had to go straight east as soon as I could to make sure I won't go past you. That sadly led through the ruins. They looked empty enough, so I took my chances. Yes, she's new to this. Not the best idea, as you have seen. But I suppose you had enough skills to handle the lesser deadra, if you had potions, that is. I did. It could have been much worse. At least this time there was no Dremora and I had all the range I wanted. A Dremora? And she still survived? I'm starting to see what Thunder Lizard meant. Oh, sorry. I just realized I didn't introduce myself. My name is Azira, a mage by trade. Mage. Zabamund reached for what little memory he had of imperial culture he saw back in the cities. So you are in, what are they called, Mage Guild? Mages Guild, yes. You are either a permanent retainer with a specific duty in a specific guild hall, or a member that focuses on less regular tasks in any halls in the province. I'm the second type. Then you travel a lot. To be honest, Zabamund was asking this only to kill time. His job was done here after all, judging the qualities of a possible incarnate was up to the Ash Khan and wise woman. Still, given how high were the chances of her being Nerevar reborn, he couldn't help but be curious. Yes, though to save time I rarely travel by foot. I teleport when I can or use local transpo. Oh. The last word marked the moment the two of them crossed over the small hill right on the edge of the camp, thus suddenly revealing the encampment of Urshilaku to them. At this time, with the afterglow gone, the only sources of light were the fires of the camp, casting in warm light in some places while leaving other dark. In Zabamund's opinion their home always looked best at this hour. Hey. I didn't expect your tribe to be so big. It is after all one of the 4 great tribes of Vardenfell. Zabamund glanced towards the edge of the camp, a small dune on the northeastern edge. It was empty, meaning Rothiamok was currently away. It wasn't unusual, as of late the dragon was spending less and less time at the camp, on some days not even appearing at all. Today was one of such days. It was no secret that lately their ally was beset by outlander scum, lackeys of Herson, to be exact. Hunting was an important part of life in the wastes, but the core beliefs of that Daedric prince were too much at odds with Velathi traditions, especially Urshilaku, who were always close to Azura. Because of this their tribe had nothing but contempt for Herson, who tried to kill someone willing to help Nerevarine. Dragon's decision to decrease the danger for their tribe by checking on them only from time to time only increased his popularity. In Zabamund's opinion Rothiamok was the right kind of a sage for his task, one with enough knowledge and skill to call him that, but also easygoing, not distant from those he guides. Alright, maybe he was a bit too playful, that took some time getting used to. Still, for his role he had the right approach. It wouldn't fit a wise woman, she was a reliable rock on which rested customs of the tribe. They had to be stern, severe. They were right because they were right. Thunder Lizard was more elastic, since despite being revered amongst them the tradition gave him only one subject in which he had an authority, the time of return of Nerevar Indoril. Any wisdom on other subjects he had to prove, which he did. His ideas, while sometimes odd, fishing bandits is hardly conventional, so far worked. Zabamund doubted any wise woman would be able to guide Nerevarine well in more obscure parts of the prophecies, especially the ones that involved the settled Dunmer people. Nibani Misa was good in mystical matters, but she couldn't help this Khajiit outlander with becoming hortator of great houses, which, being Ashkan's most trusted companion, he for certain knew it was involved. Normal tactics failed against trials like these, they required a different approach. A spark of unconventional idea. The mind of a mad genius. Rothiamok seemed mad enough and smart enough for it to work. It is rather late, pointed out Azira, pulling him out of his thoughts. I assume the Ashkan won't meet me at this hour. He won't, no. It would send a wrong message if the Ashkan was ready at the convenience of an outlander, potential incarnate or not. No exception. He will meet you tomorrow. I believe he will give you a task to prove yourself before you are given guidance towards becoming Nerevarine. I see. Where can I set up my tent? In this case, however, was an exception. There's no need for that. We were expecting another potential Nerevarine. Potential Khajiit Nerevarine, to be exact. We have already prepared a guest yurt for you. She looked at him sharply, but without hostility. Wait. 2 questions. 1. Is it a normal custom? I have a feeling it isn't, your people seem to respect perseverance. And 2. How did you know to expect me? The warrior almost smiled. Young she might be, or at least that's his guess, the racial differences confused him too much, but her wits were sharp. We of Urshilaku always have a guest yurt to host any friend of the tribe. A mere visitor is not a friend, obviously. Your case is special. We were told to expect a Nerevarine candidate and you fit the provided description. Normally that alone wouldn't justify being treated as a friend, however the name of our common friend carries a lot of weight when it comes to the matter of this particular prophecy. I'll be blunt, of all potential incarnates you have the highest chance of being the one. The Khajiit oddly didn't seem uplifted by his statement. If anything, she seemed more cautious as a result. Was it Rothiamok? It was, confirmed Zabamund. I'm not surprised you know of him, he did mention meeting you in person. As Rafiamak or, as we Velithai call him, Thunder Lizard. Snort. What was that? Nothing, nothing. Continue. As Thunder Lizard was the companion to Nerevarine and promised to return in the same time as his friend, his opinion is important in choosing the Nerevarine. Beside Azura who speaks in riddles and the 3 traders of Tribunal who speak in lies, he is the only one still alive who shared a bond with him. Oddly that bond was one subject Rafiamak never spoke much about, he obviously shared his knowledge with Sulmatuel and Nibani Misa, otherwise he wouldn't have so much pull, but decided to keep that to himself when the rest of the tribe was concerned. It was fine, really. The greatest secrets of Nerevarine cult should be known only by its 2 leaders. In short, if a trusted friend of Lord Nerevar says there is a high chance you are Nerevar reborn, then we should show you some measure of hospitality. Zabamun started to descend into the village. Follow. I shall bring you to the guest yurt. As they walked through the camp, the warrior became aware of the whispers coming from those tribals who were still awake. There weren't too many of them, there wasn't a feast tonight and the sandstorm made many retire early. Those few who remained outside at this hour however immediately spotted a stranger following the Gulakan. No doubt many also noticed the race of the traveler. Rumors run fast in their little community. By the time Azira went tomorrow to speak with Sulmatuol, every Urshilaku, regardless if she really was the Nerevarine, would have only one sentence on their mind. She's here. When I was writing the first scene, I intended to just have Azira tell Ajira she will be away for a few days, and to inform the reader she would pick some supplies at Fort Moonmoth, while providing a bit of her own opinion on events. I stopped at the very beginning of the dialogue, having no ideas. I wrote the rest of the chapter. Then I return, still clueless about what to fill that part with and suddenly Ajira just decides to take charge and leave me nothing to decide on. I freaking love writing. XD. Next time we will get to the point which, I'm certain, most of you awaited for a long time, as Ira and Rafiamak meet again. Who knows, depending on the length of the chapter I might actually get them to join forces for good. Chapter 26, Long Overdue Meeting. Hello again. This chapter is late by 1 week in my new schedule. I tried to also fit in Azira's next task, but in the end I had to admit both the chapter and the waiting would be too long and just published what I already have. Cheesecake 244351, damn, you're starting to get awfully good at predicting everything in my story. Smiley face, Mike Hawksbig, you will get plenty of those soon enough. From this chapter onward Azira and Rafiamak will share the scene very often. NT 12, at the very beginning of the story I said that yes, Rafiamak is the protagonist, but I also added that his main role is to be a companion to Nerevarine. Can't have one without the other, Roth won't hijack the main quest from Azira. As for the other argument, sorry, but I fail to see how Rafiamak is weak. Yes, he is relatively weak when compared to other dragons, that is simply the lack of experience and the fact he decided to have more of a support role in battle, putting less focus into combat training. He can still squash anything short of divine beings, such as ash vampires, those were buffed up in the story to properly reflect that, and those few mortals with amazing combat skills, a centuries-old master wizard from House Telvanni, for example. If he could go all out and fight on his own terms, he would probably put down dozens of ordinators and those guys are no joke. Guessed, oh, it would take a miracle for me to be finished with the story in 2020, unless I'll get inspired by something like I've never been before. With me updating every 3 weeks I would write 15 plus chapters in a year. I guess the story will end up 50 chapters long. Nesfera to 2255, Rafiamak will definitely create new shouts, he pretty much picked the name he did just so that he would be more successful in this job. It will be mostly utility shouts, canon shouts already have brute force covered. As for Azira in Akhavur, I plan to add a certain important scene in regard to that subject, so for now I will stay silent. Let's get back into the story. It's about time we finally joined 2 storylines. Not much action in this chapter, that comes next. She was dreaming. Suddenly she knew this for sure. She remembered. It wasn't the first time. Third. No, fourth. Fourth time Shermit was talking to her in her dreams. Azira's fists clenched. This time, unlike in previous ones, she felt stronger. She could move. She could fight. She could kill. But so could he. Lord Nerevar Indoril, High Dania. She swiveled around. A short distance away proudly stood Shermit. Well, almost. With new fire she found within herself Azira could see past the deception in front he put up. He nailed being proud, yes. But standing? Oh no, he wasn't standing. Her tormentor was hanging in the black void, much like her. Not as a superior, but an equal. She didn't answer to the greeting and instead let him continue. Long forgotten, forged anew. 3 belied you, 3 betrayed you. 1 you betrayed was 3 times true. It stung. It shouldn't, as she didn't understand what he meant, but it did. She couldn't help but unsheath her claws. They pierced her own, grey skin. Lord Vorin Dagathur, steadfast liegeman, faithful friend, bids you come and climb Red Mountain. Lies, lies, lies. It's a trap. He attacked Nerevar, he hurt Nerevar. He had no intention of trusting him again. He wanted to choke the traitor to death, he paused. Why for a moment he thought about shredding him with his nails. Beneath Red Mountain, once again, break your bonds, shed cursed skin and purge the Enwa from Morrowind. Nerevar screamed, no longer willing to tolerate the presence of a friend who turned against him. He gained clarity, they weren't equal here. It was his mind. Outside he was in power as a Hordator, inside he was in power just by being himself. Vorin was an intruder here, he was usurping his dream. And whatever Dagathur might say, within this dream he was the dreamer. You are not my friend, Vorin, and I won't fall for your tricks. Begone. Nerevar jumped forward and with a single swing connected his fist with Vorin's face. With a crack the mask shattered. Azira blinked. For a few seconds she was in a state of confusion familiar to anyone who went to sleep in an unfamiliar place. There was more to it, though. The dream, much like those before, was fresh in her mind, as was the feeling of not being herself. No, perhaps it wasn't the right way to put. She felt herself all the time. That's what worried her. Akaziat shouldn't feel comfortable with being a Dunmer even in a dream. She couldn't help but shake a bit. She had a bad feeling in her guts that Dagathor from her dream was not a figment of her imagination. Frankly, she had no reason to dream about him. She learned a bit about him, yes, perhaps too much. He was a scary being, simple as that. The fright caused by the sleeper of his certainly made an impression, but not enough to cause issues so many days after. And yet here she was, dreaming about the devil under the mountain inviting her, as Nerevarine, to his home in order to join forces. Azira was only starting her magical education, but she knew there were means one could affect the dreams of others. It wasn't easy to do for mortal wizards, especially in a subtle way. She was certain there was no one she knew who would, or could, do that. That left involvement of widely defined divine beings. Deadra, especially Virmina, were natural suspects, but that didn't mean only she affected the dreams. Given that Dagath could somehow take control of people by putting them under constant dream proved that. If the last dream ended like the previous ones, with her completely powerless, then when combined with the thought that Dagath seemed to target her specifically. She shuddered again. If that was the case, she would be rocking back and forth in fetal position, since once she fell asleep she could never wake up, trapped by an evil god. She won, though. She, or Nerevar, the implications of which weren't lost on her, cast out the intruder from her mind. She had a fighting chance and, while still obviously nervous, Azira felt the situation wasn't so bleak, if just her instinct alone was enough to defend herself. She still had to get some advice on the subject from those more experienced in esoteric matters than herself. While still pondering her situation she made her preparations for the day ahead, which would be most trying for certain. Sadly, the clue of some sort of protection from Dagathor also meant accepting that the Emperor might not actually be completely wrong with her being a reincarnation of Nerevar Indoril. The transition in her dream seemed so easy to her, so real. If so, this task for chaos might eventually lead her to one massive clusterfuck that involves artifacts, politics, and religion at the same time. The worst kind of mess one can imagine. Wars were fought for each of those subjects separately. Azira lifted the flap of her yurt and peered outside. The dawn was approaching, given the golden hue of the sky. Some of the tribals were already up and about. Not exactly surprising, the rhythm of life away from the city was bound to be closer to the cycle of the sun. Azira emerged from the yurt and stretched. Boo! She yelped and jumped to the side. That had an unfortunate effect of making her slip on a rock and fall to the ground. She glared at one of the banes of her existence, which was now chuckling. What gives? She snapped. You not noticing me even though I was Christ right next to the yurt. I'm not exactly hard to miss, pointed out Rathiamak. Now at least you are truly awake, Crow. You're welcome. He couldn't help himself, really. How often one didn't notice a dragon just 2 meters away from them. His new race ruined his chances of ever feeling like a ninja. Any chance of subtlety in his physical actions was gone the moment he gained a few hundred kilograms in his transformation. It just felt good to be able to sneak up on someone, as if nothing had changed. You're welcome. You are a dick, that's what you are. Who does things like that? Rathiamak frowned, a spark of anger lighting up in him, but was as quickly snuffed out by him. Sometimes his new draconic temper was getting to him. You are right, it was immature of me. I'm sorry. I admit I have a bad habit of causing a little grief for others for no reason at all. Being a dragon is a constant grey battle and sometimes I can't help but act on my nature. My Relic is vindictive by nature. Apologies, mage. Sure, dragons were vindictive and he acted on his nature. Those obviously weren't the same. He was quicker to anger than before the change, but him being a troll and a bit of an asshole was hardly new. The Kajiat didn't seem particularly impressed. You forgot my name, didn't you? Actually, I didn't. How would he? Name wasn't all that difficult and he expected to spend a lot of time with her. Hi Azira, Vahza. Yes. Given how he worded it, it was clearly a question to confirm he had it right. She paused and relaxed her pose a bit. I'm sorry too for exploding like this. Not much sleep last night. Yes, I heard it sometimes happens to mortals. She looked at him with a visible surprise. Dragons don't sleep. We can, but only when we are truly exhausted. Only then we can Hanu, dream. Otherwise we are in dreamlike state in which our instincts still work and we can instantly regain full consciousness at any moment. Nii Pruzaka. Rathiamak didn't miss the signs of concentration from Nerevarine. May the primitive and obvious expressions from Oblivion be blessed, he actually could read a face so much different from that of a human. Do you know a lot about dreams as a sage? The question made him pause. He didn't expect that. Dreams? Wait, do you mean you have prophetic dreams or? It suddenly dawned on him. Of course, that did happen in the story. Are the dreams about Dagathor? How did you know? I bought a game on a sale. You are hardly the first person to be affected by him. Dagathor wants to seduce the people of Morrowind with a promise of power and immortality. Pay no attention to him, he is a liar like many others, his trick is simply a bit more advanced. You're the master of your own Hadrim, don't let him convince you otherwise. If you want advice from a real expert, though, speak with wise woman once you are given permission. Normally Dagath targets only the Dunmer, as for all his power in the end he is just another racist prick. He smiled at the mage. I think, however, that he would make an exception for a reincarnation of his old friend. She gulped. So it's true then? I am the Nerevarine. I have no idea, he stated happily, much to her confusion. The chances are high, true. I was to return to Sako Strunma when the time of prophecies was near, but that doesn't mean I can declare someone Nerevarine right away. That isn't my task. I mark the time, not Mun. There is something special about you, though. He glanced at her features. Other than her small size, which was supposed to be normal for her breed, and thin frame, hardly strange for a former prisoner, she didn't stand out in the colorful society of the Empire of Tamriel. Green eyes and brown fur with black stripes were hardly unique. It's not something as obvious as physical looks. If you forgive me, I must say you look a bit generic. She just glared at him. Don't look at me like that, we both know it's true, you don't really stand out. It's not a bad thing either. Never mind that. The point is, you give off a pressure of sorts, perhaps that of destiny. You also appeared where I knew Nerevarine would eventually appear, the Dwarven Ruins and the Dunmer Tomb. And how did you know those locations? He chuckled and promptly proceeded to lie. If you expect some nice explanation, I must disappoint you. I just had a vision of meeting someone important there. Someone important, while vague, can't referee to much people when it comes to me. The life, of a dragon is simple. We dominate everything around us, people, land. Conversation, interjected Azira teasingly. He grinned, which, given his many sharp teeth, made the agent's own smirk a bit more forced. Oh goody, she can bite too. This is a start of a beautiful friendship. Yes, conversation too. Because of that mindset there aren't many we consider truly important. Another Deva perhaps or a significant Dera. Dragons don't care about mortal leaders, while mortal warriors are mostly just a more challenging prey. The only ones we could pay attention to are heroes, the ones who are free to truly forge their own path. You obviously aren't of Drick or Daedric origin, so that leaves only the third option. The mage frowned. Me? A hero? I do try to do some good from time to time, but I wouldn't call myself particularly heroic. You misunderstand. Merely acting heroically makes you only a hero, not the hero. That's a hero with capital H, a Hun. They are different. They don't have to even act good, they are simply truly free to do what they want. Normal Hor are completely bound to destiny. Heroes are restricted only by the prophecy they are linked to. They tend to quickly gain power, both personal and political. He couldn't help but laugh at this point. Just thinking about his last Skyrim playthrough improved his mood. Why, every time they join some bigger organization sooner or later they end up as its leader as long as they want it. It's hilarious. Wait, hold on. You say I'm that kind of person? I don't think you have actually met me. Just a month ago I was a prisoner without any status. And today? That made her pause. Rothiamak continued to push his argument. You mentioned last time that you joined Mage's Guild. Tell me, are you still on the lowest rank, as anyone who joined so recently should be? This was a bit of a hazard on his part. It could be the case, perhaps quick ascension in the ranks wasn't actually part of the lore, but low realism of the game. In the end though he decided to take the risk, as it seemed to fit in with the idea of a doom-driven hero. Azira's hesitation in answering him was an answer in itself. See? You advanced faster. Hinbalon Pruzan. I took some high-risk jobs, it's to be expected, she finally said. Alright. Then I assume that old man, Kosadas, never promoted you? Trust is important in his job and you are a new element. He did, a few times in fact, slowly admitted Azira, but shortly after she dismissed that as well. Doesn't mean much, though. I was new, but he received a letter directly from. She paused there. Rothiamak only smiled, knowing what she intended to say before she realized saying Uriel Septim's name in Ashlander camp was very, very stupid. From the very top that I was to be eventually informed of everything. Not the same as trusting someone, but if you say so. Either way, you advanced quickly in the fields you focused on. Zabamun told me about your little fight yesterday. I'm not really a warrior when compared to others of my kind, but I trust his evaluation and he said you did quite well. That's an improvement from our first meeting, isn't it? Much to Rothiamak's joy, it seemed cartoon physics had some hold on the world of Elder Scrolls. He could clearly see her blushing despite the fur. You will just keep reminding this, won't you? Only a little bit. His grin could be described only as impish. It's not every day someone just goes away into the swamp while screaming in panic. You did toss a dead body at my feet, stated defensively the mage. No? I was literal when I said it was raining elves. I didn't do anything to cause that. She just stared at him. Ziu I swear. He just kind of fell from the clouds when I was flying by. Maybe he was levitating with magic and run out of law. He shook his head. Anyway, we talk and talk, but I still didn't tell you why I'm here. The Ashkan, Sulmatuol, will meet you as soon as he returns to his yurt. Zabamund asked me to inform you. Why you specifically? The most logical guess would be that he wanted the two of us to have a heart-to-heart. You are supposed to be a reincarnation of an old friend and all that. Personally, I just think he secretly ships us. The groan of pained confusion that answered him only made him smile wider. It was truly a mystery why the only friend he managed to keep was Jerry, he was so fun to be around. But really, I do want to learn more about you. The Kajiat just shook her head, most likely wondering at which point her life went so horribly wrong. There's something I would like you to answer me first, Thunder Lizard. He narrowed his eyes. Is she suppressing a smile? Don't. Call me. That, he stated calmly, but clearly. What is your question? Am I anything like Nerevarine Indoril? In character, I mean. Well crap. I have no proper answer for that. How to put this? Obviously I should be as honest as possible, since Ursulaku already know I don't remember Nerevar, but I should put in some effort to make me look really disturbed about the difference between my memories and historical events. Won't be hard, I am a bit concerned about this divergence from canon story. Rothiamak gave a thoughtful pause with a neutral expression. I'll share with you a secret I haven't mentioned to anyone but Sulmatuel and Nibani Misa, since you would find out anyway. I don't remember Nerevar. That just puzzled the Kajiat. I suppose it was a lot of time, but did you really forgot your own friend? It's not like that. What I remember doesn't match up with the events on Red Mountain. At all. You apparently already know the version from history books. I appeared out of nowhere, helped Horde Aether defeat the dwarves and disappeared after his death. I remember nothing of this. I don't remember even being active in that period of history. I've discussed this with others and we are no closer to finding an answer. The agent clearly wasn't dim-witted, as she instantly spotted a hole in his story. One he fortunately already had an excuse for, better yet, it was a pure truth. If you don't remember even being involved back then why are you now? As far as you knew, you had nothing to do with the subject. I already told you before that the life of a dragon can be both boring and long. Unlike others, I don't find battle itself interesting enough, I need to challenge more than my body to feel entertained. The tales of heroes are interesting enough, so I tend to follow those events. Imagine my surprise when I found my name in Costed, Prophecy, I was looking into just to kill time. Azira had a look as if she bit into a lemon. Or better yet, as if Rothiamok shoved said lemon into her mouth. I don't have to imagine that. It happened to me. The dragon was just about to ask her about what exactly happened since their last meeting. Zabamund did mention something about a Dremora, he was very curious, but he spotted Solmitual approaching the center of the encampment, where 5 yurts were joined under a single roof. It seems we run out of time, the Ashkan is back. The one with enchanted armor. Correct. We will have to continue our talk later. Go on, don't keep him waiting. A word of advice, don't let him intimidate you, he likes to act aloof to strangers. Azira merely nodded and followed the Ashkan. Rothiamok observed from afar her timid introduction to the point both entered the central yurt. He sighed. She's a bit shy at first, but she shows some spunk once she gets past that. Could be worse. I will have to make sure she eats properly, though. She still resembles a toothpick a bit too much for my liking. A toothpick won't kill a god. Solmitual was, not exactly hostile, but he certainly didn't greet her with open arms. Through her entire explanation on how she learned about the prophecies, omitting, of course, the involvement of Imperial Spy Network, the only words he spoke was his greeting. It went a bit like I've been told you know about Nerevarine prophecies, so talk. If anything, Rothiamok had understated his attitude. Once she was done recounting her experiences on Vardenfell, the Ashkan merely nodded slowly. The few seconds of silence that ensued in the dark yurt were awkward to say the least. You think you fulfill the Nerevarine prophecies? You wish to be tested to see if you are the Nerevarine? Solmitual's expression was perfectly neutral. It's simple how it works. No outlander may join the Nerevarine cult. Azira couldn't sense an incoming but, however the hospitality given to her so far implied it would happen. If you were a clan friend, an adopted member of the Ashlander tribes, then perhaps. Here it is. How does one become a clan friend then? Normally I would hesitate to extend this offer to you. As the name implies, it marks those we see as our friends. A stranger who wants to learn the secrets of our cult is hardly a friend. Stated Solmitual coldly, but afterwards his tone warmed up. Still, you have shown determination and open mind, not to mention there are other circumstances. Listen then. I have an initiation rite in mind. If you pass this rite, I will adopt you as a clan friend of the Ashlanders. And then I will submit you to Nibani Misa, our wise woman, who is skilled in oracles and mysteries, and who will test you against the prophecies. What does the initiation require of me? To be adopted into the tribe, you must undergo a harrowing. In a harrowing, you will be judged by the spirits and ancestors to see if you are worthy. Her ears twitched at the word. Her patchwork education didn't arm her with the meaning of the word, but she was still quite certain it was going to be about as fun as Kaya's first job. A trial of sorts, then. Indeed. Before the living of the tribe accept you, first you must pass the test of strength from our fathers. A test of my own father, in fact. Go to the Urshalaka burial caverns and fetch me Sulcinipul's bonebiter bow. Sulcinipul was my father, and his spirit guards his bone mold long bow deep in the burial caverns. She couldn't help but flinch at the nature of the task. She already robbed one tomb, which is a prime example of how badly Emperor affected her life, but this was different. I'm supposed to go to your burial grounds and rob the corpse of your father? You cannot be serious. Only a careful observer would notice a small smirk appearing on Ashkan's face for a second. Oh, I am. Had someone done this without my consent, it would be the greatest offense one could commit against Urshalaku. You, however, have my direct permission to enter the caverns. The catch is that only those who joined Urshalaku are recognized by the dead as permitted to be there. Return to me with this bow to prove your skills, and I will adopt you into the Ashlander tribes as a clan friend. The bow in question has 3 red stripes on its edges. She nodded slowly. Very well, that is what I'll do. Where can I find the entrance? The burial caverns lie to the south-southeast of the current position of the camp, a north-facing door in a little hill halfway between us and the slopes of Red Mountain. Around 6 hours of march then. I guess I should leave right away since the weather is good. She stood up and placed a hand on the flap covering the entrance. Thank you for hearing me out, Ashkan. I will return shortly with what you require of me. We will see. Farewell, Outlander. Azira's eyes readjusted after leaving Solmitual's yurt. At this hour, earlier than the opening time of the guild, the entire camp was already fully active. The glances thrown her way were hardly subtle, in fact any Dunmer within 10 meters of her was guaranteed to look directly at her. She knew exactly who made a show out of her arrival. As it turned out, the duo responsible for this was right now putting up a show of their own. Rothiamok didn't move from his previous spot, but now he was joined by Zabamund and, surprisingly, a bunch of Urshalaku children. The Gulakan and the dragon seemed to be reenacting, and most definitely overacting, some sort of battle. The blade used in this fight however, as Ira noticed, was certainly not a prop. She approached the small group just to hear the end of Rothiamok's narration. Yet no matter how fiercely they fought, how much effort they both put in, neither could best the other, for both had great strength. As Ira flinched when, instead of lightly connecting with dragon scales as one would expect from a play, Zabamund without a care slashed the blade against Rothiamok's snout. Yes, it was at an angle and the lizard had the best natural armor in the world, but it still called into question the intelligence of actors, when one happily tried to cut up the face of the other. Rothiamok's retaliation was only slightly better, he turned sideways and swung his tail in place where only a second earlier was Dunmer's head. However Thunder Lizard, here the dragon snapped his jaws shut a few inches from the speaker's face, making Zabamund stumble backwards. Azira had a vague feeling it wasn't part of the script. Was aware the cruel Arabenamsoon was proud and overconfident. Where strength would not work, the guile had to. Foolish Killer was eager to land a killing blow as soon as opportunity presented itself to prove himself. Rothiamok once more took up the narration. As I'm not fast on land, I had to make him move closer. Knowing this, I made a trap. At this point the dragon stood back only on his legs. She knew her acquaintance was large, but with his normal pose, lying down on the ground all hunched, keeping his own eyes on the level of others, he gave an illusion of being smaller. Now, with wings spread on his sides and the length of his body now treated as height, he cast a large shadow on Zabamund, the same type of shadow he once cast on her back in that swamp outside of Sidanin. The one that blocks out the sun and makes your life flash before your eyes. The evil warrior let his pride guide his actions, said Zabamund. Seeing what looked like an opening, he dashed forward, to pierce the softer scales. And that was his undoing. Azira had to admit one thing, this part was clearly extensively tested. The Dunmer walked up close enough that when the dragon tilted forward, making it clear he was going to land on him, even she was worried for a second despite knowing it was an act. Zabamund had enough time to retreat by walking backwards far enough that Rothiamok merely forcefully bumped with his snout into his chest, at which point the warrior had thrown himself back, pretending the strike was much stronger. She didn't fail to notice the patch of ground he landed on was completely devoid of stones and instead was covered in sand. After landing Zabamund remained mostly motionless, bringing a few gasps out of the young audience. After a moment he slightly shifted, letting them know the blow wasn't deadly, but made a greatly exaggerated show of not being able to stand up. And so, with the cruel warrior wounded and no longer able to fight, thundered Rothiamok, crawling closer to his fellow actor. I was able to perform an action the professionals call finisher. Azira nodded her head slowly, not surprised about the outcome. The bite was the obvious choice of killing move, which Rothiamok carefully presented by grasping Zabamund's torso between his jaws with only bare minimum of strength required to make it realistic. This kind of damage would be critical, even if the teeth didn't go all the way through the armor, they would most certainly bend any metal protection to the point a warrior would be crushed in his own AR. I'm gonna send you sky high. Azira instantly followed Zabamund's trajectory with wide eyes after Rothiamok flung him high into the air, much further than a massive elf in bone mold armor should be able to go. Send me a postcard from Masser. Added Rothiamok happily. Azira just observed, frozen with shock, as Zabamund reached the highest point of his forced flight, higher than the roof of any building she has ever seen, and started to descend, falling faster and faster until he started to slow down. The Kajiat released the breath she didn't know she was holding as Zabamund hit the ground, not with enough power to turn him into a bloody stain on the ground, but only enough to leave a bruise at most. She could only guess that the warrior had with himself an item with slow fall enchantment. And so the last violent warrior of Arabenam soon fell, breaking half of the bones in his body, covering everyone in the area in blood, cracking his skull open, spilling his brain all over the place. Stated the dragon in a way too joyful voice. Azira just kept looking at him with her mouth widely open, but incapable of forming coherent words. Much to her horror the children were, instead of appearing as sickened as her, just plain cheering. And overall causing damage to his health bar so devastating that the public healthcare services would only throw in the towel. With evil warrior dead, the old order that placed the tribe as yet another bandit group fell as well. And so the evil was purged from them, restoring them in the eyes of all Velathai. He smirked. And all it took was for him to smack into the ground. The end. Azira just shuddered as those words were met with even more cheers. Ashlanders had the most disturbing parenting methods she has seen. Zabamund stood up. Other than the dust which he was shaking off, he seemed unhurt. All right kids, I'm afraid that would be all. I must get to my duties and Thunder Lizard must rest for a bit. I'm sure at his age he tired himself out with this little story. The dragon looked at him with feigned hurt. Around him the children just groaned at the end of their entertainment. Are you calling me old? Whined Rothiamok. When you were born again. At the beginning of the universe, as part of Akadosh, answered promptly Rothiamok while their audience started to leave. That however has nothing to do with this. Being Wuth isn't about living for many years, it's about acting the part. I'm active, so I'm young. By that logic my grandmother is young, argued back Zabamund. Because she specifically wanted her corpse to be raised after death to guard her grave with an axe in hand. She's constantly ready for action. Bah, you're hopeless. Rothiamok spotted Azira and smirked. She could already sense an incoming annoyance, she just didn't know the exact delivery. Oh, Nerevar reborn. Good to see you again. Much to Azira's embarrassment children instantly paused and turned towards her. She suppressed an urge to groan as she saw on their faces the same look they gave two clowns during their little act. I presume the Ashkan already gave you your first have. She wished she had the foresight to once more wrap up her head in the cloth. There was no sandstorm to defend against, but it would serve well to hide her face. She was a former beggar, she had no idea how to deal with a bunch of kids looking at her as if she was the hero from the fairy tales told to them by their mothers before sleep. Now that she thought about it, she realized with dread that it was most likely the case. It speaks a lot about a person that, when faced with a choice of confronting either a dragon or a group of children, they pick the first option. Yes, he did. Can I speak with you before moving out? She could spot one of the younger twerps pointing a finger at her. She would actually prefer if it was a sign of mockery, which she was acquainted with, but the expression clearly meant adoration. In private. The playful twinkle in Rothiamok's eyes clearly meant he was more than happy to continue the talk here, but he nodded anyway and proceeded to move a bit further away from the camp. As Ira caught up with him quickly, she noticed that he was rather slow on land, his current pace just as fast as regular walk. The fact he had wings instead of front legs was the most likely cause. So, he started. Do you have any reason to speak again so soon other than getting away from the attention? I really hate it when he just looks through me like that. Someone who constantly acts so foolish shouldn't be able to do that. I do. First though, what was that with Zabamund? There aren't many things Ursula could do for fun, they are simple people. One of the kids heard that I went and killed a bunch of more violent tribals of Arabenam soon, so that they would stop attacking innocent travelers. It's kind of true. I did that to clear the path ahead. As long as murderous thugs were in charge, no one would be declared Nerevarine by Ray soon. Azira tensed slightly. Once you got past the initial surprise, Rothiamok appeared to be just a goofball, a well-informed, sly goofball, but a goofball nonetheless. Seeing him so casually mention killing a bunch of people who never wronged him, just because they were in the way, it made her realize he wasn't nearly as harmless as he appeared. Under all that humor was a mind that could be calculating and cold if he only wanted, no matter how nicely he presented his actions. We, as in me and Zabamund, decided to came up with something to entertain them. Since the last tribal had to be beaten in a fair fight, we decided to just reenact the duel. She didn't miss the fact Rothiamok spoke of fair fight only with the last opponent. Her attention was on something else though. Wonderful narration by the way. So fitting to the audience. Covering the ground with blood and brain matter. What were you thinking, telling things like that to children? The dragon just snorted in dismissal. Oh please, don't be like one of those oversensitive pussies that made Disney tone down on the dark with lawsuits. That's just bitching for the sake of bitching. She gaped at him in mute shock, such a foul response was hardly within expectations. The dragon continued, clearly peeved. Childish wonder is a great thing, sure, but one can't infinitely shield someone from exposure to the harsh reality. All those parents just didn't want to be put in a situation where they have to answer why the big kitty with a mane didn't wake up after the stampede. He snorted again. There was a bit of grim confidence in his words. Life can be brutal. If a kid is sheltered, the shock they get when all those lies fall apart is so much worse. It's better if they get shocked with little things first before they lose something truly important in an instant. He sighed and seemed to deflate a bit. Also, more often than not the kids already are used to the difficult concepts when we still think their minds need protection. Urshilaku know this. Their children hear the stories of great battles and glory, but also are told of dangers. Wastes can be brutal and the best gift an Ashlander parent can give their child is awareness of said fact. After a minute of contemplation Azira just shook her head. I do kind of get your point, my own childhood wasn't exactly perfect. I still think you are wrong. The children are meant to leave their childhood behind on their own, without being forced out of it by grim stories. Then we will have to agree to disagree. Rothiamok shook off the dark atmosphere. So what do you want to discuss? You seem to be rather good at predicting where I need to go. Any advice on my current objective? Azira would like it very much to prove Rothiamok's shortcomings when it came to predicting her actions. She didn't like the idea of her actions being predetermined and she really wanted to wipe off that superior smirk from his stupid face. Am I right in assuming he sent you to the tribe's burial grounds to retrieve something from the dead? Why do I even bother? He did. I am to get his father's bow. The Ashkan gave me some directions, but they felt very general. I thought that, perhaps, I could get. I don't know, a guide? Do you know the way? Knowing the way is more of Ugandan knuckle shtick. Alright. Where can I find him? Rothiamok just laughed, which only served to annoy her further. Oh no, there's no one by that name in the tribe. Just a little joke of mine, they tend to fly over everyone's head since they refer to terms no one else in this era understands. Finally he calmed down. Don't worry, you will find the caves with how simple is the path. It's all plains down there. It would take an idiot to not find the entrance and I've seen and heard enough to know you aren't an idiot. I can't accompany you though. It's your own task to prove yourself to Sulmatuol, he already told me days ago to not get involved. So I'm going in blind. Lovely. It's not that bad. I have a hunch we're in the cavern you need to go. To the very end. Because it's the option that makes my life hardest. Because logic. It's the only place where Urshilaku regularly bury their dead. Urshilaku were already an old tribe in times of Nerevar. I don't think a natural cave would be enough to host all those urns, mummies, ornamental weapons, and so on. They most likely started to mine once they started to run out of the space. She gave it a bit of thought and nodded. Yes, that sounds likely. In that case Sulsanipul should be buried at the very end. Expect opposition. As you heard from Zabamund, even tribals like to put their own dead to defend their tombs. Just remember to not bother with normal weapons against ghosts, magic only. I know, not my first adventure. Rothiamok smiled. She already learned that said action was a sign of incoming problem. So I've heard. Zabamund said something about you fighting a Dremora. Care to elaborate? She snapped her mouth closed shut and swirled around to march off. I'd love to stay and chat, but there's a tomb with my name on it and only so little time in the day, she called over her shoulder. Rothiamok was merely grinning as she walked off in a hurry into the empty, grey plains beyond the camp. You do realize that now you made me curious and I won't stop pestering you until you tell me all about it. He called after her. Get lost, Thunder Lizard. And here we are, Azira and Rothiamok met again. I know, not much action. I just couldn't wait anymore to get these two talking and when I started, I couldn't bring myself to stop. XD. Next chapter, Urshilaku Burial Caverns. Dragon speech translation below. This chapter had a lot of words that I can't get away with leaving without translation. Reliak, race, as in people. Hi Azira, Vahza. You, are, Azira, correct, are in present tense is used in Duvhazal only to put extra emphasis, making things much simpler for us nerds. Nii Pruzaka, it's a good protection. Mun, individual person. Dara, Didra. Hinbalon Pruzan, you're worth better. Again, dragon language can be rather simple at times, here Rothiamok states Azira become generally better. Have, a duty, but one that isn't caused as part of a deal, refers only to those caused by morals, formality, or rituals. Chapter 27, The Trial of Ancestors. Little update, only now I noticed that at the end I put Manarai, Irabenamsoon wise woman, instead of Nibani Misa, Urshilaku. Fixed. Studying and working at the same time sucks. Enough said. Dinamurna, I think Ted might eventually tell Azira about his real origin, but it won't be anytime soon and he will certainly fear that Didrik princes might discover said truth, as he knows they might be keeping an eye on the Nerevarine. In other words, it would take special circumstances, since he would be risking half of Daedric Pantheon trying to learn how to access his original world. As for trolling Ted, it will happen, if it hadn't already happened, I'm not sure, but certainly not like that. Rothiamok may have subtlety of a battering ram, but I like to think it's something I don't have in common with him. Smacking him with an Xbox, amusing as it is out of question. Cheesecake 244351, speaking of screen time, this time Roth isn't present for long. Fortunately this will be the last chapter. The protagonists are separate, after this they work together, except when for obvious reasons Roth can't stay too close, as in, when he is not fitting through a door and slash or would trigger a city garrison. Raccoon Loon, cruel isn't quite the right word here in my opinion. I think intimidating and scheming fit better. The second one is certainly intentional, but more often than not he scares others by accident. He still doesn't always remember that his smile got way more creepy when Shio chucked his mind into a new body. Fluffy Dweiji, it's possible, much like using that shout by him. If so, he would actually be more difficult for Dragonborn to fight with than Alduin, assuming he keeps working out for the next 2 centuries, because right now any dragon, and I really mean any, would spank him, given how little experience he has. This chapter entirely focuses on Azira's trial. Have fun. Today's walk was much easier than the previous one. No angry god from volcano was tossing sand her way this time. The path was also obvious, with the ground being flat. The animals were few and minded their own business. It didn't take too much time to spot 2 small hills from a distance. One was directly south of the camp, so she went for the other one and bingo, she found a door with tribal markings similar to those Ursulaco used on their banners. Azira set down her backpack on the ground and started to go through the content to decide what would be of best use to her. Azira's potion was the obvious first choice, so she placed it next to her. It was shortly joined by a potion to improve her overall speed and those that would restore her magicka and quickly mend her wounds. After a bit of hesitation she added her only chameleon potion. She didn't want to risk being spotted when there could be an entire undead army inside. She wanted to go through the caves as fast and unnoticeable as possible, but was also aware of the short duration of this particular draft. She had to reserve this for later, in case she needed an element of surprise. After placing the restoration potions within her belt for quick use, she chugged down the content of remaining vials, put the backpack back on and silently opened the door. The path behind was a gentle slope down into the depths, with occasional mummy placed along the wall. Azira's tail puffed up upon spotting them. The settled Dunmer had a much less unsightly method of simply burning their dead, so this was her first time seeing a preserved, not summoned, corpse, since that time back in Cyrodiil, that is. That brought back unpleasant memories. The eerie, clearly magical torches placed along the wall gave off unnatural, white light that further bumped up the creepy factor. That was only made worse by the barely perceptible whispers without specific source. Azira wasn't unfamiliar with this phenomenon. She heard it back then, so once she questioned Sharn, her, somewhat, friendly neighborhood necromancer. The orc told her it was the literal voice of the dead, completely safe, although intimidating. It tended to occur in enclosed spaces where the presence of spirits was particularly dense, most often in ancient catacombs, lairs of more advanced necromancers and burial grounds of more esoteric religions, which don't believe in the departure of the souls, but in them staying around. Ashlander ancestor worship certainly fit that requirement. Young agent's grip on her spear was very tight, her nerves already being tested. At the very least there was no chance of an ambush, with the path being so straight the only possible direction from which opposition could arrive was ahead. That way of thinking was a mistake. The sound of stretching of old material was the only warning Azira received before jumping forward on reflex. She heard the impact of metal against stone before she even turned around. Said contact was a rusty, old sword smacking where she used to stand. The attacker was revealed to be one of the mummies she carelessly passed by. Oh joy, there was another behind it too. She lifted her hand. Burn in oblivion, she stated with a scowl and sent a greater fireball, her strongest fire-based attack, into the duo. They may have been guardians of a Dunmer burial ground, but they were very old undead. As they guarded entrance, they were here from around the beginning of Ursulaco tribe, before the entire race of Chimer was turned into the Dunmer. Even back in life they had no protection against fire like their descendants. Now, when they were as dry as possible, it was even worse. The hit was direct and proved fatal. Azira flinched as a part of a dry, mummified limb flew past her face and embedded itself into the wall. Thank gods they weren't fresh bodies. A growl alerted her to a presence of yet another enemy and she abruptly looked up. To her surprise a few meters above there was an indention in the wall, most likely a natural side tunnel. From there another snarling undead jumped down right on top of her. A rather poor tactic in this situation. Ouch, whispered Azira as she observed the last twitches of the body lying on the ground. Her spear went right through the moldy corpse, entering at the crotch and poking out of the neck. This undead shashlik almost made her lose the strips of dried meat she ate for breakfast. She scanned her surroundings, but to her relief there were no more enemies in sight. Good, given that for a moment her main weapon was useless to anyone who is not, as a certain dragon would say, a gall that in childhood fell into the cauldron full of magical potion. With a scowl on her face and clenched teeth she grabbed the blunt end of the spear, placed firmly her foot on the torso of the mummy and pulled with all her strength. After a bit of effort, and, to her horror, at some point breaking through the ribs and kicking away the corpse in panic and disgust, she managed to dislodge the weapon and moved forward. Her next encounter, which took place just a minute later, was more problematic, even though it was with a single opponent. Said undead however had 2 things going for him. First of all, he was a mage. The moment they spotted each other, he sent an icicle flying her way and she barely dodged by jumping behind a rock on the edge of the tunnel. She poked the head from behind the cover and frowned. The end of the path ended with a small lake, more like a big puddle, slightly above which was a ledge with the door blocking the path to the rest of the burial caverns. The undead spellcaster, to her irritation, just chuckled in a warped voice and taunted her by giving her a gesture of bring it on, quickly followed by a blast of lightning, forcing her to duck again. The setting, a narrow corridor and the undead's position that made it more difficult to attack in melee, wasn't in her favor. Worse, now she was stuck behind a rock, because almost constantly her cover was pummeled by various magical projectiles. Azira could wait until the enemy run out of magicka, but she wasn't certain that she would be able to close the gap before it recovered. Out of nowhere an idea struck her and she smirked. She didn't have to close the gap. She could leave frontal attack to something else. A quick incantation later another undead abomination, this time a friendly one, appeared on sight and fearlessly charged the enemy. A guttural snarl and more distant impacts informed the Khajiit her plan was working. She stood up with her lower body still shielded by the rock and sent a single greater fireball at the ledge. She didn't manage to land a direct hit, but the result was just as good. The close explosion blasted the warlock off the ledge, making it fall headfirst into the water below. Before it knew what was happening, slightly damaged zombie was already on top of it and the clash was over. While the gap was significant, Azira managed to clear it with a single strong leap and reach the ledge with the rotting door. While she would rather keep her magical guardian, there was no way to get the clumsy undead up here without touching it again, something she obviously wanted to avoid. She had no idea what kind of nightmare awaited her in the middle part of the caverns. After walking on for a few minutes without any opposition, Azira grew nervous. She learned her lesson and was no longer observing just the way ahead, but also the ceiling to spot any hidden tunnels and mummified corpses, sometimes even going as far as to poke them with a spear to make sure they aren't just pretending to be completely dead. Eventually she reached the spot where the path turned right and in front of her spread a large underground lake with large flat rocks sticking out of the surface, making them a literal stepping stones. More water, just what she needed. The worst part though? Two undead sorcerers on opposite sides of the cave. Azira's eyes widened as one of them pointed dramatically at her, but fortunately it wasn't yet done with the intention of hurling a spell at her. Cat burglar. An outlander thief in our burial grounds. Screeched the undead. That made Azira worried even more. If an undead could speak, didn't that make it a lich, one of the strongest of their kind? Imbecile. She focused on the other potential lich. This is not a thief, but a mage. One of those Telvanni necromancers, no doubt. They seek to rise our dead against our kin. Call me that again and you will feel my wrath, nitwit. Can't you see it's only one mage in a Khajiit? They don't let in those in their ranks. Shows how little you know. Those scum will take in anyone who has just a bit of skill, worthless posers. If I hear one more insult from you, expect a duel. Will they fight? Azira wished it was the case, but she doubted. Those two were here for who knows how many centuries and didn't murder each other yet. Guess the only thing I can do is exploit it when I still can. The moment she sent a fireball all hell broke loose. For such a conflicted bunch the two undead spellcasters could coordinate fairly well. Looking back at this fight it was obvious they had already mostly planned out the strategy, it was, after all, one of the few things left they could still do. Rather than pepper her directly with spells, they cast fireballs behind her, forcing her to leap out of the tunnel to avoid detonations set off at her back. That sadly restricted her movements to the already mentioned stepping stones. As Azira ducked for third time she started to seriously worry. She had no time to attack at all. Whenever the first lich would pause between throwing ice spells, the other would hurl lightning bolts, thus keeping her occupied all the time. As if that wasn't bad enough, occasionally one of them would target not her directly, but the ground under her feet, forcing her to jump on a different rock sticking out of the water. Behold the power of ice. She promptly jumped off yet another rock. That, however, turned out to be a huge mistake, one that her opposition was most likely counting for. The surface on which she landed was already frozen from the previous area attack. Her paw slipped. Azira realized what happened only when more than half of her body was submerged in water and she clutched her fingers on a frozen rock. The momentary blackness, caused by slamming her head on the ground, was quickly receding, only to reveal another threat to her life. The other lich was merely grinning, as far as she could tell, given that its face was made up more by bone than anything else, as arcs of lightning were gathering in his hands. It was that simple. She survived so many dangers, beat so many odds, but in the end a single mistake, one slip-up could end it all. Lightning. She was in water. 2 seconds, in which the undead was charging up his magical attack, stretched for her impossibly. She let go of the rock and lifted her own hands. She had time for only one quick, basic incantation. The bolt flew through the air, aimed at the surface of water. Jairai felt a sudden tug and groaned as the fiery expanses of Dagon's Daedric plane disappeared in the familiar, and hated, vortex of summoning magic. Another mortal, sadistic fool was about to summon him. A fool they were because he was summoned in mid-air, where he was useless. That however paled in comparison to the reason they were sadistic. Jairai's eyes widened as an arcane light rushed towards him. As his body absorbed the attack, his last thought before being sent back to the void was surprisingly clear given the pain he felt. Not another soul gem grinding. Hey. The lich that preferred lightning bolts seemed just as surprised as her when unconventional shield actually worked, even if it turned into ash afterwards. The other undead must have also been shocked, pun fully intended, given the absence of freezing attacks. Blocking with a scamp. I must remember this, it would make a great party trick. We don't have parties down here, stupid. Reminded the other wizard, finally shaking off his own confusion at the outcome. Azira finally managed to grasp the frozen, slippery rock and pull herself out of the cold water. She panted as she slowly stood up, with her hands resting on her knees for support. All right, that's it. I will not stand being constantly insulted. I'm going to remind you just why it was me who was picked as Gula Khan. Hear the empty sockets of the skull directed towards tired Khajiit. As soon as this matter is resolved. Azira instinctively jumped aside. As expected, an icicle flew right past her. A groan of pain wasn't, however, a result she saw coming. Much to her amusement there was now a solid, 1-meter-long chunk of ice in the chest of the lich that almost fried her. He glared at his ally. I can't believe you've done this. The calm with which he spoke those words was more intimidating than his previous shouts. Now, wait, I didn't. It's just friendly fire. Oh, I'll show you friendly fire. Just hold still. Azira yelped as a barrage of fireballs went over her head. She lost her balance again and went back into the underground lake. By the time she resurfaced only one lich was still standing, while the other was, let's just say scatterbrained. The surviving spellcaster lacked most of his limbs and a jaw, hence limiting his speech to groaning. Needless to say, all it took was one lazy thrust with the spear. Good thing too, as at the moment lazy was the best she could do. She glanced first at the half-sunk chamber ahead of her, holding the door to the next part of the ruin, and then down on her body, which now contained more water than biology would tell you due to all moisture in the fur and clothes. A cold draft of air coming from the entrance made her shudder. I'm going to be so sick tomorrow. Azira shook her head and removed a stamina potion from her belt as she walked through the shallow water towards the gate. It was better to be done with this underwater hell as soon as possible, even if afterwards she would spend the night too tired to move, not counting shivering. Azira didn't know how long she was standing there, looking up at the absurd, and, what's more impressive, seemingly natural, formation of rocks in the cave that was bound to be the central point of the entire burial caverns. Doors in several points of the round walls of the chamber clearly proved that. Said entrances, however, weren't on ground level. Oh no, that would make just too much sense, would it? Let's put it up in the middle of the height of the room, why not? How then did Ursulaku access said tunnels? Azira frowned as she looked at a massive stalagmite, dominating the middle of the chamber, reaching almost to the very top. At the bottom it was thicker than the oldest of trees. Around it, sometimes touching it, but usually not, was already mentioned bizarre formation of rocks that climbed in a spiral around the central spire, at some intervals shooting off to the side and giving access to the doors. She couldn't help but be exceedingly amazed that stone could take a shape like that. She was no miner, but those absurd steps weren't smooth enough to suggest any kind of work was made on them. Eventually Kajiat managed to put aside the strange discovery and focused back on her objective. Great, she murmured. Her voice, although not loud, echoed across the case as an impossible to understand rustle. Now I have way too much options. She glared at many entrances around her. If my tribe ended up burrowing into a natural cave like that during extending burial grounds, when would I make a new place for burial? She looked at the door closest to the ground. Yes, there. That means the most recent dead were most likely placed in the highest burial. Azira frowned. Unless it's all divided by some custom of Ursulaku that an outsider wouldn't know, like placing all ashkans in a specific place, wise women elsewhere and so on. I might be here longer than expected. Upon finally reaching the highest corridor, with some difficulty, given the small width of available path, she had no idea how someone would bring a body for burial up there. She deemed it seemed promising indeed. Who knew that a presence of a fresh, as in, still rotting, zombie would ever give Azira any positive feeling? After dodging its initial lunge upon opening the door she looked with satisfaction as it flew right over the edge and smacked into the ground far below. W growl from further down warned her of presence of another hostile. She sighed, pointed her spear onwards and charged ahead. Her opponent was a rather well-preserved zombie of clearly higher intelligence as far as undead creations went. It was smart enough to wield a large warhammer in a stance, rather than give in to basic instincts and swing it wildly around. Despite the size of the weapon it wasn't the greatest threat in the room. From afar she already noticed a ledge in the back of the chamber, which seemed to be another, elevated tunnel perpendicular to the one she was running through. Up there was stationed, what a surprise, an undead mage. Again? Azira was peeved, to say the least. Her left hand left the surface of the spear and an orb of magic focused in the palm, charging up the spell. Can't I for a change be the one on the ledge while my enemy is below? Two spells discharged simultaneously, an alteration from the Kajiat and a destruction from the undead. As the self-targeted spell swept over the agent, she ducked under the fireball, dodging it with relative ease. As the distance from her closer enemy decreased further, she once more grabbed her weapon firmly and dashed forward at top speed. This acceleration took the zombie by surprise and by the time she was upon him, he barely managed to lift his hammer over his head. He didn't get to swing it down, instead it fell from his hands as the spear pierced his chest all the way through. Azira didn't think even for a moment about pulling out the weapon from the corpse. By now she was well aware that with the great penetration power of a spear came a tendency of getting it stuck. She didn't even slow down as she passed the zombie, leaving her main weapon behind. She moved her hand to her hip as she jumped. The second fireball exploded nowhere near her as her jump carried her far in the air, enhanced by the effects of Tyner's hop toad. She grasped the handle of her sword and swung it down just as she fell towards the last enemy. After a few seconds Azira relaxed as no new enemy was detected in sight. She paused in surprise as she looked at her handiwork, one zombie pierced all the way by the spear, the other with a sword stuck in its lower torso despite entering by the shoulder. Small and light she might be, but moving at great speed and putting all her weight behind her strikes did wonders for the damage. She giddily retrieved first her main weapon and then jumped back into the higher tunnel to take her sword as well. I can't believe I'm saying this. She whispered to herself with a smirk as the blade was placed into the scabbard. But there might actually be some truth to what Rothiamok said about heroes. That move was just plain great. Azira, still giddy from her feet, lifted her head and froze. Several empty eye sockets were pointed right at her. The only reason she didn't fall over from fright was that the enemy was unusually passive. She gulped and slowly moved towards the group, into the next room. This one looked different from others. There were many tiny altars and natural growing crystals scattered around the premises. Somewhere further there was even some sort of stonework. If that didn't mean the higher status of those buried here, she would eat her spear. Azira glowered at not one, not two, but three undead standing at the heart of the chamber. She immediately knew she was in for a tough fight, not just because of the numbers, but also the equipment. One undead was armed for melee, with an axe, while a bit further away stood a mage with a staff. The one in the back held a bow. A bow that matched the description given to her by Ashkan, as it had 3 red stripes on both ends. All 3 enemies were just looking at her without a single move. She opened her mouth to question them, but the leader was faster. An outlander travels through our burial grounds, stomping all over the place dedicated to the dead. If a voice cold enough could freeze the blood, Azira would be a gunner already. And yet you didn't plunder the remains of our ancestors that tried to stop you. There is clearly a purpose to your actions other than greed. Why do you disturb our rest? She fidgeted a little. Are you Sulsanipul, previous Ashkan of Ursulaku? Silence was her only answer. The agent became aware of a drop of cold sweat going down her temple. It was obvious the dead weren't in the mood for answering questions. I am Azira. I've come to Urshalaka seeking answers. I suspect I might be Nerevarine, so your son, Sulmatuol, sent me here to prove myself before I can speak to wise woman Nibani Misa. An outlander, yes, that fits the prophecies, spoke the undead with the staff. Azira was now pretty certain it was Nibani Misa's predecessor. She knows more than a grave robber would. The warrior shook its head. Kids are being so disrespectful these days, sending Enwa to wake up their grandmother. Why, in my times. Azira's eyes focused on the battle axe, hanging from the frail, rotting hand. You are Zabamun's grandmother. Enough of this, cut off Sulsanipul. What is it my son asked of you? To bring you your bow as a proof. There was no visible change, but the temperature dropped even further. You ask too much. The answer was hardly surprising. This bow was given to me by my own father upon reaching adulthood, much like Sulmatuol received one from me. It accompanied me for my entire life and now should do so through unlife. I cannot give it up without a fight. And that was your son's obvious aim in this, concluded Azira, tightening her grip on the spear. How are we going to do this? Do not ask questions to which you already know the answer. The bowstring was pulled back. It was as if time slowed to a crawl when Azira started to analyze the challenge before her. 3 enemies. 2 attack from distance, 1 up close. Conclusion, standing in the open would turn her into a pincushion. She must either move very fast or get behind a cover. The effects of agility potion still held, but other than that the only possible aid was Tiner's Hop Toad spell. It wasn't an option here, as the ceiling was too low. Cover it is. Even as she was moving towards the nearest naturally formed pillar of rock, in her mind she examined the list of her spells that could be of use here. It wasn't much. Paralyze would freeze an opponent for a moment and Greater Fireball was good for distance attack, but the enemy already scattered to avoid making this tactic extra effective. She could summon a Scamp, Ghost, or Bone Walker, but only the last one could offset the numerical superiority of Urshalaka Undead, and to conjure him she needed more time than she had. Against enemy mage she had 2 options, one was a shielding spell that would block weaker attacks and the second was Far Silence, which would stop him from casting for a few precious seconds. She almost instinctively jumped and twisted in midair, eluding both an arrow and a green spell, most likely a poison, which, if it weren't for a dodge, would cripple her for the rest of the fight. She landed in a roll and managed to reach the intended cover. As an afterthought she threw Fireball behind her to slow down the pursuit. Apparently it hit, though not directly. The hiss given in response implied annoyance, not pain. The stomps from another part of the cave warned her the enemy had no intention of letting her stay in cover. She snapped her head to the side and stumbled to the side as another arrow flew at her and thankfully bounced back from her armored leg. Had it hit her directly, it would go right through the chitin greaves, but fortunately Sulsanipul's aim was slightly off. Maybe the fact one of his fingers just decided to try luck on its own and detached from the rest of the body had something to do with it. Again, it's funny what strange details you focus on when you are close to dying. She quickly formed a triangle with thumbs and forefingers, proceeding to summon an ally. Bonewalker was out of question, she didn't have enough time. That meant her best bet was quickly causing a lot of chaos, as confusion would buy her more time. The characteristic sound confirmed the arrival of extraplanar creature. Jairai don't want back, Jairai don't want. Another familiar sound echoed across the room as steel met flesh. Scree. Azira jumped from behind the cover and tossed a greater fireball. It landed, as planned, right between the undead armed with an axe and the scamp that was in the process of sampling said axe. The strength of the blast pushed unbalanced warrior backwards, while the lesser deadra went flying across the room, screaming all the way. Even before the living projectile was launched, Azira already started to build up a ward to block the attacks of enemy mage. As long as she managed to dodge the next arrow she should be able to cut down the distracted, and burning, melee fighter, close the distance to former wise woman and overpower her in close quarters. After that the archer wouldn't cause much problem. That's when she spotted the spellcaster releasing an orb of magic bigger than her head. The ward instantly shattered when vastly superior, overcharged destruction spell slammed first into it and then into her stomach. Azira dropped to the ground in her spear, free from her suddenly loose grasp, quickly followed and rolled away far, so far beyond her reach. The only thing she could hear for a moment was her own breath, coming in gasps, while at the same time she did her best to hold back her breakfast from escaping her as well as hostile magic burrowed into her immune system and proceeded to break one safeguard after another. She recognized this feeling. No. Not again. With a shaking hand she reached to her belt and retrieved a tiny bottle. As she moved her head back to gulp down the content, with dread she became aware of the presence of 2 mummified legs and an axe next to them right in front of her. Go ahead. I prefer to face my foes when they are standing, commanded the warrior, though afterwards he added, even if they had set me on fire. Somewhere to her left Sulsanipul kept his bow with an arrow in position, but as it was pointed at the ground for the moment he seemed inclined to let his Gulakan have her fun, who hefted the axe over her shoulder. A few meters behind her most imminent threat stood the mage, not even bothering to prepare any spell in case of one last act of deviance. Azira knew why. The previous spell sapped away her strength both by poison and general weakening effect. There were black spots flickering in her vision. Even after drowning the universal antidote meant to combat 80% of poisons known to man she still felt so weak that when she got back up on her shaking legs, more or less, standing straight was beyond her at this point. She couldn't even summon her strength to point her secondary weapon towards the enemy. The sword hanged at an angle towards the ground. Not that it would make much difference, as she had barely any training with it. The undead decided it was a show of enough fighting spirit to continue. As the axe rose, for some reason Azira's muddled mind couldn't help but decide something about her blade's position and the way she held it was very familiar. The world first slowed to a crawl, freezing the enemy's weapon mid-swing and then surrendered to a memory that both did and didn't belong to her. Alright then, show me this new stance of yours. 2 children, no older than 8 years old, stood on the small field not far from the city. Each of them held a one-handed longsword. Obviously with their small height those weapons were too large to be effectively wielded, but that fact was disregarded in their desire to use blades of real warriors, just as they disregarded the beating they would get for stealing their father's backup swords and practicing without any adult. I've seen this from a guard when he was practicing with another. The first one, a young Kajiat, took up the memorized stance. Much to her ire, the Dunmer boy just laughed. Ha! This is nothing. You literally just pointed your sword slightly lower than usually, that's all. Where did you really learn this? From your grandma. Oh, you are one to talk. You are more of a poet than a warrior, you barely can swing a sword. This visibly angered Azira's friend. That look of over-the-top anger never failed to amuse him, for some reason the taunts were always very effective. I can do anything. And I can be both, I'll show you, Nerevar. The Dunmer that egged him on merely chuckled. Keep dreaming. Nerevar smirked as his riled-up friend prepared for an attack, already knowing he will win this spar. The sword in holding it body moved far faster than Azira's mind as a sudden second wind carried her onwards. The heavy axe that was about to smite her down was knocked aside by a diagonal swing, making the axe head burrow into the ground. As the sword reached its highest position, Kajiat's right foot rose up and decisively stomped on the shaft, further unbalancing the undead holding the other end. Surprised warrior lifted his eye sockets towards her in surprise at tiny mage's sudden proficiency. If her opponent had eyes, they would widen right then as the previous swing of a sword was reversed. That's one, she thought as the steel easily cut through the rotting neck. She had no idea what she wanted to do next, but at the same time was oddly certain she didn't have to worry about it, for something else would guide her actions. From the corner of her eye she spotted a mage still staring in shock at overpowering his spell. Sulcinipul, being more used to unexpected changes on the field of combat, already started to lift his bow. She wouldn't let him. A much more recent memory, one that for a change she knew well, sprung up. The fingers of one hand curled around the crossguard in a very unconventional grip, while the middle of the blade was held in place by the other hand. Here's another surprise for you. You can't be serious. I'm supposed to do what with my sword? Rithleen merely chuckled. It does sound a bit silly, doesn't it? This trick is obviously forbidden in official tournaments due to how strange it is, but it's always an option in actual fight. If you aren't certain in your skill, sometimes you can make up for it with being unconventional. I managed to surprise my own teacher with it, back when I was still a novice. Her fellow blade proceeded to enter the stance. It's a technique simple enough to learn in those few minutes we have left, treat it as a bonus. Azira grinned as her hand moved, propelling the sword onwards much like a javelin. Of course her secondary weapon wasn't designed with this attack in mind, so no wonder Sulcinipul was too surprised to dodge very effectively as unusual projectile was hurled towards him with great precision. A bit of extra guidance by additionally holding it by the blade made all the difference. Kajiat however didn't wait to observe the results of her throw, as at best it would most likely only wound the Ashkan and distract him. She had another obstacle to overcome, one that only now realized she should start casting seconds ago. As green light focused around the undead mage, Azira sprinting towards her couldn't help but grin. The previous wise woman clearly wasn't one for her combat skills, as everything so far pointed to her being a one-trick pony. Sure, the trick was quite effective, but she could plan around it. She lifted her hand and a magical orb of her own struck the panicking undead. Said panic only increased as far silence blocked her ability to use magic. With no other option left for confronting the adversary, the enemy lifted her staff. Small ball of flames condensed at the tip. Azira had no weapon left, while the wise woman had a staff that was her last resort tool. How unfair. Two blades circled around each other in an alley behind the house of the older of them. You are a mage, started Caius Cosadas. That means everyone expects you to be most dangerous at a distance. As such most will close that distance to get right to you. Some might even block your magic in some way to prevent you from casting even those spells useful in melee. You didn't say anything new, Caius, I knew that already, pointed out Azira. Unlike her teacher she was holding a simple wooden staff, one lacking any enchantments. Also, I use spear, not a staff. It's always good to have something to fall back on, continued the older agent, ignoring the comment. With your claws it might be for the best to learn some grabbing techniques. Once you unbalance your opponent, you can go for the neck, which in your case would be quite deadly. Know that sometimes it is actually better to not have a weapon. Kajiat's eyes widened as Imperial grabbed with both hands her staff and proceeded to show her just how little control she had of it. The staff discharged, but fortunately for Azira it was too late, as she already managed to grab the shaft and push it to the side, sending the spell into a wall. The agent didn't let go of the weapon and instead abruptly pushed it with all her strength back towards the undead. The result was better than she expected. Rather than merely smack the wielder with the other end, it went right through the mummified torso. For a single second both mages just looked down in surprise and simultaneously looked back at each other. Azira cocked back her hand. Claws sprouted from the fingers. With a quick incantation of fire bite said claws were also set on fire. Punching someone with a destruction effect. The undead seemed more disappointed than anything else. Why didn't I came up with it, Mej? As soon as the mage collapsed with a cracked skull, Azira swiveled around to take on the last enemy. It turned out she didn't have to. Sulcinipul may have been a skilled fighter once, but years of decay weren't kind on his preserved body. Who knows, perhaps even in his state he would be able to avoid the strike if it wasn't delivered in such an unconventional way. The previous Ashkan was sprawled on the ground, leaning against the wall with a sword sticking off of his chest and his bow dropped just out of his reach. The gleam in his eye sockets was already weakening from a furious flame to a mere dot. You threw a sword, he pointed out as she approached him. What kind of fool taught you that? It did work, didn't it? So perhaps it wasn't so stupid of Rithleen to suggest that. I suppose. Sulcinipul observed as the Kajiat inspected the bow before putting it in her backpack. Do you really think you are the one who will bring the land of my people back to glory? Azira, who leaned forward to pull out the sword, paused. Her tail coiled around her leg. After a few seconds she sat down with a sigh. The living and undead kept looking at each other, both pondering on the same question. Honestly? I have no idea, mumbled Azira. It's been days, but I still find it difficult to accept. I seem to fulfill the conditions from those prophecies that I know. Those older and wiser than me. She stopped for a moment as the fresh memory of Rothiamok tossing Zabamund high into the air resurfaced. Those older and probably wiser than me think I can be the Nerevarine. That's not quite what I asked you, said Sulcinipul. The ethereal glow at this point was barely noticeable. What? No, you asked me if I believed myself to be Nereva. I asked you if you will free my land of those who chained and humiliated it. Outlander Empire and false gods. Being Nerevar reborn is something you will have to accept if you are indeed him. It's your intentions that are important. The prophecies. The wise women read and explain them, but it's those they concern that truly give them meaning. It might be possible to satisfy the prophecy without doing what my people wish for. Sulcinipul kept eye contact for the entire time, as much as person without eyeballs can. I must know. Will you help my people even if it will mean going against your fellow outlanders? Or are you another stranger who came to deceive us? Azira opened her mouth, but before she could find the right words the light disappeared from the skull of Sulcinipul and his corpse stilled. Azira glanced down at the ground between them, still lost in thought. She didn't know much about the history of Morrowind, but she knew enough. Urshalako lived in a desolate wasteland. It might be different for other tribes, but they were pushed by the settled people all the way into the plains where even the grass was rare. Their faith was forbidden both by the religion of the houses of Morrowind and by the law of empire. The conflict lasted for many centuries and obviously Ashlanders received the short stick in this deal. They suffered a lot. Would it be wise though to realize the hopes of Ashlanders? Never mind if it was possible, it's the idea that she wondered about. The end of religion would bring with itself a time of great strife and violence, but if the fundament of faith was rotten, it had to be done. Ordinators should no longer be free to kill any Ashlander believer they met. Shifting the balance of power closer to the state warehouses in Velathai would also be arguably just. But pushing other races out of Morrowind? So many people losing their place in life, people who never hurt Ashlanders. People who came to care about this province as if it was their homeland. Her fellow guild members, Blades, her best friend Ajira. That's one thing I can't compromise on. I'm friend first. Nerevarine second, those visions be damned. Right, the vision. Or, dare she say it, a memory? Her dreams of Dagathur, which were disturbing all on their own, seemed to imply the devil took some kind of interest in her, but at least they were certain to be false, at best the effect of something bad she ate, at worst the result of an evil god targeting the entire population of Vardenfell. What she saw just now, she did her best not to think about its grave implications. It was only after she departed for the exit that she realized the full meaning of this last thought. Looks like she lied to Sulcinipul, she had already accepted it, hadn't she? She wanted to help those who couldn't help themselves, those who are like she used to be. Who was Nerevarine? A hero of unprecedented strength, destined to save the entire land? No. She already made her decision on that night when she went with an assassin to free several lives from the trap of slavery. To be a Nerevarine was to be a hero. Someone who makes the world a better place. She was damn sure she intended to do just that, even if she still doubted she was the one from the prophecies. If she was, if the dragon was once again correct, then according to him that only meant she was free to forge her fate and anything a vague prophecy didn't restrict her. She had to admit, she liked the idea of gods no longer being able to toy with her life as they used to. The first thing that greeted Azira upon return to the camp was the aroma of roasted meat, which spread with the wind far enough that she noticed it before even the camp became anything more than a bright dot in dark landscape. Unlike the last night, now the camp was full of life, although the tribals weren't evenly spread out, not counting the sentries everyone was centered around the main cluster of yurts, in other words, in front of Ashkan's yurt, where a large bonfire was lit. Once more she felt the weight of so many eyes focused on her, but she carried on anyway. The crowd parted before her, revealing to her Sulmituel sitting right next to the fire. After spotting her however he stood up and silence descended upon the Velathai, as much as silence could take place in the middle of a party, that is. As soon as the bow was removed from her backpack, excited whispers once more started to spread amongst the tribals. So you did succeed, started Sulmituel. Well done. Azira, you did as promised, no matter the opposition. You know the strife of our people and our customs are familiar to you. You are also aware of the ideas of Nerevarine cult and secrets of our faith and are willing to learn more. In light of this I deem you worthy of joining the tribe of Urshilaku. Nibani. At this name an older, not very old, woman approached the two. Given the items she held, the Khajiit had a pretty good idea what was coming next. As the Dunmer prepared her tools, out of the corner of the eye she spotted large, but hunched frame of Rothiamok in relative separation from others. He seemed to eat some kind of meat. Eat was used liberally here, it looked more like mauling in process. A short distance from others seemed intentional. Looks like a dragon, speaks like a man, eats like a pig. Wise woman, continued Sulmituel, bringing back Azira's attention to him. Please, mark our new sister as one of us. Azira promptly sat down next to the fire as Nibani stood behind her and moved her ear a bit. The Dunmer was probably just wondering how to best adapt the technique designed for elven ears. Rothiamok paused his feast for a moment to look at her and grin, which right now looked even more disturbing in the glow of campfire and with butchered, although properly cooked animal in front of him, which sent a shiver down her spine. The dragon nodded and returned to his meal. A sudden, but relatively minor pain brought back her attention back to the wise woman. Could you not move your ears like that? You make this more difficult than it has to be. As Azira did her best to obey, as every Khajiit she controlled her ears only when she actually paid attention to them, much like one would control their expression, Nibani added, meet me tomorrow in my tent, my entire morning is free. We have much to talk about. Ajira mentioned I would look good with earrings, but I'm pretty sure that's not what she had in mind. Here we go, another chapter down. If you are curious, yes, the stance and sword throwing are in fact historical. The stance is named Boar's Tusk, while the unconventional attack is called Archer's Guard. Join us again next time, when Azira acquires a new mount in the form of Rothiamok and outside funding from his spoils of war gained by tormenting bandit population of Vardenfell. Chapter 28, Little White Lies. Late, as always, straight face, but at last the new chapter is here. Spicy Arbiter, that's what happens when a modern gamer tries to sound like a medieval sage while also being harassed by his dragon instinct to not speak mortal language. Shirts at him? Nah, he wouldn't be affected by Shio turning into Jigalag. If Mazkin and Golden Saints, who are connected to Shiagaroth in similar way, remain unchanged, then so will be Rothiamok. Kaime, I did mention at the beginning that Rothiamok's function is to be a companion, not the hero. Just because of him being dragon he has less screen time than Azira, cities remain the main source of quests and he's hardly fit to interact with city dwellers. At least right now. Cheesecake 244351, this is not quite yet Azira's and Rothiamok's team up just yet, in this chapter they merely start to get along. The actual cooperation takes place in next chapter. I decided to do so in case someone has a good idea for a small, non-essential mission for them to take in order to learn how to work together. And yes, Jiraiya will become a regular victim in Azira's activities, so keep the death counter. XD. Nisfera to 2255, no, I didn't use that mod yet, but it is installed in my latest mod setup, so in my next playthrough I will. If Sutha will appear, his character will be based on his appearance in SO. As for the princes, anything is possible, although Rothiamok certainly wouldn't trust allies like them. I'm not good at writing a bit of drama, Nuff said. Still, had to get through this, Azira and Rothiamok must work it out of their systems so that they can actually work together. Achoo. Nibani Misa stared unimpressed as Azira rubbed her nose in embarrassment. She sneezed in the middle of formally introducing herself. Sorry. It must have been all that water from your burial grounds. Wise woman just shook her head, but a corner of her lips was slightly upturned, so clearly she didn't feel insulted. You mean our burial grounds? At her visible confusion she elaborated, you were named a clan friend, an outsider accepted as one of our own. It's not just a title without a meaning. If that is your wish, when the time comes you have all rights to be buried amongst other tribals, because you two are Urshilaku now. The agent blinked at this somewhat morbid information. Thanks. It was morning now and the two mages sat down in Wise Woman's yurt to address the elephant in the room, Azira possibly being a reincarnation of ancient Chimer hero. The Khajiit noticed, much to her displeasure, that Nibani's yurt, while cozy looking, was saturated in alchemic odors, which sadly also meant triggering her mushroom allergy. She didn't lie about getting cold though, as she clearly felt under the weather today. Now then. Go ahead. Do you have questions about the Nerevarine prophecies? Have you come to see if you pass the test? Let's talk about the prophecies first. I've learned there are apparently several, but I've heard only the strangers so far. Yes, there are indeed many Nerevarine prophecies, and they suggest many things. Aspect and uncertain parents. The moon and star. Sleepers. 7 curses. The curse's bane. The prophecy of the stranger. The hour of reckoning. The prophecy of the 7 visions. The lost prophecies. Let's see how much you already know. You heard the stranger, but do you understand it? As much as anyone can, I suppose. Nobody really knows the prophecies perfectly. It speaks of a stranger coming to Morrowind in time of troubles to face some sort of challenge. It also speaks of them being marked in some way. I'm not certain, but I think there was also part about uncertain parentage. Not quite, you mixed this up with another prophecy, the 7 visions. Common mistake for those outside of Nerevarine cult. The stranger mentions the sign, but not what kind of a sign it will be. It also doesn't mention at all the origin of the stranger. Despite the 7 visions not being as common as the stranger, this particular piece of information, Nerevarine's uncertain parentage, is in fact widely known. I suppose it's just easy to remember, the savior of Velathai being someone of questionable origin must be a subject of mockery from our enemies. As for the signs, under which one you were born? Apprentice. Nibani smiled. Well, perhaps our dragon friend was right to suggest you as Nerevarine. It is indeed the sign under which they were said to be born, as it was the sign of Nerevar in Doril. That particular secret is not part of any verse and guarded well by Urshilaku wise women. The Dunmer looked to the side, looking as if she was seeing something other than a wall of the yurt. Rumors say that in the towns, mad cultists called sleepers are attacking people, saying that Dagathur has awakened and will drive the outlanders from Morrowind. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. But I think it is a sign of the Nerevarine. Not necessarily a sign that you are the Nerevarine. Perhaps the time of the Nerevarine has come. And you have come at the same time. This alone is not passing a test, but it may mean you have some part to play in the coming of the Nerevarine. The curse's bane obviously means that Nerevarine will triumph against the curses, the 7 curses of the Shermit. I'm afraid I don't know that particular prophecy, nor do I know anyone that does. As I mentioned somewhere lost. Such things happen. A wise woman dies or forgets or a clan is wiped out. Perhaps someone knows, but is keeping it secret. Perhaps it is in one of those many books of your settled peoples. I have heard that the dissident priests of the temple may have such books. I heard Rothiamok already mention to you the hour of reckoning. The tradition has it that after he brought the body of Nerevar to the ancestor of our Ashkan, he left, but not before he foretold his return with Nerevar reborn at his side. Again, much like sleepers it increases the chance of you being the one we are waiting for, though it doesn't outright point at you. Wise woman frowned. Rothiamok himself doesn't remember his part in the battle against the Dmer and Dagathur. It is a mystery to all how this came to be. What of Moon and Star? Legend says in Doril Nerevar's family standard bore the Moon and Star, and Nerevar's armor and weapons bore this sign, stated Nibani offhandedly, for some reason known only to her giving only the most vague explanation. Perhaps simply because it was related to the tradition of one of the great houses. Some say he bore a Moon and Star birthmark. Some say he has a magic ring marked with a Moon and Star. Others say he was born under a Moon and Star. In any case, the Moon and Star is the mark of the Nerevarine. At the time unfortunately we don't know what exactly that means, but I lean towards the idea it is a physical object that Nerevarine must reclaim. At this point Nibani paused. This is of no importance to you right now though. That would be the 7 visions. The full title of the prophecy is 7 Visions of 7 Trials of the Incarnate. Listen, and I will tell you the verses. Wait, I'll just. An empty sheet of paper and a quill found their way to her hands. Continue. The wise woman eyed the writing implements in the same way an old-fashioned librarian would look at e-book. Ah, yes. Those. Settled people use them so they themselves don't have to remember, correct? Such an idea. She shook her head. Moving on, it goes like this. 7 trials. What he puts his hand to, that shall be done. What is left undone, that shall be done. First trial. On a certain day to uncertain parents. Incarnate moon and star reborn. Second trial. Neither blight nor age can harm him. The curse of flesh before him flies. Third trial. In caverns dark azure his eye sees and makes to shine the moon and star. Fourth trial. A stranger's voice unites the houses. 3 halls call him Hordator. Fifth trial. A stranger's hand unites the Velathai. 4 tribes call him Nerevarine. Sixth trial. He honors blood of the tribe unmourned. He eats their sin, and is reborn. Seventh trial. His mercy frees the cursed false gods. Binds the broken, redeems the mad. One destiny. He speaks the law for Velatha's people. He speaks for their land, and names them great. Azira nodded after writing down the last word. I have it written down, but what exactly it all means. It tells us who the Nerevarine will be, and the trials they must undergo before they fulfill their destiny, summarized Nibani. Some parts I understand. Some parts I do not. I will answer your questions as best I can, but I cannot pretend to understand it all. The beginning is, if you excuse my wording, quite generic, typical for such texts, pointed out Azira. It just confirms the aim is to foretell future events, right? Indeed. The incarnate cannot fail. What others have tried, they will do. What Nerevar started, the incarnate shall finish. Azira's finger rested on second part. First trial is also straightforward, it's just the stranger again. The second one though. Just tone of her voice made it obvious what she thought of it. It is a tall order, yes. Nibani nodded with a frown. It is the part where the most of other potential Nerevarines failed, since simply no one knows what it really means. Will the Nerevarine come as a spirit who is not harmed by blight or age? I don't know. But I think curse of flesh means the blight disease of corpus, which causes terrible, distorted growths on its victims. Perhaps the Nerevarine can heal this disease. Perhaps that will be a sign of the Nerevarine. Wise woman's sight rested on Azira's uncovered arm and she quickly moved her own. Ouch. Azira couldn't help but hiss in hostility at this sudden breach of protocol. She angrily rubbed the spot pinched by the Dunmer. What was that? Just making sure. Checking your claim on Nerevarine. The younger mage bristled at the cheeky response, but graced it with no verbal reaction. The third trial, now, that one is a matter for the future. In legend there is a shrine to Azura called the Cavern of the Incarnate. There are secrets I may not tell you about this cavern yet. Do not ask. Sure, I'll go and beat the stuffing out of the tribe's spirit guardians, but you will still hold back intel. I would be disappointed if it wasn't a norm by now. I remember the title of Hordator, said Azira. The houses give it to their champion to lead their forces in time of war, something between a general and poster boy, I guess. There really was no other word for it. Hordator could lead an army but he mostly acted as the symbol. Nerevar Indoril represented it well. Rather than send assassins to take down King Domak, he personally challenged him after breaking into his stronghold with Voron Dagatha's help. The command of house troops was left to the councillors. I do not know what poster is, but other than that it's correct. Nerevarine must be chosen Hordator by 3 houses. No less. It's not uncommon for a house to pick one, but there wasn't a Hordator of multiple houses for a long time. This has not happened since the Empire invaded our land. I guess there's not much place for misinterpretation in 5th trial, continued Azira. 4 tribes of Velathai must agree that I'm Nerevarine. As long as you remember that tribe refers only to the 4 greatest of them, Urshilaku, Ahem Musa, Irabenamsun and Zainab, then yes, it's obvious, elaborated wise woman. There are other groups, but their numbers are small and are temporary at best, they tend to come up and disappear all the time. Outcasts we call them, those who band together after committing a crime against their brothers and sisters. It would truly be a miracle to unite these 4 tribes who have so long raided and warred with one another. But the Nerevarine must be one who performs miracles. 6th trial is unclear. Eating sin is doing atonement for another's sin, but I do not know who is the sinner in question. The tribe unmourned may mean the 6th house, House Dagath, which was exterminated after the Battle of Red Mountain, but it may also mean the Dwemer. It's not, I'm afraid. House Dagath still exists. Nibani only shook her head. Sulmatuel told me about what that thief from the city of Vivek told you. Yes, you said smugglers are hired by mysterious third party that calls itself the 6th house, but that in itself doesn't mean they are the same. If anything it's more likely they are some new group that tries to appear stronger than it really is, imposing on others they can stand equal with true houses. Azira smiled nervously. Sorry to burst you bubble, wise woman, but I'm certain. I didn't mention it to Sulmatuel, as it wasn't directly related to my study of Nerevarine, but a friend of mine managed to steal one of the items their hirelings smuggle. It was a tiny figurine that attracted corpus beasts by the dozens. They ship them in large quantities. That would require direct aid of Dagathur. Whatever Nibani said in answer to that will forever remain a mystery, since Azira didn't know Dunmary, she could only guess it was something particularly vile, as normally composed wise woman went through a short but intense fit of rage. After half a minute Nibani Misa managed to rein in her temper. She didn't connect Azira leaning backwards was her compromise between not wanting to insult her and wishing to get as far away as possible from an angry witch. Forgive me for that, clan friend. It's just. I can't believe so many would work for them for mere coin when every delivery of theirs brings the devil closer to destroying their very lives. It's incomprehensible for me. No problem, I get it. Azira decided the best option was to just move on. The cursed gods, is that who I think it is? Dagathur and Tribunal. They are surely false gods, evil sorcerers and necromancers, and they murdered Nerevar so they might set themselves up as gods. Binds the broken must refer to Nerevar's broken promise to the Ashlanders to honor the ways of the spirits and rights of the land. Nibani calmly explained, as if she didn't just throw a child-worthy tantrum. The last part is a conclusion. Velith's people are the Dunmer, all Dunmer, Ashlander, and Great House. The last time the Velithi were united were with Nerevar at the Battle of Red Mountain. Now Nerevar will come once again and unite the Dunmer, just like he did back then. He will restore Morrowind to the Dunmer, and restore the former greatness of the Velithi people. And that's me that's supposed to do it. Me. Kill 4 gods and become some sort of immortal, paragon of virtue? Azira took a deep breath and slowly released it. It did calm her down, but it most certainly didn't remove the feeling of being cornered by higher forces since before her birth. Maybe even her previous birth if all those claims were true. Let's get this over with. I guess it's time for me to ask, do you think the prophecies apply to me? You are not the Nerevarine. It is a shame this is merely a story and not a cartoon, the option of inserting a record scratch will be sorely missed. I'm not. You're not. Oh. I guess Chaos will be disappointed, but what do I care, I don't have to fight with gods. You are one who may become the Nerevarine. Needless to say, Azira wasn't impressed at all. Are all seers like that? She asked dryly. The first time we talked Rathiamak also raised my hopes for something only to crush them. Nibani Misa furrowed her brows. If you do not want to be the Nerevarine, then why did you go so far to learn about those matters? The mage sighed. After the emotional roller coaster of the last few days she had no longer strength to come up with elaborate excuses, a simple one will do. I was once accosted in Balmora by one of those sleepers. It was very unnerving. I can imagine. So I followed the clues. The historian from Fighters Guild knew a bit, a fellow guild member from Mages Guild knew another. Then I started having dreams. About Dagathur. He seems to address me directly in them. Those I asked about this suggested speaking with a wise woman. As for this whole Nerevarine business, I guess that I just... If it fits, it sits. What? An ancient saying of our people. It means accepting the role one finds fitting them. For some reason it was also additionally associated with cats, so... Under Azira's judgmental gaze Nibani hurriedly returned to the main topic. Don't worry too much about the dreams. The devil from under the Red Mountain seeks to entrap all. We Velithi believe in prophetic dreams, but no dream sent by him is like that. He is a deceiver, not much different from Tribunal. Where they lie in the light of the day to conscious minds, he whispers into ears of the dreamers. As long as you firmly separate the dreams from reality and simply won't believe him, he will have no power over you. So I just ignore him. Yes. That is the best weapon against those like him, not allowing his poison to fester in your mind. Nibani paused for a moment. I believe I already told you everything I can at the time. Nerevarine prophecies are a puzzle, and a hard one. But you have found some of the pieces and you may find more. Do you choose to be the Nerevarine? Then seek the lost prophecies among the dissident priests of the temple. Find the lost prophecies, bring them to me, and I will be your guide. I have told you all I know, for without the missing prophecies we can't progress. Azira grasped her chin in thought. She had to continue on this path, that much she knew, but at the moment she hit a wall in her investigation. As far as she knew only the temple priestess she interviewed, Mehra Milo, had a chance of discovering how to contact dissident priests. The contact with her had to be minimal, as she was being observed by other priests and possibly even ordinators. If she found something, Chaos would be the first one to know though, so as always she just had to rely on older spies' directives. I guess I will see if my temple contact knows anything. Thanks for sharing, wise woman. Anytime, clan friend. Anytime. After leaving wise woman's yurt Azira decided to retreat to her temporary abode, against doing otherwise were the ever-present look still given to her by the locals. Even after last evening's session of 20 questions with the tribals, who obviously wanted to learn more about their new member, the novelty of seeing someone covered in fur wouldn't wear off anytime soon, to say nothing about the circumstances of joining. Occasional shivers, no doubt the symptoms of common cold, were also a good reason to rest. I think I have some chalk used for a potion and while most of my apparatus is back in Balmora, mortar and pestle will do. At worst the medicine won't be so potent and I will need more time to recover. I still need to get a second ingredient though. I think there was a right plant growing in the ashlands. Septum for your thoughts. She rolled her eyes. I presume your ability to look into the future won't tell me where to find the nearest ingredient with disease-removing effect. The dragon grinned. I'm not that good, sorry. That's fine though, having strategically placed friends is almost as good as such malog. Come along, I'll introduce you to one of them. Karapli was, a peculiar woman. She reminded Azira of one of the neighbors of Tana, her temporary caretaker back in Kvatch. The Dunmer trader of Ursulaku, an ancient Breton lady back then living next door, had in common a difficult to pinpoint quality about everything they did. Every word, every gesture, she put in all of them a lot of energy. No, perhaps that's not the right way to put it. That would give an impression of high activity, which was not the case. She had a drive. Yes, that fits. Her will was not iron, that would belittle it. One of those people who keep on living well above the normal age, just because of their sheer determination to not let such a pesky thing as time wear them down. That, when combined with Karapli's position of handling all matters of trade with outsiders, made for one cutthroat capitalist and a person not quick to trust others. Just before they approached her yurt another tribal was literally being kicked out of it, the reason behind pulling out a young mare by his ear unknown due to the language barrier. If Azira remembered correctly, she was also the one who during the feast yesterday asked her if she knew any somewhat reliable smuggler willing to provide their questionable goods to the tribe. Hence why relatively warm reception Rathiamak received was quite unexpected. Ah, it's you. The Dunmer switched to Empire's common language just as she finished shouting at the retreating hunter. What do you want? Greetings, Karapli. Say, our new Faden here needs an ingredient for a cure. Do you have something like that? Who do you take me for, lizard, a common city trader Enwa? Of course I have herbs. Come to the storehouse. No, not you. I don't want to wreck the yurt. Azira obeyed and followed her, with Rothiamok sitting on merely looking on from the outside. The place was filled from top to bottom almost entirely with baskets, not counting an occasional small chest or vase. One part of the storage was kept apart from the rest and consisted of a bit more messy collection of various items, mostly various weapons and pieces of armor. There you go, stated Karapli as she pushed a grey, dry plant into her arms without any ceremony. Thanks. How much I pay? Nothin'. In the tribe we freely share healing potions and ingredients if someone needs them. Also, since you are here, pick up your stash. This yurt is for tribe's collective goods, not private. As Ira glanced with confusion at the separate pile the trader pointed at it. What do you mean? That's not mine. Actually. Started Rothiamok while sticking as much of his head inside as could fit. The horns had to stay outside. It kind of is. I was a bit bored lately and decided to, Lavron Faron, rise funds. If by rising funds you mean dropping entire groups of dead brigands at my doorstep in order to loot them, then yes, you did, cut him off Karapli. Not fair, that happened only once, before I started taking a scavenger team with myself. As Ira merely glanced with confusion at the dragon. Boredom makes one do weird things, but gathering items of value for someone you barely know was not one of them. What for? The way I see this, you need funds if you hope to get anywhere with your yacht. Even with Ursulaku's help you will still need to grease a few hands with gold just to be named Hordator. I can already smell some greedy Hlalotaphia reaching out for your pocket. Not to mention all the costs that will come up along the way, like fixing your equipment or learning new ways of brutally murdering anyone in your path. A cough from Karapli brought back the attention to her. As interesting as it is to hear all about your financial plans, could you just take the damn thing and get going? I have to check inventory and give someone a beating if I find less Kwama eggs than I should, like last time. Alright, Rothiamok agreed hastily. Azira, grab all the armor and put it on my back. Unlike you I'll hardly feel it. Unlike me? Prick. I'm not that thin. As she grabbed the items in question, she glanced at her arms. She was never muscular, but prison was not kind on her. Am I? What's your angle? What do you mean? Azira rolled her eyes. She had trust issues and she knew it, even to the point she was aware her trust issues were different from the common understanding of this phrase. It wasn't that she simply didn't trust people, her behavior was all over the place. Every single time, she always expected the worst of strangers in terms of actions, but words were a different matter. She always initially just irrationally assumed everyone was honest with her. It was later, after she had enough time to mull over everything several times over, that she even considered the possibility of being lied to or manipulated. Reasons for such a way of thinking were simple, until recently Azira ever only encountered those that wanted to harm her directly or were likely to harm her, not someone who wanted to trick her. Why would someone trick a beggar into anything? You don't have to, you only have to offer enough coin and they will do as asked. There's no such thing as a beggar with pride. There are only beggars and those who didn't adjust quickly enough to survive their new lot in life. She knew all of this, hence why Rothiamok's current actions were a red flag to her. He was giving her something without outright asking for anything in return. She now knew for certain he had some hidden agenda, even though so far the dragon acted the way she expected him to after their first chat. She was being lied to and she had no intention of entertaining Rothiamok's feigned innocence. Drop this act. So far I accepted your explanation, but this is too much. You wouldn't go as far as hoard resources to make things easier for a stranger that piqued your interest. The Khajiit and the dragon continued their walk/crawl and short break in conversation. The fact there was even a break spoke volumes. It isn't such a big deal to me as you make it out to be, Jor. My daily activities consist of hunting and meditation on the nature of Thursday. If there's something I don't lack, it's time and boredom. She snorted at that. I won't buy it. I did some reading on dragons after our previous meeting, since you made it obvious it wouldn't be the last. The history books made one thing very clear when it comes to your kind, the dragons are prideful. Do you expect me to believe you would, for no reason at all, lower yourself to helping a mere mortal, as you just called me? Rothiamok stopped at that. Since when do you know Duvahzul? Following that he shook his head. Never mind, that's not the point. Yes, my kind had too much pride. They were so prideful it cost them their lives and yet here I am, alive. Are you so bold to just assume I'm like them? Accusation of personal attack to change subject. Not falling for that. I saw how you act. To you everything exists just to amuse you. You might have some preferences when it comes to the outcome, but ultimately you don't really act on it. At Maroons you gave me that puzzle box, but I'd get it just fine even without you, the same goes for the skull. The answers you always give merely serve to pacify me, not actually change my actions. No matter what you say, you are hiding something important from me. You want us to become allies? Then come clean. For a few seconds Rothiamok and Azira were just looking into each other's eyes, measuring up just how stubborn the other was. This ended with the dragon giving a small growl and swiveling his head to the side in an obvious command to follow him. This time the mage actually had to jog to keep up, as the peeved seer moved at his maximal speed not involving wings. They stopped just outside of the hearing range of the camp. Rothiamok remained facing away from her, as he clearly struggled to give her the answer. Palok Vadin. So be it. I care about them, alright? There, I said it. You are Nerevarine, you will fulfill the costed. No ifs. You fit all requirements that could be checked so far. One day you will enter the citadels of the 6th house on Sako Strunma and stop a massive threat before it will completely consume this land. The only uncertainty is what will be the price. How many muts, people, will die? Will you do only what the prophecies require and Morrowind will pay with another disaster down the line, or will you go above the line of have and truly save this land? Or, perhaps, it is not a question of your resolve, but rather a matter of reality? Can you even stop this threat before Dagathur causes a damage like no other in history of Morrowind? Before some of those kids I've entertained yesterday die from blight or corpus disease. I know so much, but this is one thing I can find out only by being here, by seeing it through to the end. So, if I have to do some extra exercise to make your job easier, I will. Happy now? Frankly, Azira just didn't know what to say. I hope you are, Azira. Because I know for a fact that at least 3 Daedric princes certainly observe us, for one reason or another. Perhaps not constantly, but they do. Before there was nothing they could do about me, I was an unknown element with no loyalties. Now they might know that to cause me pain they only have to do what comes naturally for them, cause a bit of genocide. I'm sorry. Don't be. Perhaps it's for the better. I guess that before we change the world we must first change ourselves, hey. She couldn't help a smile at this. His lighter tone certainly made it easier. You stole that line from someone, didn't you? Oh, shut it. I can't be both original and inspiring all the time. Trying to limit my speech to mortal language is tiring enough. Hat. 2 completely different beings just observed the activity in the camp, letting the comfortable silence settle between them, taking some comfort in the fact that despite everything there were still matters on which they could agree. You seem very calm for someone who just learned they are observed by Darakulan. 1. There's nothing I can do about it. 2. I always suspected someone up there wanted to make me miserable, being merely observed is pretty much a relief. Too much of bad luck to think otherwise. That bad, hey. What did the wise woman ask you to do? I have my suspicions and if I'm already saying more than I should, I might as well help out in this. Nibani Misa said I must find the lost prophecies, since without them it's impossible to recognize the Nerevarine. As I thought. I'm afraid she lied. Azira froze for a moment. Hey. With how open the wise woman was about anything she asked her, the Khajiit completely didn't expect such a statement. But I don't know why, but she and Ashkan just won't share with anyone the fact they know perfectly well that Moon and Star was the ring of Nerevarine Doril. Not even with me, and I gave them an occasion to mention it without hinting I already know. It's not some vague sign of Nerevarine as she described it to you, they fully understand this. It was then that Azira got to see how frustrated, but not quite yet angry dragon looks like. It was enchanted by the Dwemer so that, among other things, Nerevar was the only person who could put it on. Anyone else would just oblong on the spot. Perish. Rothiamok looked at her with an expression that she couldn't quite place. It's no secret Nerevar had such ring, in fact I'd bet most house councilmen would be able to recognize it. It's the location of the ring that is unknown, otherwise the matter of judging the legitimacy of a Nerevarine would be trivial. That is the final test, you know. The reliable answer if someone is a Nerevarine. They put on the ring hidden in the cavern of the incarnate. If they live, they are the true incarnate. If not, well, there are quite a few preserved corpses in said cave. Azira's fur bristled on her back. How do you know this? She asked and, as the dragon opened his jaws to give a very obvious, overused answer, she added, a vision, I get it. I mean, what exactly did you see? I saw you in that very chamber, with you reaching out for the ring. The two kept eye contact for a few more seconds. Eventually the mage hung her head. That's great. Wonderful. Just best thing ever. The acid present in her tone was just as deadly as already mentioned ring. Azira. Started Rothiamok uncertainly, with no idea what to tell her, just as she was previously in regards to him. Shut up. At this point Azira was beyond caring about his reaction. That in itself told him he screwed up big time, most of the time Nerevarine disregarded him for some unfathomable reason, but never to the point of being so rude a lesser dragon would get angry. Just shut up. You people are like a swamp, when I approach even a little, I'm stuck for good. First I do some small tasks, just some research they say. Then suddenly this simple research requires me to balance on the edge of death in some forgotten ruins, then a freaking dragon appears and all those prophecies suddenly are connected to me and now you tell me I'll have no choice but to become Nerevarine, or die trying. She threw up her arms in the air. This makes no sense whatsoever. Chaos is an idiot, Emperor is an idiot and you are an even bigger idiot than they both combined. The short silence that followed this small tirade was deafening, even the more distant sounds of the camp stopped, clearly indicating Rothiamok wasn't the only one whose attention the blade captured. This short pause, combined with the dragon just looking at her stunned, seemed to finally snap her out of whatever she was going through and the anger vanished as quickly as it appeared, replacing Furious Mage with a meek Khajiit of less than impressive height. A scared one too, if nervous twitching of her fingers was anything to go by. Please don't roast me, squeaked Azira while once more becoming so preoccupied with the ground, that she was no longer meeting his eyes. Rothiamok blinked. I won't, when it comes to roasting others you are clearly superior. I'm too afraid to challenge you. He attempted to clear up the air between them, but he obviously failed, as he already learned Khajiit's ears and tail were the best to recognize their emotional state and he saw no improvement. If anything the tips of her ears were now even closer to the head. What a bother, he thought. This girl has issues. She acts so shy and buries her anger all the time. That must be why she explodes like that when she finally has enough. Rothiamok was not narcissistic enough to truly believe himself to be perfect, but he sure liked to avoid addressing his shortcomings, even in his own mind. As such while there was some guilt for approaching the subject with all the grace of a charging rhino, he quickly buried it by focusing on something else. Azira, in this case. Didn't mean he couldn't at least try to apologize. I guess I was a bit too straightforward. There, it's done, now moving on. Some white lie ought to make things better. It's not that bad, you know. If you were just another pretender and not Nerevar, then why would I have any visions about you? Azira seemed to perk up at this. Right. I guess when it's prophecy that makes my life hard, then the best assurance is another prophecy that is obviously about me, no doubt left. At least I know what I'm standing on. She looked up and sent him a smile. It was a fragile one, but also honest. Thanks. It goes without saying that there was no vision. And suddenly Rothiamok really wished there was. Since his arrival Ted relied on his knowledge of the game to navigate the land of Morrowind and get desired results. This world was both real and fictional to him, was this how one reached Chim? In any case, sometimes he blindly followed his memory. The real Tamriel however had so much more depth to it he no longer felt his knowledge was absolute and certain. So far he operated on the assumption Azira was the Nerevarine, she did work for Chaos and did exact same shit the protagonist did. This world however still held many things that were completely unexpected to him. A tiny seed of doubt had found itself in Rathiamok's heart, fear that he somehow got it all wrong and the one in front of him had no great destiny. A failed incarnate, to use Velithite terminology. He forcefully squashed that thought before it could fully form. He had to. Otherwise it would mean he was cheerfully leading someone to their doom. Only the incoming battle at the base of the sixth house and its aftermath could silence his doubts once and for all, or silence Azira herself. So the Ashkan and wise woman know a reliable way to tell if I'm Nerevarine, but they won't tell me. Azira's words brought him back to the world of the living. Can you take a guess why? I sure don't. Perhaps they just aren't certain about you being Nerevarine. You don't quite fit all conditions, some, yes, but not all. Maybe they just wait until you pass more unt before they tell you where the cavern is. They want to be more certain. So do I. I guess. Hold on. I have an idea. Oh. I know what you are thinking. Quick, Ted, think of an excuse. That ring. How about we just go and take it? It will save us time and I would rather have a definitive answer for once. No offense, but your opinion is still just an opinion. Shit, of course she tries to do a speed run, she is a player character after all. It wasn't something he could risk, the moment Azira completely changed the path of the main quest, he would lose his entire grip on situation. I'm all for getting job done fast, but there are a few problems with this idea. Just to name the most important one, we do not know where the cavern is. I'm afraid we will have to play by wise woman's rules and instead recover size and cost it for her. It's the next step, Ursulaco won't declare anyone Nerevarine until they know conditions from lost prophecies are met by the candidate, so we must find the missing part of the puzzle. Nibani did mention a missing prophecy. Where should we look, wise women of other tribes? Rathiamok smirked. A decent idea, you have a good head on your shoulders, but I fear the only one we can ask right now is Manurai from Ure Benhamsoon, I have good rapport with her. I kind of overthrew previous Ashkan, he was as violent as they get. Still, chances are against us, Ursulaco are the ones who respect the prophecies the most, so if they don't have it, we will struggle to find Velithai that do. Ahemmusa and Zainab wise women are unlikely to even aid us until Ursulaco name you Nerevarine. Seeing her disappointed at once more encountering an obstacle, he quickly added, don't worry, I will meditate on this. Until then I think you should report back to Chaos. Let him know I won't swoop down from the heaps to eat his subordinates or something. Don't worry about it. The Blades decided to let you be for now unless you decide to actually start trouble. Azira jokingly shoved the dragon's wing with her elbow. They wouldn't debate it in the first place if you just waited, rather than scare population by flying over a city. Hey, I'm just taking after my old man, Akadosh was an attention seeker too. He paused. Also, 2 cities, not 1. By the way, Telvanni have much better air defenses than Redarin. That only leaves Swallow and Indoril on my list. Only you would say something like that. It was then that Azira noticed she was still holding a misshapen, grey plant. I should make that potion already. Let's head back. Speaking of heading back, when do you plan to return? The ship I could return on will be in ALD Redania in a few hours. I'm not sure I would make it on time. Besides I should take it easy, I have already had enough excitement lately. So, I guess I will wait for the next one, the day after tomorrow. A spark appeared in Rathiamok's eye as he came up with an idea. A day after tomorrow? That means you will have 1 full free day, not counting today. Where are you going with this? The dragon presented his most unsettling grin. What would you say to a little team exercise? Azira once again was on alert. It was just part for the course with Rathiamok. Team exercise. Much to her surprise the dragon shook from side to side like an oversized dog. The gear he was hauling was promptly dropped to the ground. What are you doing? After getting rid of everything encumbering him, Rathiamok fully lied down on the ground. Perhaps you don't yet understand just what it means to acquire me as Grizzimazan. We Davahian heroes aren't that much different, we don't look at everything the way most mortals do. Hop on. I'll show you how the world looks like from the perspective of a dragon. Kajit's ears shifted to confirm attention was fully on him. Alright, you have my interest. Let me get the damned medicine first though, alright? In the meantime get rid of the mess you just made. Killed Shoy. And here we are, the end of the chapter again. Rathiamok walks a dubious line between being supportive, honest companion and not being able to just tell his new friend full truth, while Azira is simply lost as it slowly sinks in just how much responsibility is resting on her. With both heroes united, we can finally send them on a small mission. I have some ideas regarding what kind of trip it would be, but if you guys have some interesting, unrelated location from the game you wish this duo to handle, do share, it might be better than what I have in mind. Here are a few words that might require translation. Tafir, thief. Palok Vadin, arrogant young woman. Darakulan, Didrik princess. Grizzimazan, ally, battle companion. Latest chapter 28 last updated June 18, 2020.